Yu opened his eyes, nearly jolting upright from the explosive sound erupting in his mind. Ding dong. Since you are the 996th office worker to perish at your workstation this year, congratulations. You have been selected by the Office Worker Resurrection Plan as a special host. No need to be afraid, don't panic. The system will escort you throughout the journey. The host only needs to cooperate slightly, complete the task, survive to the end, and after finishing all tasks you will be unbound from the system, beginning a free second life. Aren't you excited? Without further ado, let's load the task list immediately. You wait. Does the host have any more doubts? Doubts? There are far too many. Not to mention the terror of just having breathed his last moments ago. Where is this pitch black place? And what is this thing in his head that calls itself a system? Yu took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. When he spoke, utterly astonished, you just said I. After all, hearing news of one's own death is not a common occurrence. Most people never get the chance. Yes, the host went splat at your workstation and was completely cold before they could even take you to the hospital. Although the system's tone was rather lighthearted, Yu still shuddered. He didn't want to imagine the scene after his death. At the same time, a flicker of regret stirred in Yu's heart. He had worked as an outsourced employee for 3 years. If he could just endure one more year, he might pass the internal assessment and become a regular staff member. Wait, stop. Yu shuddered, feeling he had gone mad from overwork. Even his life was gone, yet he still mourned that illusory permanent position. But no matter, the host need not dwell in the sorrow of the past, for you have already obtained a chance at rebirth, transmigrating into a novel with the system. Let us advance hand in hand and create brilliance together. Transmigrating into a novel. Yu ignored the system's grand promises, asking blankly, what do I need to do? Can I do nothing? Since this is the host's first mission, the system has already arranged a detailed and considerate beginner's guide and has bound a new identity convenient for completing the tasks. Your main mission is. The next moment, 4 gilded, earth-shattering characters materialized before Yu. Save the male lead. The Tao in Me is an orthodox male-oriented Xianxia novel telling the magnificent cultivation journey of the prodigy Yin Wanzhou, starting from his entry into Zhu Yunmin at the age of 14. Entering Zhu Yunmin as a child, he was tested with a supreme-grade wind spirit root, accepted as a disciple by the Sword Venerable during the master-picking ceremony. While his peers were still reciting basic mental techniques, he could already fly on a sword. By 19, he formed his Golden Core, becoming one of the youngest Golden Core cultivators in Millennium Spirit Continent in 1,000 years. Such peerless talent propelled him to the position of chief disciple of the sect, basking in myriad honors. Yin Wan's path of cultivation should have been a brilliant legendary journey straight to the great Tao. Though he possessed such a legendary long-out Yin life, Yin Wanzhou was never arrogant. He lacked the typical long-out Yin traits of decisiveness, coolness, and arrogance. Instead, he was a gentleman of utmost grace, treating others warmly and politely, always willing to guide his fellow disciples, and showing deep respect to his masters and elders. Even the commoners he had helped could form a line 10 circles long outside Zhu Yunmin. No one could dislike or disrespect such a Yin Wanzhou, a true Xinxiao version of Jake Su, a legendary long-out Yin. Logically, this should be a most ordinary leveling up novel. However, the protagonist's fate turned unexpectedly abruptly, because this book had been updated for 5 whole years only to end with a tragic B. In the final chapter, the protagonist, Yin Wan's Dantian, was crippled, his spiritual roots taken, his cultivation utterly destroyed, his heart meridians shattered into fragments. No possibility of ever cultivating again. The once glorious chief disciple of Zhu Yunmin was now forced to retreat into the mountains, spending the rest of his life in obscurity. No twist, no foreshadowing. The protagonist fell from genius to ruin, the Jake Su reduced to a beautiful, strong, and tragic figure. Many readers who had gritted their teeth and followed the updates were shocked by the ending, vomiting blood and declaring they couldn't accept it, almost needing oxygen tanks. This was outright revenge on society. A dimensionality reduction attack from the author. Driven by anger, readers left warnings everywhere, making The Tao in Me, a mediocre novel, stand out from the chaotic mix of web novels, gaining a brief popularity through the notoriety route. After finishing the plot summary in one breath, the system said excitedly, I bet the host is also very familiar with this novel. After all, it even trended on social media. I've never heard of it. Yu replied tactfully, after saying that he slowly averted his gaze. The system found it hard to believe, almost suspecting the host was joking. This was the hottest web novel in the host's world. How could the host not even have heard of it? Don't you usually browse the internet? Could it be that the host is actually a caveman? On his side, Yu instantly felt insulted. Damn it, how could someone working overtime every day have time to read novels? Silence hung in the air for a moment. The system seemed to perceive the host's embarrassment, adding in an almost ingratiating tone, don't worry, host, not having read the original might bring a fresher experience. Our mission guidance is nanny level. The system will introduce key plot points at any time, and there's a newbie protection feature to ensure you don't die during the beginner period. Just follow the plot, live safely until the finale, and everything will be fine. Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to snap out of shock. He raised a hand to rub his throbbing temples. So what is my beginner mission? Ding. The office worker resurrection plan is now activated. The beginner mission is ZZZ. Approach. The male lead. ZZZZ. Crackle beep. A harsh electrical screech suddenly blasted like an old radio, shorting out the system's voice cut off abruptly, and the earlier chatter vanished into nothing. Yu. Good heavens, did this crappy system run out of batteries? Can it be any less reliable? The mission gets interrupted halfway through. Could it be an outsourced system too? The next moment the world before his eyes shattered like a mirror, feeling as if he had been flung off a roller coaster. On the edge of consciousness tearing apart, he vaguely smelled the scent of rain-soaked grass, the smell of the real world. His mind was foggy as if he had been slapped several times, seeing stars. A sharp voice pierced his ear with panic. Third young master. Are you alright? Yu slowly lifted his head, his mind leaden as if filled with lead. His soaked clothes clung to his skin, the cold seeping into his bones, making him shiver uncontrollably. Third young master, third young master. The voice beside him kept chattering, gradually turning fierce. How dare that lowly slave push you into the water? AQing will go chop off his hand right now. Please return to the inner hall to change clothes, and don't catch a cold. Yu was helped to his feet, and AQing quickly wrapped him in a dry outer robe. Before his eyes, willow catkins danced like snowflakes, fluttering in all directions. And under that crooked willow tree a thin figure was curled up. It was a seemingly young boy dressed in tattered rags, his coarse linen clothes covered in mud and tears. He looked utterly pathetic, a few strands of loose hair sticking to his sweat-dampened forehead, his feathery lashes trembling slightly, his face smeared with dirt and faint traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. He used one hand to tightly clutch his abdomen, his knuckles white from the force. Through the disheveled clothes a dark boot print was faintly visible, clearly from a vicious kick. You didn't notice that when the boy's gaze fell on him, those starry black eyes were unnervingly bright, concealing a sharp, undisguised hatred, like a cornered beast forced to the brink. Yet in the blink of an eye the boy lowered his lashes, veiling all his emotions as the sharp aura around him completely withdrew. You murmured softly. In the very next moment the original owner's memories surged forth like a rising tide. Only then did you realize he had transmigrated into the body of a 10-year-old child, and that the original owner of this body happened to share his name, also called Yu. As the third young master of the Yu family, greatly doted upon, the original owner had been raised in silk and brocade, surrounded by fawning admiration since childhood. Because he had been born prematurely, his body was somewhat weaker than that of ordinary children. With his birth mother having passed away early, his family indulged him all the more. On ordinary days, whenever Yu was even slightly displeased, he would smash cups and bowls, often resorting to fists and kicks against the servants. Over time, he developed an arrogant and domineering temperament, like a little devil running wild through the world. And the boy curled up miserably beneath the willow tree before him was none other than the protagonist of The Tao Is Mine, Wanzhou. Wanzhou, the protagonist. Yu's breath hitched. He had never imagined he would encounter the protagonist in such a manner. His neck turned stiffly as he glanced to his left, where several family retainers were obsequiously shaking the whips in their hands, while on his right, Qing's eyes glinted with vicious light, as though he wished to devour Wanzhou alive. What on earth was he doing now? Was this the live scene of an early-stage vicious villain bullying the protagonist? Yu had never expected The Tao Is Mine to contain such a segment. According to the system's introduction, the original story opened with Wanzhou's brilliant display at Zhu Yunmin, and the system had never once mentioned his background or experiences before embarking on cultivation. What happened to saving the male lead? Inwardly, Yu cursed the system as utterly unreliable, resolving that if such an event came up again, they could very well refrain from calling on him to participate. Through the original owner's memories, Yu gradually pieced together Wanzhou's background. He was the child of a household servant, doing menial chores in the courtyard from an early age. His mother had died young, leaving him alone and helpless. Taciturn by nature, he always kept his head lowered, no one knowing what he was thinking, like a shadow with no sense of presence. At first, the original owner merely found him cowardly and spineless, an eyesore in every way, and would frequently scold him with cutting words, yet the latter remained silent and unresponsive. Later, by coincidence, the original owner discovered him late one night, secretly swinging a wooden sword under the moonlight. What infuriated him even more was that under that pale light, Wanzhou's expression was utterly focused, and the corners of his lips even held the faintest hint of a smile, an expression the original owner had never once seen on his face during the day. He was just a lowly servant, did he truly intend to cultivate and someday trample atop the head of the third young master? The malice of a child comes pure and direct, needing little reason at all. Not to mention that Wanzhou was merely a servant, his contract of sale pressed in the account's room, his very life and death held in the palm of the Yu family's hand. Thus the original owner began devising all manner of ways to torment him, toying with Wanzhou as one might tease a cat or dog, throwing a stone at him one day, forcing him to kneel under the blazing sun the next. Wanzhou, however, endured it all in silence, gritting his teeth without a sound. Until today, the original owner deliberately kicked over the buckets of well water Wanzhou had painstakingly carried back, then laughing brought up his deceased mother, his words vile and cruel. Wanzhou finally exploded. He lunged forward, shoving the original owner into the pond. Caught off guard, the latter only had time to choke on a few mouthfuls of water before the nearby servants, alerted by the commotion, rushed over and dragged him out in a flurry of hands and feet. Wanzhou, however, was forced to the ground. A Qing's foot slammed harshly into his abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. As the memories reached this point, Yu felt his temples throb violently. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had never bullied anyone, yet this original owner, still just a little brat, somehow already knew so many ways to torment others. A humorless laugh echoed in Yu's heart. For Wanzhou not to carve him into 1,000 pieces would already be an act of mercy. What talk was there of saving him? Yu was on the verge of collapse. He realized that everything the system had said was utter nonsense, just like the empty promises drawn by company leaders in his previous life, appealing in talk, foul in reality. Although the protagonist appeared frail and easily bullied, Yu understood one truth: those who set themselves against the protagonist would never come to a good end. Wanzhou, have you grown tired of living? Seeing his young master remain silent, Qing immediately cursed as he strode forward. With practiced ease he spat into his palm, then ruthlessly seized Wanzhou's disheveled hair, forcing the boy to lift his bloodless face. The tip of his shoe pressed against the youth's chin. The sequence of movements flowed as smoothly as water, clearly not the first time he had humiliated someone in such a manner. Just as Qing was about to deliver a second kick to Wanzhou, Yu cried out inwardly that things were going wrong, and suddenly bent over, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Their young master's health was failing again. How could Qing still spare a thought for Wanzhou? He hastily pulled back his leg and hurried over to support his master, though the corner of his eye still shot a vicious glare at the boy on the ground. Third young master, you must not remain here in the wind. Allow the servants to escort you back first, yes. Let Qing take care of this lowly cur. Cough, 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 cough. Yu hacked with all his might. Why bring up the very thing that must not be mentioned at this moment? Yu truly felt helpless before this loyal yet thuggish attendant. Qing was so distressed he could hardly bear it. Young master, get away. Yu abruptly cut him off, flinging aside Qing's supporting hand. His cheeks flushed red from coughing lent credence to his feigned fury. You cannot even discipline a mere servant properly. You're useless as well. Qing was stunned by this sudden burst of anger, but knowing Yu's temper to be capricious, he hurried to echo his words, saying, Yes, yes, I am indeed worthless. Third young master, please don't anger yourself and harm your health. Yu snorted coldly and swept away his departure, frightening the group of servant boys into utter silence as they scrambled to follow him, leaving no one to spare a glance for the half-dead figure on the ground. Only after the sound of footsteps faded completely did Wanzhou slowly open his eyes. Waves of searing pain surged through his abdomen, yet he did not even furrow his brows. Instead, with a detached expression, he opened his right hand, revealing a sharp-edged stone nestled in his palm, which he had secretly gripped when they had forced him to the ground. In the past, Wanzhou had endured whenever he could, fully aware that he lived under another's eaves and ought to accept his fate. But this time Yu had trampled upon his final bottom line. Just now, he had intended to perish together with that group. In the end, the stone had not come into play, instead it had pierced his own palm. Blood trickled along the stone's edges, winding downward to stain his already filthy clothes in swathes of dark red. Wanzhou lowered his gaze to the bloodied weapon, and rather than letting go, he tightened his grip around the stone. Though he did not understand why the other had suddenly let him go, no one knew Yu's temper better than he. This unusual behavior today was likely the prelude to some more vicious torment. Perhaps that group was even now hiding just around the bend of the corridor, waiting to savor his wretched state. After returning to his room and changing out of his wet clothes, Yu waved the servants away and sat alone at the edge of the bed, his heart knotted with anxiety and unease. Terrible. Had he already left an indelible impression of malice upon the male lead? Though he had acted on a sudden inspiration to spare Wanzhou, the sight of blood seeping from the boy's lips and his teetering frame still lingered in his mind. Were it not for fear of being treated as a madman with split personalities, Yu truly wanted to turn back and check how the child's injuries were. He could only pray that the male lead possessed a constitution far sturdier than ordinary people. Yet in the end, a child was still a child. For one so young to cough up blood, Just that single kick might well have shifted his very organs. Still, Yin Wanzhou was the protagonist after all. Surely, perhaps, probably he would not be so easily done in. Not dying did not mean escaping unscathed. Panic churned wildly in Yu Yu's heart, and he could only call out to the system. System, are you there? Hey, little system classmate. Silence. Ever since it had seemingly powered down and shut off not long ago, the system had been as quiet as a stone, wholly useless. Yu Yu had only even heard the first half of the mission briefing. Fine. At the time, the system had said he needed to get close to the protagonist. And then what? What else was he supposed to do? AI. Yu Yu covered his face. In this world, survival depended entirely on one's acting. In his previous life, he had already been worn down by the grind of life. Even when someone cut in line, he would only silently step back. Now he had to grit his teeth and play the part of a domineering, willful little tyrant, forcing himself to adapt to this new identity. He wanted nothing more than to flop onto the ground like a salted fish, occasionally twitching twice salted through. Yu Yu suddenly sprang to his feet. In the bronze mirror opposite, a still childish face stared back at him. He tried raising his brows in the mirror, his eyes tilted upward at the corners, vivid and spirited, his lips curled with mockery, even the tips of his hair proclaiming, not to be trifled with. As though he might utter a few auspicious insults in the very next second. Yet Yu Yu noticed that although his aura had changed, the features of this face did not differ much from his former self in his previous life. Could this too be a benefit granted by the system, enhancing the sense of immersion for a transmigrator? Having not seen his own childhood appearance for a very long time, Yu could not help leaning closer to the bronze mirror, tapping its surface with a fingertip before pinching his own cheeks. I actually look rather cute. It was not vanity. This youthful face truly did possess a deceptive charm, with two small pointed tiger teeth peeking out when he smiled. Third young master, it is time for your medicine. A maid's cautious report drifted in from outside the door. Yu Yu instantly smoothed away his smile and adopted the original owner's habitual tone of impatience. Come in. Unexpectedly, what answered him was a soft, melodious female voice. Who has angered our little Yuer this time? The Yu family proclaimed themselves a cultivation clan, yet it was but a hollow pretense. The inhabitants of this compound were merely ordinary mortals who relied on the name of cultivation to throw their weight around. In the main hall resided Master Yu and his second wife. The eastern wing housed the uncle's family, while the western wing was crammed with the aunt's household. The rear courtyard also sheltered several elderly granduncles. The entire extended family harbored dreams of becoming cultivators, yet tragically only a scant few offspring possessed spiritual roots, and most could not even manage to draw qi into their bodies. In the entire Yu estate, only two were true cultivators. One was Yu Yu's long-deceased mother, and the other was his elder sister, who spent her days cultivating far from home. 20 years ago, Yu Yu's mother arrived in these parts, and for reasons unknown took a fancy to Master Yu, who was then a poor scholar. Carefree by nature, she brought only one dowry chest when she married down, yet it elevated the Yu family to prominence overnight. Every magical artifact or pill within that chest was worth a fortune. It was not until later that she was urgently summoned back by the Zhuyun sect. Within a few years, news of her death arrived. The message from the Zhuyun sect was brief and almost cold, revealing next to nothing. Soon after his wife's passing, Master Yu remarried without delay. The following year, Yu gained a half-brother. Such seamless succession of marriages left one puzzled whether Master Yu was sentimental or heartless. In his childhood, Yu had once scribbled crookedly on paper, "Mother was like a celestial being, father still seemed like a father." "Yuer," said the woman before him, "I heard you fell into the water." Auntie Roan's heart clenched with worry. The woman exuded a gentle temperament with delicate features. She appeared to be in her early 30s, wearing only a plain jade hairpin, a tender smile on her lips. Yu realized this was Master Yu's second wife, Madame Roan. Unlike the stereotypical cruel stepmothers in storybooks, Madame Roan was exceptionally indulgent and attentive to her stepchild. She never insisted that Yu call her mother only Auntie Roan. This perfectly measured distance in fact endeared her to the original brat of a child. Murmuring words of concern, Madame Roan bent down to check on Yu. Her slender fingers brushed away the stray hair on his forehead with a tender touch. "I've instructed the kitchen to make ginger soup and added your favorite osmanthus honey." A maid handed over a food box. When the lid was lifted, a sweet fragrance mingled with the ginger aroma filled the room. "First take the medicine, then drink the ginger soup while it's warm to ward off the chill." Yu made no immediate response. He stirred the ginger soup with his spoon, pondering what attitude to adopt toward his stepmother. Seeing Yu silent with his head down, Madame Roan leaned closer, her voice still gentle and caring, as casual as asking if today's pastry was sweet enough. If you're still angry, Auntie Roan could have that servant killed to appease you. How about that?" Yu froze for a moment, shock surging within him, though he showed none on his face. "Kill." The word collided in his mind, echoing so loudly that his ears buzzed. Though he knew the Yu household spoiled the third young master, was human life nothing but a game. Furthermore, suddenly recalling the faces of vanished servants in his original memory, those who had offended the third young master and never reappeared, the original owner had felt only satisfaction. Now upon reflection. Moreover, whenever he smashed objects in a rage, Madame Rong never scolded him. She only held his hand and asked, "Are you hurt?" The next day she would send even more curios for him to break. Yu Yu's heart jolted. He was no real child and understood the gravity of human life. Madame Rong doted on the original owner, excessively killing servants at a whim, unconditionally condoning misdeeds. Was this not bizarre? To secretly spoil a child into uselessness, one simply granted every wish and let the child sink into depravity. Yu Yu said no need. He slammed the bowl heavily onto the table, his face full of impatience, as if unwilling to hear more about Yu Yan Wanzhou. A mere servant, nothing more. A flicker of surprise passed through Madame Rong's eyes. Ordinarily the boy would have applauded and perhaps even demanded to watch the execution. She studied Yu Yu's pale face thoughtfully. Could it be that the fall into water had frightened him? Auntie Rong was just joking. Madame Rong suddenly gave a light laugh, poking Yu Yu's nose with her fingertip. "Our Yu has grown up. Rest well, I'll come see you tomorrow." With that she summoned her maids and left the courtyard. After Madame Rong departed, Yu Yu called out Qing. Qing was the original owner's personal servant who had followed Yu Yu around since childhood. The lad had a simple, honest, round face and held a high status among the servants. Though a bit dim-witted, he was utterly loyal to his master, even carrying out misdeeds with unmatched efficiency. Yu Yu reflected, such a servant who went wherever he was directed was the purest kind. Point east, he would not go west. Tell him to chase dogs, he would not pursue chickens. Even his fierceness when committing wrongs was merely to please his master. He could thus be trusted. The moment the words left his mouth, the door burst open with a bang. Qing stumbled and fell to his knees before the bed, eyes brimming with tears, his face radiant with joy. Thighs is the first time the third young master has addressed this servant by name. This servant is truly moved beyond words. Previously he had been called Hey, or that one, and this was the first time Qing felt he occupied a place in the third young master's heart. Yu Yu's mouth twitched. Was this really necessary? When will elder sister and second brother come to see me? At any rate, he needed to probe the current situation of the Yu family. Qing hastily wiped his face with his sleeve and scratched the back of his head. "Third young master, have you forgotten? The eldest lady has entered an immortal sect and devotes herself to cultivation. She is rarely at home. As for the second young master, he wrote last week that he is currently traveling for business and studies abroad with no fixed date of return. And father, Master went to Qingzhou a few days ago, with a friend to appreciate a newly staged opera. He will return tomorrow." Qing's eyes shifted evasively, clearly covering up some romantic dalliance of Master Yu's. Yu Yu understood in his heart. His elder sister pursued the path of immortality, his second brother traveled far away, and his father was addicted to pleasure. In the vast Yu compound, there was not a single true blood relative of the original owner. This only strengthened his earlier bold conjecture about Madame Rong. Finally, Yu Yu asked with feigned indifference, "And that wretched slave, what happened to him?" At the mention of this matter, Qing immediately straightened his back, of ferocity beyond his years spreading across his face. "He still has breath. As soon as the young master gives the order, this servant will go and finish him off." Good heavens, such a swift change of expression, truly a professional lackey. "What's the rush?" Yu Yu squinted. "Take me to see him." Qing was stunned. The third young master wishes to go personally. To that filthy place. What had come over the young master? What? Yu Yu sneered. "Do I need your instruction on how to conduct my affairs? The young master is always right." The professional lackey instantly grasped the implication. So that was it. The young master intended to personally eliminate that wretched slave, leaving no loose ends. The young master was indeed brilliant. It was not until the moon hung high in the sky that Yan Wanzhou finally returned to his dwelling under the cover of night. His so-called dwelling was nothing more than a dilapidated stable in the servants' courtyard. Ordinarily, not even the lowest servants of Yu Mansion would live in such a wretched place, but the junior attendants were adept at reading their master's mood. Ever since Yan Wanzhou had been expelled from the common sleeping quarters half a year ago, this stable had become his sole refuge. With a splash, the youth ladled up a gourd of well water and poured it over his head. The icy spring water pierced his bones like needles, yet Yan Wanzhou seemed oblivious to the cold. He repeatedly washed away the blood and filth on his body, never pausing even though the wound on his abdomen burned, as if a branding iron were searing his flesh. He looked down. The skin on his abdomen had turned from red and swollen to a livid purple and finally to a dreadful blackish-purple hue. After the last gourd of icy water drenched his body, Yan Wanzhou casually grabbed a coarse cloth coat, hanging on a wooden stake, and dragged his exhausted frame into a corner of the stable. His young body could not withstand the day's torment. No sooner had he leaned against the wall than his eyelids began to droop uncontrollably and his consciousness gradually faded. Meanwhile, Yu hurried along behind Qing. After skirting several overgrown paths, a damp, moldy odor assailed them. The farther they went, the more uneasy he felt. "Watch your step, young master," Qing said, holding up a lantern and leading the way with exaggerated diligence. "This ramshackle place doesn't even have a proper path." A personal attendant had no need to share the servants' common quarters, so even Qing rarely came here. When they finally approached Wanzhou's dwelling, Yu even paused in his steps. The thatch on the stable roof had long since rotted and fallen away, leaving several gaping holes through which the night wind moaned as it passed. The main character lived in a place like this. This wasn't fit for human habitation. Even exiled convicts wouldn't be reduced to such squalor. "Do all the household servants live here?" Yu asked. "Of course not," Qing replied matter-of-factly. "But young master, weren't you the one who detested him most? Didn't you say yourself that seeing this wretched slave vexed you, and order the steward to banish him far away?" Yu choked, nearly unable to catch his breath. Just how many despicable deeds had this original owner committed? Damn it all. So the root of all this was me. Yet Qing kept muttering behind him, "This is already letting him off easy. In my opinion, he should be thrown into the woodshed." If it weren't for the risk of shattering his persona too quickly, Yu would have turned around and clamped his hand over Qing's mouth. "Shut up. Don't say another word. Stop talking." Qing called out a few times from outside, but hearing no response, he pinched his nose and bent down to squeeze through the stable door, intending to haul the man out. The biting cold that rushed out from inside made him shiver. The stable was even more frigid than the outdoors. Yu followed closely behind. By the dim light of the lantern, he saw a thin, curled-up figure in the corner. Wanzhou lay sunk in a moldy pile of straw. His thin clothes were already soaked through with cold sweat, his breathing frightfully rapid, and an unnatural flush bloomed across his pallid cheeks. He didn't even notice someone approaching. Had the pain already caused him to lose consciousness? Yu's throat tightened, and he instinctively took a step forward. Before coming, he had tried to console himself that true gold fears no fire, that it was normal for the male lead to suffer a little. But now he was truly at a loss for words. True gold fears no fire. At this rate, the true gold would be refined into divine gold. "Young master, don't go near him." Qing hastily stopped him. "Who knows if this slave has caught some filthy disease?" Before Qing could finish, Yu had already crouched down and reached out to touch Wanzhou's forehead. The scorching heat that met his fingers made his heart tremble. So he really had a fever. "Go fetch some fever-reducing medicine." Yu's youthful voice carried an irrefutable command. Qing's round face registered confusion. "Young master, but wouldn't it be better to let this wretched slave die on his own?" "What's the matter?" Yu narrowed his eyes, turned his head, and mimicked the original owner's threatening tone. "My words don't carry weight anymore." No. Qing waved his hands frantically, his mind racing. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and an expression of epiphany dawned on his face. "This servant understands." Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. "Understands what?" "Young master wants to cure him first, then torment him slowly, right? Can't let him die too easily." Qing's eyes gleamed as he let out a creepy, cackling laugh. "Truly worthy of my third young master." Yu's mouth twitched, barely restraining the urge to rub his forehead. This attendant's thought process was a veritable master of reading comprehension. He suspected that if he gave Qing a loose thread, the boy could roll out an entire ball of yarn. Really so worry-free. He didn't even need to fabricate an excuse. "Then why aren't you hurrying?" Yu deliberately snorted, coldly playing along with Qing's assumption. Qing became even more convinced of his guess. He nodded vigorously. "Young master is brilliant. This servant will go at once." He turned to run out, then abruptly turned back. "Should I bring some salt along? When he wakes up, we can get lost." Yu could no longer hold back and kicked him. Watching Qing scurry away with the lantern, Yu let out a long breath. He took off his own outer robe and tiptoed to drape it over Wanzhou. After doing so, he felt a pang of fear himself. If Qing had seen this move, he would probably have concocted some absurd scenario, like the young master intends to smother the wretched slave with his coat. By the faint moonlight, Yu leaned in to get a closer look at Wanzhou's face. Even covered in dust, the porcelain-white skin was still evident. Dried blood crusted his cracked lips, but the lips themselves were an unusual vivid red from the high fever. He looked utterly fragile, as if anyone could bully him. Acting on a whim, Yu extended his index finger and lightly poked Wanzhou's cheek. The youth frowned slightly in his coma. This was the protagonist. Maybe poking him would transfer a bit of good luck. Though the protagonist's fate seemed rather bitter at the moment. The next moment, the youth unconsciously slumped. Even though he was 4 years older than Wanzhou's body was as thin as a willow leaf. His protruding shoulder blades, separated only by the coarse cloth, hurt Yu where they pressed. Both hands were clenching Yu's sleeve, the fingertips white from the strain, as if he were grasping the only floating log in an endless nightmare. His body was trembling. Yu was certain the male lead was delirious with fever. If he opened his eyes now and saw that he was leaning against the very culprit responsible for his misery, he would probably be disgusted enough to vomit. Yin Wan's forehead rested against Yu Ye's neck, his scorching breath brushing across the skin, yet his body kept shivering as if it could never warm up. Though his body was burning hot, he felt cold and instinctively sought a heat source. Yu unconsciously tightened his embrace and gently brushed aside the sweaty strands of hair plastered to Yin Wan's forehead. The youth's pale face overlapped with the image of that peerless figure who once wielded a sword against the clouds. In a daze, he suddenly recalled what the system had said. The moment Yin Wanzhou ascended to the pinnacle was precisely the beginning of his fall. That favored child of heaven, admired by the entire cultivation world, had ultimately fallen in disgrace before a myriad of eyes. Just as he himself had once naively believed he was special only to have life grind down his edges and leave him just one of the most ordinary among the masses. Even his character and way of dealing with others had gradually taken on a mask of hypocrisy. Suddenly Yu truly realized the preciousness of having a second life. Even if the price was being sent to such a foreign place, it was still an opportunity many would never have. He had always known how to accept his fate, so he adapted quickly. Wasn't it just doing tasks? Everywhere was work, and raising a child was certainly easier than working in an office. But Yin Wanzhou was different. At this moment, Yin Wanzhou did not yet know that the quagmire he would later struggle with all his might to escape was merely the cruel joke of fate. Yu's heart clenched. Wasn't it just raising the male lead? Better than revising proposals every day. Since he was here, he might as well give it a try. When Aching came running back, puffing and panting, Yu had already quietly parted ways with Yin Wanzhou. Aching was holding a bamboo basket containing a medicine bowl and clean cloths, which he set down on the ground. "Third young master, let me administer the medicine." He rolled up his sleeves, swiftly picked up the medicine bowl, and with his other hand roughly pried open Yin Wan's jaw. Just as the medicine bowl was about to touch his lips, a thunderclap suddenly exploded in the sky. Then a torrential downpour came pouring down, raindrops as large as beans piercing through the dilapidated roof, drenching the three of them like drowned rats. The medicinal liquid was instantly diluted by the rain, trickling down Yin Wan's pale chin, leaving a brownish stain spreading on his collar. Yu fell silent. Aching fell silent. In his coma, Yin Wanzhou unconsciously shivered, curling his thin body tighter. Yu looked at Yin Wan's pale face, gritted his teeth, and said, "Forget it. Carry him back." "Off." Aching's eyes widened, hesitating. "Take him to the main courtyard." "But..." Yu glanced at him indifferently, saying nothing. Aching shuddered, suddenly understanding. So that was, good heavens. The young master was going to play a game of piercing the heart. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. What were ordinary beatings compared to this? What the young master wanted now was to make this wretched slave suffer from the inside out. First, feign kindness, when Yin Wanzhou poured out his heart and regarded the young master as his savior, then crushed that trust to pieces before his very eyes. Just imagining the scene made Aching click his tongue. How wonderful would Yin Wan's expression be? No wonder the young master let the matter of falling into water slide so easily. He was casting a long line to catch a big fish. He stole a glance at the unconscious Yin Wanzhou and couldn't help but silently mourn for the poor wretch for 3 seconds. The young master is brilliant. Aching immediately became full of energy, even straightening his back. He had to cooperate well with the young master to play this role. Yu saw his expression shift repeatedly, with adoration almost spilling from his eyes, and knew this servant was starting to imagine again. Sigh. Whatever. In the dead of night, the master and servant secretly moved Yin Wanzhou into the side courtyard. Neither of them noticed that their actions were being watched by another person hidden around the corner of the corridor. Yu had been watching from the corner of the corridor for a long while. Having witnessed his elder brother and Aching bring the man into the courtyard, a smug grin curled his lips. He turned and ran straight toward his mother's courtyard. "Mother!" Yu couldn't wait to shout as soon as he entered. "Guess what I just saw?" Yu brought that servant back to his own courtyard. He was so excited that his eyes sparkled. "That guy's condition is bad. He's completely unconscious, covered in blood and filth, looking barely alive. Now there'll be a good show. Yu is sure to get into trouble again." The room was quiet. Lady Rong had already dismissed the servants and was bent over trimming a pot of orchids. Without looking up, she said with a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, "Where have your manners gone? You should call him third brother." "Mother, how can you not be surprised at all?" Yu stepped forward, his face full of eagerness to claim credit. "Third brother has always been targeting that servant, and now even more." "What more?" Lady Rong finally set down the scissors and wiped her hands slowly with a handkerchief. Under the candlelight, her well-maintained fingers were pale and slender, with neatly trimmed rounded nails. "What your third brother does has nothing to do with you." Yu pursed his lips. He didn't understand why his mother was always so lenient with Yu. He himself was her own flesh and blood, yet he was always required to follow the rules, while his third brother could do anything and get her tacit approval. Still he muttered resentfully, I just want to see how he'll get out of this time. But Lady Rong brought up another matter. When your father returns to the mansion tomorrow, remember to memorize the nourishing qi art thoroughly. Before the spirit testing assembly, you must perform well in front of your father and make no mistakes. The spirit testing assembly of the Zhuyun sect was a grand event in the cultivation world that occurred once every 5 years. On the day of the beginning of spring, the Zhuyun sect would open its gates wide to test the spiritual root aptitude of children aged 9 and enroll disciples. Yu Wu caught another key point, his eyes lighting up. Then father will certainly punish him severely. Lady Rong chuckled. What she wanted was far more than simple punishment. After Yu Wu had gone to sleep, Lady Rong tucked him in her fingers, gently brushing over her youngest son's hair as her gaze drifted to the curtain of rain outside the window. Yu would not let Yan Wanzhou go. That had been within her expectations. Yesterday, she deliberately mentioned the words, beat to death, to test Yu's attitude. In fact, over the years, she had never actually put to death any servant who had angered Yu. At most, they were expelled from the mansion. Even if Lord Yu tried to investigate, he would only uncover a few minor stewards. The carefully woven net never left any evidence. This time she needed to confirm whether Yu had developed murderous intent. That night, Yu bringing the man back proved that her scheme had succeeded. Those who cultivate immortality value the righteous path. Before entering the Zhuyun sect, one's character must be observed. If someone at such a young age had innocent blood on his hands, how could he be qualified to step into the celestial gate? Under the cover of night, Lady Rong summoned the maidservant who served as a spy in Yu's courtyard, confirmed once again that Yu had indeed brought the man back, and revealed a smile. At noon the next day, inside the main hall of the Yu residence, Lady Rong, dressed in a green silk skirt, was directing the maids to replace the ice basins in the hall. Yu stood obediently to the side, occasionally sneaking glances at the door, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. The master arrives. With the steward's announcement, everyone in the hall rose to their feet. A middle-aged man in an indigo brocade robe strode in. Lord Yu had a sharply defined face with slightly upturned phoenix eyes that could be considered handsome. Father. Yu dashed forward in a single bound, his voice dripping with sweetness, his face full of innocence. Wu missed you terribly. Lord Yu laughed and patted his youngest son's head, his gaze involuntarily scanning the hall. Where is Yu? On ordinary days, if Lord Yu asked about Yu as soon as he returned, Yu would have been jealous. But today was different. Yu couldn't wait for Lord Yu to bring up Yu. At this moment, Lady Rong stepped forward, appropriately taking the outer robe her husband had removed. Yu fell into water yesterday and must have been frightened. I have had him rest quietly in his courtyard. She then showed a look of self-reproach. It's all my fault for being negligent, failing to take good care of that child. Fell into water. Lord Yu paused in his steps. Lady Rong explained the whole story in a low voice, how Yu had been bullying Yan Wanzhou during Lord Yu's absence, how he had insulted Yan's mother the day before, and how Yan Wanzhou, unable to bear it any longer, had pushed Yu into the water. She recounted every detail thoroughly but hesitated at the crucial points. When she reached the emotional part, her eyes reddened, playing the role of a kind mother perfectly. Yu is still young, his actions are inevitably a bit willful. This is not just willfulness. Lord Yu suppressed the urge to scold, furrowing his brow. Yu fell into water. How is his body now? He is perfectly fine. Yu interrupted eagerly. Third brother is without major harm. Yesterday he gave that servant who pushed him into the water a good thrashing. He gestured, wildly exaggerating. When he was brought into the courtyard, he was unconscious. I heard there was commotion all night. I guess that man is still lying in third brother's courtyard. Now nobody knows if he's dead or alive. The hall fell silent instantly. Madame Rome lowered her eyes and sighed inwardly. Wu was after all too young and impatient. Such eagerness only seemed deliberate. Yet sometimes a child's frankness appeared more genuine. Master Yu's face changed instantly. He had always known his third son's temperament to be unruly and believed that although Yu was somewhat spoiled, he was inherently kind. Master Yu's gaze swept across the hall. The relatives seemed to be exchanging meaningful glances. The eldest son was a skilled merchant, gentle as jade. The eldest daughter cultivated in a celestial sect, bringing glory to the family. Even the youngest son was obedient, clever, and quick-witted. Yet the most beloved third son had earned the reputation of abusing servants. A servant's life indeed meant little, but for Yu to torture people so blatantly. How would it look if those who love to gossip would no doubt say that the Yu family lacked proper upbringing and criticize him as a father? Master Yu valued his reputation above all and naturally did not wish to be judged thus. Go. Watching Master Yu stride briskly toward the inner courtyard, Yu trotted behind, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He couldn't wait for his father to burst into third brother's courtyard and see that half-dead servant with his own eyes. When that happened, Yu was still completely unaware that he had been thoroughly slandered outside. He had just crawled out of bed, standing in the room, waiting for a servant to help him dress. The ancient garments had layers upon layers with straps and not buttons dazzling the eyes. He was so sleepy that his eyelids kept drooping and his body occasionally pitched forward. You know, it was only his first day after transmigrating into a novel, and he had been stuffed into a child's body. First, he inexplicably fell into water, then he dragged the unconscious male lead back through the rain in the middle of the night, tossing and turning until late before finally lying down. To make matters worse, he was terribly fussy about the bed. He had twisted himself into a pretzel under the brocade quilt before barely managing to fall asleep. But sleep was a victory. He was utterly sick of the dreadful days in his past life when he relied on medication to sleep. Not long ago, Aching had come by saying that the male lead's fever had subsided. Although he hadn't woken up yet, his condition had stabilized considerably. Yu felt he had done well and cheerfully awarded himself a little red flower in his heart. After all, if his brain were damaged by fever, how could he be saved? According to Aching, Wanzhou's body was covered with countless wounds of various sizes, the most severe being on his palm. The flesh turned outward, the edges already blanched. He must have been bullied often, Yu thought, feeling somewhat uneasy. Just as he was thinking, the sound of clamoring footsteps suddenly came from outside the courtyard. "Young master." "Third young master." Aching's flustered voice came from outside the courtyard. "The master is heading this way, and his expression doesn't look good. Not just not good, he's clearly very angry." Yu jolted awake, his drowsiness vanishing completely. "What's going on?" As soon as Yu stepped out of the courtyard gate, he heard commotion in the yard. "Master, please don't be angry. Even if a life is really lost, I will properly compensate his family later and avoid giving anyone cause for gossip. After all, you wear is your own flesh and blood." "That's right, father, don't ruin your health. Wu will also properly advise third brother in the future. If there's a next time." He deliberately paused. "Wu will stop third brother even at the cost of his life." "Next time?" Master Yu's voice suddenly rose. "Such an evil deed. And it's not even the first time." In truth, a servant dying in the mansion was not something that warranted such a fuss. But Master Yu knew well how much Madame Rong doted on Yu. Over the years, Yu's character had been observed by the entire household. He really hadn't known that Yu was capable of such things. It seemed he had been too indulgent with his third son, who now thought he could act lawlessly. Outrageous. Bring the family punishment. He must be properly disciplined this time. Yu squinted and saw Master Yu in the center of the courtyard with a livid face, Madame Rong dabbing at non-existent tears with her handkerchief, and Yu hiding behind his father, flashing him an innocent expression. The sight made Yu's heart skip a beat. Not from nervousness, but because it was his first encounter with this nominal father, and he had stumbled into such a cliched household strife routine. He needed a moment to compose his emotions. Wait, the life they were talking about. Could it be referring to the male lead, Yin Wanzhou? Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. News traveled fast indeed. There were no secrets in the Yu manor. Every move of the original owner was secretly watched. He stepped forward slowly, pondering as he walked, and inwardly marveled at the truly exquisite acting skills of this mother and son. Madame Rong appeared to protect him, but was actually fanning the flames, while Yu seemed to plead, but was pouring oil on the fire. They collaborated flawlessly. More ironically, they didn't need any evidence to be so certain that Yin Wanzhou had met with foul play. Moreover, Master Yu was completely convinced. "You unfilial son, get over here and kneel down." Master Yu suddenly roared, cracking the horsewhip in the air with a terrifying sound. In his heart, he felt that Yu's slow pace was even more suspicious, a sign of guilt. Yu was just about to speak when Madame Rong timely rushed over and pulled Yu into her embrace. "Yu." The next second, Madame Rong cried out, "Master, you must not." Her voice was mournful, but her hands secretly exerted force, pushing Yu forward. Yu had no intention of letting his face meet the whip. He deliberately staggered back, half a step, accidentally stepping on the hem of Madame Rong's skirt behind him. A tearing sound, huh? The hem was torn. A flash of ferocity crossed Madame Rong's well-maintained face. This was her favorite silk skirt. The scene was utter chaos, and Master Yu was even more furious. Just as he was about to step forward, a figure darted forward, shielding Yu with his own body. It was Aching. Aching knelt on the ground, terrified in his own heart, but still pleaded, "Master, please calm down. The young master is frail, he cannot withstand." "Good Aching, you really care about third young master." "I'm a little moved. This fellow, though foolishly loyal, is genuinely protective." "Get out." Master Yu cursed angrily. Aching scrambled up awkwardly, but still stubbornly tried to block again. Master Yu was enraged beyond reason, and the whip lashed down with a whistling sound. Aching let out a scream. Yu didn't want to watch Aching get whipped, but things happened too fast before he could react. The next moment, he stepped in front of Aching, without a sound lifted his little face, and said, "Father, why are you so angry?" The child's voice was tender, but his tone was perfectly calm, showing no sign of guilt. Master Yu was momentarily stunned. "You dare ask me?" Yu's expression was composed. I learned that father was returning to the manor today and intended to rise early to greet you, but because I caught a chill yesterday, I'm still a bit weak, so I slept a little longer. Is father angry because I got up late? After saying this, he let out a light cough, his complexion slightly pale. His gaze was clear, showing no sign of deception. Master Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. Seeing this, the corner of Madame Rong's mouth twitched imperceptibly beneath her embroidered handkerchief. When did this little brat learn to play pitiful? But then she thought again, although Yu was tyrannical towards servants, he had always been well-behaved in front of the master and his elder sister. Such behavior was not unusual. At this moment Yu suddenly spoke up. Third brother, that servant you brought back last midnight. Where is he now? But then she thought again, although Yu was tyrannical towards servants, he had always been well-behaved in front of the master and his elder sister. Such behavior was not unusual. You did not come visiting last night. I happened to see it. I heard third brother fell into water, and of course I was worried, so I came specially to check on you. A flicker of panic crossed Yu's face. After all, he was just a child. Worried about leaving a bad impression on Master Yu, he instinctively began fabricating excuses. Oh. Yu tilted his head slightly, showing a puzzled expression. So fourth brother cares so much about me. Then why didn't you come in the afternoon? Or in the evening? Why did you have to come at the dead of night? Yu was rendered speechless, his little face flushed red. Seeing this, Madame Rong quickly stepped in to mediate. Your brother meant well. Tell Auntie Rong what exactly happened to that servant. Even if something happened, don't be afraid. Auntie Rong and your father will take responsibility for you. Her words already seemed to assume that Wanzhou had lost his life. Yu sneered inwardly. By now he had completely seen through Madame Rong's facade of a kind mother. She clearly wished for Wanzhou to meet with misfortune, wished for him to get into serious trouble. Suddenly commotion erupted from the direction of the side courtyard. Everyone turned around. Several servants came stumbling, over their faces ashen, as if they had seen a ghost. Something terrible. Something terrible. The lead servant collapsed on the ground, his voice trembling. Master, Madam, someone, a corpse has risen. What a... The horsewhip in Master Yu's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. What corpse are you talking about? Where did the corpse come from? Yu was also in a state of confusion. In fact, before the group arrived at Yu's residence, Madame Rong had already instructed several capable servants to take a shortcut and secretly infiltrate the courtyard to find Wanzhou first. She believed that as long as the evidence was conclusive, even if Yu cried and denied it afterwards, she would have no way to escape from the ironclad proof. Looking at the pale faces of the servants, Yu finally understood why they hadn't rushed in to search the courtyard at the beginning. They wanted to find evidence first to catch her off guard. Looking at the pale faces of the servants, Yu finally understood why they hadn't rushed in to search the courtyard at the beginning. They wanted to find evidence first to catch her off guard. Behind the servant, a figure slowly emerged from the side courtyard, a thin outer garment hanging loosely on his emaciated frame, his back straight hair casually tied up with a few strands falling by his pale cheek and blood-soaked cloth wrapped around his palm. Yu felt surprised, as she didn't expect the male lead to come out on his own. She involuntarily raised her eyes and met Wanzhou's calm gaze. There was no fear or resentment in his eyes, no emotion, but in the next moment, he shifted his gaze, his eyelashes drooping, the stray hair casting a shadow over his face. Under the gaze of everyone, Wanzhou struggled to bow in greeting. Then he knelt on the ground, unable to speak. A servant should not have the opportunity to speak in front of the master, let alone someone as insignificant as him. His appearance plunged the courtyard into an instant silence. Madame Rong's well-maintained face drained of color in an instant, while Yu Laoye's gaze swept back and forth between Wanzhou's well-bandaged wounds and his straightened back. This was not how someone who had been tortured would appear. Clearly he had received proper care. Remembering Madame Rong and Yu's firm accusations earlier, a hint of doubt suddenly arose in his heart. Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, her face shifting between shades of green and white. How could this be possible? He clearly looked like he was done for when Yu and Qing brought him back last night. Yu also felt surprised, but after admiring the expressions of everyone for a while, she suddenly raised her innocent and naive smile and said, Father, Aunt Rong, were you looking for him just now? The child's voice was crisp. After I fell into the water yesterday, I realized many things. Although this servant offended me in the end, he is still a human life, so let someone bring him back for treatment. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on everyone's faces seemed to have been slapped hard by an invisible hand. Upon hearing the words, Wanzhou's fingers hidden in his sleeve curled slightly. He distinctly remembered that he had fainted in the haystack of the stable last night, yet when he woke up this morning, he found himself lying on a soft and clean bed, dressed in new clothes, and his wounds had been carefully tended to. Treatment. Was it the third young master who treated him? As the humiliations he had suffered during this time flashed through his mind, how could Yu suddenly change his character? He completely could not understand why this was happening. Yin Wanzhou's expression was numb. The only thing he could believe was that to these well-fed masters a servant was merely a talking animal. The commotion in the courtyard had already attracted a number of onlookers, both servants and relatives, whispering to each other. Who didn't know that the third young master of the Yu family had a strange temperament? Not to mention Yu Laoi, even the onlookers found it hard to believe, was the sun rising from the west. But no matter what, Yin Wanzhou was now kneeling here completely unharmed. Yu's little mouth was still chattering, "Father, but I have a question too. Why would fourth brother lie to you?" Yu captured the fleeting expressions of his fourth brother, and Master Yu's gaze swept back and forth between the two brothers who were friendly with each other, evidently pleased. He pointed to the empty seat beside him, and, "Yes, how could my brother lie?" he said sarcastically. "No, it's impossible," Yu muttered to himself, his face one of disbelief. "Clearly last night." Before he could finish, Madame Rong quickly covered his mouth. "Wu must have seen it wrong." Madame Rong forced a calm tone, squeezing out a stiff smile. "This child is still young." This statement seemed to trigger some switch, as Yu suddenly pouted, his eyes turning red and big tears came rolling down. "So, and father and Aunt Rong's eyes, fourth brother would not lie, but I must be lying, right? Your brother is young." "Oh, does that mean Yu isn't young either?" Only then did everyone remember that Yu and Yu Wu were merely a year apart. Both being young, why was there no leniency shown towards Yu? His voice carried the unique whiny tone of a child, tears dropping like pearls that had broken free from a string. "Clearly I saved him, yet father would rather believe others." Madame Rong and Yu Wu, the two others, exchanged glances. On the surface Yu cried loudly, but inside he was laughing. Being a mischievous child had its perks. Tears came easily, and throwing a tantrum was second nature, something adults did not have the privilege of. After all, he was a child, he could not appear too clever. Being a little willful was necessary to match his character. The sudden commotion left everyone stunned, but the more Yu cried, the sadder he became, showcasing an impressive lung capacity, as he simply sat down on the ground, his short legs kicking wildly. "You all bully me. With my elder sister not at home, you all bully me. I will tell elder sister and second brother." Wu. Yu Laoi was so disturbed by this crying that he recalled his eldest daughter's last words before leaving. All right, Yu, don't cry." He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache, and wanted to pick Yu up, only to be pushed away by the child. Yu pushed away Yu Laoi's hand. "I don't want father. A father doesn't care for me. Only mother would support you. Where? Oh, I want mother." Yu Laoi's heart trembled. A child without a mother was always pitiful. This sobbing complaint felt like a knife stabbing at Yu Laoi's heart. No matter how biased he was, he could not utter a harsh word. He gently patted Yu's back, and turned to glare at Madame Rong's sternly rebuking look. "At the good thing you've done. This concubine." Madame Rong's heart sank. She realized she had become a punching bag. The carefully drawn willow leaf brows drooped helplessly, and she instantly choked up, "It's my fault." The situation instantly reversed, and Yu Wu was also scared, his eyes turning red, biting his lip with an expression that wanted to cry but couldn't. Yu Laoi cleared his throat, and with a stern face, said to Yu Wu, "Hurry and apologize to your third brother." Since the whole matter was just a misunderstanding, Yu Laoi did not want to delay, and just wanted to resolve it immediately. If family disgrace were to spread, the impact would not be good. Yu sneered inwardly. What a clear distinction. The mother and son were clearly in cahoots to bully him. When they falsely accused him earlier, they did not show this kind of face, yet Yu Laoi reprimanded him lightly. As a biological son, why should he, the third young master, be punished? What about that old man who just recently was furious with a whip? Third brother. "I'm sorry." Yu Wu fumbled for a long time before squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Between brothers, how could there be deep grudges? Yu Laoi's tone softened considerably as he patted Yu Wu's head, quite pleased that the child was willing to admit his, Yes. After all, we are family." Yu would not allow those who tried to smooth things over to meddle. He frowned, bringing the original character's villainous traits to the extreme. "Just now father's whip almost landed on me, and fourth brother's apology is all it takes. No punishment needed. The whip didn't hit you." Yu Wu retorted unwillingly, "It clearly hit that servant." "Shut up." Seeing that he couldn't successfully muddle through, Yu Laoi felt annoyed. He patiently coaxed Yu where he's just a servant. Yin Wanzhou knelt on the cold bluestone slab, his knees long since numb. The surrounding noisy arguments felt as if they were separated by a thick layer of gauze, vague and distant. His attention was not on this. No one noticed how long a servant like him had been kneeling here, just as no one would care how many times the wild grass by the roadside had been trampled. For someone like him, even if beaten to half death, he would only receive a light "let it go." The sting in his palms gave Yin Wanzhou a strange sense of reassurance, reminding him not to harbor any unrealistic thoughts. Amidst his wandering thoughts, a clear and bright child's voice rang out. "I refuse to let it go." Everyone turned to look. Yu stood in the center of the courtyard with hands on her hips, her small figure particularly striking among the crowd, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Exclaims is a member of my courtyard. Yu clearly did nothing wrong, yet he took a lash for me without hesitation. They say even beating a dog requires consideration of its master. If this matter is so easily brushed aside with one lash today and another tomorrow, will anyone be able to bully me as they please from now on? His tone carried a deliberate hint of petulance, more like a child being stubborn. The next moment, Easygoing's adoring gaze practically materialized, as if trying to gild Yu with a layer of gold through sheer looks. He's thick-skinned and tough, a single lash didn't really hurt him. But still, the young master is so handsome. My heart is pounding. This is a rebellion. Old master, you never expected such words. Enraged, he roared, don't tell me you intend to return that lash to your own father. A mere servant beaten is beaten. Why all this fuss? Old master, you had initially felt some guilt for wronging Yu, but now even that trace of remorse had vanished. Yu shook his head, his small face showing rare seriousness. Child, dare not, he said, shifting his gaze to Yu, who was hiding behind Lady Rong. We must trace this affair back to its root cause. If not for fourth brother's false accusation, how could all this trouble have arisen? The more others tried to smooth things over, the more he insisted on exposing the source. Yu's face instantly turned deathly pale. He couldn't understand why his third brother, usually so dull and crude, had suddenly become so aggressive. Though still young, he had long mastered the art of currying favor in the household. The more reckless Yu acted, the more he could win his father's affection. But today this tactic had completely failed. In her daze, Lady Rong hastily shielded Yu behind her, her voice trembling. Wu is too young to understand. This concubine is willing to be punished in his stead. Yu gave her no room to maneuver, shaking his head firmly. Aunt Rong, you are confused. Lady Rong forced a dry smile. What is Yu saying? If an elder takes punishment for a younger one, word will spread that our Yu family has no discipline. A second-rate clan, he said, tugging at old master Yu's sleeve with a nod like a little adult. Father has always valued family reputation the most. Surely you wouldn't let a worthless son ruin the century-old honor of the Yu family. These words struck like a sharp blade, hitting old master Yu's sore spot. Everyone present held their breath, watching for his reaction. Various aunts whispered among themselves. Alas! It seems the third young master was indeed wronged. After all, that child is usually hot-tempered, but we must judge the matter on its own merits. Indeed, whoever is wrong should be punished. That's only right. The old master is always fair and strict. He will surely distinguish truth. Their words seemed to place old master Yu on a hot stove. With matters already at this point, old master Yu's face fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. Finally, he said in a deep voice, Yu is right. Turning to the trembling Yu, he spoke sternly, hold out your hand. It was clear which mattered more, the weeping youngest son or silencing the clamoring crowd. Old master Yu chose the latter. Father! Yu cried, his face covered in tears, and snot shrinking back desperately. He had never been beaten by his father, let alone punished in public. Come out! Old master Yu bellowed. Yu dared not disobey. He stepped forward and tremblingly extended his small hand. Just as old master Yu raised the whip, a child's sharp shout came from behind. Kneel! Everyone turned in surprise to see Yu standing with arms crossed, chin slightly lifted, eyebrows raised arrogantly, as he stared at Yu, repeating, didn't you hear? Kneel for your punishment. Yu glared at Yu with venom, as if trying to bore a hole through him. Even old master Yu didn't understand what he was up to, frowning as he was about to speak, but Yu preempted him. Yu suddenly kicked over a nearby stool, declaring arrogantly, what are you looking at? Father is going to punish you, so you must kneel and take it. Or do you want to stand and receive the lash, pretending to be tough? Still soft-hearted toward his youngest son, old master Yu had no intention of making the scene so humiliating. He wanted to stop Yu, but the words caught in his throat. Just a short while ago, he had ordered Yu to kneel publicly. Yu's face looked as if someone had slapped him from across the room. But no one dared to plead for him. Helplessly, Yu knelt, his body shaking violently. Crack! The horsewhip descended without mercy, leaving a red mark on Yu's palm. Compared to the lash Easygoing had received, a palm strike was a light punishment. Wah! Even so, Yu broke into loud sobs, as if he had suffered a great injustice, tears streaming down like they were worthless. Lady Rong's heart ached as if torn, but she dared not say a word. She rushed over to hug Yu, weeping silently. She had been careless. She had relied too much on Yu, yes, displayed foolishness, forgetting that what made Yu advantageous could also become a weapon for Yu. The whimpering Yu in her arms, Lady Rong mechanically patted his back, while her mind raced. Today's move had been too hasty, giving Yu an opening. She should have been more cautious, not let Wu speak rashly, and should have been more ruthless, ensuring that wretched slave had truly breathed his last. Meanwhile, Yu did not fail to twist the knife. Aunt Rong, yesterday you said you'd secretly kill servants on my behalf. Don't do that anymore. He blinked with innocent wide eyes, his attitude extremely provocative. After all, father wouldn't want anyone to die in the mansion. You? Lady Rong's nails dug deep into her palm, but she forced a stiff smile. Yu is right. Aunt Rong will remember. Old master Yu glanced thoughtfully at Lady Rong, clearly taking Yu's words to heart. Lady Rong lowered her eyes in fear, pretending nothing had happened. Old master, you said. It seems the wife also needs to calm her heart in the courtyard. Don't leave the house for the next 2 months. Spend more time with Wu. Yes, master. Lady Rong nearly ground her teeth to dust. Having dealt with these troubles, old master Yu furrowed his brows, wearily waved his hand, and left with a swish of his sleeves. Everyone disperse. With his departure, the crowd gradually scattered, faces marked with surprise or incredulity, whispers rising and falling. Yu let out a long breath. This farce was finally over. All this arguing was more exhausting than giving a leadership presentation with PPT in his past life. He knew well that old master Yu wasn't sincerely upholding justice. The light punishment was merely for appearances. But he didn't care. Quarrels were troublesome, but once bitten, twice shy. Mother and son would likely lie low for a while. Yu swaggered away, his deeds hidden in obscurity. Wait. Yu suddenly turned back. The protagonist was still kneeling on the ground. In the corner of the courtyard, Wanzhou remained motionless on his knees, his slender figure blending into the shadows. Yu braked and hurried back, his robes fluttering, bringing with him a fresh scent like grass after rain mingled with a hint of herbal medicine. This scent brushed past Wanzhou's nose, causing him to lift his head involuntarily. A fair little hand extended before his eyes. Wanzhou followed the hand upward and met a pair of lively almond-shaped eyes shimmering brightly amidst the willow catkins. Yu said to him, "Come on." If he hadn't known from the start that Wanzhou was the male lead, Yu would have suspected. From falling into the water yesterday to this morning's drama of full day and night, he hadn't heard Wanzhou utter a single word. Even after experiencing such ups and downs, Wanzhou remained as unresponsive as a log. He brought Wanzhou alone to his room, intending to probe the young male lead's personality through their master-servant relationship. But the atmosphere between them was suffocatingly awkward, with nothing to talk about. Yu could only push the plate of pastries forward. Wanzhou stood still, eyes lowered, unmoving. Yu simply picked up a pastry and held it directly in front of him. Wanzhou stared at him silently. The stiffness of the atmosphere became unbearable for Yu. Feigning impatience, he urged, "Eat." Having a high fever and kneeling for so long, wasn't he hungry? Wanzhou took the pastry, but still didn't bring it to his mouth. His eyes held too much. Vigilance, confusion. He couldn't read his master's unpredictable moods. The pastry in his palm gave off an enticing aroma, yet it caused a sharp pang in Wanzhou's long-starved stomach. But the hungrier he was, the stiffer his fingers became, and he knew too well this might be a new method of torment. If he ate it, what would happen? He had witnessed too much of Yu's methods. Though the young master appeared naive, he never did good deeds without reason. He loathed Yu so much that merely standing before him required all his strength to suppress the revulsion. Even without seeing through his motives, his instinct was to keep his distance. Yes, revulsion. He could never trust the person before him. It was all a deception. Yu felt uncomfortable under his stare, sighing inwardly. Abused children really are wary. Yesterday, when he clung to him, he had seemed so endearing, giving Yu the illusion that he might be approachable. Still, he could understand Wanzhou's concerns. Anyone who had been bullied for so long would view kindness from the tormentor as a trap. This was the man who would one day stand at the peak of the cultivation world, yet now he couldn't even eat a piece of pastry without fear. It's not poisoned. Yu took another pastry and bit into it himself, mumbling indistinctly, "See. Safe." The pastry was stuffed with glutinous rice and osmanthus. It stuck to his teeth a bit. Yu chewed with puffed cheeks, looking like a little hamster. As he chewed, he stole glances at Wanzhou's reaction, wondering inwardly, could the male lead dislike sweets? Was he a savory kind of person? Wanzhou lowered his eyelashes. He didn't understand. What kind of game was this? "Thank you, young master." Under Yu's enthusiastic gaze, Wanzhou finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse, devoid of emotion, as if mechanically performing a formality. In the instant Wanzhou bit into the pastry, Yu keenly caught the faint trembling of his fingertips. Perhaps because he had never tasted something so sweet, or perhaps out of fear of the unknown, a trace of almost imperceptible emotion flickered in Wanzhou's eyes, like a drop of water seeping into dry soil, vanishing in an instant, returning to stillness. Yu rested his cheek on his hand, suddenly feeling a tightness in his chest. All the words that had been on the tip of his tongue came to a halt. Wanzhou was like a discarded, abused puppy, utterly on guard. Such wariness couldn't be dispelled in a short time. His actions had been too hasty, likely arousing the boy. Seeing that Wanzhou wasn't interested in the pastries, Yu didn't force the child to eat. He merely waved his hand and dismissed him with a deliberately poor attitude. Before leaving, he pressed a jar of unused injury ointment into Wanzhou's hand. In the early morning, Yu lounged lazily against the corridor railing, teasing the myna bird his father had sent over yesterday. "This is Dad. Dad never admits he's wrong, but he always finds a way to save face." Yu sighed, realizing that fathers were pretty much the same across all eras. What's your name? Yu asked the mynah bird. You dad. You dad. The little bird flapped its wings, learning quickly and accurately. Yu laughed so hard his shoulders shook, quite satisfied with his teaching results. Ever since the pastry incident that day, he had not actively approached Wanzhou, even deliberately avoiding his gaze. He treated him like any ordinary servant without intentionally humiliating him. It wasn't that he was moody, he simply didn't want to push Wanzhou too hard. Gaining trust, such a long and arduous road. Just as he was about to continue teaching the mynah bird a second word, ding. Host, did you miss me? Holy crap. The sudden explosion of sound in his mind startled Yu, causing him to slip and nearly topple off the bench. He quickly grabbed the railing and cursed through gritted teeth. Where the hell have you been all this time? The system whined stubbornly. I had a bug, okay. But I'm fixed now. Took so many days just to fix it, leaving me to struggle alone in a strange world. Is this what you call a babysitter-level tutorial mission? Yu sneered, waiting for an explanation. The system said, actually, I was pretty anxious too. Never encountered this before. But you're adapting well, host. As expected of the one I chose. So what exactly was that unfinished starter mission? Yu had no patience for flattery. Fine, don't rush. The system muttered as it pulled up a panel, then let out a sharp electronic screech. Oh no. Yu's head ached. What now? The system suddenly fell silent. Yu speak. Host. The system's voice began to tremble. We're bound to the wrong character. And we've come to the wrong timeline. That sounded ominous. Yu had a bad feeling. Normally, you should have transmigrated as a nameless disciple of the Zhuyin sect sneaking in during the trial. The system's voice grew quieter. But I had a short circuit, so I automatically bound to the character with the same name. And the timeline was 1 year early. Damn, no wonder he was still a child. So now you are the system's swallowed non-existent saliva, a super low-level brat villain that doesn't even exist in the original story. Never mentioned, never appears. A string of ugly adjectives left Yu dizzy. Seeing his agitation, the system quickly soothed him. Host, although there's a small glitch, we're actually very lucky. Lucky? Yu sneered. How? It's true. The system hastily explained this world is real, so the heavenly Tao automatically fills in all logic. The protagonist's childhood is now perfectly replicated. It doesn't affect our mission at all. Yu narrowed his eyes. You mean? It means even though you transmigrated into the wrong person, the male lead is still the male lead, and the plot is still the plot. The system grew more excited. And think about it. If you were a nameless disciple, it'd be so troublesome to get close to him. Now you're his master. Plus childhood friends from a young age. It's a perfect chance to bond. Oh, I mean to be harem mates. Yu. A middle finger slowly rose in his heart. Being the master of the male lead. Was that supposed to be a good thing? Did the system have a different definition of good? Couldn't it see that Wanzhou was already utterly annoyed and hateful toward this constantly troublemaking villain? The system cleared its throat weakly. Host, don't judge Wanzhou by his current attitude. Children are like blank slates, easily influenced. It pulled up a data analysis. According to calculations, the emotional plasticity of a 14-year-old is as high as 50. Yu. Highware. Still, that was exactly what Yu was hoping for. The two were still young children, changed their minds daily, and personality shifts during growth were normal. His plan to reverse the evil villain persona shouldn't be too hard. Back to the point. Starter mission released. Approach the male lead and raise his luck value to 1. Luck value. Another unfamiliar term. The system opened a new panel. Current male lead luck value 10, plagued by misfortune. Next to the number was a detailed note. Important, this value directly affects the outcome of key plot points. A higher luck value can avoid 99 of death flags. Plagued by misfortune. This little unlucky guy. Yu murmured. Yu stared at the glaring 10, plagued by misfortune, on the system panel, frowning deeper. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Isn't Wanzhou a long Aocean type protagonist? By logic, shouldn't he pick up legendary weapons on a stroll, find a hermit's inheritance after a cliff fall, bite into a ring with an old man inside when eating dumplings, or encounter a hidden master just by leaving the house? Even if he's unlucky, now he'll be full of opportunities later. He shouldn't be a loser. The system was silent, then opened another panel. Average ordinary person luck value 30, mediocre average cultivator luck value 100, slight opportunities. Wanzhou at peak in original novel 500, heaven's favorite 500. Yu's eyes widened. Then how? He was indeed heaven's favorite, but at the final outcome the system's mechanical voice suddenly turned heavy. He was deducted 999 luck points. That's a dimensionality reduction strike from the original author. That was why in the end his dantian was destroyed, his golden core seized, his cultivation shattered, and his spiritual veins fractured, turning him into a complete, beautiful, strong, and tragic figure. That's beyond what unlucky can explain. Now when he looked at Wanzhou, it was like staring at a walking tragedy. In other words, as long as by the novels ending the male lead's luck value is 999 or higher, we can completely avoid the bad ending the system, said cheerfully. Yu asked, so how do we increase the luck value? Luck value is basically what people call karma. Raising it isn't hard. For example, doing a good deed a day, helping the male lead avoid misfortune, sending warmth, solving problems. Those are the most direct methods. Or removing the darkness from his heart, making him less guarded, letting go of hatred, and embracing sunshine. That also boosts luck rapidly. Also, completing system missions rewards luck points. In other words, starting today, be a kind person. That wasn't hard. Even if the system hadn't mentioned it, he had already intended to treat Wanzhou better. Why does a dark heart in the male lead also lower luck value? Yu was puzzled. A downward mouth loses direction after all, the system said. Yu had a sudden thought, wait. Since we need to boost luck, why not just teach the male lead some forbidden techniques that steal fate and drain others' luck? Absorb a few people, and maybe head casually get 100 luck points. The system cried out, no way. Doing evil deeds deducts luck points. Tisk. Yu sounded regret. Actually, raising the male lead's luck value benefits you too. We've also customized a reward system for you. Whenever the male lead's luck reaches a reward node, you'll receive a random big gift. Yu quickly glanced through 10 points, 50, 100, and so on. Below each threshold was a sparkling golden gift pack. It was easy to get in the early stages, but as it went on, the intervals between points grew larger. He had played plenty of games back in college, and upon hearing this, he immediately narrowed his eyes with an, I get it. Yu snorted, isn't this just the usual achievement system from games? After roughly understanding the system and mission Yu dismissed, it lazily leaned against the pillar and gently tapped the railing with his fingers lost in thought. Deliver warmth, solve problems, and not be too abrupt. An idea struck him. Someone, he suddenly called out loudly. Aching came scrambling. Young master, what's your command? They whispered a few words, and Aching's eyes lit up with admiration. Nodding repeatedly, he ran off. As dusk fell, Wanzhou returned from his work, faintly hearing a commotion coming from the stable. His heart skipped a beat, quickening his pace towards the sound. Dust swirled in front of the stable, where several rough servants swung wooden clubs mercilessly at the rickety wooden walls. With a loud crash, the first club struck down, instantly splitting the already loose wooden planks apart with a menacing crack. Faster. We must clear this out before dark. Aching stood at a distance, covering her mouth and nose with one hand, while gesturing with the other. The scene before Wanzhou stirred a surge of blood to his head. This was his only refuge. Though it leaked wind and rain and lacked a proper bed, at least it was a place to curl up and endure the cold nights. Yet now they were about to take away this last bit of shelter. He had only just managed to find a semblance of stability. Stop! Wanzhou shouted instinctively, his voice hoarse, startling the servants who hesitated in their actions. Cold winds swept through, scattering the dry grass on the ground. He stood in the twilight, his thin silhouette elongated by the setting sun, nearly merging into the dark shadows of the trees behind him. Cold winds swept through, scattering the dry grass on the ground. He stood in the twilight, his thin silhouette elongated by the setting sun. Just in time, saves me from searching for you. She strolled over leisurely. Wanzhou fixed his gaze on Aching as she approached, biting his lip tightly. Here. Aching suddenly pulled a string of copper keys from her sleeve and tossed them casually, saying, catch. The keys arced through the air and landed with a clatter at Wanzhou's feet. Aching couldn't believe her eyes. The air of authority she had just assumed vanished. Why aren't you catching it? Wanzhou remained still. His gaze was fixed on the keys as if they were some ferocious beast. The young master said. Aching pouted, her tone laced with reluctant bitterness. This shabby place in the back courtyard should have been cleaned up long ago. Since it's just lying idle, we might as well tidy it up for a quiet reading space. As for you, Aching rolled her eyes. You are after all someone from the third young master's courtyard. Living in such a place all day, if word got out, people would think the Yu family is very stingy. Here. She picked up the keys and forcibly shoved them into Wanzhou's palm. In any case, you will live in the side courtyard from now on. The location is easy to recognize. It's the room you stayed in last time. Moreover, it's the closest room to the third young master's sleeping quarters, which made Aching feel a bubbling sense of jealousy in her heart. How infuriating. Even if the third young master wanted to toy with Wanzhou, he wouldn't send him to such a nice room. Even the place he lives is more remote. Seeing him standing there like a wooden statue, Aching felt even more furious. If it were anyone else, they would have already knelt down, thanking and expressing their gratitude. Wanzhou's eyelashes trembled at her words. The side courtyard. It was at least 10 times better than the stable. It was a proper room. But why? Since that day when he pushed Yu into the water, the events that unfolded had become absurdly ridiculous. He slowly lowered his head, watching as a jar of healing ointment rolled out from the grass, instantly covered in mud. It was the medicine Yu had forced upon him not long ago. He slowly raised his head, his gaze drifting past Qing towards the brightly lit courtyard in the distance. What exactly did you want to achieve? He would rather continue to sleep in the leaky stable than be confused by the current situation. This inexplicable kindness left him at a loss and filled with repulsion. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, Qing thought Wanzhou was just silly with joy and was too lazy to be angry like with a child. She turned to leave, but took a couple of steps back, seeming to remember something important, her face showing a reluctant and awkward expression. The young master also instructed, starting tomorrow you won't have to do those rough chores like washing and mucking out. From now on you will serve the young master closely. Qing said harshly, her tone laced with obvious jealousy. Since you live close by you must be available at all times, understand? Wanzhou suddenly looked up, his dark eyes flashing with surprise. Let's go. We will finish the rest. A crowd of people left in a rush, leaving Wanzhou standing in place. He looked down at the keys in his hand, feeling lost for the first time. Ding. Detected fluctuations in the mail leads luck value, current luck value 10-6. Yu leaning at the window after finishing a bowl of lotus seed porridge frowned and asked the system, strange, I've changed rooms and been exempted from hard labor, and it's only worth this much. Isn't it said that solving troubles can also add to the luck value? Shouldn't it be a whole number? Why did it only decrease by 4 points? Although the male lead's living conditions had indeed improved, he highly suspected the host's motives, and the psychological shadow area expanded in tandem. Huh. Yu laughed angrily. So am I just robbing Peter to pay Paul? Gradual progress, indeed, the system advised earnestly. If you were being stuffed with poisonous snakes every day, and suddenly one day the other party gave you a silk quilt, could you sleep well? It was indeed the case, which is why Yu did not directly give Wanzhou a luxurious residence, but instead she first demolished his room looking for a reason to tidy up the back courtyard, and then pushed him into the side courtyard. On the surface it was reasonable. Even managing to provoke hatred like this made Yu feel desperate. The male lead was truly more difficult to deal with than the client. Yu irritably scratched her head. Why is the male lead so sensitive and introverted in his childhood? The original text said he becomes particularly open-minded later, right? What about forgiving and forgetting, repaying kindness with kindness, and being a modest gentleman? Originally just casually complaining, but unexpectedly the system did not respond as usual. Instead, it suddenly changed the topic awkwardly. By the way, how has the host been adapting these days? The system's attitude made Yu feel a bit strange, as if it was deliberately hiding something, but the system had been acting erratically for some time, so she didn't take it to heart. Outside, Wanzhou silently passed through the corridor carrying a cloth bag containing all his belongings. As he walked past Yu's room, his steps unconsciously slowed. The candlelight flickered on the paper window, and he could faintly hear the rustling of pages turning. Wanzhou stopped, unable to help but imagine the scene inside. Was the third young master just a window away reading alone? Did he also have such a quiet side? Suddenly, a flattering voice came from inside the room, breaking the stillness of the night. Young master, everything you instructed has been taken care of. Well done. It was Yu's lazy response. Then came the crisp sound of coins clinking together, and Qing's laughter became even more eager. Thank you for the reward, young master. Qing beamed as she held the reward money, the jealousy she felt earlier dissipating. She was determined to create more opportunities for the young master to enjoy himself. Although the young master hadn't explicitly said it, Qing was very adept at reading the room. Since the third young master had moved Wanzhou to the side courtyard, reaching the stage of faux kindness naturally indicated he wanted the other to serve him closely. Her previous arrangements were indeed not wrong. After a night of good dreams, Yu sat by the bed in a daze, waiting for the servants to help him dress with a sense of disillusionment. With a creak the door opened, and upon hearing footsteps Yu instinctively opened his arms and closed his eyes, wishing to linger in the warmth of sleep a little longer. The footsteps stopped at the bedside but remained motionless. Wanzhou hesitated for a moment, gazing at the drowsy Yu, and gently placed the clothes he was holding on the edge of the bed. Not long ago, Qing had insisted that as a personal attendant he should learn to help with dressing and grooming, and without further ado shoved a pile of clothes into the room, pushing him into the third young master's quarters. He had expected to face new difficulties, but unexpectedly Yu was still not fully awake. The young master before him had a healthy blush on his face, his usually wide almond eyes were now softly half-closed, his lips were a moist pink, and he was nestled in the soft brocade quilt, appearing small and delicate, with a few strands of black hair sticking up as he slept. Yu's head bobbed slowly on the verge of falling onto the sharp carved edge of the bedpost. Wanzhou instinctively reached out to steady him, but unexpectedly Yu leaned against him like a boneless doll, startling Wanzhou to step back, his brows furrowed, as if facing a great threat. Suddenly suspended in the air, Yu mumbled something indistinctly. Bring me a cup of coffee. What was that? What could it be? After waiting a moment, Yu seemed to have fallen asleep again, making no further sounds. Wanzhou took a deep breath, awkwardly shaking out his inner garment, approaching Yu as if facing a formidable enemy. He carefully avoided direct contact, only pinching the corners of the clothes to drape them over Yu like trying to cover a large sack. Yu was completely unguarded, allowing himself to be dressed, completely unaware that he was being treated like a sack. His soft body felt like a bundle of cotton. Next came the outer garment. It was Wanzhou's first time assisting someone into such a complicated outfit, and even the act of tying the sash felt particularly clumsy. After a while, Yu became a bit more awake. Suddenly feeling something was off, he realized that a Qing usually helped him dress with great efficiency. Today, however, why was it so different? He abruptly opened his eyes to find Wanzhou's face just inches away. At that moment, Wanzhou was fastening a button at his chest, his focus causing his lips to form a slight pout, his lowered eyelashes trembling. Yu could hear the clear sound of his breathing amplified by their proximity. Caught off guard, Yu became fully alert, as if someone had splashed a bucket of cold water over him. Yu trembled all over as if struck by lightning. Wanzhou was startled, as well, nearly dropping the sash in his hand. He quickly stepped back half a pace, bowing his head in greeting. Third young master. Yu's heart raced. Oh no, this was the main character of the entire world. How could he be the one serving him to dress? He forced himself to remain calm, and cleared his throat. Is it you serving me today? Where's a Qing? A Qing instructed me. Wanzhou's voice was calm, and without a ripple. From today onwards, I will serve the young master personally. I shouldn't be called Yu, I should be called speechless. He mentally cursed a Qing, wondering what kind of impression he had given that a Qing would take it upon himself to arrange for Wanzhou to serve him personally. Please raise your arm a little, young master. Following this, Yu stiffly accepted Wanzhou's service as he wrapped his arms around Yu's waist and tightened the sash, his movements quick and steady. Yu sighed inwardly. No wonder he was the male protagonist. Those who could become the male protagonist had a different capacity for acceptance compared to ordinary people. Just days ago they had been at odds, and now he could calmly assist his enemy. It was truly without the slightest awkwardness. Once the sash was secured, Wanzhou stepped back half a pace, unconsciously rubbing his thumb against his index finger. There remained calluses from years of hard labor. He recalled Yu's panicked expression earlier, which clearly conveyed a sentiment of how could it be Yu, with a disgust that was beyond words. Was he recalling that he usually did the laundry and cleaned the filth, feeling that he was unworthy of standing in a prominent, clearly feeling disgusted, yet still having to play this role? He truly didn't understand what he was after. If it had been a Qing serving him, there surely wouldn't have been such disdain. Once he was properly dressed, Yu casually glanced to his side and noticed the changes in Wanzhou. The young man was wearing a brand new indigo servant's outfit with a matching belt at his waist, and his dark hair was tied up high with a red ribbon. His skin was pale, and his lips were quite light, only the corners of his eyes had a hint of rosy color. His features were a blend of youthfulness and beauty, and although he was still young, it was already evident that he would be stunning in the future. Tisk tisk tisk, Yu felt a pang of imbalance in his heart. Hey, they were all just kids. Why didn't he possess the aura of a male protagonist? If there was one flaw, it was the excessive fringe covering his forehead. Thinking this, Yu casually reached out to push aside the bangs covering Wanzhou's eyes to tuck them behind his ears. Wanzhou suddenly dodged, his expression one of shock. Only then did Yu realize he had touched the male protagonist's taboo again. His earlier action had truly been instinctive, without much thought. Ahem. Sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, Yu cleared his throat. In the future, you need not come to assist me in dressing. As expected, it was true. This person still found him dirty. With this time spent waking up early and waiting, Yu snorted coldly. I might as well sleep a little longer to gather my energy to practice my movements and learn some etiquette so I can better protect this young master. After all, personal attendants were supposed to wake up an hour earlier than other servants, waiting outside before the rooster crowed, and even keeping watch in the middle of the night. Wanzhou was already malnourished. If he came every day, wouldn't the male protagonist suffer from lack of sleep at a young age? He wouldn't end up short, would he? The system interjected. Children indeed need more sleep to grow taller. The world of cultivation was not lacking in handsome men and beautiful women. If the male protagonist Long Out Yin walked out surrounded by a group of allies, and he stood out as the shortest, it was too beautiful a scene to imagine. At this moment, A Qing's voice came from outside the door, breaking the delicate atmosphere in the room. Young master, it's time to go to the main hall for breakfast. Yu stepped out. Wanzhou was left standing in place, a hint of astonishment flashing in his dark eyes, and it took him a while to catch up with Yu. Was it just his imagination? Why did he sense a hint of concern in the third young master's words? The Yu family had a habit of having breakfast together. In the main hall, a large redwood table was already filled with exquisite breakfast dishes. Master Yu sat at the head of teapot beside him, while Madame Rong was serving him with silver chopsticks. As soon as Yu crossed the threshold, he felt several gazes fixated on him. Master Yu has arrived. Madame Rong looked up with a smile, appearing genuinely delighted to see Yu. Recently, Madame Rong had developed a sense of wariness towards Yu and no longer dared to openly sow discord. Ever since that day he fell into the water, this little brat seemed to have opened his eyes, subtly placing her in a precarious position. Yu visited Master Yu daily, finding various ways to praise his stepmother, what compassion, what gentleness, endless indulgence towards children, and even standing up for them against the servants. Ridiculously, Yu mixed truths with lies, saying Madame Rong took him to the execution ground to watch beheadings, which was quite amusing. With a mix of truth and falsehood, Master Yu had gradually begun to regard Madame Rong with suspicion. However, Madame Rong's fortune had not been so favorable. It was said that a few days ago an audit in the residence revealed several unaccounted discrepancies, ultimately leading to the discovery of multiple financial shortfalls, pointing to Madame Rong totaling nearly 1,000 taels. The timing of these discrepancies coincided with her family members borrowing money. At that time, Master Yu had been furious and extended Madame Rong's confinement, forbidding her from stepping outside the residence. Master Yu also set down his teacup, glancing over with a slight tilt of his head, and even the maids standing at either side secretly lifted their eyes to observe. "Hello, third brother," Yu greeted sweetly, tilting her face up. When she saw Wanzhou following behind Yu, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Wasn't this the same contemptible servant from before? Indeed, the saying holds true, one is judged by their attire. A good grooming made him unrecognizable. Yu felt suspicious. Was third brother trying to impress their father, or had he truly changed his ways? Yu captured the fleeting expressions of his fourth brother in their entirety. Since the last conflict, this fourth brother had been quiet for quite some time and hadn't shown up to perform in front of him again. Thus he decided not to strike a smiley face, and he returned a similarly obedient smile to Yu. Master Yu's gaze swept back and forth between the two brothers, who were friendly with each other, evidently pleased. He pointed to the empty seat beside him and spoke in a gentler tone than usual. After Yu took his seat, he lifted his teacup and took a sip. Master Yu said, "Next month the two of you will go to the Zhuyun sect to participate in the Spirit Trial Conference. This matter should be taken seriously. In a few days you should go out to the market and buy some essentials." Yu set down his teacup, keenly catching a key phrase: Spirit Trial Conference. This world is known as the chaotic spiritual continent. The chaotic spiritual continent has 5 major sects and 1 great celestial palace. The sects balance each other, each with its specialties, while the celestial palace reigns supreme over the 5 sects. Zhuyun sect is one of the 5 major sects. For thousands of years, attaining immortality has been the ultimate pursuit of all cultivators, and the Zhuyun sect's Spirit Trial Conference, held once every 5 years for a duration of 7 days, is the beginning of countless cultivators' dreams of ascension. This grand event does not discriminate by background or wealth. Anyone may come to seek their chance at immortality. Yu remembered that his mother and elder sister were both disciples of Zhuyun sect, and according to the customs of the Yu family, he and Yu should also be sent to Zhuyun sect. In the original story, Wanzhou was also a disciple of Zhuyun sect, marking his first step onto the path of immortality. To complete his mission, he must follow Wanzhou into Zhuyun sect. Thinking of this, Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Since Wanzhou was merely a servant of the Yu family, he shouldn't have the qualifications to join Zhuyun sect. How did he manage to leave the Yu family? Yu instinctively wanted to ask the system, but the system had no answers either. Host, I am also unclear about matters not mentioned in the original work. These are settings automatically supplemented by the heavenly Tao. Yu sighed inwardly. Indeed, the original work opened with Wanzhou entering the sect, stunning everyone without explaining how he participated. "Where did you hear what I said?" Master Yu's voice broke Yu's train of thought. He looked up, nodding perfunctorily. "That's right, there should be no barriers between brothers. When a younger brother makes a mistake, does the older brother not also err? You should be more magnanimous." Master Yu's words were pointed. Lady Rong gently echoed, "Yes, we are all of the same lineage. You do not let discord arise." Yu. So it turns out they were still discussing this. Clearly, Lady Rong's incessant whispers had created illusions in Master Yu's mind. What does it mean that when a younger brother makes a mistake, the older brother should also be at fault? Does he have any logic left? Doesn't he know that advising someone to be magnanimous can lead to disaster? If a person's heart is inherently biased, then no matter what efforts others make, they cannot correct it. Yu's expression instantly turned cold. He slammed down his chopsticks and stood up to leave. "Stop." Master Yu's face darkened. "I haven't finished speaking. What kind of attitude is this?" Yu paused, slowly turned around, and said, "Father, your teachings are indeed correct, but I suddenly have an urgent need to use the restroom." He suddenly turned to Yu, a smirk playing on his lips. "We're of the same lineage. Must the fourth brother come along too?" "Come along for what?" The older brother is responsible for pulling, and the younger brother is only responsible for eating. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, you quickly walked out of the main hall. Unfilial son. You've gone too far. No more breakfast for you. Go back and reflect on your actions. Master Yu behind him clearly also slammed down his chopsticks. Yin Wanzhou followed Yu at a leisurely pace 3 steps behind, his eyes fixed on the swaying green beads in Yu's hairpin, while his mind replayed the scenes from the main hall. Master Yu sat at the head of the table, Lady Rong gently serving dishes, and Yu Wu acting spoiled, creating a scene of familial warmth and harmony. And what about Yu? He saw clearly that Yu sitting there. The normally aloof third young master appeared more like an outsider who had stumbled into a family banquet. Was he walking so fast to avoid showing his expression to others? It seemed a bit pitiful. As this thought arose, Yin Wanzhou quickly cut off his own train of thought. He was dressed in fine clothes and had no need for pity from anyone. Meanwhile, A Qing patted Yin Wanzhou's shoulder. Let's go, the young master probably wants to be alone for now. Let's not be a bother. Master Yu's roar still echoed in his mind. Yu wanted to ask, having discussed all the good points, what about the down? He walked ahead, kicking small stones as he went, feeling quite pleased. He was tired of having this awful breakfast every day, and not only did he have to wake up early, but he also had to watch the mother and son exchanging glances while his father played dumb. What normal person has that much energy to deal with them? You 3 must get along well. I'll take the carriage. Now it's just wonderful that I've been punished to stay in my own courtyard for meals. Oh, I can wake up whenever I want. He almost wanted to take off his shoes and leap into the air, catching up on sleep. Yu walked faster and faster, and as he passed through the corridor, the parrot happily showcased its new vocabulary to its master, saying, I am you, father. I am you, father. Yu looked at the bird somewhat dissatisfied and said, I am your father. Furthermore, this phrase should only be effective when Master Yu comes next time. After returning, he buried his head and took a nap. When he woke up, the sun was already slanting in the west. Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes, suddenly feeling hungry, so he called for the kitchen to send some snacks. Soon the table was filled with various dishes. He picked up a crab roast soup dumpling with his chopsticks, and as he took a bite, the salty aroma spread across his lips and teeth, making him squint with satisfaction. This is good, he mumbled to the little maid. Have the kitchen make another batch. The little girl asked, does the young master want to save it for later? Yu replied yes. He still remembered that Yin Wanzhou didn't like sweet flavors. Crab roast soup dumplings were savory, so he should be willing to eat them this time. In the evening, Yin Wanzhou pushed open the door to the side courtyard, and a wave of delicious aromas greeted him. His gaze fell upon a small bamboo steamer on the table, and his brows unconsciously softened. He was all too familiar with such steamers. In the past, when he washed dishes in the small kitchen, Aunt Wang would always use this type of steamer to sneak him some warm food, which was one of the few moments of warmth he had felt in this deep, vast courtyard. It must have been sent by Aunt Wang. Did she hear about my new residence from someone? The edges of the steamer were still emitting wisps of steam. Upon lifting the lid, several plump and round buns were neatly arranged inside, their thin skins translucent enough to reveal the golden broth within, making one's mouth water. Yin Wanzhou finished off the entire basket of buns, and as the sky darkened, he planned to find an opportunity to thank the kitchen tomorrow. On the morning of the second day, Yin Wanzhou deliberately took a detour to the small kitchen. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, but wisps of cooking smoke were already rising from the stove, revealing several busy figures. I'll go outside to fetch a basin of water. Remember to keep an eye on the pot, don't forget. Sure. Don't leave the spices here. Ooh, I'll need them to wake the dough later. From time to time, voices of communication came from inside. Aunt Wang was rolling dough with her sleeves rolled up when she looked up and saw someone standing by the door carrying a small bamboo basket. Yin Wanzhou stood by the door against the light, smiling at her. Xiao Yin. Aunt Wang's face lit up with joy as she quickly set down the dough she was holding. She intended to wash her hands with clean water, but accidentally knocked over a jar. Seeing her busy, Yin Wanzhou quickly stepped forward to help Aunt Wang organize the jars and bottles, skillfully taking on the role of an assistant. If you're too busy, I can come back later. Hey, what kind of talk is that? I'm not busy, Aunt Wang said with a simple smile. It was at this moment that she noticed Yin Wanzhou looked different from usual, and she suddenly understood. Good child, this outfit. Finally. You have finally made it. Her rough fingers wanted to touch, but hesitated to touch his new clothes. Yin Wanzhou pressed his lips together and smiled again, saying, Thanks to Aunt Wang for your care all these years. Oh, how can that be considered care? The one who worried the most about you back then was Shui Huan. Aunt Wang quickly shook her head. She didn't think she had really cared for Yin Wanzhou and felt she had paid too little attention to this child. Yin Wanzhou took his mother's surname. His biological mother, Yin Shui Huan, was gentle and resilient. The mother and son relied on each other in the Yu residence, but unfortunately, Yin Shui Huan passed away early, leaving her only child alone in this world, enduring much hardship. While speaking, Aunt Wang hurriedly handed over a cooked corn from the stove and asked, Are you now following that third young master? Although he can be temperamental, but he was actually quite likable as a child. Wanzhou didn't want to talk about his own matters and was not interested in discussing Yu. He placed the clean steamer from the bamboo basket on the table and said, I came to express my thanks today. Thank you, Aunt Wang, for the food you sent yesterday. Wanzhou really liked it. Aunt Wang was taken aback upon hearing this. A look of confusion appeared on her wrinkled face. Food? But I didn't send you anything yesterday. The kitchen work was heavy, and although she had vaguely heard that Wanzhou had changed residences, she hadn't had the time to visit personally. Wanzhou paused slightly while organizing the jars. If it wasn't Aunt Wang who sent it, then who could it be? He had a vague idea in his heart, but he suppressed it and didn't want to believe it. On the way back, several young maids passed by with laundry baskets, giggling and covering their mouths when they saw Wanzhou. It's him. He doesn't seem very old. Shoo, he's now the third young master's. They didn't know the specifics of what had happened to Wanzhou, only that he had been promoted to the personal servant of the third young master, and his status was now vastly different from before. Just his face alone was enough to become a topic of discussion among the young ladies. Wanzhou furrowed his brows and quickened his pace. The curious and probing gazes made him feel uncomfortable, more so than when he used to be avoided by everyone. The sudden attention was even more unsettling. As he pushed open the door to the side courtyard, he saw several new medicine bottles prominently placed by the window. He opened the lid and sniffed. It was the scent of healing ointment, the same as the medicine he had used when he was injured a few days ago. The medicine that Yu had forcefully given him was almost used up. Lost in thought, he seemed to have bumped into something at his feet. Wanzhou looked down and saw a broken green bead string with a red tassel at the end. He picked it up and gently rubbed it in his hand. This wasn't his possession. This was the ornament he had seen on the third young master's hairpin during the day. His suspicions became clearer and clearer. Was all of this the doing of the third young master? As Wanzhou turned around, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror. Unbeknownst to him, the corners of his tightly pressed lips relaxed slightly. A certain part of his heart seemed to tremble slightly. He didn't understand what Yu was doing. For a moment, he told himself that maybe he could try to believe in Yu. The moment that thought emerged, Wanzhou suddenly clenched the medicine jar tightly, the cold touch of the porcelain jolting him back to reality. He repeatedly told himself that this was merely ulterior motives. But what could the third young master born of noble lineage possibly want from him? He had nothing of value. It was not worth the third young master's elaborate efforts. But, if Yu wanted him to be deeply grateful, why would he need to sneakily do these things? He could just reward him openly. He had been given a warm new room instead of being made to serve in the morning. It seemed that the intention was to let him sleep. The one who threw stones at him was the third young master, and the one who made him kneel in punishment was also the third young master. Yet in the end, the one who sent medicine was still him. Every single incident was baffling. Regardless, Wanzhou loathed the way he easily wavered. Every time this happened, he felt like a stray dog that had never been loved, wagging its tail and begging for pity whenever it received a little kindness. He detested Yu's fluctuating kindness even more, and he found it disgusting that he was actually harboring a hint of anticipation for it, feeling so lowly. The young man breathed rapidly, roughly wrapping the ointment in a coarse cloth. After hesitating for a moment, he decided not to stuff the bead string into the cloth bag, but instead hid it under the bed. Wanzhou was clumsy in his actions. When he pushed open the door, he almost knocked over the candle on the table. He initially intended to go out and throw it away, but was afraid of being discovered by someone with ulterior motives during his late-night outing. Moreover, for some reason, he instinctively rejected the idea of being found out by the third young master if he discarded something. In the night, the young man squatted in the grass behind the side courtyard, digging into the damp soil with his bare hands. Only after burying the cloth bag of ointment securely did he feel he could finally breathe easy. Ding. Detected fluctuations in the male protagonist's luck value. Current luck value 67. Yu nearly choked on a mouthful of water. He cursed the system in his heart. What do you mean? Why did it suddenly drop a bit? I don't know, host. The system was equally perplexed. Actually, you are one of the smarter hosts I've encountered, but for some reason the male protagonist's luck value just never increases. Yu looked weary. Is it possible that the male protagonist is simply very difficult to deal with? The system pondered, or could it be that the male protagonist really dislikes receiving gifts? How about we try not to give him anything for now? Yu recalled the situation over the past 2 days. It was true that he had been giving gifts more frequently than usual, but it wasn't to the point of being annoying, right? Not to mention the crab roe soup dumplings. Wanzhou's injury hadn't fully healed yet, and the healing ointment was a necessity. He had just sneakily climbed through the window to deliver it, nearly falling over. After all that, it turned out the male protagonist hated receiving gifts. What is this? This is what we call enduring hardship without having to. Yu lay back on the bed feeling defeated. The next morning, Wanzhou carried a teacup to the outside of Yu's chamber. Before he even entered, he heard laughter and cheerful voices from within. He paused briefly, peering through the partly open door to see you sitting on a soft couch, cross-legged, without decorum, surrounded by a pile of peculiar trinkets, which he was distributing to the servants in the courtyard. Yu grinned as he handed a hairpin to a young maid. "Thank you, young master." The maid accepted it joyfully, and everyone who received gifts felt immensely delighted. A Qing stood nearby, clutching several bottles of gold wound ointment, grinning from ear to ear. "You really do care about me, young master." Yu rested his chin on his hand, smiling like a sly fox. "I have plenty of this medicine." Wanzhou stood outside the door, his fingers unconsciously tightening. The heat of the teacup seeped through the porcelain, scalding his palm. So that medicine. It wasn't specially prepared for him. For a moment, he wanted to return to the weed pile in the side courtyard, dig out those items, and fling them at Yu's face, demanding why he had done this. But what right did he have to question? Wanzhou lowered his eyelashes, concealing the fleeting emotion in his eyes, then gently knocked on the door. "Young master, the tea is here. Just set it down." After receiving permission, Wanzhou stood quietly in the corner, as usual, awaiting orders. The liveliness in the room had nothing to do with him. He acted as if he heard nothing, only stepping forward to refill the cup when Yu had drained it. After the gifts were distributed and the servants had dispersed, Yu casually turned his head about to pour himself tea when a slender hand reached for the teapot before him. He looked up and saw Wanzhou's downcast eyes. Hot water poured into the cup, steam rising to obscure the tight line of the young man's jaw. Yu suddenly grabbed Wanzhou's wrist. "What happened to your hand?" The originally fair and slender palm was now flushed red from burns. Yu turned it over and saw a patch of swelling on the palm. Wanzhou instinctively tried to pull his hand back. "I'm fine. Fine." Yu sneered, forcibly pulling him down to sit. "Is this burn to this extent called fine? Should I chop off this hand for you next time?" He turned aside, rummaged through boxes and cabinets for ointment, scooped out a large blob, and smeared it on Wanzhou's palm, saying with exasperation, "Are you an idiot? You know the tea is hot. Why didn't you wait before bringing it? There's a handle, so why did you have to touch the teapot?" Wanzhou stared at Yu back. This was not the first time he had been scolded by the third young master. Yu had called him stupid and foolish before, but this time he detected a different tone in that word, idiot. Ding. Detected fluctuation in the male lead's luck value. Current luck value 75. Yu's movements of searching for the medicine paused. "Oh." Then he turned back swiftly, controlling Wanzhou's hand. The applied ointment was cooling, yet it made Wanzhou's entire arm stiffen. Because the young master's hand was so hot. Yu's fingers clumsily traced circles on his palm, his nails occasionally scraping the edge of the burn, triggering a subtle tremor. Compared to his own calloused hand, the young master's hand was too soft, as if it could be pierced with a little force. In 14 years, it was the first time someone had held his hand and applied medicine for him. This feeling was too unfamiliar. Wanzhou instinctively wanted to refuse. "Young master, I can do it myself." "Shut up." Yu didn't look up. "This young master gives medicine to whomever I please." Ding. Detected fluctuation in the male lead's luck value. Current luck value 53. Damn, Yu felt he could barely suppress the grin on his lips. So Wanzhou liked this kind of direct, straightforward show of affection. Outside the window, a commotion suddenly arose as a strong wind swept through the willows in the courtyard, sending willow catkins flying everywhere. Wanzhou stared at the tuft of hair sticking up on the top of Yu's head, dazed. After applying the last bit of ointment, Yu secretly glanced at Wanzhou. Those eyes, usually frozen with ice, now seemed like stirred pond water rippling with fragmented light. "What are you looking at?" Yu released his hand and lifted his chin. "The tea has gone cold. Go brew a fresh pot, and don't burn your hand this time." Wanzhou let out a very soft then withdrew with the tea tray. The moment the man left, Yu immediately rolled around on the soft couch, screaming in his heart. "System, did you see that? Did you see that?" The system was also excited. "Host, I saw it." The luck value increased so much all at once. Yu was so excited he felt like breaking into a hot dance right there. Has his opinion of me changed? Am I about to be redeemed? Sincerity, the ultimate killer move, forever. That's right. That's right. A no-host, you still have some way to go before redemption, but it's right around the corner. Yu sat cross-legged on the soft couch, swaying back and forth, a grand vision unfolding in his mind. Meanwhile, outside the room, Qing was mysteriously pulled aside by a young servant. "What's the matter?" he asked. The servant hesitated, then simply led him at a trot to the grass behind the side courtyard. There was no one around. "Isn't this where Wanzhou lives?" Qing slapped away the other's hand. "Hurry up and say it. The young master is waiting for me to attend to him." The servant looked around and whispered, "Brother Qing, I was slacking off while fetching water this morning and took a shortcut through here." He pointed at the soil that had clearly been disturbed. "I tripped over this mound." He was timid and grew frightened seeing the unnatural mound. "This isn't a corpse. What are you talking about? How could there be a corpse in our courtyard? Aching crouched down and saw an unnatural bulge in the grass. He picked up a twig and poked at it, then suddenly hit something hard. What's this? Looks quite new. Why was it thrown away? The two worked together to dig through the loose soil, revealing a coarse cloth bundle. When they unwrapped it, several medicine bottles rolled out. Aching's expression changed drastically. He recognized these bottles. They were exactly the same as the ones the young master had given him this morning. The young servant, on the other hand, was puzzled, not understanding what was going on. Nothing's wrong. Aching repacked the items. Go back now. Don't tell anyone about this. Okay. The puzzled servant left. After he was gone, Aching tucked the cloth bundle into his sleeve and hurried away. As he passed Yan Wanzhou's room, he silently glanced inside. This kid. Aching rushed into the room, forgetting to knock. Yu was bickering with the system and was startled by his sudden entrance. Young master. Aching panted as he closed the door. That brat won't accept a toast and prefers a penalty. He quickly placed the cloth bundle on the table, frantic and angry. This is clearly something the young master awarded to that wretched slave. How dare he? How dare he discard the young master's gift? Yu raised an eyebrow and looked. He too was stunned. Where was this found? I dug it out of the grass behind the side courtyard. Aching's voice trembled with fury. That guy actually dared to throw away the young master's reward. Outside the door, a figure suddenly froze. Hearing the voices inside, Yan Wanzhou felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over him, all his blood freezing solid. Yan Wanzhou had assumed that Yu would erupt in fury upon learning of this matter. Yet he waited for a long time, hearing no sound of the young master's frantic rage. The room was eerily silent. Yu merely let out a low laugh. Well, I suppose I meddled. The words drifted faintly through the door crack, light as a feather, yet when they landed they pressed heavy as a boulder upon Yan Wanzhou's chest. He told himself that he should have felt relief. Now that the whole affair was exposed, there would be no more of those bothersome favors in the future. But why did his throat feel clogged with cotton, unable to swallow or spit? But why? Why did his throat feel as though it were stuffed with cotton, neither rising nor falling? That suffocating sensation from yesterday surged again in Yan Wanzhou's heart, as if he were lost in the entire universe, compelling him to flee this place at once. He had to escape. He thought so and acted accordingly. Just as he was about to turn and leave, voices came from within the room. Hesitating for a moment, he stopped in his tracks. Aching widened his eyes. Young master, aren't you angry? Angry? Yu rested his chin on his hand, tapping his fingertips gently on the table. If you had never received a treasure in your entire life, and suddenly someone gave you a priceless gem, what would you do with it? I would hide it away. Oh, young master. Aching's voice rose sharply as a sudden realization dawned. Yu squinted with a smile. Got it. Then go put it back where it was. Through the crack in the door, Yan Wanzhou clearly saw the expression on Yu's face. A smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, but never reached his eyes. In fact, the young master's eyes, always so brimming with confidence, now revealed a reluctant effort that he wished no one else would notice. Everything indicated that Yu was grasping for justifications. Yan Wanzhou finally turned and left. Well, young master, I shall take my leave. Watching Aching walk away, Yu inwardly breathed a sigh of relief on behalf of Yan Wanzhou. Yu himself admired his own ability to patch things up, truly a master of damage control. He had managed to gloss over the matter. Luckily, Aching was simple-minded. The excuse about treasuring it as a precious gem was a desperate improvisation. In this era's mindset, a master's gift was supreme grace. If a servant dared to discard it, punishment would be inevitable, or at the very least others would exploit the situation to attack him. How could he not know that Yan Wanzhou had thrown it away out of disgust? Sigh. Though when he first learned of it, he did feel a pang of sadness. It wasn't unbearable. Whimper. Heart shattered. But how did Yan Wanzhou know all those things had come from him? Yu had inquired not long ago. It turned out Yan Wanzhou wasn't hated by everyone. The maids in the courtyard, the auntie in the kitchen, they all treated him kindly. He himself hadn't left any obvious clues, so how did the other party immediately know the gifts were from him? Yu stroked his chin and comforted himself. It didn't matter. Being loathed was a form of attention. But then again, with such low luck, he could choke on cold water. The protagonist was indeed cursed. Either bullied or scalded. Even when he finally managed a small misdeed, he got caught. Truly a man with negative luck. Yu closed his eyes, letting random thoughts drift through his mind, and unknowingly fell asleep. In the dead of night, he was jolted awake by the system chime in his head. Ding. Detected fluctuation in protagonist's luck value. Current luck value 31. He lay in bed, wordlessly flung back the covers, and sat up, deeply stunned. How did it suddenly increase? What on earth happened? Unbeknownst to him, in a corner of the side courtyard, a rustling sound came from beside the dry well. A figure knelt among the weeds. The youth clutched a cloth bundle in his arms, his silhouette hurried under the moonlight. Several days passed after that, and Yu no longer engaged in the foolish act of sneaking through windows to deliver warmth. Instead, he focused on studying a manual titled Nourishing Qi Art. He learned from the system that cultivators in this world were intensely competitive. Before even entering a sect, they began studying basic techniques. For example, Yu Wu had already memorized the incantation for guiding qi into the body. Even if one ended up without spiritual roots, the Nourishing Qi Art could help ordinary people cultivate their mind and body, a fine meditation method. It was like prenatal education in his original world. Before the child was even born, they had already finished IELTS and TOEFL, ready to ace the entrance exams for prestigious universities. His memory had always been excellent. Without much effort, he memorized the entire book. Are you a genius? The system was astonished at his memory. I am, Yu replied casually. He indeed possessed a photographic memory. Host, if you're a genius, then how did you end up working for others in your original world, and even work yourself to death? Yu spoke in a tone suggesting the system had never seen the world, solemnly saying, to be precise, I'm not a genius, just slightly smarter than the average person. But in my world, even geniuses don't always make it big. He added, I attended a so-called prestigious university, but after graduation, I still couldn't find many job opportunities. Without being a true top-tier genius and lacking resources and luck, intelligence alone isn't everything. Feeling the resentment of a corporate slave, the system found the topic suddenly heavy and gave an awkward laugh, about to offer a word of comfort, when Yu added, besides, I wasn't exactly hardworking. System. Huh. Then wouldn't the host become a cultivation prodigy in this world? Yu shook his. He had indeed memorized it, but he didn't understand the meaning. It was all gibberish to him. Thus Yu had to burn the midnight oil studying sentence by sentence. Fortunately, the system seemed familiar with the manual. With the system's assistance, he gradually grasped the interpretation of those archaic texts. Busy days passed quickly. Naturally, Yu also failed to notice the faint medicinal scent wafting from Wanzhou these days, the herbal fragrance of gold wound ointment. It was the scent of herbal medicine from the gold trauma cream. One day, while reviewing accounts in his study, Lord Yu suddenly realized he hadn't seen his third son for many days. Since that unpleasant breakfast, Yu had indeed never appeared at any family banquet. Quite stubborn, Lord Yu snorted coldly, stroking his beard. He set down his brush and strolled with hands behind his back toward his third son's courtyard. Just as he stepped through the courtyard gate, a fluttering of wings sounded from the veranda. I'm your daddy. I'm your daddy. Lord Yu's dignified posture instantly crumbled. How dare you? What blind creature? He turned his head only to see a sleek mynah bird tilting its head at him. I'm your daddy. You wretched thing. Lord Yu cursed. I'm your daddy. Wretched thing. I'm your daddy. Wretched thing. The mynah bird, as if suddenly struck by inspiration, began to mimic the new phrase on the spot. Lord Yu was so furious he rolled up his sleeves to strike, when suddenly footsteps sounded from the corner of the veranda. Father, you are the head of the family, the pillar of the house. Why let a beast anger you? At the corner, a young boy dressed in a willow-colored long robe leaned against the wall, cradling several ancient texts in his arms. His unbound long hair cascaded like ink over his shoulders, enhancing the purity of his delicate face, where the morning light refracted in his amber eyes, and his almond-shaped eyes blinked playfully. This was none other than Yu, who had just emerged from the study. The father and son locked eyes, and Yu suddenly felt that his third son appeared to have changed in some way. He couldn't quite pinpoint the exact change. This bird was given by father. Have you forgotten? Yu is quite fond of it, except it always learns some nonsense. I'll handle it later, Yu said, acting quite obedient as he stepped closer to his adoptive father. I wonder what brings you here today, father. Before coming, Yu had prepared a mouthful of words to admonish him about his lack of decorum and pettiness, daring to sulk for such a long time without coming to apologize. However, seeing Yu's unusually docile demeanor, he swallowed back the harsh words that were about to escape his lips. He frowned and said coldly, have you been in the study lately? Did you comprehend the Yangqi method? I have a basic understanding, Yu replied, modestly handing the scroll in his hand to Wanzhou behind him, who easily accepted it and walked into the study. Yu squinted, feeling that his third son was merely putting on an act. After all, Yu had never shown an inclination for reading or writing before. He must just be pretending. Since you are diligent, recite the second chapter of the Yangqi method and let me hear it. Yu. Reciting. This old man is so boring. Focus your qi in the dantian and guard the spiritual platform. At first, Yu maintained an air of superiority, not believing that Yu could smoothly recite several lines. However, as the recitation continued without interruption, Yu's eyes gradually widened. First came disbelief, then shock, and finally, he was frozen in a state of indescribable embarrassment, his hands unconsciously calculating, as if confirming whether he had encountered something supernatural today. The clear voice of the child echoed in the courtyard, reciting the entire Yangqi method fluently, without missing a word. Yu's beard trembled, this was not just a basic understanding. Thus it is said to embrace the origin and guard oneness is the foundation of foundation establishment. After reciting the last line, Yu looked up at his father, the corners of his lips curling into a joyful arc. Was that pleasing to father's ears? For a moment Yulei was at a loss for words. Fortunately, the bird in the courtyard broke the awkward silence with the parrot starting to squawk again, driving people mad without remorse. You impertinent thing. Just as Yulei was about to erupt, he noticed the usually sullen servant quietly approaching, making not a sound as he walked. He saluted both Yulei and Yu before taking the birdcage to the outer courtyard. Strangely, the parrot that had just been so boisterous suddenly became listless, flapping its wings to the corner. The parrot seemed somewhat afraid of Wanzhou, and it began to recite auspicious phrases, congratulations and prosperity, congratulations and prosperity. At this, even Yu was left speechless. He hadn't expected the male lead to have such an effect. Ahem. Yulei cleared his throat, attempting to regain his authority as the head of the family. For the first time, he felt embarrassed in front of his son and immediately regretted coming here for no reason. Yu recited smoothly without making a mistake, and even a little furry creature dared to embarrass him. Tomorrow you and Wu need to go to Zhuke Street to purchase items for the Spirit Trial Conference. Do not forget, Yulei said, deliberately adopting a stern expression. After saying this, he turned to leave as if staying even a moment longer would make him uncomfortable. Yu pondered, stroking his chin. Going out to buy things. Come to think of it, there is indeed such a matter. The next day the sun hung high in the sky. When Yu arrived at the main entrance, Yu was already waiting there, followed by 8 or 9 small servants. This display made Yu somewhat amused. Did they really need to bring so many people just to go out to buy something? There were 3 carriages at the door, and surely 2 of them were needed just to hold the people. Third brother, you're really slow, Yu said cheerfully as he approached, yet his gaze kept darting toward Wanzhou. This little servant looks unfamiliar, but he seems much more clever than Aching. He pretended to be naive, tilting his head. Aching, what do you think? Huh. Aching was taken aback by the remark. Yu's head throbbed. He wished he could sew his 4th brother's mouth shut. Was this guy so restless that he couldn't go a day without causing a stir? Just then someone spoke from behind. Young master, you jest, Wanzhou replied in a calm and humble tone. Brother Aching has guided me a lot in the past. I am dull-witted, and it is out of young master's kindness that I have the opportunity to serve closely. What did Wanzhou just say? If it were the usual Wanzhou, he would never have spoken up in such a situation. He would have chosen to stay hidden. Yu could hardly believe his ears, and his heart was screaming like a gopher. Yu's smile stiffened, clearly not expecting this insolent servant to dare respond. He was about to retort again when Aching chuckled foolishly. In response to the 4th young master, we servants have nothing special. What young master likes is the best. Yu seemed momentarily taken aback, forgetting to scold them for interrupting. So 3rd brother is so fond of him. Clearly earlier you were still. Instead of worrying about this 4th brother, why not take more care of yourself? Yu couldn't be bothered to engage in such low-level provocations. Without waiting for Yu to finish, he lifted the curtain and climbed into the carriage. Instantly the carriage fell silent. Without Yu's prattle, even the air felt a bit fresher. For convenience in serving, the personal servant needed to ride with the master. Compared to Aching's excitement, Wanzhou sat silently in the corner, his figure almost merging with the shadows of the carriage. Yu didn't mind, choosing instead to lift the curtain and admire the scenery outside. The streets of the residential area were very quiet. After the carriage had traveled for a while, Yu finally noticed how grand the Yu Manor was. Not to mention the other residences on the same street. Even in the entire district, there was no house as imposing as this one. No wonder Yulei placed such importance on face, though indeed a local landowner was like this. In Yu's heart, he had labeled his adoptive father as a man living off his wife's dowry, given that he had risen to prominence due to his mother's wealth. However, that being said, could the entire family sustain itself for so many years solely on his mother's dowry? Yulei didn't seem like someone who could make money either. Just as he was pondering this, the carriage turned a corner, and the scene suddenly changed. Young master, we have arrived at Zhuke Street. It is said that this place is particularly safe, and even ordinary people without spiritual power can come and stroll around here. Aching said. The wind outside lifted Yu's hair, bringing a refreshing coolness. He saw pedestrians on the road dressed in various attire. Some wore plain white Taoist robes, some carried long swords, and there were even a few peculiar individuals wearing animal masks. The vendors at the roadside were selling not ordinary items, but all sorts of talismans, spiritual herbs, and magical tools. Yu leaned against the window, his eyes wide with curiosity. Only then did he feel a sliver of reality that he was in a world of cultivation. The wheels rolled, gradually coming to a halt. Young master, we've arrived, the coachman reported respectfully from outside. Yu lifted the curtain and descended, and the magnificent pavilion before him instantly captured his gaze. The entire pavilion was built with azure jade as its foundation and sandalwood as its pillars. On the main door hung a plaque with 3 gilded characters dancing like dragons and phoenixes, and as a gentle breeze passed, spiritual energy fell like fine rain. Yu stood on tiptoe to see the plaque, which read CU Tower. Third brother, we are destined to become cultivators. Such sights will no longer be rare in the future. Yu Wu's strange sardonic voice rang from beside him. Yu retorted, one would think fourth brother has already attained immortality. Catching the mockery in his tone, Yu Wu flicked his sleeves and stomped inside, puffed with anger. The moment he stepped into the building, a middle-aged shopkeeper with a goat beard hurried forward, even performing a cultivator's salute. Greetings to both young masters. This old man has prepared the items for the spiritual testing assembly, as per the list awaiting your inspection. The shopkeeper's attitude was excessively deferential, bowing to 2 young children in the manner of a cultivator. Yu was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He knew that the cultivation world valued seniority above all. Some merchant shopkeepers would only clasp their hands when meeting disciples of immortal sects, let alone bow to ordinary people like them. But he was not yet a cultivator and could not return the same courtesy. So Yu simply gave a slight nod, mimicking the original owner's habitual manner, while his peripheral vision caught Yu already familiarizing himself with the path to the second floor's private room. That fellow seemed quite at ease. This fourth brother appeared already acquainted with the layout of CU Tower, wandering around as if it were his own home. Yu deliberately made a circuit before stepping onto the stairs, then casually turned to Aching. Is the shopkeeper here very familiar with our Yu family? Aching looked surprised. Young master, have you forgotten? This is the second young master's establishment. Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Wait, second young master. Second brother. But second brother was not a cultivator. How could this be possible? A cultivation business of this scale could not possibly be owned by a mortal. Mortals use silver coins, but cultivators use spirit stones. Even a single small spirit stone was several times more valuable than silver. Instantly Yu felt a deep respect for his mysterious second brother. Regarding second brother, there were only scattered fragments in the original owner's memory. All he recalled was that he was named Yun, a man who rarely stayed at home, always away on business. Even when he returned to the Yu mansion, it was in the dead of night. Later, he became one of Wanzhou's key allies. Could it be that the Yu family's wealth all came from this second brother who was dedicated to business? No, that couldn't be. That would render father useless, confirming his status as a mere glutton. Yu walked absent-mindedly, losing focus, and suddenly stumbled, pitching forward. A warm palm caught him steadily. The hand was strong, yet its touch was incredibly gentle. Once Yu regained his balance, the hand immediately withdrew, retreating to a respectful distance. Yu turned and met Wanzhou's handsome eyes. The red cord that bound his hair swayed lightly. Thank you, he said, surprised, and voiced his gratitude. The protagonist actually offered to help him. Wasn't he supposed to stay 3 yards away? Wanzhou pressed his lips together, lowered his gaze, and stepped back. Yu couldn't quite describe the feeling Wanzhou gave him now. In crude terms, it was like a glacier gradually. What should he do? He had a premonition of hardship finally paying off, of reaching the dawn. If he didn't know that the system's luck value was negative, he would have thought Wanzhou had been reformed into a sunny, virtuous young boy. After collecting the necessary items from CU Tower, the sun was still early. Yu blinked and suggested strolling around Zhuke Street. Yu had no desire to play hypocrite with him, so the two parties split. Aching carried large and small bundles back to the carriage first. Yu turned to look at Wanzhou beside him. The youth remained as usual, but his obsidian-like eyes, illuminated by the street market's lanterns, were tinged with the colors of the mortal world. Let's take a walk. Since he had nothing better to do, Yu yawned. Wanzhou walked silently by his side. It was then that Yu stealthily noticed Wanzhou seemed much taller than himself. Though only a few years apart, he was a full head taller. How infuriating. Even in height, the protagonist had a natural gift. Zhuke Street buzzed with life. Every stall and shopper was a cultivator, creating a lively spectacle. Yu looked around, utterly fascinated by the place. Lanterns floated in midair, and little paper messengers zipped back and forth, cleverly avoiding pedestrians when they collided. To the left, a veiled old man sat cross-legged on a floating meditation cushion. Before him lay a cultivation scripture that turned its own pages occasionally, emitting golden Tao patterns, as if alive. Little ones, you wouldn't need this, the old man said with a chuckle, seeing Yu's sparkling eyes. Go buy some food. Yu approached and bought a large steamed bun for himself and another for Wanzhou. They found a step to sit on and munched on their buns. Yu approached and bought a large steamed bun for himself and another for Wanzhou. They found a step to sit on and munched on their buns. The atmosphere was rare and peaceful. Just as he finished his bun and was about to stand, a roar froze him. Yu instinctively halted and turned around. 5 or 6 cultivators in silver armor were shouting at the sky. The next moment a figure brushed past him at incredible speed, the gust blowing his hair into disarray. Stop. Zhuke Street is a no-flee zone. A black-robed cultivator fled on a flying sword, pursued closely by the silver-armored ones. Another loose cultivator, I suppose. How reckless, remarked the shopkeeper selling talisman paper, unfazed. A shopkeeper nearby chimed in, I've said it before. This section of Zhuke Street doesn't allow sword flight. Why won't they listen? If you ask me, they have too much free time. Yu watched the commotion with amusement, then, after a short stroll, decided to head back. On the way back, Wanzhou suddenly moved to the outside of the path, leaving the inner side for Yu. He seemed distracted, gripped by an inexplicable foreboding. Just then a disturbance broke out on the opposite street. The noise grew from afar, voices becoming distinct. Then a terrified shout rang out, something's happened. Something's happened. Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned. No. It couldn't be this unlucky. On Zhuke Street, a cultivator's territory, when someone shouted that something happened, it was truly grave. But it was said to be especially safe here, even for mortals to wander freely. As the distant uproar intensified, the crowd parted like a tide, and a group of panicked people came sprinting from the east. What's going on? Run. Hey, I haven't packed up my stall yet. The once leisurely street erupted like a burst beehive. Several little paper messengers spun in panic midair, then slapped onto passers-by's backs, and were carried away. The street instantly became packed. Wanzhou was pushed back by the torrent of people, his back crashing heavily against the stall. When he finally steadied himself, he immediately scanned the area for the young master. But Yu's figure had already been swallowed by the crowd. Amid intersecting silhouettes, he vaguely glimpsed a small green-clad form. Wanzhou reached out, forgetting even to say young master, instinctively about to call Yu's name. But another person slammed into him violently, his spine striking the edge of a nearby stall. He couldn't even touch Yu's sleeve before being scattered by the crowd. Amidst the chaos, the sounds of shouting and screams echoed continuously. What is that? Oh my, it's a bone lizard. Someone cried out desperately. The bone lizard raised by the Moon Ming sect. How could they appear here? Forget it. Run. As Wanzhou looked up, his pupils instantly dilated. A monstrous beast towering 2 stories high was trampling the stalls in its path. It resembled a giant lizard measuring 30 feet in length, standing on 2 legs, with fur-crimson eyes on its face and sharp teeth filling its gaping maw. Black mist surged along its back, revealing the stark, white bones behind it. Many ordinary people or low-level cultivators scattered in panic, yet conversely some figures surged against the flow. The bone lizard's venomous fangs can break through armor talismans. Fellow Taoists, let us join forces to slay it. They'll join too. Count me in. The monstrous beast was ranked according to the levels of heaven and earth, with the heavenly level being the pinnacle. The bone lizard was a mid-tier beast of the Xian rank, swift and venomous, yet due to its low intelligence, it was a rare material for refining tools for cultivators above the golden core stage. Thus, in addition to those fleeing, some cultivators drew their swords or spiritual weapons, the glimmer of sword light and talisman images flickering as they charged toward the beast. Wanzhou pushed through the crowd and faintly spotted a small figure in blue being jostled dangerously. He didn't know what was happening to him. The thought that Yu might be in danger made his heart race, as if it would leap from his chest. How could such a small body navigate through the crowd in such a tumult? Could he escape on his own? The sounds of screams, cries, and conversations seemed to filter through a layer of water, becoming muffled and indistinct. Wanzhou bit his lip and slowly walked against the flow of the crowd, trying to get closer to Yu. Just as he was about to weave through the crowd, a strong hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Wanzhou turned sharply, meeting a pair of resolute eyes. It was a guard from Zhuke Street, clad in silver armor. Kid, don't run around, the guard frowned and said. Seeing Wanzhou still struggling, he simply picked him up and said, let's go, we need to get you to safety first. There are still people trapped over there. Wanzhou clutched the guard's sleeve tightly. Who? It's my family's young master. The guard followed his gaze and saw dust billowing in the distance, completely obscuring the situation, let alone finding a child. As the bone lizard roared and approached, the guard couldn't afford to think further and shouted, run. Just as the words left his mouth, Wanzhou was forcefully whisked away. In the distance, 7 or 8 silver-armored guards had formed a wall, casting spells to activate a shimmering array of golden light, while further away other guards were directing the crowd to evacuate orderly, head west. There's a protective array on the west street. Don't crowd. One at a time. Stay within the barrier for now. The disciples of the Zhuyin sect should arrive soon. Near the western city gate, a defensive barrier had already been erected. Among the crowd, Wanzhou spotted the panicked Yu, who was all alone, trembling all over, his brocade robe covered in dust. You are from Third Young Master's courtyard. Bring me back. Seeing Wanzhou, Yu lunged forward like he had found a lifeline. His pale face resembled paper, devoid of the usual arrogance he displayed. After being swept away by the crowd, he found himself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, finally spotting a familiar one. As people surged towards him, Wanzhou quickly grasped his wrist with such force that Yu Wu cried out in pain. "Ah. What are you doing?" Wanzhou asked without flinching. "Is third young master here?" With more and more people being rescued, and since Yu Wu was also within the barrier perhaps. "I don't know." Yu Wu stammered under Wanzhou's piercing gaze, feeling a pressure he had never experienced from a servant before. Wanzhou immediately released him, glancing around to confirm that Yu Yu was truly not there, his heart sinking. Third young master was still over there. This realization caused his breath to hitch slightly. In the distance, the roars of the beast echoed, mixed with the sounds of collapsing buildings and roaring flames, turning Zhuke Street into a hellish inferno. Wanzhou thought he should feel fear. Yet if he abandoned Yu Yu to return to the manor alone, the Yu family would undoubtedly beat him to death. This reason was sufficient to justify his actions enough to convince himself. He knew Yu Yu was merely a spoiled child of a noble family who had once humiliated him, and he had no obligation to save him. Yet, he could not bear the shame of failing to protect his master. Indeed, if he didn't act, he would certainly be beaten to death. It was out of necessity that he sought out Yu Yu, it wasn't out of concern. Wanzhou closed his eyes, repeatedly chewing over this excuse, as if it could help him ignore the turmoil within his heart. His gaze passed over the tumultuous crowd, finally, settling on the last spot, where Yu Yu had disappeared. The boy's ponytail danced wildly in the wind, as he took a step toward the barrier, amidst the swirling smoke. Behind him, Yu Wu stared at his back in disbelief, as if looking at a hopeless madman. At the start of the chaos, Yu Yu was knocked to the ground by the surging crowd. He struggled to get up, but with legs running all around him, lifting his head slightly could lead to being stomped on. It was over, it was over, it was over. He frantically rang alarm bells in his mind. What a joke! If this small body of mine gets stepped on, wouldn't that be the end of me? Yu Yu raised his hands to protect his head, awkwardly curling up to the side. Once the crowd thinned out a bit, he slowly moved toward the edge of the street, following the flow of people. Grinding his teeth, he decided to crawl toward the edge of the street, using both hands and feet, feeling the ground tremble beneath him. Yu Yu was filled with urgency. On one hand, the beast's roars echoed in his ears, and on the other, he had lost track of Wanzhou. System, he yelled in his mind. What now? Give me a hint. The system's voice seemed a bit anxious. Host, quickly find cover. Don't get trampled. I'm looking without you telling me. Yu Yu dodged a few feet, while rolling and crawling, finally catching sight of a half-open building by the street. Without a second thought, he dashed inside, slamming the door shut behind him, leaning against the door panel to catch his breath. He didn't even know where his hairpin had fallen, and his long hair hung messily over his shoulders. Yu Yu prayed in his heart, please, whatever that beast outside is, don't tear down the house. The room was dimly lit, and the air carried a faint herbal fragrance. Only then did he realize he had seemingly stumbled into a pharmacy. Just as he was about to relax, he suddenly heard a light cracking sound from the back room, as if someone had stepped on a branch. Yu Yu froze in place. His body tensed up, instinctively moving along the edge of the medicine cabinet. However, he suddenly felt the ground drop away beneath him, and a sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him. Yu Yu fell heavily onto a slope, sliding down the damp passageway. When he finally landed, the dust kicked up, stung his eyes, and he quickly covered his mouth with his sleeve, anxiously looking around. Is this what they call a secret door commonly seen in cultivation novels? Before he could finish his complaints, clear footsteps suddenly echoed from above. The sounds drew closer. Yu Yu jolted and quickly ducked into the nearest shadowy corner, pressing his back against the cold stone wall. As the footsteps faded, it seemed two people were conversing behind him, their voices intermittently reaching his ears. Outside. Chaotic. Is it a... Don't worry. The bone lizard. Is enough to keep them in disarray. Are we taking that thing? Naturally. The voices were faint, and although Yu Yu couldn't hear them clearly, he understood. Secret passages, hidden rooms, eavesdropping, suspicious conversations. This was a classic scene of courting disaster. He always mocked Wanzhou for being unlucky, yet here, he was the real, unlucky one. The content of the two people's conversation was quite suspicious. Yu Yu felt he had missed some important information. Instinctively, he edged closer to the source of the sound, but unexpectedly, a cold hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. There is someone behind him. Yu Yu's mind went blank, a buzzing sound echoed in his ears, and he nearly lost his soul. His heart waged a war between life and death, one moment contemplating his demise, and the next recalling that he had already died once, leaving him with little to fear. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly turned around, meeting a pair of eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. Yen. Yu Yu's eyes widened in shock, unable to restrain his voice. Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was covered. How could the male lead be here? Wanzhou, how did he find me? The person behind him frowned, gently shook his head, and made a shrewd gesture with his finger by his lips, slowly releasing the other hand that had covered Yu Yu's mouth. The corner was quite small, it could accommodate one child, but squeezing in two was a bit difficult. They had to stick closely together. Wanzhou brought a hint of reassurance to this cramped corner. Yu shifted slightly, intending to create some space for him, but his clumsy movements only made the small corner feel more crowded. Wanzhou, irritated by his fidgeting, simply wrapped his arms around Yu, securing the child in front of him. The young master was warm, his body felt like a small fireball. Even though Yu had 1,000 questions in his heart, he understood that it was not the right time to speak. He raised his face, sneakily pointed at the stone wall behind them, exchanging glances. There are people there. Wanzhou understood his meaning and blinked slowly. I know, don't make a sound. MHM. Follow me. MHM. The two held their breath, moving slowly against each other. With the faint firelight, Yu finally noticed that Wanzhou had crawled in through a small high window, which was so narrow that even a child had to turn sideways to pass through. You go first. Wanzhou pointed at the window, lifting Yu by the waist. The scorching heat from his palms seeped through the fabric, and Yu finally realized that the other's strength was considerable. Wanzhou clearly intended to hold the rear. Knowing he would slow them down, Yu did not refuse. He awkwardly squeezed through the window, and after climbing out, he immediately turned back and extended his hand, using all his strength to pull Wanzhou up. Suddenly a hoarse roar erupted from behind. Who is there? Without further ado, a fierce attack sliced through the air. Boom. The entire wall exploded with a loud bang, and amidst the flying debris, Yu saw two figures in black robes emerge from the room, one tall and the other slender. Run! Wanzhou urged in a low voice, pushing Yu forward. Are there two kids? MHM. The voice of the black-clad figures was altered, making it impossible to run. Wanzhou urged in a low voice, pushing Yu forward. Are there two kids? MHM. The voice of the black-clad figures was altered, making it impossible to determine gender or age. Leave it to you, I'll retreat first. After leaving this sentence, the slender figure in black disappeared. The black-clad figure left behind clearly did not want to reveal their identity. They did not use any weapons, but casually picked up a stone, weighing it in their hand. With a flash of cold light, the stone, infused with spiritual energy, shot toward the location of the two. Wanzhou reacted quickly, pulling Yu close as they rolled on the ground, awkwardly hiding behind a stone pillar. Clang, clang, clang. Instantly the stone pillar was shattered and debris rained down from the roof. The dilapidated building could no longer support itself and collapsed completely, the thunderous noise nearly shattering Yu's eardrums. System, he wailed inwardly. Your host and the male lead are going to die here. You promised protection during the beginner phase. I'm working on it. The system replied anxiously. Just hold on a bit longer. I'm activating the beginner emergency function now. How much longer? Yu was on the verge of breaking down. Charging the teleportation array 10%. At the speed of the black-clad figures, it wouldn't take a moment to eliminate the two of them. Don't space out. Wanzhou's voice rang in his ear, gripping Yu's hand tightly and forcibly dragging him forward. The situation was too urgent. He couldn't even adjust his stance, his body lagging behind the pace of escape. He was practically being dragged along the ground by Wanzhou. They were experiencing their first life and death chase, and they had no ability to resist. Charging the teleportation array 30. The two stumbled through the precarious doorway, frantically fleeing for their lives. The black-clad figure seemed wary of the crowd on the street and did not immediately pursue them. Instead, they watched from a distance. Yu's heart sank. Indeed, killing two powerless children was a piece of cake for him, and there was no need for him to chase relentlessly. As long as they remained within his line of sight, no matter how far they fled, they could not escape his attack. Charging the teleportation array 60. Suddenly close to the street, Yu felt that oppressive sense of danger gradually dissipating, but he dared not stop, simply unable to resist glancing back. He saw the black-clad figure still standing in place, extremely far away. They slowly raised a hand, gathering a willow leaf at their fingertip, then aimed the leaf tip at Wanzhou. Yu's mind flashed with 8 words, plucking leaves and flying flowers, sealing the throat with blood. Be careful. His body acted before his mind could catch up as he anxiously leaped back, forcefully shoving Wanzhou aside. In the next moment, Yu crashed heavily to the ground. The coldness hit his left shoulder first, followed by an excruciating burning pain, as if flames were licking at him, leaving him incapacitated. So this is what it feels like to be hit by a hidden weapon. Charging the teleportation array 80. Charging the teleportation array 90. Wanzhou's voice suddenly changed pitch, the 2 words nearly cracking, filled with an unprecedented blood. Droplets splattered onto his eyelashes, and Yu's dark pupils seemed to be stained dark red. The sight of Yu collapsing appeared in slow motion to Wanzhou. He could still hear his heart racing abnormally. Thump, thump, thump. He could no longer care about the black-clad figures or fleeing. His knees hit the ground heavily, the gravel digging into his skin, oblivious to the pain. Wanzhou frantically held Yu in his arms, a hairpin slipping from his sleeve, rolling onto the ground. The weight in his hands felt frighteningly light, as if it would shatter with the slightest force. The young master's blue collar, embroidered with golden threads, was already soaked with blood. The once spirited little face was now pale as paper, with only a few scratches from the ground glaringly red, his long hair cascading down helplessly. Why save me? The world spun, the air trembled. His hands trembled, his body shook, his soul quivered, even his voice trembled. Why? No one answered. This Yu who once filled him with disgust, who frightened him, yet ignited a glimmer of hope, why would he risk his life to save him? The little crack in his heart that had been continuously shaken finally shattered, sprouting a tender shoot. Yu, fainting from pain and waking up again, dizzily felt something repeatedly hitting his face, hot, like boiling water. He struggled to open his eyes. His face was so close. The youth's brows and eyes were already showing brilliance, the slight upward curve at the corners of his eyes moistened by tears, which continuously fell from the corners, blurring into a shade of red. His long eyelashes, stained with fine droplets of blood and tears, sparkled like tiny stars. Yu was dazzled by his beauty, dazedly extending the uninjured hand, lightly brushing against his face. Don't cry, this young master isn't dead yet. Wanzhou heard Yu's hoarse voice. But he couldn't utter a word, tears blurred his vision. Then he heard Yu say, in the past, I did those terrible things to you, I'm sorry. Yu slowly spoke, his lips forming a strained arc. Wanzhou, I am very sorry. Teleportation array charging complete 100. A blinding white light engulfed the two embracing figures. Before the black-clad figure could react, the ground where they had stood was left with nothing but emptiness. Their figures vanished without a trace. Yu opened his eyes, a splitting headache assaulting him. Every part of his body except for his eyelids felt incredibly stiff and immovable. Is this a narrow escape from death? He struggled to turn his neck. His vision was still unclear, but he could already smell the medicinal aroma surrounding him. What came into view was a handsome face, uniquely serene in sleep. Wanzhou was clearly asleep, not leaning over the bed's edge, but resting his chin on his hand in a light slumber. Even while resting, his elbow was propped up on a washed-out cloth, as if he were afraid of soiling the quilt. Some strands of his ink-black hair fell across Wanzhou's face, covering half of it. Yu watched, feeling a strange itch in his heart, wanting to tidy up the male lead's hair. As if sensing his gaze, Wanzhou suddenly lifted his head. Their eyes met, and Yu clearly saw his bloodshot eyes along with the heavy dark circles beneath. Wanzhou instinctively wiped the corner of his eye with his sleeve, his throat moving as he hoarsely said, Young master, you're awake. Yu was stunned by his own voice, but was this really his voice? He thought it sounded like a duck from the pond outside had come to life, which was quite terrifying. Seeing him trying to move, Wanzhou quickly sat up and helped him lean against the headboard, then rearranged the fallen covers to cover the area below his wounds. He then turned to pour a cup of tea from the table and gently brought it to Yu's lips, tilting the cup slightly to serve him. The warm water moistened his lips and slid down his throat, and Yu finally felt revived. However, pain shot through his left shoulder with any movement, and he couldn't lift his arm. Wanzhou was focused on feeding him water, his brow slightly furrowed and his starry eyes covered by long lashes. When he spoke, his voice was gentle and soft. Drink slowly. Under the suffocating tenderness of the male lead's tone, Yu felt as if he were drinking not ordinary water, but nectar of the gods. Behind him, a hand gently helped him breathe more easily, while a thick pillow was placed behind his waist. Only Wanzhou was present in the room, no sign of a Qing or any other servants. Just then, a Qing walked in with a basin of clean water. Let me help young master with a wash, you should rest a bit. You've been keeping watch for 3 days, even an Iron Man can't. A Qing recalled the scene from 3 days ago and felt a wave of fear wash over him. At that time, he was counting goods in a carriage on Zhuke Street, when he suddenly heard a spine-chilling roar from afar, followed by the ground shaking and crowds screaming in panic. Fortunately, the guards used barriers to protect ordinary people like them. Once the chaos settled, the fortunate ones returned to the Yu residence. At that time, being able to keep one's life was already a stroke of luck. The survivors each looked pale, but Yu was the most frightened, cowering in the corner of the carriage on the way back, biting his nails and trembling. In that moment, A Qing finally felt his soul return to his body, noticing that 2 people were missing. Where was the young master? And where was Wanzhou? A Qing was in a panic, his hands sweating. Just as he was about to report to the master, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the gate. At that time, Wanzhou was carrying the young master back to the Yu residence, both of them covered in blood, unable to tell who was more injured. Quick, save him. As everyone hurriedly took over the unconscious Yu, they found that Wanzhou's fingers were clamped down on Yu's wrist, like a vice impossible to pry apart. The 14-year-old boy, still growing, had astonishing strength, as if he feared that if he released his grip the person would vanish before him. Only when the old doctor rushed over with his medicine box did Wanzhou stagger away, as if his soul had been drawn out. During the time that the third young master was in a coma, Wanzhou was called by Old Master Yu several times for questioning. Each time he returned, he looked exhausted but remained by the bedside. At that point, Qing could no longer utter a single harsh word. Previously, he had only thought that this gloomy boy was peculiar, but now he understood what true loyalty meant. Everyone believed that Wanzhou had performed admirably in protecting the young master, making him the most capable loyal servant in the entire Yu family. Even Yu Wu later awkwardly admitted that he had indeed seen Wanzhou rush into the flames to search for Yu. Although Wanzhou had never acknowledged that it was he who saved Yu, everyone in the Yu family believed it to be an established fact. Wanzhou repeated again and again that he was saved by the third young master, and that the third young master was injured because of him. But who would believe that? How could a young master protect a servant? Was the sun rising in the west? Moreover, given Yu's usual disposition, it was simply impossible. Even Qing felt deeply ashamed. He had been so frightened that his soul had fled, and it was only after being saved that he remembered the young master. As a fellow servant, just this fact alone made him feel he could never hold his head high in front of Wanzhou. No need, I can help young master wash up. His voice came from within the room, calm, yet firm, leaving no room for refusal. Qing opened his mouth to persuade him further, but as he stepped into the inner room, his eyes widened in shock. Young master, you're all right. Just as he was about to say something, Wanzhou shot him a glance, his brow furrowed, pressing a finger against his lips. Silence. The subtle gesture made Qing immediately cover his mouth, but the joy in his eyes was undeniable. He tiptoed to the bedside and whispered in his ear, young master, you've finally woken up. This has made everyone so anxious over the past 3 days. Well, go tell the master right away. I'm fine. Yu was overwhelmed by his rapid-fire words, his head buzzing. I'd like to rest a bit more. Qing nodded, repeatedly backing out and quickly running towards Old Master Yu's courtyard. The room fell quiet again, but Yu's gaze unconsciously drifted towards Wanzhou, who was now kneeling and wringing out a warm towel. He approached Yu softly, saying, if you're tired, young master, you can sleep. I'll help you wash you. I'll be gentle and won't wake you. How could anyone possibly sleep through that? Yu's heart trembled. Deep down, he was still a modern person. Forget about someone washing him. He wasn't even accustomed to having someone assist him with bathing, let alone it being the male lead. The male lead himself helping him wash. What sort of treatment was this for a female lead? He was supposed to have the script for a good brother. And no, that's not necessary. Yu instinctively shrank back, his voice trembling. Wanzhou looked at him with deep, gentle eyes. Young master had a fever during his deep sleep, and you're sweaty. It would be more comfortable to wipe it off. Wanzhou spoke to Yu in a tone meant to soothe the child. Yu thought he could struggle a little longer. After all, he had been in a bad state for 3 days, so what was a little longer? But then he suddenly became aware of something, his nose twitching slightly. Wait. There was not even a hint of sweat or odor on him. Clearly he had been in a coma for 3 days. Illogically, he should have stunk by now. However, at this moment, there was only a faint soap scent in his collar, and even his hair felt fresh with no sticky feeling at all, completely unlike someone who had been bedridden for so long. A shocking suspicion arose in his mind. Yu tried to push this thought away. It couldn't be true. The other person seemed to sense his confusion, continuing his actions while moving closer with the copper basin, saying lightly, in the past few days, I've also helped young master wash and change his inner garments. Although he was still a child, and his body was nothing to look at, they were both boys. But he still had a basic sense of modesty. Hadn't he been completely exposed? What was even scarier was that he himself was still unaware of this situation. Under Yu's vehement refusal, Wanzhou only wiped his hands, feet, and face. The cold fingers and warm towel brushed across his skin, leaving a glistening sheen of water. Yu endured the unfamiliar sensation throughout his face, nearly puffing up into a pufferfish. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt that Wanzhou, while wiping his face, intentionally or unintentionally tried to pinch his cheeks. It must be his imagination. Both of them had a whole basket full of words they wanted to say and ask each other. Back then. How did you find me? Did you also accidentally stumble into that secret chamber? Yu finally asked the question that had been lingering for so long. He propped himself up slightly, straining his shoulder injury, and let out a soft hiss of pain. His gaze immediately fell on his shoulder, clearly worried, yet he still answered in a low voice. After being separated by the crowd, the guards first took me to a safe place, but you were not there. So, I turned back to the street, searched all the way, and finally found your crown, young master, at the door of a house. Indeed, he had his crown knocked off at that time. He never expected that to become his clue to find him. Wait, you went back? Yu suddenly raised his voice. There were bone lizards on the street, then everywhere was dangerous. Do you have a death wish? Yin Wanzhou looked at him in silence. What about you? When you blocked that attack for me, did you ever consider the danger? He didn't say it aloud, but you read it clearly from his eyes. The air froze for a moment. Yin Wanzhou asked another question. Why did we suddenly return to the Yu mansion back? He clearly remembered that moment, the black-clad man closing in, you severely wounded and near death, and he himself unable to protect him. He thought they were doomed, but at the critical moment a flash of spiritual light appeared, and when he opened his eyes again, they had safely returned to the Yu mansion. Yu froze, then his heart raced. Damn, this matter hasn't been glossed over yet. The system must never be exposed, but how could he explain that sudden teleportation? In a flash he had a brainstorm, and his face instantly assumed an expression of nostalgia and sorrow. Oh, this. Yu tilted his head slightly, tapping his chin with his index finger. Probably it's a protective spell left by my late mother. Although he felt sorry for his never-met mother, he could only take advantage of her name. Yin Wanzhou knew that Yu's deceased mother was a powerful cultivator, so he didn't press further. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. However, for Yin Wanzhou, there was one sentence he had to tell Yu no matter what. Young master's life-saving grace, Wanzhou will never forget. He didn't say much, but his words carried an inexplicable weight, as if carved into his bones and blood. Yu looked at his bitter and resentful expression and suddenly laughed out loud. He flicked Yin Wanzhou's forehead with his fingertip, his tone rising. Anyway, I'm glad you were willing to come back. Don't say that saving me is what a servant should do. In a life-and-death moment, anyone else would have run away without a trace. Well, you saved me once, and I saved you once. Now that it's come to this, we don't need to thank or apologize to each other anymore, okay? You haven't rested for a long time either. Go back and get some sleep first. Yu quickly finished a series of words, not giving him a chance to refute. Yin Wanzhou covered his forehead, staring at Yu in a daze, his eyes filled with fragmented emotions. A beam of heavenly light suddenly pierced the long-clouded dark world, dazzling him until his vision blurred. Yu was still smiling. Be obedient, go back. Yin Wanzhou nodded dumbly and drifted out of the room in a daze. So obedient, it was unbelievable. The system suddenly interjected. Tisk worth it. Host's heroic rescue this time directly upgraded you from enemy to white moonlight. Yin Wanzhou will probably be moved for a lifetime. Yu said, that's not that exaggerated. Of course it is. In the male lead's gloomy 14 years of life, this is the first time someone has stood in front of him to protect him, and this person is the master who once bullied him. Still, the host is excellent, knowing that he is extremely desperate for kindness and able to think of using this method to win over the male lead. Look at his current state, it's just. Yu felt that the system was wrong. This statement made it seem like everything he did was for the mission, but in fact it wasn't like that. Yu retorted, when danger is clearly discovered, how can one stand by and do nothing? Moreover, Yin Wanzhou had already been rescued and could have stayed in the safe formation, yet he still risked his life to come back and save me. Now we've done each other favors. No one owes anyone. It's brotherhood forged through life and death. Putting aside everything else, the fact that Yin Wanzhou voluntarily ran back to find him was surprising enough. At that time, he could have simply left him behind. Yet he still chose to take him along to escape, risking alone into the dangerous underground chamber. Yu wasn't made of stone, of course he was moved. The system's tone was curious. Host, didn't you take that attack to make the male lead feel guilty, and thus bring him? The situation was so urgent back then, who could think that much? Yu said contemptuously. Besides, I just wanted to push him away, not take the hit myself. Who told me to be unlucky? Although the apology afterward was somewhat taking advantage of the situation, in the end it's your fault, system. That so-called novice protection period was all a scam. We almost both died. The system gave a few dry laughs. Host, let's look at the good news instead. Ding. Detected fluctuation in male lead's luck value. Current luck value 150. Novice mission completion progress 100. Reward luck value 30. Novice special reward luck value 20. Ding. Detected fluctuation in male lead's luck value. Current luck value 100. A series of interfaces popped up in Yu's mind, finally converging on the number luck value 100. 100. Yu was greatly shocked. It's already 100. Completing the plot can reward this much value. He remembered that the luck value of an ordinary cultivator was only around 100. In other words, Yin Wanzhou had now turned over from a little unlucky guy, his luck rising to the average level of cultivators. I won't lie to you. Our missions are considerate and kind. Ding. New mission released. Please have the host and the male lead join the Zhuyin sect together, improve strength, become the male lead's right-hand man, and deepen their bond. Sounds like a long-term mission. Yu asked. The mission content was quite simple and short: get along well with the male lead and improve oneself. Presumably, it was also preparation for the subsequent plot. Not only that, because the male lead's luck value reached 100, the host has also unlocked 3 rewards. The system opened a golden glittering screen. After playing the flamboyant gift pack animation, the system popped up a few big characters. Physical enhancement. After taking this, the host's physical condition will receive an epic level enhancement, making up for the original bonus slightly frail constitution due to premature birth, and also accelerating the healing of this injury. Health is a good thing. You didn't think twice and directly ate it. The second reward, single spirit root guarantee card. What's this? You asked. Spirit roots are divided into two major categories: the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and variants thunder, ice, wind, etc. Mortals have no spirit root. Pseudo-spirit roots are a mix of 4 or 5 attributes with extremely slow cultivation speed. Triple spirit roots are at the level of ordinary cultivators. Dual spirit roots can become sect elites. And a single spirit root is the genius among geniuses. Simply put, the fewer spirit roots the better, just like milk tea toppings. The more you add, the more it becomes like 8 treasure porridge with a complicated taste. Yes, mouth twitched. What a weird metaphor. And this single spirit root guarantee card ensures that when the host awakens his spirit root, he will definitely obtain a random single spirit root aptitude. As long as you cultivate diligently, the host can also match the male lead. You asked curiously, what spirit root does Wanzhou have? He's the protagonist, of course. He has the standard single element variant spirit root for a protagonist. This guarantee card is quite useful after all, since he would be following Wanzhou in the future. If he turned out to have a 5 element or no spirit root at the spirit testing assembly, it would be very awkward. You rubbed his hands excitedly. Hurry up and bring out the last reward. Who would have thought that this unreliable system would give all good stuff? The last reward was named Dad's Apology. What the hell is this? It sounds so. A father's apology is, as the name suggests, a father's apology. Hearing your words is like hearing your words. Splendid. You said listlessly. The system explained, the host can use this privilege to propose a condition to master you. As long as it doesn't involve matters of principle and is within his ability, master you will readily agree. For example, make him slap himself. You found it amusing. It's not impossible, just a bit wasteful. The host might take this opportunity to gain the position of family head, or smack. You put his palms together and clapped sharply. Speaking of which, he did have one matter he wished to entrust to master you. The days of recuperation passed swiftly. The physique-enhancing pill gifted by the system was indeed effective. His waist and legs no longer ached, and the speed of wound healing had quickened considerably. At first you thought the 2 black-clad men would pursue him to silence him, but after waiting anxiously for a long time, nothing happened. To be honest, you felt wronged. Although the cultivation world was like this, some people loved to stir up trouble and kill at will. He had truly stumbled into the secret chamber by accident and hadn't clearly heard what the 2 were babbling about. Before even setting foot on the path of immortality, he had already tasted its perils. Anyway, life went on. Once his injuries nearly healed, the day to depart for Zhuyun's sect arrived in the blink of an eye. During this period, you noticed that Wanzhou seemed increasingly off. First, he was abnormally silent. Ever since they made up, Wanzhou's attitude toward him had shifted from one extreme to another. You found it quite pleasing. After all, the concern revealed in his eyes was genuine, and Wanzhou had even increased the frequency of his speech. But recently, he had gradually become taciturn. Although he usually had few words, at least he would respond to him. In the past few days, Wanzhou always did things with a vacant stare, his lips pressed into a tight line. Even when you deliberately teased him, it took him a long time to react. Second, his behavior was strange. You had more than once caught him huddled in his room packing before the trip. Those clothes were folded and unfolded repeatedly until they were almost worn smooth, as if he could never get them right. It seemed less like he truly wanted to pack and more like he was using it to suppress some emotion. The most obvious instance was last night. You woke up in the middle of the night to find Wanzhou standing silently by his bed, his eyes dark and unreadable in the moonlight. Ghost. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Seeing him awake, the male lead immediately turned his face away and said in a hoarse voice that he had only come to change the bandages. Change bandages? The bandages had been changed just an hour ago. All these bizarre behaviors were truly peculiar. You didn't expose him, but that didn't stop him from suspecting, pondering, contemplating, and investigating. This suspicion, pondering, contemplation, and investigation continued until you had hypocritically bid a deep farewell to Master Yu, and the Yu family entrusted his courtyard to a Qing and plopped himself onto the carriage. After all these actions, this suspicion, pondering, contemplation, and investigation continued until you had hypocritically bid a deep farewell to Master Yu, and the Yu family entrusted. At that moment, Wanzhou's emotions were taut to freezing point, the entire iceberg in his heart, threatening to collapse. He turned his head to look at you, wanting to say something, but daring not to speak. The carriage jolted forward, the scenery outside gradually becoming unfamiliar. Wanzhou knew that with every mile the moment of parting drew nearer. This farewell was inevitable. From now on you would become a lofty immortal sect disciple, while he was nothing but a servant without even freedom. Cultivators yearned for the great Tao and would no longer care about worldly troubles. The difference between immortal and mortal was never distance, but time. A casual seclusion could span a mortal's lifetime, and delving into enlightenment could mean 100 years in the mortal world. It was said that some cultivators after reaching foundation establishment gradually lost their 7 emotions and 6 desires. By the time they attained Mahayana, all earthly affairs were but a grand dream. When would the next meeting be? By then the young master might not even remember who he was. What more could be said? To say he was unwilling. To say he didn't want to part this way. Wanzhou laughed bitterly in his heart. This wasn't a thought a servant should have. What were these trivial obsessions worth? Yu was startled by his gaze. The young man's eyes were rimmed red as if he was suppressing something with all his might. A desperate restraint like a trapped beast futilely struggling in a cage. The carriage suddenly jolted up and down. Wanzhou instinctively reached out to guard Yu, sighed, his lips parting and closing several times. Every word seemed forced out from his throat. May the young master be safe and sound, may everything go smoothly. Wanzhou, we'll wait here for your return. Yu stared at him for 2 seconds. Suddenly he cupped his face with both hands. Warm palms pressed against icy cheeks. Yu rubbed them a few times, coaxing some color into his pale skin. Wanzhou didn't resist, merely pursing his thin lips and trembling his long lashes as if he had been thoroughly bullied by Yu. What are you thinking about? Yu asked while taking advantage. Suddenly countless versions of Wanzhou flashed through his mind, the one who endured bullying without a word, the one who silently bore insults, the one who knelt on the ground in silence, the one who stubbornly refused help, and the one who tenderly cared for him. But none of those Wanzhou were like this one now. Like a little dog soaked in rain, pitiful yet stubborn. Wanzhou's eyes filled with confusion. Young master, what are you saying? Yu was almost amused into anger. You've already followed me onto the carriage, and you still don't get it. This young master is taking you away. Just then the curtain of the second window, the one closest to them, suddenly danced wildly. The spring breeze poured into the carriage without permission, carrying fresh floral scents and grass clippings, tousling Yu's hair into a messy whirl. His pupils slightly dilated. A voice echoed in Wanzhou's mind. Is this reality? Or a dream? Does the young master truly mean that? Reason screamed that it was impossible, but his heart raced uncontrollably. The next second Yu suddenly pulled out a piece of paper with yellowed edges from his bosom and waved it before him. Do you recognize this? Before he could speak, Yu deliberately drawled, pretending to check the name. Oh, the name is Wanzhou. The portrait is quite good too, and here is your fingerprint. Wanzhou naturally recognized it. That was his indenture contract. Then Yu pinched a corner of the paper, and under Wanzhou's almost dazed gaze, rip. A crisp tearing sound echoed through the carriage. Wanzhou watched helplessly as the contract that had bound him since birth turned into shreds between Yu's fingers, which were then scattered outside the window, like willow catkins flying in the air, fluttering like butterflies in the sunlight, finally disappearing among the green mountains. His gaze followed those pieces of paper, and some kind of bondage shattered along with them. Do you understand now? Yu leaned close to him, his voice cheerful, his breath brimming with uncontainable joy. From now on, you are not a servant of the Yu family. Not the third young master's personal attendant. Wanzhou, you are free. Before Yu could bask in his triumph for long, he was suddenly pulled into an embrace by a great force. The boy's face buried in his shoulder, his arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Yu was momentarily stunned, suddenly feeling a coolness at his neck, only to see Wanzhou pressing his cheek against it, the soft glow of light from the window casting shadows on his jade-white face. Tisk, once again dazzled by the young male protagonist's face, Yu shamefully felt a moment of affection, his heart softening as he lifted his chubby hand to gently stroke Wanzhou's back. Good boy, good boy. For a long time, Wanzhou had behaved like a stubborn little adult. Perhaps due to his tragic childhood, he was far more composed than ordinary children, always carrying an air of unworthiness. This surge of emotion, disregarding everything else, revealed a hint of childishness befitting his age. Presumably once he became the pride of the heavens, in the future accustomed to being surrounded by fortune and kindness, such a demeanor would be seldom seen. Yu couldn't help but recall Wanzhou's unusual behavior in recent days. It turned out he wasn't sulking, he was genuinely afraid of parting. This had backfired out. Initially, he had concealed the matter of the selling contract, intending to give Wanzhou a surprise after completely leaving Yu Manor. Unexpectedly, the surprise turned into a scare. Yu truly didn't know the male protagonist would be so oblivious, not realizing anything even after getting on the carriage. However, this also proved that Wanzhou had already regarded him as a close brother, finally letting down his guard. One should have known if he was so reluctant to part with him, he should have told him sooner. And that selling contract was obtained using the system reward, father's apology. Looking at it now, it was worth every penny he. While Yu was lost in thought, indulging Yin Wanzhou as he rubbed against his neck, it wasn't until his back ached from maintaining the same position that Yin Wanzhou suddenly snapped awake, his ears turning crimson. Young master, I'm sorry. How could he? How could he so recklessly embrace him so rashly? The young master surely wouldn't appreciate such behavior, yet he still endured and accepted the hug. Thinking of this, Yin Wan's heart raced. It was the first time since his birth that he was so close to another person. A faint feeling of fulfillment surged within him, as if he and the young master had truly become friends. The way Yin Wanzhou looked at Yu had changed, filled with a tenderness akin to a spring breeze. No, you shouldn't call me that now. Oh, I am no longer your young master. Yu deliberately appeared stern, then suddenly smiled. You're older than me, so how about I call you Yin Gu, or brother? Brother, big brother. Yin Wanzhou looked completely bewildered, quickly shaking his head in panic. This won't. Seeing his strong reaction, Yu sighed. Even if he emphasized 1,000 times that they were no longer in a master-servant relationship, it was likely Yin Wanzhou would still find it hard to adjust to their equal interaction for a while. Yu's small face fell with a hint of sadness. Don't you want to call me brother? Actually, I've wanted that for a long time. Besides, in this unfamiliar place ahead, we can only rely on each other for help. How inappropriate it would be to have such a grand dragon, Aotion, chasing behind him, shouting young master. Yin Wan's heart was heavily struck by the 4 words, only each other, his head spinning. But he still insisted this isn't quite right. Upon hearing Yu call out brother, a strange yet blissful emotion nearly filled his heart. However, for Yin Wanzhou, the unique position of young master would forever belong to Yu. He dared not ask for more. Alright, since the male protagonist was so troubled, it would be a bit bullying to force the child, so Yu simply clapped his hands and said, then I'll call you Wanzhou. That's settled. This should be acceptable. If even this couldn't work, Yu would really have to scold him a bit. After all, they were following the script of a major male protagonist and couldn't take the route of being humble and self-deprecating. In the end, Yin Wanzhou reluctantly nodded. Then how should I address you? Yu, fearing he might again say young master, decisively made a one-time deal. Just call me Xiao Yu, okay? Xiao Yu was just right, too unfamiliar, while Yuer felt too intimate. Come on, let's practice a bit before we reach the Zhuyun sect. Ahem, Wanzhou. Xiao Yu. Seeing him awkwardly call it out, Yu excitedly grabbed Yin Wan's hand and wrote the 2 characters Xiao Yu in his palm, then closed it against Yin Wan's lips. A promise made is a promise kept. Once you eat it, you can't go back on it. At the foot of Zhuyun sect, the crowd was bustling. Yu clung tightly to Yin Wan's sleeve, barely staying steady amidst the jostling crowd. Yu stood on his tiptoes to look around, but couldn't even catch a glimpse of the mountain gate entrance. Goodness, he had never struggled so much even during the morning rush hour on the subway. As far as the eye could see, the wide stone platform was crowded with all sorts of people. Several disciples from the sect, adorned with various magical artifacts, rode spirit beasts that resembled deer, flaunting their presence. Meanwhile, a wandering Taoist with a peachwood sword was haggling with a vendor selling candied hawthorn. However, ordinary people were more numerous, most gathered in another area. As he watched, Yu fell into a daze. Noticing he was motionless, Yin Wanzhou softly asked, young master, what's wrong? Yu immediately glared at him. What did I tell you to call me before? Yin Wanzhou. Xiao Yu. After teasing the male protagonist, Yu felt very satisfied, but he sensed that he seemed to have forgotten something. What was it? Forget it, things that could be forgotten must not be important. He pointed into the distance and asked, what are they doing over there? It turned out there was an old Taoist setting up a divination stall, with a sign flamboyantly declaring, test spiritual roots, 1 silver for a reading, surrounded by a group of anxious youths. The old Taoist sat cross-legged on a mat, his round and plump body straining his Taoist robe, with a few oil stains on the hem and a gray beard hanging at the corner of his mouth. Old sir, is your reading accurate? A youth timidly asked. Guaranteed to be accurate, the old Taoist squinted his eyes, patting his chest. It's just 1 silver, you won't lose out or be deceived. 1 silver isn't too much or too little. The youths were quite tempted. Half of them were uncertain, while the other half were curious. Someone immediately wanted to reach for their wallet, only to be stopped by those beside them who advised, hey, we'll be testing our spiritual roots at Zhuyun sect soon, why spend this money now? Right? The crowd found this reasoning sensible. The old Taoist raised an eyebrow, clearly expressing disapproval, pointing to 2 wooden tables across the way, a glint of sharpness flashing in his half-closed eyes. See those 2 tables? Everyone nodded, waiting for him to continue. In half an hour, the steward from Zhuyun sect will be there to collect disciples for external menial tasks, the old Taoist said slowly. You should know Zhuyun sect even separates its menial tasks into internal and external, with internal tasks requiring spiritual root qualifications, while external tasks can be done by ordinary people with no specific requirements. Hearing this, several youths' eyes brightened instantly. Even for external tasks, the monthly stipend is solid spirit stones. That's much more valuable than silver. By the time you finish testing your spiritual roots and come back, that position might have already been snatched up. Besides, although external disciples can't cultivate, they receive a purifying marrow pill each year. If one is lucky, they might even awaken their spiritual roots. The old Taoist clucked his tongue, his tone regretful. The crowd immediately stirred. Cultivating immortality is already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Many come to Zhu Yuan's sect just to try their luck, having little expectation for themselves. After all, such a stroke of luck is not something everyone encounters. However, if they could secure the qualification of external menial disciples, it would be a tremendous opportunity. The old Taoist expression was earnest. You should know many appreciate silver in this world, but I am different. I appreciate your futures. Just as they were speaking, several shabbily dressed youths were eagerly pushing their way toward the wooden table. The old Taoist hadn't expected them to rush off to apply as outer sect servants without even testing, and in his anxiety, he slapped his thigh, calling out from behind, "Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Test first before leaving. It's only 1 or 2 silver taels." What a joke. To them, impoverished as they were, even 1 tael of silver was an astronomical sum. As long as one is poor enough, one can never be cheated out of money. Yu Ye's mouth twitched. Well, even the cultivation world has its IQ tax. Truly, a big forest has all kinds of birds. If that old Taoist was talking nonsense and wasted the proper time for the spirit root test, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Tisk swindler, not a good old man. He shook his head and was about to pull Yin Wanzhou to complain about this absurd scene when he turned and saw the young man beside him staring fixedly at the wooden table with burning eyes. Yu. Wait, big brother, you're the protagonist, the future star of Zhu Yun's sect. What's the meaning of staring at the servant registration area? Of course, Yin Wanzhou didn't know he was the protagonist, nor that he was a long out Yin. His thoughts were very simple. If in a moment Yu tested positive for a spirit root, while he himself had none, then the position of outer sect servant would be his only chance to remain by the young master's side. That way they wouldn't have to be separated. Yu looked at his tensed profile and immediately stopped him. Ahem, don't even think about it. Quickly look for where the registration entrance is. At that moment, a sudden commotion burst from the crowd. The mountain has opened. The mountain has opened. Yu instinctively looked up. The entire sky suddenly blazed bright as day. The mist dispersed, and 5 spiritual peaks broke through the sea of clouds, interweaving with spiritual lights of various colors, the celestial aura drifting ethereally. The eastern peak was entwined with green vines. The western peak's sword chi was like frost. The southern peak blazed with fierce flames, and the northern peak's deep pool reflected the moon. Where the 5-colored spiritual energies converged, the central peak's spirit jade shone brightly. That was the majestic main hall of Zhu Yun's sect. Atop the main hall, a huge bronze celestial mechanism slowly turned. A 5-colored spirit cloud circled the hall and then descended, laying out a staircase made of colorful clouds dotted with starlight. So Zhu Yun's sect was hidden within a formation, or it did not reveal itself easily except on the day of opening the mountain. Everything before him made Yu Ye's heart tremble, his breath quickening. Anyone witnessing such a magnificent sight would inevitably become excited. However, Yu also noticed that compared to the other peaks, the eastern peak, wrapped in green vines, seemed rather ordinary, without spiritual energy swirling around it. This was just his subjective impression. After all, he couldn't sense spiritual energy at the moment. Yin Wanzhou's spine trembled slightly. He couldn't describe the feeling of overwhelming excitement. Everything about Zhu Yun's sect seemed to draw him in, and a strange sensation even arose in his heart, as if he was born to belong here. Look, what is that? Something is flying through the mountains. Suddenly, a golden light flickered within the clouds. An azure blue creature with a dragon's head and a beast's body burst forth from the mist. Its massive frame moved with lightness and agility, occasionally diving to the mountainside and leaping between cliffs, stirring up a sky full of flowing clouds until it finally faded into the mist. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. What is that? That must be the mountain-guarding divine beast of Zhu Yun's sect. It said it rarely appears today. We're truly lucky. The mountain-guarding divine beast. That's so awesome, Yu thought as he admired it, not noticing a hand stealthily reaching from the side to tug at his sleeve. Third brother, why didn't you wait for me? A familiar, irritating voice suddenly came from behind. Yu turned back to see Yu panting and tugging at his sleeve, looking as if he had suffered some great injustice. Oh, Yu suddenly remembered what he had forgotten. That's right, that kid Yu was also coming to the spirit testing. Before they left, Master Yu had specifically instructed him as the older brother to take good care of his younger brother. Unfortunately, it went in one ear and out the other, and once he got into the carriage, he completely forgot about it. Ever since the bone lizard incident on Zhuke Street, Yu seemed to have been scared senseless. His personality had become much more restrained. Not only did he stop making snide remarks to provoke Yu, but he even surprisingly apologized for his past behavior. The only strange thing was that Yu often caught Yu secretly staring at Wanzhou, and when he turned to look at Yu himself, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Couldn't figure it out. But he wasn't too hard on kids, though as long as Yu behaved himself, he could tolerate this convenient little brother. Father said that brothers should help each other. Brother, why did you disappear as soon as you got off the carriage? I had such a hard time finding you. Yu thought, of course, because I completely forgot about you. Before he could speak, a hand with distinct knuckles suddenly reached from the right and neatly pulled his sleeve out of Yu. Wanzhou said coldly, "Let go." Yu was stunned. His eyes wide, he looked Wanzhou up and down as if seeing something incredible and blurted out, "You aren't you third brother's servant? How can a servant be here?" He hadn't even brought his own servant. Hearing this, a surge of inexplicable anger flared in Yu's heart. He had barely managed to make Wanzhou feel a bit at ease. Bringing up servant now was deliberately hitting a sore spot, wasn't it? Yu stepped sideways, pulling Wanzhou closer to himself, and said in a sharp tone, "Wanzhou has nothing more to do with the Yu family from now on. Watch your words." Yu did not know that the indenture contract had already been torn up. Scolded by Yu, he pouted, but dared not say more. Why yell at me? It was just a question. Unfortunately, he was not at the Yu estate now without the protection of Master Yu and Madame Rome. Alone, he dared not provoke these two. Yu was the exact opposite. After leaving the umbrella of the Yu family, he discovered that outside there was no dong dong dong. Suddenly, a melodious bell sounded from afar, striking 3 times. The sound waves washed over the entire foot of the mountain, and the noisy crowd instantly fell silent. At the same time, a white jade floating platform slowly materialized in midair, hovering above the crowd. On the platform stood a woman in plain clothes. Her short hair, cut to shoulder length, was neat and clean, setting off her jade-like translucent skin. Her brows were like distant mountains tinged with dark blue, her eyes like thousand-year-old ice. Her figure was tall and slender, and she exuded a cold, ethereal aura that seemed detached from the mortal world. Beside him, Yu suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, "Isn't that big sister?" Yu knew he had an elder sister who cultivated at Zhuyin's sect. His eyes widened, and he looked more carefully at her features. So she was the eldest sister of the family Yu Feishuang. Yu thought, what an outstanding person. Being able to represent the entire sect, to open the mountain and welcome newcomers. Yu Feishuang's status within Zhuyin's sect must be high. Just from her temperament, she seemed born to seek immortality and the Tao. It was said she looked very much like the legendary mother of the original owner. Someone whispered, it said, "Yu Feishuang is the only disciple under sect leader Helian. She really is like a flower on a high peak." Yes, it said her sword talent is second to none in Zhuyin's sect, and she can trade blows evenly with the West Peak master. Yu Feishuang lowered her gaze and swept it across the crowd below. When she spoke, her voice was like snow falling on a cold pool, yet carried an indisputable authority. "All of you have come to Zhuyin's sect, presumably well prepared. No need for further words. Enter the formation." With that, a pure white long sword appeared in Yu Feishuang's hand. She reversed her grip and plunged the sword into the floating platform. Zhang. The sword's roar resounded, and golden light exploded from its blade, instantly spreading into the pattern of a huge teleportation formation. The crowd seemed to wake up, finally realizing what was happening. Like a tide, they surged toward the formation, and tension finally spread. Yu tightly grasped Wanzhou's hand, giving each other strength. "Let's go." Wanzhou grasped his hand in return. Thus they set foot on the first step of the Spirit Testing Assembly. The Spirit Testing Conference comprises 3 trials: the Spirit Root Inquiry, the Mirror Gate Inquiry, and the 10,000 Laws Inquiry. The method of testing is simple. 10 individuals stand on the Xuanyu round platform, where array patterns appear beneath their feet. 10 crystal light pillars descend from the dome, enveloping the testers, and after a while the results will be displayed above their heads. Yu stood behind the crowd, watching the 10 young boys in front of him nervously step onto the Xuanyu platform. Among the 10, 8 were ordinary mortals with no aptitude, while the remaining 2 had 5 dim orbs of light hovering above their heads, symbolizing 5 spirit roots. Although cultivating with 5 spirit roots and 4 spirit roots is challenging, they can still be selected as inner sect disciples, hence they will be retained. In other words, it's like selecting non-GMO potatoes from a batch of 10. The supervising disciple waved his hand, saying those who do not qualify exit from the east side. Next, the few boys without spirit roots looked paler than withered leaves, while the 2 who were retained showed joy, as even having 5 spirit roots was enough to surprise them. The subsequent groups were largely similar. Either there was not a single qualified individual, or there were 5 spirit roots and 4 spirit roots. Finally, a girl with 3 spirit roots was discovered, but unfortunately, it seemed her spirit roots had conflicting attributes, making cultivation difficult according to the supervising disciple's tone. Yu felt this scene was somewhat familiar. Groups of 10. Either no one qualifies, or one has a mediocre spirit root. It's extremely rare to find someone with a rare spirit root. This is just like the most common tactic in those awful games he played. drawing cards. So the Zhu Yun sect is playing a tenfold draw. Remembering his single spirit root guaranteed card, the once serious spirit testing conference suddenly became rather amusing, filled with too many points for ridicule, leaving Yu powerless to complain. Tired. Perhaps Yu's expression of speechlessness was too evident, prompting Yan Wanzhou to ask. The spirit root inquiry trial was relatively tedious, and calculating the time, they had already been waiting for over an hour, with many in front feeling sore in their feet and sitting down. No, not at all. Yu waved his hand. Some things are hard to explain, and it's exhausting. Gradually, a sense of impatience began to permeate the waiting line. Several tall boys exchanged glances, their steps unconsciously inching forward. Among them, a boy in splendid attire narrowed his eyes, scanning the crowd, and finally landing his gaze on Yu. Yu did not notice the peculiar gaze. The small potatoes on the platform had already been replaced several times, and it was finally their turn. Everyone looked on without expectations, just as the crystal light pillars descended, an unexpected change occurred. Among the 10 light pillars, one erupted with dazzling golden light. The onlookers gasped and stepped back. Even the usually expressionless supervising disciple widened his eyes. Yu watched intently, his heart racing. Its gold. A golden legend. Non-GMO potato. After the golden light dissipated, a girl stood on the Xuanyu platform, possessing a delicate face, her long black hair loosely tied up with a hairpin. Her phoenix-like eyes were incredibly beautiful, yet her gaze was indifferent, carrying a hint of languor. The pure golden orb hovering above her head signified a shocking fact. Single attribute, gold spirit root. The supervising disciple's voice changed pitch. What is your name? Zhu Xin. Her tone was equally flat. Upon finishing, she immediately pulled out a small mirror from her sleeve, murmuring worryingly to herself with a melodic cadence, this golden light is so blinding. It seems to have tanned me quite a bit. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Everyone. Yu. On the other side, in the main hall, a group of elders and peak masters were watching the scene through a spirit mirror. Initially filled with surprise upon hearing Zhu Zin's words, they all revealed complex expressions. In the end, it was the North Peak Master Su Jinxue who praised the young girl. Handles matters calmly. Her disposition is quite good. After stepping down from the Xuanyu platform, Zhu Xin did not even look at the ground, still holding the small mirror, talking to her own face. No changes at all. I'm still this good looking. Oh ho, not bad, not bad. Yu. She really has a unique personality. Next group, step up. After the commotion calmed down, the supervising disciple continued to maintain order. Yu perked up. It was finally their turn. He felt like mushrooms were about to grow on his head from waiting. Don't be afraid. As the crowd began to move, Yu secretly nudged Yin Wan's his hand. You go up first. The Xuanyu round platform was set rather high, and Yu exerted some effort to climb up. Before he could steady himself, a boy dressed in luxurious clothing suddenly squeezed in from the side. Move aside. The boy raised his chin high, the jade pendant at his waist clinking. He glanced at Yu with disdain. You can't even climb up this short platform. What are you cultivating for? He had just looked around and saw that among the 10, Yu looked the most like a soft persimmon. Short and seemingly easy to bully. Surely he wouldn't dare to say much. Yu didn't get angry when pushed. Instead, he suddenly revealed a smile that was disturbingly bright, staring at the boy and pointing to the ground. This is the path. The boy was confused. So what? Good dogs don't block the way, Yu retorted. The other party was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yu to speak in this manner. Just as he was about to retaliate, he felt a chilling sensation on his back, as if being entangled by a vengeful spirit. Yan Wanzhou's gaze was cold enough to chill the bones. Get down. The boy had never encountered such a situation, feeling goosebumps on his back. He opened his mouth, wanting to sound tough. Suddenly his knee felt cold. Before Yan Wanzhou could do anything, Yu lifted his short leg and accurately kicked him at the joint. The boy's legs went weak. Caught off guard, he fell forward and heavily tumbled off the Xuanyu platform. The crowd erupted in laughter. You? How dare you do this? He scrambled up, his face flushed with anger. The ruckus attracted the supervising disciple, who frowned and approached, asking what happened. Before Yu and Yan Wanzhou could speak, a boy in plain clothes, also standing on the platform, pointed down and loudly declared, I saw it all. That person tried to cut in line and cause trouble. Others, unwilling for their spirit root testing to be effected, chimed in. Indeed, we saw it too. The boy in splendid attire cursed loudly. To cause trouble at the Zhu Yun sect's spirit testing conference would undoubtedly lead to expulsion. The supervising disciple's expression darkened as he cast a silent spell on the noisy boy, gagging him, then beckoned 2 others to escort the troublemaker out. The actions were swift and seamless. Yu smiled kindly at the just boy who had stood up for justice, and the other nodded sheepishly. The brief interruption passed quickly. As the crystal light pillars descended, the sensation of spiritual energy enveloped him like a tide. Yu felt as if his organs were being cleansed by warm spring water, refreshing and invigorating. It was his first time being drawn, a rare experience not everyone could have, quite thrilling and exciting. However, this comfortable feeling didn't last long. A terrifying wave of heat suddenly erupted beside him. The entire stone platform trembled violently, and Yu almost fell over. He steadied himself in shock and turned his head. He saw Wanzhou completely engulfed by brilliant white light. Even after all the light on others faded, he remained enveloped in the white glow. Yu swallowed hard. He knew this was the classic scene from a story featuring an overpowered protagonist. The male lead was about to start showing off. A fierce wind howled all around. Wanzhou stood at the center of the storm, his ink-black hair flying wildly and his robes rustling loudly. Above his head floated a massive white orb of light resembling a bright moon, its diameter more than 3 times that of others. Within the orb, the violent winds coalesced into a tangible form, transforming into countless slender tornadoes that tore at each other, dazzlingly bright. The spiritual root has mutated. Wind's spiritual root. The jade slip in the hands of the attending disciple fell to the ground, his mouth agape. A natural mutation of the wind's spiritual root. This exclamation was like a boulder thrown into a lake, instantly stirring up waves. Everyone finally reacted. What a mutated spiritual root. My goodness, this actually exists. The crowd in the main hall erupted, their eyes widening in disbelief as they confirmed the situation in the water mirror. The single-element golden spiritual root of the silver candle heart was already a cause for surprise. The appearance of this innate mutated spiritual root was a once-in-a-century occurrence. The peak leaders hid their thoughts, but ideas began forming in their minds. When Wanzhou stepped out from the white light, his eyes were filled with confusion. However, he instinctively turned to look at Yu. Even though he already knew this result was coming, Yu still felt happy for him, grinning. Wanzhou, impressive. This is a mutated wind spiritual root. A rare occurrence in 100 years. Yu silently applauded. Wow. Watching Long Aocean's cheat mode up close. This was a huge gain. Wanzhou felt his ears turning slightly red from the praise. He followed Yu's gaze upward, where the orb of light was vibrant and captivating, pure, powerful, and full of infinite possibilities. This was the first time he truly felt the flow of spiritual power surging within him. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips as he eagerly turned to look at the top of Yu's head. The smile froze. Above Yu's head there was nothing but emptiness. This meant that Yu had no spiritual root and no cultivation talent. His eyes initially showed shock, then dimmed, and the earlier joy froze into a biting coldness. Yu did not know what had happened. Logically speaking, he should also be a single spiritual root, so it shouldn't be that bad. Confused, he looked up, then widened his eyes, his head buzzing. Where's my spiritual root? I ask, why is there just air above my head? He grasped the system in his mind. What is happening? Where's the promised spiritual root? Something big has happened. The system panicked. This is impossible. Host, don't panic, let me check first. On the other side, the attending disciple had already begun to register names, knowing that the person in front of him had an immeasurable future. He would likely never again have the chance to speak to such a genius. He looked at Wanzhou with respect in his eyes. May I ask, what is your name? Wanzhou, however, was deaf to the question fixated on the top of Yu's head, repeatedly confirming, as if looking a few more times could conjure a miracle. Ahem, this disciple, please tell me your name. The attending disciple raised his voice slightly. In the end, it was Yu who answered for him. His name is Wanzhou. Now the attending disciple was thoroughly puzzled. What was up with this batch of disciples? Each one was more of a genius than the last, and each one was stranger than the previous. The last genius only cared about looking in the mirror, while this one only cared about looking at others. I just don't understand these powerful individuals. Oh, why is it so difficult to say a name? After completing the registry, the attending disciple cleared his throat. Those who do not qualify, please go to the other side, next group. The crowd gradually left the stage. Wanzhou followed behind Yu in a dazed feeling, as if he were covered by a shroud of gloom. Yu also felt uneasy. His mind was a mess, one moment thinking he was doomed, the next worrying about how difficult it would be to compete for the outer sect's servant-disciple quota. When he lifted his foot to leave, he found he couldn't move after taking just 2 steps. Looking down, he saw a green vine that had somehow wrapped around his ankle, the tender tip brushing against his skin as if it were trying to be friendly. As Yu lifted his foot, the vine followed suit, and when he set it down, the little vine desperately coiled around him. This odd little thing seemed to possess its own consciousness, determined to oppose Yu. Yu stood alone in the center of the platform, his face full of confusion. Some people grew impatient, waiting, and loudly urged him, hurry down, don't disrupt others from testing their spiritual roots. It wasn't that he didn't want to come down, but he couldn't. The attention of everyone focused on him made Yu nearly succumb to embarrassment. No, it's this. He felt the frustration in his heart, wanting to explain, but unable to articulate. As the attending disciple approached, Yu was about to organize his words for help when he saw the disciple suddenly stop, seemingly sensing something unusual, his brow furrowing. Suddenly the Xianyu platform lit up again. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, a five-colored orb of light abruptly appeared above Yu's head, spinning rapidly like a pinwheel, and finally, it came to rest on a vibrant green. Everyone, look, is that above his head, representing a spiritual root? Indeed, it must be a wood spiritual root. The crowd immediately gathered around. A single element wood spiritual root, and a remarkably pure one at that. Everyone present gasped, their eyes fixed on the beautiful young boy on the platform. Another genius with a single spiritual root. But don't you think the orb above his head is different from the others? Someone asked in confusion. The orb's surface was surrounded by green leaves gently flowing with luminous spiritual light, and the fragrance of plants filled the air around Yu. The orb softly descended, finally landing in Yu's hands. The glaze of light had not yet dissipated, and Yu in a daze embraced the orb of light in his arms. He couldn't understand why this was happening. Clearly, everyone's orbs floated above their heads, yet his had landed in his embrace, and he could even touch it with his hand. As his fingertips touched it, the orb shattered in his hands, transforming into countless specks of light, encircling him like gentle branches and leaves embracing him. A fleeting glimpse of green flashed in the depths of Yu's eyes. The green light merged into Yu's body, slowly vanishing. The crowd was in an uproar, but while they were surprised, it lacked the shock they had felt when facing Wanzhou. After all, compared to the mutated wind spiritual root, a single wood spiritual root, though precious, was not exceedingly rare. They did not understand what everything that had just happened meant. At this moment the main hall was silent. The peak master of the West Peak, Wen Jianluo, furrowed his brow and asked, could this possibly be an innate holy body? Several elders exchanged low whispers. I have indeed heard that a holy Buddhist awakening can cause unusual phenomena. But I once saw records about innate holy bodies in ancient texts. It should be a golden light piercing the sun. No, each type of holy body exhibits different phenomena and cannot be guessed by common sense. Ding. Detected a fluctuation in the male protagonist's luck value, current luck value, 101. The system's voice was laced with uncontainable pride. Yu was still in a daze. I feel like you really gave me a big... Yu bent down to examine the residual spiritual light in his palm, puzzled as he asked. It's an innate holy body, the system reluctantly admitted. However, this is not my merit, as the innate holy body is something one is born with. The system has no authority to interfere. This was a term he had never heard before, making Yu even more confused, yet somewhat secretly excited. An innate holy body. Does that mean I am quite strong, and I have a dragon AOT on script? The system simply popped up a window for him. The Yuqing spirit body is an innate holy body appearing in cultivators with wood spiritual roots, granting the possessor an extraordinary affinity for the natural wood spiritual energy. Practitioners of the Yuqing spirit body have an innate advantage in healing spells and may unlock more abilities as they cultivate. Yu read it word by word, his expression numb. So am a healer. It's no wonder he felt disappointed. Although Yu respected every healer and had once clung to one while crying for help in a previous life, playing games, every man harbors dreams of commanding storms and being a hero, especially in a world that reveres the strong. Host. The system cried out in anguish, loudly exclaiming, that's called a healer. It is one of the most respected professions in the cultivation world. Next, the system launched into a lengthy 5-word introduction about healers, vehemently denouncing Yu's prejudice against them and citing several examples of healers who were not weak, had combat abilities, and could fight in battles to create legends. However, Yu only grasped the final point. Healers are not weak and can fight. Alright then, I will be a combat healer. He clenched his fist, a fiery determination igniting in his eyes. Healer? What is that? Asked Wanzhou with keen interest. Yu suddenly covered his mouth, realizing he had accidentally shouted out loud, causing everyone around him to turn and stare, almost making him dig a hole in the ground out of embarrassment. He quickly pulled Wanzhou over and whispered into his ear. Wanzhou, let me tell you. Yu suddenly lowered his voice, explaining the concept of the innate holy body in detail. The warm breath brushed gently against his ear, carrying a familiar fresh scent. Wanzhou listened as the young boy excitedly recounted his tale. Gradually his dark eyes glimmered with light. That's great. Wanzhou was genuinely happy for Yu, even more so than when he learned he had a mutated spiritual root. He wasn't good at expressing emotions, only smiling gently at Yu. The second test, named the Mirror Gate of Heart, required everyone to pass through a door called the Mirror Gate. A disciple from the Zhuoyun sect stood beside the door, his voice solemn. This door can reflect the soul. If one is stained with the blood of the innocent or harbors malicious thoughts, their true form will be revealed. In simple terms, as long as one hasn't killed anyone or been heavily stained with blood, they could pass. You thought this test would be very easy for most people, yet surprisingly over a dozen individuals were blocked by the mirror gate and could not pass. A boy in plain clothes at the front of the line stepped forward confidently, but just as he was about to pass through the mirror, a scene of blood suddenly appeared within. Huh. The boy scratched his head. What's going on? The nearby Zhu Yun sect senior brother coldly replied, Zhu Yun sect does not accept those who harm lives. You may leave. The boy stammered anxiously, but I've never killed anyone. The other disciples thought he was trying to defend himself and rushed forward to drag the boy away, who in desperation blushed and protested, I come from a family of butchers, it's true. But all I've killed are chickens, ducks, and pigs just to make a living. I've never harmed a human. The Zhu Yun sect senior brother turned a deaf ear, thinking he was just making excuses. Yu turned his face to see that the plain-clothed boy was the one who had pointed out there was someone cutting in line when he was testing his spiritual roots. Since someone had helped him, he should also offer assistance. Just as the plain-clothed boy was about to be dragged away, Yu glanced around and suddenly noticed the Zhu Yun sect disciple had a primitive bronze mirror hanging at his waist with the words clear heart, see nature engraved on the edge. Why not take a gamble? He thought quickly and suddenly shouted to Yin, Wanzhou, I've heard there's a powerful magical artifact in the cultivation world called the heart-reflecting mirror. Whatever lies hidden in your heart can be seen at a glance. Yu frantically blinked at Yin Wanzhou as a hint. With the male protagonist's intelligence, he would surely cooperate with him. Yin Wanzhou was taken aback for a moment, then his expression shifted. I've never heard of it, but owning such a magical treasure must mean they are a formidable senior. Although he didn't know what the young master was up to, as long as he cooperated, that was enough. The senior brother, upon hearing this, instinctively reached for the bronze mirror at his waist. Wow! Yu dashed forward, his face filled with admiration. That senior brother's waist must be holding the legendary heart-reflecting mirror, right? His clear voice drew the attention of those around. The senior brother, caught off guard, could only stiffly respond, that's great. This older brother says he has only slaughtered livestock. Why don't we use the heart-reflecting mirror? It would also allow us to see the magical artifact and broaden our horizons. After he spoke, a group of little ones looked at the senior brother with admiration. This was their first opportunity to encounter a magical artifact. The plain-clothed boy nodded firmly. I would like to give it a try. The senior brother didn't expect that he had just borrowed the heart-reflecting mirror from his master to play with, and now he was being discovered. Under the gaze of the crowd, he could only reluctantly take out the mirror. The mirror rippled, and scenes began to emerge. Scene 1. The plain-clothed boy wakes up at dawn every day to sharpen knives for his sick father. Scene 2. The plain-clothed boy feeds the livestock waiting for slaughter, the last handful of beans, tears glimmering in his eyes. Scene 3. The plain-clothed boy closes the eyes of the deceased poultry after slaughter. I am telling the truth, right? The plain-clothed boy felt extremely wrong, squatting on the ground drawing circles. With the misunderstanding cleared, the disciples could no longer make things difficult for the plain-clothed boy. They cleared their throats and acted as if nothing had happened, allowing everyone to quickly pass through the mirror gate and head to the final trial. Those who made it this far were essentially half a foot into the immortal door. The third test, the 10,000 Methods Inquiry of Spirit, was less about screening and more about assessing the new disciples' comprehension. Participants needed to enter a meditative state for 3 days, diving into the sea of consciousness to comprehend the remnants of techniques, sword, intent, or talismans within the Inquiry of Spirit Hall. If they could evoke resonance such as ancient books, flipping sword, intent swirling, or talismans glowing, it would prove their high comprehension. As the new disciples had yet to master the method of spirit sense projection, the Zhu Yun sect specially prepared soul-inciting incense to help everyone sink into the sea of consciousness. Yu stepped into the Inquiry of Spirit Hall. The first thing he did was to squeeze each cushion laid out on the ground. What are you doing? Yin Wanzhou asked, puzzled by his actions. Looking for a softer one. Yu replied with confidence, we have to sit for 3 days, our butts will go numb. Yin Wanzhou's gaze shifted slightly, then he suddenly began to remove his outer robe. Yu looked up only to see the male protagonist's slender fingers resting on his collar. The outer robe half slipped off, revealing the white inner garment. He was momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Hurry and put your clothes back on. In broad daylight, Yin Wanzhou continued without pause, I'll use it as a cushion or it will be softer. No. Yu was anxious, stamping his feet, grabbing the clothes, and wrapping them around himself. I can just sit for a bit. Third brother, what are you two? Yu, who had approached, unknowingly scanned back and forth between them, a smile with ambiguous meaning on his lips. Since Yu lost track of them after entering the sect, he finally caught the opportunity, now his tone filled with undisguised bragging. I didn't expect third brother to also pass 2 layers of tests. I tested as a dual spiritual root. Third brother, what kind of spiritual root do you have? By the way, did you know? It is said that there were also mutated spiritual roots and 2 single spiritual roots appearing just now. To the left stood the male protagonist, who was focused on undressing in public. To the right was his younger brother, who was endlessly comparing. Yu held his head in despair. Amidst the chaos, a clear laughter suddenly rang out beside him. So you are all here. Yu was in a flurry, tying Wanzhou's clothes and turning around to see that the speaker was the young scholar from earlier. The scholar's face bore a shy expression of gratitude. My name is Lin Tian. Thank you for your help earlier. May I know your name? Who are you? Can't you see I am talking to my third brother? I am Yu. Yu nodded at him immediately, pretending not to see Yu. No need to mention it, we are just helping each other. Yu understood he was being ignored again and found a cushion to sulk on. Yu. A cold voice came from the side. Zhuxin had unknowingly squatted beside him, lazily propping her face up, her tone teasing. Your name suits you. Before Yu could react, she suddenly leaned in so close that he could count her distinct eyelashes, her breath brushing against his nose. Yu stood frozen, wondering what was wrong with this little girl. He remembered Zhuxin. Oh, she was the one who had been chosen as the golden legend by the Zhiyun sect during the spiritual root test just a moment ago. But Zhuxin's eyes darted around, examining Yu's face, as if she were admiring an object, her gaze sweeping back and forth. Seeing this, Wanzhou subtly shifted, pulling Yu closer to himself. Zhuxin pouted, dissatisfied, and found a cushion to plop down on. So stingy. Fine, I think you are fine too. After saying this, she tilted her head and stared fixedly at Wanzhou. Although she did not lean in closer, her gaze still held that admiration, as if he were an object of appraisal. Lin Tian scratched his head in confusion. Why don't you look at me? I only love looking at beauties. Zhuxin rolled her eyes, pulled out a small round mirror from her sleeve, and nodded in satisfaction at her reflection in the mirror. Ah, still this beauty. Then she immersed herself in her own world. Yu. Moments later, the blue smoke of the soul-guiding incense enveloped the entire spirit inquiry hall, and about 50 participants closed their eyes, focusing deeply, entering a meditative state. Wanzhou also closed his eyes, clearing his mind of distractions, only to feel his consciousness suddenly plunge downwards. When he became aware again, a wave of heat hit him. The vegetation turned to char, and buildings became a battleground of flames. He looked around only to find himself engulfed in a hellish sea of fire. The air was filled with heart-wrenching screams, and in front of him twisted flames danced. This was the Yu Manor. The Yu Manor was burning. An ominous premonition made him feel ice cold all over. Wanzhou stumbled through the thick smoke, suddenly kicking something with his foot. Looking down, he saw a charred corpse, curled up, fingers deeply embedded in the floor tiles. He trembled as he turned the corpse over. It was not. Thankfully, it was not the young master. The painfully real sensation made him shiver all over. Could it be? Could everything he had just experienced have been a dream? Were all the memories about Zhiyun's sect about him and Yu false? Had he never truly left Yu Manor? If so, where was the young master? Driven by instinct, Wanzhou ran towards the familiar courtyard. Suddenly, a flaming figure dashed out from around the corner. That person, charred black all over, collapsed beside him. It was a Qing. Wanzhou grabbed the man's shoulder. What happened at Yu Manor? Where is the young master? But a Qing's face was already burned beyond recognition, and ultimately, he collapsed at Wanzhou's feet, convulsing. Wanzhou blankly released his grip, his gaze vacantly sweeping the surroundings. This was a familiar courtyard. If he walked another 10 steps inward, he would reach the garden, filled with willow trees where the young master liked to relax. If he walked 100 steps to the left from that garden, he would arrive at the side courtyard where he lived his new home. Who was it? Who set fire to Yu Manor? Anger surged from his chest, rising to his throat, the taste of rust filling his mouth. Wanzhou breathed rapidly, rising, but something slipped from his sleeve. Thud. Wanzhou looked down. A fire starter fell at his feet. Was it me? Did I? Wanzhou knelt in the sea of flames, his fingertips digging deep into his temples, as two entirely different voices tore at his mind. Young master, where are you? Burn well, the Yu family should have gone to hell long ago. In the moment of excruciating pain, he saw himself standing before the flames, the firelight reflecting a cold face. No. Amidst the heart-wrenching screams, the world suddenly plunged into darkness until blinding daylight pierced through his eyelids. Wanzhou abruptly sat up, cold sweat soaking his thin garment. He scanned his surroundings only to find himself lying on a plain white bamboo bed. Outside the room, someone was whispering. I heard that when Sister Yu arrived, it was already beyond saving. I hope she can bear the loss. The only survivor of Yu Manor is this child now. When treating him, they checked, and he has an anomalous wind spiritual root. The sect master said to keep him as he can cultivate and learn together with the new disciple who entered yesterday. But he didn't participate in the spiritual root trial. It's fine. Such a good seedling. The fragmented discussions entered Wanzhou's ears, indicating that he was in Zhiyun's sect, revealing that he was saved. No. He should not have entered Zhiyun's sect like this. He should have been with the young master. But the memories were like shattered mirrors, impossible to piece together. You're awake. A cold female voice suddenly spoke. Yu Feishuang, dressed in plain white mourning attire, stepped into the room, her face resembling white paper, yet she stood tall, her tone as cold as snow. Do you still remember what happened at Yu Manor that day? Did you see the murderer? Wanzhou looked at her. He remembered Yu Feishuang. She was a disciple of Zhiyun's sect, and also Yu's sister. He wanted to speak, but his voice sounded alien. Wanzhou heard himself say, I remember nothing. This was not what he truly thought. Yet he could not control his speech, as if another self was speaking. Yu Feishuang looked at him with a complicated expression. Her gaze contained pain and regret, but lacked suspicion. When she arrived, even Wanzhou was on the brink of death, lying near the gate of Yu Manor, breathing weakly. She did not recognize Wanzhou, thinking he was just a servant's child. Perhaps for the last shred of her inner obsession, she brought Wanzhou back to Zhiyun's sect. He was too severely injured, and just a child. No one would suspect that the fire was set by Wanzhou. Ultimately, Yu Feishuang left with a phrase, "Take care of your injuries." After saying this, she left. Wanzhou's days in Zhiyun's sect felt like a living corpse. He practiced swordsmanship in the morning and studied scriptures at night. Everyone said Zhiyun's sect had produced an unseen-a-century genius. Yet only he knew that this shell held nothing. He could not explain anything nor control his actions. Wanzhou began to doubt whether everything about Yu was just a dream, and the life he now possessed was the truth. Until one day he intentionally did not evade the attack of a magical beast, suffering a penetrating injury to his waist. In a daze, countless memories surged in his mind. Golden ointment. The hand that treated his wounds. Zhuke Street. Wanzhou spat out a mouthful of blood, brushing against something cold beside him. Tightly gripping it, he discerned the object from his blurred vision. It was a broken hairpin, red tassels and green. This belonged to the young master. Yu did exist. Their memories were real. That's right. He needed to go back. This was not where he belonged. Within the Spirit Inquiry Hall, the thousands of swords hanging on the walls suddenly trembled simultaneously, the sword sheets clashing against the walls, producing a rain-like crisp sound, startling everyone. The sword aura transformed into swirling hurricanes, sometimes merging, sometimes dispersing. In the center of the storm, Wanzhou slowly raised his head and opened his eyes. Although the 10,000 Method Spirit Inquisition was set to last 3 days, not everyone could persevere to the end. Yu was one of them. He had been slacking off in his sea of consciousness for less than 2 days when he was awakened by a crisp, fresh aura of vegetation. When Yu opened his eyes, he first looked around, then glanced down at his feet. Oh! From the gaps in the wooden floorboards, countless tiny flowers and blades of grass had sprouted. Delicate twigs emerged from the crevices of the planks, unknown wildflowers swaying around his feet. These plants encircled him, intimate and gentle, softly quivering. So this was what they called resonance. Yu felt the dense spiritual energy of plants enveloping him. He simply sat cross-legged again, silently reciting the Qi cultivation art. With each breath, the small flowers and grass around him trembled slightly, feeding strands of pure, with spiritual energy back to him. A sudden clarity dawned. Spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, and Yu could clearly sense his cultivation base growing at an astonishing rate. So this is cultivation. Yu was astonished to discover that after his epiphany, he had touched the threshold of the middle stage of Qi refining. Qi refining, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, Mahayana. He still had a long road ahead. When he opened his eyes again, the Spirit Inquiry Hall had become lively. Most participants had awakened. Yin Zhuxin was slowly combing her long hair, with a small jade comb. Lin Tian stretched lazily and rested on a cushion in exhaustion, and even Yu was looking around, taking in the surroundings. Only Wanzhou had not awakened. Yu propped his chin on his hand and watched Wanzhou, still deep in meditation. The protagonist always makes a grand entrance, unlike us supporting characters. But gradually everyone in the hall returned to reality, except Wanzhou, who still hadn't opened his. Not only that, Yu could clearly see a thin layer of sweat forming on Wanzhou's forehead, and he occasionally showed signs of pain. In the end, his tightly knitted brows never relaxed. What's wrong? In his divine sense, he had only seen a clear sky and green grass. Though boring, it shouldn't have caused such suffering. Was he being bullied in his divine sense? Some people around murmured, why hasn't he woken up? Not sure. The trial is almost over. Even Yin Zhuxin was curious. She raised an eyebrow and asked Yu what's up with him. Should we call someone to check? Lin Tian said weakly, it said that once a cultivator enters meditation, they shouldn't be disturbed casually. Otherwise it's dangerous. Yu shook his head, thinking since he couldn't wake Wanzhou, he might as well wipe the poor kid's sweat. But as soon as he leaned in, the swords hanging on the hall's walls began to hum, and sword intent enveloped Wanzhou like a gale. 1,000 swords resonated, their echoes reverberating through the hall. And at that moment Yu met Wanzhou's eyes. Those black orbs were like whirlpools, bottomless and filled with sorrow. Young master. Xiaoyu. Yu. He heard Yin Wanzhou murmur. Huh. I'm here. What's wrong with you? Yu was both puzzled and unsettled. Could it be that in Yin Wan's divine see the one bullying him was himself? Damn, that's highly possible. After all, during the time the original owner was causing trouble, he often bullied Yin Wanzhou. Yu began to feel guilty and silently wanted to step back, unwilling to add to the male lead's psychological trauma. But before he could retreat, Yin Wanzhou suddenly pulled him fiercely into an embrace. Yu. This embrace was as scorching as a bonfire. One might think Yin Wanzhou had a fire spiritual root. Xiaoyu. I'm here, what's wrong? Yu was almost suffocated by the tight embrace. He grunted, thinking that fortunately he was now short and small, or his ribs would have been broken. Yin Wanzhou did not answer, only buried his face deeper into Yu's neck. As if to confirm some existence, he called his name over and over. Yu could only helplessly respond each time, I'm here. While answering, he secretly tried to pry open Yin Wanzhou's arms. Let go, fur, ouch. How could he hold even tighter? He really couldn't. Breathe. Listen to me, whatever you saw in your divine sea. It's all fake, not real. Yu coaxed. Fake. Fake. Their commotion drew too much attention, and whispers began to spread around. Lin Tian looked at Yin Zhuxin, utterly bewildered. What are they? Yin Zhuxin rolled her eyes and snapped her little mirror shut. She said coolly, that's enough. If you want a hug, do it back at your place. It's time for us to go to the main hall for the master-disciple ceremony. Can't brothers have good feelings? Yu thought her words were misleading. Just as he stood up to defend himself, Yin Wanzhou pulled him back again. Don't go. Yin Wanzhou's eyes were still bloodshot, his voice hoarse. Yu. Let go first, I want leave, Yu replied with difficulty, forcing his own limbs to stay put. Hearing this answer, Yin Wanzhou gradually calmed down. He held Yu gently, sensing his aura, and finally felt enveloped by a sense of security. Whether unwilling to admit it or finding it hard to speak, Yin Wanzhou himself knew deep down that the young master held a unique significance for him. Young master, best friend, younger brother, benefactor. The roles he occupied in his heart were growing more numerous. Ever since he was saved by Yu, this obsession had deepened. He didn't know if it was good or bad, but he knew he must protect him. Lin Tian was amazed to see the two embracing. He slapped his thigh and sighed, brother Yu and brother Yin have such a good bond. Yin Zhuxin seemed to see through everything. She propped her chin on her hand and slowly shook her head. Her red lips parted. Oh, the decadence of the age, the decadence of the age. Yu's mind exploded. Who would speak up for me? Finally, Yin Wanzhou suddenly released him, but remained silent, only fixing a gaze on Yu that was impossible to read. No matter how Yu questioned him, Yin Wanzhou refused to reveal what he had seen in his divine sea. Ding. Detected fluctuation in male lead's luck value. Current luck value 120,110. Yu almost wanted to spit out a mouthful of old blood inwardly. Not only does he not talk, but he also quietly deducts a big score. No matter how Yu questioned him, Yin Wanzhou refused to reveal what he had seen in his divine sea. Ding. Detected fluctuation in. Without any evidence, Yu could only guess that the male lead had encountered something unpleasant in his divine sea and was feeling gloomy. Inside the main hall of Zhuyin sect, the disciples who had passed the assessment filed in and stood in neat rows in the center of the hall. Yu stole glances at the four peak masters seated on the high platform. West Peak Master Hong Jianlu had a furrowed brow, clad in a dark robe, his fingers tapping the scabbard of his sword in a rhythmic beat. South Peak Master Zhu Yin, in a flowing red robe, propped her chin with a bright, cheerful smile. North Peak Master Su Jinxue, in a simple white dress, gently touched a white jade flute, her gaze soft as a spring breeze. Rumor had it that the West Peak specialized in swordsmanship, the South Peak in body cultivation, and the North Peak in music. As for the East Peak, wait, where was the East Peak Master? The seat meant for the East Peak Master was empty. The hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. A disciple stepped forward holding a roster and read out the names and assignments of the disciples one by one. Children with better aptitudes could be directly accepted as disciples by the peak masters, while the rest would study under the elders of each peak or enter the ordinary inner sect. The disciple recruitment process had no disputes, no noise, not even a single extra comment. Is Zhuyin sect's disciple recruitment this solemn? He muttered inwardly. He had expected to see chaotic scenes, people fighting eggs, breaking elders, and peak masters covering their faces in awe and shouting that this child had a bright future. The system's voice was unusually serious. The deeper a sect's heritage, the more they value discipline. However, if newcomers are showered with adoration right after entering, they tend to become arrogant and complacent. The peak masters won't openly compete in public, but beneath the surface currents are churning. When Yin Wanzhou, mutated wind spirit root, was called out, the atmosphere in the hall noticeably tensed. Yu curiously observed the expressions of the peak masters, but found that none of them seemed inclined to claim him. In the original story, which master did Yin Wanzhou end up with? Yin Wanzhou single attribute wind spirit root assigned to Zhengyang Hall. Yu was startled. Zhengyang Hall. Wasn't that? On the high seat, Helian Wenren, the sect master of Zhuyun sect, slightly tilted his head. His silver-gray eyes reflected the figure of his senior disciple beside him. Feishuang, take him away. The sect leader Jianzun Helian Wenren 500 years ago ventured alone into the Valley of 10,000 Swords, retrieving the fearsome Sword Heaven's Punishment, which had been silent for a millennium. He tamed the sword for 91 days, and upon the ruins achieved conception. Many years later, a group of demonic cultivators slaughtered 3 mortal cities. Helian Wenren pursued the demonic leader for 30,000 miles, and the Heaven's Punishment sword drank the blood of demons, pinning him to the foot of the Zhuyun sect. Back then, the Zhuyun sect was merely a declining small sect. Helian Wenren fell silent for a moment before stepping onto the stairs. 3 days later, the former sect leader voluntarily stepped down. From then on, the cultivation world lost an unnamed rogue cultivator, but gained a new sect leader, Jianzun Helian Wenren. Since he became the sect leader of Zhuyun sect, Helian Wenren had not drawn his sword for many years, with only one disciple, Yu Feishuang, accompanying him in cultivation. Now the Zhengyang Hall was about to welcome its second disciple. Yu Feishuang stepped forward, her white robes fluttering like snow in the wind. She lowered her gaze towards Yin Wanzhou and said, "Step forward to pay your respects to the master." Yu peeked with a lifted eyelid. He felt an inexplicable sense of fear towards Yu Feishuang and did not dare to get too close. Every time he saw Yu Feishuang, he felt a strange sensation. How could such an exceptional person be his biological sister? Even he found it hard to believe. Amidst the envious gazes from the hall, Yin Wanzhou stepped forward to complete the apprenticeship ceremony. Once the ceremony was completed, the disciple was not required to remain in the main hall, but should immediately follow the master for cultivation. Before turning to leave, he glanced back, crossing through a throng of people, and met Yu's gaze. Yu winked at him, the corners of his mouth lifting into a familiar arc, silently mouthing, "See you later." Apprenticeship was no trivial matter. Yu understood that after this separation, Yin Wanzhou would receive strict guidance from Helian Wenren, while he himself should wholeheartedly devote himself to the righteous path of cultivation. Meanwhile, Yin Wanzhou had already made a vow in his heart, regardless of how arduous the path ahead might be, he would make himself strong enough to protect everything he cherished. He would not allow any illusion he glimpsed in his sea of consciousness to come to pass. At this moment, both of them held different thoughts in their hearts, yet coincidentally pointed towards the same outcome. The ceremony in the hall continued. Next, names were called one by one. Yin Zhu Xin went to the North Peak, while Lin Tian was chosen by the South Peak's master. As the number of people in the hall dwindled, Yu had yet to hear his name. One name after another was called, one disciple after another was led away. Until the originally crowded platform became empty, Yu suddenly realized that he was now alone. The item of the day was unexpectedly himself. Yu single element with spirit root, jade green spirit body. After finally hearing his name, Yu stepped forward, gazing expectantly at the several peak masters on the stage. He intended to follow the path of a medical cultivator. It was unlikely he would go to the West or South Peaks. He had heard that the North Peak studied both medicine and music charms. Could it be? He would go to the North Peak. It was too absurd to be taken by Master Helian Wenren. Yu had never even considered it, especially since he could not become a sword cultivator, making the probability of going to the North Peak the highest. He quietly raised his head to glance towards the North Peak's master Su Zhenxue. However, he did not expect Su Zhenxue was also looking at him, slightly raising the corners of her lips and gently shaking her head, while the other peak masters also seemed to be waiting for something. Yu was momentarily stunned. Wasn't that so? Where should he go? Burp. At that moment, a sudden loud and rude burp echoed through the otherwise silent hall. The peak masters and elders simultaneously turned to look towards the direction of the hall's entrance. They saw a plump figure wobbling in an old Taoist priest with a rosy face, a graying beard, and a wine gourd that was almost empty in his hand. Burp. Did I come late? He drunkenly surveyed his surroundings, staggering towards the East Peak seat. Su Zhenxue sighed, holding her forehead. Go Lao, the apprenticeship ceremony is nearing its end. Haha, it doesn't matter, I never take disciples anyway. You should all be used to it by now. Really not taking any. Then where should this child go? At that moment, everyone's gaze fell upon Yu, the item of the day. Yu also stared at the old man, feeling increasingly familiar. It seemed. Perhaps. Wait. Wasn't he the swindler who had recently charged money to test spirit roots at the foot of Zhuyun sect? He was the master of the East Peak of Zhuyun sect. Yu's pupils shook. Golao was also staring at Yu, squinting his drunken eyes, and suddenly exclaiming from his nose, "Oh." The plump old man who had been slumped in his seat a moment ago now appeared before Yu in an instant, moving so fast that he left no afterimage. He grabbed Yu's hand, his murky eyes bursting with golden light. Jade green spirit body. Zhu Yan's red lips curled slightly as she raised an eyebrow at Su Jinshu, her eyes seemingly saying, "See, I told you so." Even Hong Jian Lu raised an eyebrow, taking a sip from his teacup. Ge Lao failed to notice the private exchanges of the other peak masters. His expression changed multiple times. He released Yu Ye's hand, then grasped it again, released it, and finally began to rub his plump belly, walking back and forth in the hall, while muttering, "This is troublesome. So troublesome. To raise a disciple, I have to provide meals. And I have to teach, manage, and supervise. Sigh. Maybe I should just forget it." Yu squinted, rubbing his left hand on his right arm, staring at him with a complicated expression. Suddenly Ge Lao came to a halt. He waved his finger and loudly asked, "What does that look in your eyes mean, you little—" To be honest, it was hard for Yu to hide his disdain. The master he envisioned was not like this. At least not a disheveled man reeking of alcohol and grease, swindling money. But Yu was a child who knew how to navigate social situations, so he sincerely shook his head. "No, there's nothing special in my eyes. Ooh, I only have respect." Even so, the expression of disdain could not be hidden. Underestimating me." Ge Lao placed his hands on his hips and decisively beckoned to Yu. "Come on, it's you. Come back with me to the East Peak and see for yourself." Although Yu somewhat despised Ge Lao, he also knew that someone who could become a peak master had some strength. Being lifted by Ge Lao like a chick, it felt dizzying, and they arrived at the East Peak. The entire East Peak resembled a primeval forest overgrown with weeds, with no trace of what a cultivation sect should look like. Uncertain if Ge Lao was deliberately trying to intimidate him, the old man walked faster and faster. Yu struggled to keep up with his short legs, helplessly watching him disappear into the thicket. Abandoned by his new master, Yu stood there thinking. How childish. Yu stood still, surveying his surroundings. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, vines coiling like giant serpents, and the ground was a twisted mess, with thorns growing everywhere. Finding a decent place to step was nearly impossible unless he turned into a monkey and climbed to the highest branches. He lifted his foot, and the sole of his shoe was already caked with wet leaves and mud. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands to his lips and shouted with the loudest voice, "Master." The sound was quickly swallowed by the dense woods, leaving no echo. "Master! Master, oh!" 3 sharp bursts startled a flock of birds into flight. Yu shouted so hard that he was out of breath, propping himself against a tree to catch his breath, while slowly raising a middle finger. "Damn, old man, you win this time." But the tree he was leaning against began to tilt. Yu's body also tilted along with it, and he looked up at the tree in confusion, his gaze slowly moving up the trunk. Branches, leaves, and a massive claw covered in blue scales with no abnormalities. "Wait, what is it?" The scales on the beast's claw gleamed, each one larger than his head, with the claw tip deeply embedded in the tree trunk, sending wood chips flying and coating his head in dust. Yu's breath hitched. He stiffly tilted his head back and finally saw the full view. A gigantic dragon's head hovering just 3 feet above him. The dragon's eyes slowly shifted, fixating on the small creature in front of it, with pupils like 2 burning blue flames. Its whiskers naturally drooped, and its breath carried the salty and oppressive scent of the deep sea. It opened its mouth deeply, exhaling a breath with sharp and massive teeth resembling numerous swords, and in its maw layers of sharp teeth held half-digested beast carcasses. Yu was instantly assaulted by the stench of blood. "What is this? Smell? Ugh. Whoop." Yu helplessly covered his mouth and nose, his voice getting stuck in his throat, turning into a distorted whimper. Forgetting all fear and survival instinct, his mind was left with only one thought: I won't become the first disciple of Zhu Yun's sect to be suffocated by bad breath. Yu covered his mouth and nose, stepping back little by little. Facing such a colossal beast, it was impossible not to feel fear. As he retreated, the giant creature fixed its unblinking gaze upon him. Forcing down his inner terror, Yu widened his eyes to observe the beast's appearance. Its body was covered in azure scales and fur, with a dragon head raised high like a hill, crystal-like horns spiraling toward the sky from both sides of its forehead. From the dragon neck, the body gradually transitioned into a beastly form, with limbs thick and massive. When Yu tilted his head to the left, the dragon head also tilted left. When he tilted to the right, the dragon head tilted right. It seemed merely frightening in appearance, without aggression. In his mind surfaced the image of the mountain-guarding divine beast he had seen from afar at the foot of the mountain not long ago. That giant creature leaped and flew among the peaks, appearing utterly free and unrestrained. The Zhu Yun sect could not possibly have dangerous demonic beasts appearing without reason. So, was the giant beast before him truly the legendary mountain-guarding divine beast Yunli? As the dragon head drew closer and closer, a sudden inspiration struck Yu. When the beast's breath sent his bangs flying wildly, he closed his eyes and shouted out that desperate greeting: "Late disciple pays respects to Lord Yunli." Yunli slowly blinked at him. The next moment, as the dragon claw struck the ground, the entire mountain fort, Yu was numbed by the aftershock, his head buzzing, standing there with a dazed expression. But he soon noticed a faint blue stream of spiritual energy appearing on the ground, extending deep into the woods. Staring at the faint blue light on the ground, Yu's heart stirred. Could it be that Yunli was actually kindly showing him the way? He whirled around to confirm, only to find that Yunli's massive figure had already vanished, leaving only a few wisps of blue spiritual energy drifting in the air. The mountain-guarding divine beast would not bully a child like him, so Yu tentatively followed the blue light. After Yu left, Yunli poked its head out from the cliff edge, silently watching his retreating figure. He did not know how long he had walked before the view suddenly opened up. On a flat clearing, a few simple wooden cabins were scattered. Unlike the overgrown weeds outside, this place was planted with crabapple trees covering the entire hillside. Pink and white blossoms bloomed brilliantly, and as a gentle breeze passed, petals fell in profusion. Meanwhile, Golao was sitting inside the cabin with his legs crossed, happily drinking wine. That little brat must be crying in the woods right now. He smacked his lips, shaking his head with smug satisfaction. Though he had not taken on a disciple for many years, he knew that most new students were reserved in nature. But Yu seemed full of mischief. Since he was to be the master, he needed to temper the child's temperament. Having nearly finished the wine in the pot, Golao stood up and stretched. All right, can't bully him too much. Slowly rising, he had just pushed open the door when he saw Yu standing outside, disheveled, yet with bright, piercing eyes. Master. Yu patted off the petals on his clothes, looked up, and grinned. These crabapple blossoms are truly beautiful. Golao spat out a mouthful of wine. Yu, how did you get back? Yu stepped into the cabin, poured himself a cup of tea like a little adult, gulped it down in one go, then wiped his mouth and gritted his teeth. Lord Yunli sent me back. Yunli, the mountain-guarding divine beast. A flicker of doubt passed through Golao's eyes. Though Yunli was usually unrestrained and free-spirited, often wandering among the peaks, and frequently resting on East Peak, it was still a divine beast, and rarely deigned to associate with cultivators like them, let alone new disciples. It was said that a few years ago, some new disciples, curious about the scenery of East Peak, secretly sneaked up the mountain. They had just awakened the sleeping Yunli, who let out a dragon roar that nearly frightened them into unconsciousness. Golao sank into some memories. In the past, he too had once had a disciple favored by the mountain-guarding divine beast. Interesting. The old man suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed. You'll stay next door? Go get settled. Meet me in the crabapple grove at an hour tomorrow morning. With that, Golao vanished without a trace. After formally becoming a disciple, Yu joyfully received a skyview room. As the name suggests, a house with a view of the sea is called a seaview room, and a house with a view of the sky is called a skyview room. There was a big hole in the roof, perfect for stargazing at night. How romantic. Romantic, my ass. Yu angrily slammed his hand on the table, but the table was so rotten that he directly smashed off a corner. Yu's hand was covered in wood chips falling down in a mess. Forget it, living under someone else's roof he would endure. Lying on the hard wooden bed, Yu wept inside. He wondered how the male lead was doing now. In a place like the Zhengyang Hall where the sect leader resided, he surely would get a decent room, thousands of times better than his own. At least it couldn't be a skyview room. With deep envy and jealousy, Yu closed his eyes, raised his middle finger with his left hand toward the direction of Golao's room, curled up on the hard bed, and fell asleep. At the hour, Yu, feeling utterly hopeless, coaxed himself out of bed, went outside to fetch a basin of water for a hasty wash, and walked with unsteady steps to the crabapple grove, only to find that Golao hadn't shown up at all. Yu angrily raised his middle finger to the sky once more. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Anger leaves room for the devil. At that moment, the crabapple grove was shrouded in the morning mist, the air carrying a faint dampness. Looking around, he simply sat cross-legged under the largest crabapple tree, breathing in the clear fragrance of flowers. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he soon sensed the surging spiritual energy around him. Wood element spiritual energy was naturally gentle. Yu recalled his experience in the Wenling Hall the previous day, carefully guiding the spiritual energy through his meridians, afraid to disturb these ancient trees that had slumbered for 1,000 years. Compared to these millennia-old trees, his own cultivation at the early Qi refinement stage was but a small pebble. He felt accepted and embraced, as if he had become one of their seedlings, and the old trees were not stingy in nourishing the young. After an unknown time, the aroma of wine wafted over. Not bad. You know to borrow the situation to cultivate. Not too foolish. In a blink, Golao was leaning against the tree, his hands flowing with spiritual energy, gently pushing it toward Yu. The young man, with eyes closed, did not notice the many small flowers blooming around him. When Yu opened his eyes, the morning light had already filled the entire crabapple grove. Golao lazily beckoned him from not far away. Come here. Yu walked forward in confusion, only to see Golao produce a set of stone table and chairs from somewhere. On the table were some food, a steaming bowl of rice porridge, a plate of pickled spirit fruits, and 2 plump white steamed buns. Eat first. After you finish, follow me. Gulao pointed at the table with his wine gourd. Yu was surprised inwardly. This old man had actually prepared breakfast for him. But Gulao didn't look like someone who could cook at all. What are you spacing out for? This is my first time tasting master's cooking. I'm so moved. I dare not move. Stop talking nonsense. Under Gulao's stern gaze, Yu scrunched up his little face and decided to go for it. He slowly picked up the bowl. He swallowed slowly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took the first sip of the rice porridge, a sweet burst exploded on his tongue, and the grains turned into a warm current sliding into his stomach. Even the seemingly ordinary steamed bun, when torn apart, was mixed with green vegetable bits, clearly showing that some spiritual plants had been kneaded into it. This was no ordinary meal, but the spirit food beloved by cultivators. As cultivation advanced, cultivators' need for mundane food gradually diminished. High-level cultivators often chose to abstain from grains, and even those with shallow cultivation could use fasting pills to replace eating. However, spirit food was an exception. These delicacies not only satisfied the palate, but also nourished meridians and enhanced cultivation, naturally becoming a favorite among many cultivators. Master, your cooking is amazing. Yu's eyes sparkled as he devoured all the food on the table. Little rascal. Seeing his little disciple eating with relish, Gulao covered his upturned mouth corners with a teacup, feeling a bit proud inside, but not showing it. A quarter of an hour later, master and disciple arrived at a hidden cave on the back mountain of East Peak. The damp air was thick with the smell of blood. Yu tiptoed inward, and before reaching the cave's depths, he heard harsh, piercing roars. A fox demon, its body covered in blood and wounds, lay on the ground. Seeing the arrivals, it bared its teeth and let out threatening low growls. The fox demon huddled pathetically in the corner of the cave, and its tail had somehow become separated from its body. Sigh. A severed tail. Just looking at it made Yu feel pain. But Gulao was unfazed. Mountain beasts often fight over territory. It's only injured as long as it didn't lose its life, it's fine. Yu obediently squatted beside him and asked, Master, can its tail be reattached? Gulao glanced back at him. I can, but you cannot. Oh, nonsense. From now on, you must remember the effects and circulation methods of every healing technique I demonstrate until you can learn to use them. The old man and the boy crouched before the fox demon. Gulao casually wiped his hands on his dirty sleeve and began to demonstrate the healing art. Watch carefully. This is the most basic revival technique. How amazing, how cool, how powerful. Yu watched with such intensity that his eyes nearly popped out. Did you understand? After a quarter of an hour, Gulao withdrew his technique and asked. Yu shook his head honestly. No. Which part didn't you understand? All of it. Yu blinked. Master, your hands moved too fast. My eyes got dizzy. If he might speak bluntly, Gulao's revival technique looked a bit like shaking flower hands. Gulao took a deep breath, nearly losing control and crushing the fox demon's newly reattached tail. Shut up. Watch more, and you'll understand. The fox demon let out a weak whimper, as if saying, why don't you two argue first? I'll just lie here for a while. After entering the East Peak, Yu spent each day in profound fulfillment. During this time, he would meditate in the early morning, tend to the spirit plants by mid-morning, accompany Elder Gu into the mountains as a veterinarian in the afternoon, and study the mental cultivation methods at night. By deep night, exhaustion would claim him, and he would collapse onto his bed. Even cultivators required sleep, though the duration varied according to their level of cultivation. Once entering the immortal sect, mortal life became a fleeting cloud. Matters like the Yu family and past grievances shrunk to insignificance, smaller than ants. He finally understood why his elder sister Yu Feishuang seldom returned home. The years of a cultivator stretched too long, their horizons too vast, and the gulf between them and ordinary lives loomed like a mountain. Unbeknownst to him, several months passed without Yu ever descending the mountain or even venturing beyond the east peak of Zhuyan Gate, let alone meeting Wanzhou. The only way to check on the male lead situation was each night to consult the system for his luck value data. Perhaps because he was gradually beginning to follow the long-out yin script, the male lead's luck value steadily and slowly increased, allowing Yu to confirm that Wanzhou must be doing well. That night, as Yu closed his book of mental cultivation methods, a soft click sounded by the window. In recent days, he had dealt with many spirit beasts. Some bold little ones would sneak into his room to cause trouble. He looked up alertly and found himself staring into a pair of eyes as deep as the night. Sure, the youth outside the window pressed a finger lightly to his lips, then gripping the sill with one hand, he vaulted inside. His red robes blazed like fire under the moonlight, accentuating his even more poised figure. Compared to when they parted, the youth's features were more defined. His jet black hair was tied high with a vivid red ribbon, a long cascade falling like a waterfall, making his skin seem like translucent jade. Why are you here? Yu overjoyed hurried forward. After learning sword flight, you're the first person I wanted to. Yin Wanzhou's lips curved slightly. With a flick of his finger, the long sword obediently circled Yu Yu once. Yu Yu was deeply moved and blurted out, "Really? What a coincidence. I was just thinking of you." This was not the least bit false, for the only person in the entire sect he could think about was Yin Wanzhou, his friend through thick and thin. A faint blush tinged Yin Wanzhou's ears. Even though he knew the young master was always forthright, such a direct statement still made his breath catch, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Yu Yu did not continue expressing his brotherly longing. Instead, he turned his gaze to the sword hovering beside Yin Wanzhou. "How long have you been here, and you've already mastered sword flight? That's incredible." Yu Yu sincerely praised the male lead's extraordinary talent. According to the original text, while disciples of the same cohort were still learning basic mental cultivation methods, Yin Wanzhou could already fly on a sword. Yu Yu knew he learned fast, but not this fast. Just a few months. Yin Wanzhou pursed his lips, but ultimately held back his true feelings. In truth, he had accelerated his training just to see Yu Yu sooner. During this time, he could not learn any news about Yu Yu, only knowing that he was studying under Elder Gu on the East Peak. Still curious about the flying sword, Yu Yu asked, "Is this your lifebound weapon?" Yin Wanzhou shook his head. "It's a practice sword issued by the sect. Everyone has one." "Then why don't I have one?" "Oh, never mind, I don't need it either." Yin Wanzhou's gaze swept over the pile of books on Yu Yu's desk. "It seems life on the East Peak is fulfilling." Yu Yu made a wry face. "Fulfilling?" The child was practically being worn down to a limp bean sprout. "Not bad," he said honestly. He was quite capable of enduring hardship. But Yin Wanzhou clearly thought otherwise. Even without Yu Yu complaining, Yin Wanzhou could not help frowning at the surroundings. In his eyes, the young master deserved to be nobly raised with the finest of everything. Yet the situation on the East Peak was hardly optimistic. The room cramped, the candlelight dimmed, the walls cracked and broken, and even the roof had a large hole offering a direct view of the moonlight outside. What about when it rained or snowed? What about when it turned cold? How could Yu Yu cultivate in such an environment? The young master, once attended to and never having slept on a hard bed, had also learned to endure in silence. Turning back, he saw the young master looking at him a little uneasily, as if afraid that his humble dwelling would be looked down upon. A pang struck Yin Wanzhou's heart, spreading a sour ache. "What about your daily meals and clothing?" he asked quietly after a moment's silence. "Huh?" Yu Yu tilted his head, thinking. "I eat steamed buns, rice porridge, noodles, spirit fruits, wild vegetables, and sometimes spirit beast meat. I wear the sect uniform. As for spending money, here, even if you had it, you couldn't spend it." As he spoke, Yin Wanzhou's face grew darker. These days the young master had indeed suffered a lot. "Wait for me," he said quietly, and walked outside. He soon returned with plank, stones, and other materials, then pulled out some tools from somewhere. Before Yu Yu could react, Yin Wanzhou had already nimbly jumped onto the roof and began repairing it. Yu Yu was utterly astonished. How could the male lead know how to do everything? But he was the host. How could he let a guest start fixing the roof the moment he arrived? Yu Yu hastily stood on tiptoe and shouted up, "Yin Wanzhou, come down, I can fix the roof myself." Yin Wanzhou glanced down. From that angle, Yu Yu's small figure was completely enveloped in his shadow. He quickly patched the damaged spots, pressed stones on the edges, and then jumped down from the eaves. "He'll bring some other materials tomorrow," he told Yu Yu. "Ow, tomorrow too?" Yu Yu was stunned. The male lead was in the rising phase of his career. He couldn't be worrying about roof repair. He immediately shook his head in refusal. "No need, it's too much trouble. Your training with the sect leader is so precious." Yin Wanzhou looked at Yu Yu with wounded eyes, as if harboring 1,000 grievances, and interrupted him. "In the past, when I poured tea for you or helped you dress, you never said it was a bother. Has the young master no longer need me?" No. Why are you calling me young master again? Didn't we agree?" Yu Yu was baffled by the male lead's logic. How did this lead to whether he was needed? What's more, he could almost see two droopy ears on Yin Wanzhou's head, and a tail wagging listlessly like a dejected canine. Yu Yu was choked by his own fancy. But then he thought Yin Wanzhou's personality was relatively sensitive, and his past experiences were bitter, so he treasured anyone who treated him well. Was this a temporary, people-pleasing personality? So when he evolved into the full long-out Yin form, he'd have a crowd of friends and followers, and wouldn't be so fixated on being kind to others. Yu Yu analyzed in his mind, and found it quite reasonable. Besides, he was quite bored alone on the East Peak, facing only Elder Gu and spirit beasts every day. Of course, he welcomed Yin Wanzhou's frequent visits. "All right, but if it interferes with your cultivation, I'll feel awful." Yin Wanzhou's heart softened. He placed his hands lightly on the bed frame, a shimmer in his eyes. "I promise you it won't." His demeanor made Yu Yu think even more that the male lead resembled a canine. Well, a golden retriever. In fact, in the months since Yin Wanzhou entered Zhuyan Gate, he had hardly rested. But tonight was the first time he succeeded with sword flight. He was so overjoyed and wanted to show Yu Yu immediately that he could not restrain himself from coming. His master Helian Wunren had told him one who holds the sword must first hold the heart. A youthful spirit should be like a mountain spring, clear and pure. You brood too much, you need proper relaxation. Over-attachment leads to stagnation, over-worrying leads to ruin. He did not understand what a youthful spirit meant, but staying with the young master made him feel at ease and peaceful. And that was good. From then on, Yin Wanzhou's visits to the Eastern Peak grew increasingly frequent. One day he would bring a packet of osmanthus cakes, the next he would send a few volumes of classics, and once he even carried over a heavy set of brand new bedding. Often when he pushed open the door, he would see Yin Wanzhou crouched in the courtyard lighting a fire with an iron pot simmering a meat broth that scented the air for miles. So fragrant, he said. Yu drifted over, hair disheveled. Wait a bit, it's not ready yet, said Yin Wanzhou as he carefully coiled Yu's long hair and draped a robe over his shoulders, his tone unable to conceal a smile. When the soup was perfectly cooked, the two sat facing each other at a stone table. Yu ate hastily, sticking out his tongue from the heat, but refusing to slow down. Once his bowl was empty, he propped his chin on his hand and stared intently at Yin Wanzhou. Sensing the gaze, Yin Wanzhou looked up. What's wrong? Nothing, Yu replied. I just think you're like an elder brother. Yin Wanzhou, his hand holding the ladle, paused. He hadn't heard Yu call him that in a long time. Ever since Yin Wanzhou became a disciple of the sect leader, Yu had addressed him properly as Wanzhou. The last time he had heard Yu use that term was on the day he had been freed from servitude. Back then he dared not hope for too much, nor did he have the capacity to bear such a title. But now, he stood on equal footing with the young master, improving himself every day, a life he had never dared to dream of in the past. Yu joked, maybe I should just call you Brother Yin. All right, Yin Wanzhou replied in a low voice after a long pause. Really? Yu had thought he would refuse, and stood up in surprise, his eyes sparkling. He wondered if this counted as successfully claiming the male lead as his big brother. A gentle breeze swirled a sea of crabapple blossoms, landing around the two youths. Brother Yin. Yu deliberately drew out his tone. Cough, cough, Brother Yin. Before Yin Wanzhou could react, Yu quickly wrote 2 characters on his palm, then brought his hand to his mouth and gobbled them down with a loud om nom nom. Patting his chest, he declared, eaten, so you can't go back on it. For a moment, not knowing how to respond, Yin Wanzhou fled with 2 empty bowls in his hands, a faint blush creeping onto the tips of his ears. Ding! Main quest: enter the Zhuyun sect together with the male lead, enhance strength and deepen emotional bond. Completed. Current progress 100. Reward 30 luck points. The familiar notification sound echoed in Yu's mind. Ding. Detected fluctuation in the male lead's luck points. Current luck points 163. Yu blinked in surprise. Since entering the Zhuyun sect, Yin Wanzhou had already raised his luck points by 23 through his own cultivation. With the additional 30 points from this quest, he had suddenly broken through the 160 mark. Yu hadn't expected that his casual act would advance the quest. He quickly asked, we just acknowledged each other as brothers, and that completed the quest. Exactly. Yu felt deep regret. If only he had suggested it earlier. He suddenly thought, how many luck points do I need to unlock the next reward? Let me see. Host, it's 200 points to unlock. Yu rubbed his hands excitedly, wondering what good. The system exclaimed, Host, I have a feeling that this time we will definitely be smooth, because you've got the male lead completely under control. The future is bright. Yu said, what do you mean under control? This is genuine affection. The person and the system couldn't help but daydream about the wonderful life after completing all the quests. After Yu and Yin Wanzhou began calling each other brothers, the way they interacted didn't change much. They seldom chatted idly, instead mostly exchanging insights on cultivation. Yu excelled in spell research, while Yin Wanzhou was quite accomplished in swordsmanship and martial arts. One had exquisite magical techniques, the other a fierce sword intent. They became a perfect complement. Sometimes late at night, Yin Wanzhou would simply stay overnight at the Eastern Peak. The two would sit side by side in meditation, their breathing cycles allowing spiritual energy to flow between them, which actually proved smoother than cultivating alone. No wonder some disciples liked to meditate together to help each other. After cultivation, if they were too tired, they would also share a bed, cobbling together the 2 beds to sleep. At first Yu was a bit unaccustomed, but later he became indifferent. After all, the male lead was clean and warm, and there was nothing wrong with kids squeezing together to sleep. In fact, Yin Wanzhou made quite a bit of noise at the Eastern Peak, and Yu felt that Ge Lao must have known someone was sneaking in. But he seemed to turn a blind eye. Usually Ge Lao appeared and vanished unpredictably, not showing up every day. Yet the daily spirit food would always appear punctually on the stone table. At some point, the portion of spirit food on the table had quietly become enough for 2. Yu knew that his master was actually an old man with a cold face, but a warm heart. So the next time he encountered a tipsy Ge Lao, he rushed over and gave him a warm hug, then shouted, once a master, always a father. You are my reincarnated father. Ge Lao was so startled, he instantly sobered up, goosebumps covering his body, and almost kicked his disciple away. He cursed, Scram, trying to take advantage of me. I could be your great-grandpa. Fortunately, Yu had a thick skin and was completely unfazed. Winter passed, and spring came. One spring afternoon, as Yu was reading in the crabapple grove, the sun's warmth made him so cozy that he drifted into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he found himself resting on Wanzhou's lap. The youth, clad in a red robe that mirrored the blossoms drifting in the air, was propping his head on his hand while flipping through a swordsmanship manual. Sensing the movement in his lap, he lowered his gaze with a gentle smile, casually brushing a petal from Yu's hair awake. The scene was too beautiful. Yu felt blinded by the male lead's face again. "You're really handsome," he said with a grin, squinting as he admired, never stingy with his praise. Wanzhou sighed, wondering if the young master had any idea who was actually better looking. The days turned over, still filled with cultivation, planting flowers, and herbs, bonding with his sworn brother, and trading insults with his master. Since Yu had established himself at the eastern peak, he could punch demon foxes, kick wolf beasts, and even reattach their broken limbs and tails without flinching. "The little ancestor is coming. The little ancestor is coming." A multicolored parrot flapped its wings, shrieking in a raspy voice as it darted through the woods. The demon fox, licking its wounds by the stream, stiffened and bolted to escape. But as it turned, it ran straight into a pair of cloth shoes embroidered with bamboo patterns. "What are you running for?" Yu crouched down, grinning as he grabbed the fox by the scruff of its neck. "Fought over a mate with the wolf beast at the foot of the mountain yesterday, didn't you? Did the wound on your leg break open again? You're a fox demon, why must you take a wolf as a wife? Don't you understand what reproductive isolation is?" The demon fox. "What is this gibberish?" It can't understand. All the foxes on the mountain were afraid of Yu, so it closed its eyes in despair. As for how Yu earned this title, it all started with Gulao. The cultivation world had always been one of survival of the fittest. Cultivators either hunted and killed demon beasts or captured them as mounts and spirit pets. But Gulao was an exception. He didn't drive away the demon beasts on the eastern peak. Instead, he let them dwell freely, and even helped them when they were in trouble. Whenever Gulao entered the forest, the demon beasts always gazed at him with a mix of respect and curiosity. Then one day, the old ancestor suddenly brought a little tot to the mountain. That little tot also knew those miraculous healing arts, and instead of loathing the demon beasts, he looked back at them with curiosity. Moreover, the little tot made them feel a sense of familiarity. The demon beasts watched the little tot grow day by day. From some point, the parrot spirit began to screech, "The little ancestor is coming." Once the title was uttered, it won the approval of all the demon beasts on the mountain. After all, he was the direct disciple of the old ancestor. Wasn't he naturally the little ancestor? Yu actually found it a bit embarrassing. Titles like little ancestor sounded too strange. It felt like only members of demonic cults would be called that. He complained to Wanzhou about it, but to his surprise, the other laughed and nodded with an air of seriousness. Little ancestor suits you well." Yu angrily pounded the pillow with his fist, utterly frustrated. One morning a few years later, as Yu was squatting in the medicine garden catching insects, he suddenly heard Gulao's voice from behind. "Little brat, come here." Yu turned around to see Gulao, unusually sober, free of the smell of alcohol, standing with his hands behind his back in the morning light, a serious expression on his face. "Master, you're looking for me." Yu patted the dirt off his hands and trotted over. Gulao said nothing, just scanned his little disciple with his eyes. The youth was at his prime, like a bamboo shoot, growing steadily taller with none of the childishness he had shown when first arriving at the eastern peak. Especially his face. It made Gulao feel increasingly familiar. Gulao squinted, sizing him up for a moment, then suddenly raised a hand and pointed down the mountain. "You leave." Yu's eyes widened instantly. What was this old man up to now? His lips trembled, his eyes reddened on cue, his emotions surged, and his voice shifted instantly. "Master, are you abandoning me? Your disciple was wrong. I shouldn't have dug up the wine you buried in the medicine field and drunk it, shouldn't have deliberately dyed the 1,000-year Ganoderma pink, shouldn't have." "What? You did that too? How outrageous." Gulao was so angry his beard bristled. Yu immediately shut up. "Oh, so master didn't know? Then it's fine." Gulao smacked Yu on the back of the head. "You have now reached the early foundation establishment stage. It's time for you to go to the Lingwu secret realm to seek your lifebound weapon." Yu's tears instantly dried up and his eyes lit up. A lifebound weapon. In the cultivation world, every cultivator had their own lifebound weapon. It was not an ordinary magical artifact, but an entity connected to the cultivator's soul, evolving along with the master's cultivation. Some obtained it through fortuitous encounters, others spent their entire lives traveling through secret realms in search of their own destiny. For sect disciples, secret realms were the best places to seek a lifebound weapon. Within the secret realms, swords, spears, blades, halberds, chain chests, calligraphy, paintings, or even an ordinary tree branch could become a cultivator's lifebound object. In the beginning, they were often mere rudimentary forms, but after 1,000 years of refinement, they could become peerless divine weapons. Lifebound weapons were ranked into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. The higher the grade, the greater the potential. Tomorrow the Lingwu's secret realm opens. Foundation establishment disciples from every peak will go. You should also descend the mountain to see the world. Don't bring shame upon this old man. Gulao flicked a brocade pouch from his sleeve, and Yu caught it hurriedly. What is this, master? Gulao waved his sleeve as he walked back into the house. Some odds and ends. Keep them well, and don't die out there. Yu shouted after him, master. How should I go down the mountain? You haven't taught me the teleportation array yet. I can fly a sword, but our eastern peak doesn't have any swords to fly. Gulao had already disappeared, only his voice came from afar. Get lost. Do you still need to ask? Figure it out yourself. The rising sun cast its first rays upon the sprawling platform before the main hall of Zhuyun sect's principal peak, where the air buzzed with a cacophony of voices. Disciples from every peak had gathered here. Sword cultivators from the western peak clustered in groups, sparring with their blades, their flashing sword aura eliciting cheers from the onlookers. Body cultivators from the southern peak could not resist joining the fray, eager to test whether their fists were tougher than the swords of the sword practitioners. Amid the crowd, bursts of hearty laughter erupted now and then. Meanwhile, music cultivators from the northern peak were far more reserved, gathering in pavilions to savor tea in quietude, each exuding an air of ethereal grace and serene temperament. Abruptly, a stir rippled through the crowd as disciples turned their heads toward the staircase leading up to the main hall. Senior Sister Yu and Senior Brother Yan have arrived. They say Senior Brother Yan recently advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment and is now preparing to break through to the golden core. Heavens, he's only 18, utterly enviable beyond measure. Both of them are paragons among us. Shouldn't you think Senior Sister Yu and Senior Brother Yan share a similar aura? I've heard that Senior Sister Yu is leading the expedition to the Lingwu's secret realm this time. The two descended the long steps. From a distance they seemed to walk side by side, yet they maintained a certain distance. Yu Feishuang was tall and ethereal, her very steps resembling those of a celestial descending to the mortal realm. Yan Wanzhou, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, possessed a tall, lean frame. His gait was casual, with a high ponytail bound by a gold crown and a red cord swaying gently in the breeze. Then Yu Feishuang seemed to turn and say something to him. Yan Wanzhou nodded, but his expression appeared distracted, as if his mind was elsewhere, occupied with other matters. The moment they set foot off the steps, the disciples' gazes locked onto them, yet no one dared approach unbidden. Suddenly a disciple pointed skyward in delight. Look! It's Lord Yunli. Everyone raised their heads to see a colossal silhouette weaving through the clouds against the azure firmament. The mountain-guarding divine beast trod on drifting clouds, its movements light and graceful. Its scales refracted dazzling radiance under the sunlight as it soared and frolicked, as if gamboling in a sea of clouds freely roaming the 9 heavens. Lord Yunli has shown himself. This is an auspicious omen. Haha, Lord Yunli must have come to bless us in finding our destined weapons. The disciples were ecstatic, halting whatever they were doing just to witness the mountain-guarding divine beast. Even the usually stern elders revealed gratified smiles. Yet as Yunli's figure drew nearer, the cheers gradually faded. Wait, isn't it? A little too close. Does Lord Yunli not intend to leave? Not only that, but the massive body kept approaching, descending straight toward the center of the square. Move out of the way. The crowd hastily dispersed on their flying swords, leaving a large open space. Yunli landed lightly, sending a ring of air rippling outward, fluttering everyone's robes. It flicked its tail, its dragon eyes surveying the surroundings with majesty, then turned its head and snorted a breath of air at the person seated on its back. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Because there was actually someone sitting on the mountain guarding divine. This was the utmost disrespect. What kind of person would be so audacious as to make Lord Yunli their mount? All raised their heads to see who that figure was. The first thing they saw was a pair of cloth shoes patterned with green bamboo. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the hem of that person's robes, revealing a slender ankle. Their jet black hair was loosely pinned with only a branch of crabapple blossoms, a few stray strands falling beside the ear, braided into delicate little plaits that rested naturally on the shoulder. The youth turned around. His amber pupils displayed a translucent honey color in the sunlight, the corners of his eyes slightly upturned, carrying a hint of a smile, even without expression, evoking an inexplicable reminder of the mountain spirits that beguiled the heart in storybooks. Thanks, Lord Yunli. Yu leaped down nimbly from Yunli's back and bowed respectfully. If not for Yan Wanzhou being busy in seclusion to advance over the past few months and rarely visiting the eastern peak, you would have asked the male lead to take him on his flying sword. Thinking this, he pursed his lips. TCH. That guy's last letter said, I'll come find you first once I'm out of seclusion, and now there's still no sign of him. His master was also unreliable, leaving a single sentence and disappearing to some unknown place to enjoy himself. Fortunately, Lord Yunli showed up in time to save the day, or else if he missed the Lingwu's secret realm, he would really have to walk down the mountain on foot. But this way of appearing was indeed a bit too flashy. Yu stealthily glanced at the stunned crowd around him and sighed helplessly. He didn't want it either, but in front of the mountain guarding divine beast, what request could he dare to make? And what choice did he have over the landing spot? Yinli gave a slight nod, then once again pushed off the ground and flew leisurely out of the 9 clouds. Seeing more and more disciples gathering, Yu cleared his throat about to ask for directions. Xiaoyu. From behind the crowd, Wanzhou caught sight of Yu looking around at once. A rare hint of urgency surfaced on his usually indifferent face. He strode forward in 3 steps, passing directly through the crowd to stand before Yu. Why did you come down the mountain? Wanzhou furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze scanning Yu to confirm he was unharmed, then his tone softened. He habitually tidied up Yu's slightly disheveled hair and said gently, the Lingwu secret realm is about to open. I was just thinking of going to the eastern peak to fetch you. Better early than late. Seeing his good brother Yu felt much more at ease. He feigned surprise. Oh, so you do remember me after all. The mischief in the youth's eyes was impossible to hide. Wanzhou could only respond helplessly, I just emerged from seclusion. This time the retreat took extra time. Sorry, Xiaoyu. So you succeeded in advancing, right? No wonder you look even more handsome. Yu punched his shoulder with a fist and said with a grin, then as compensation, I want some of your osmanthus cakes later. Okay. Wanzhou's ears reddened slightly. Such a simple exchange left the surrounding disciples utterly stunned. Not to mention the unknown background of this boy they had never seen before and his connection with the mountain guarding divine beast. That was senior brother Yan. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, none daring to believe that the Wanzhou before them, with his gentle expression and mellow tone, was the same senior brother, Yan, who was usually laconic and sparing with words. When had senior brother Yan ever been casually tugged like this before? And okay. And blushing. For heaven's sake, this was the man who only answered yes or no even to the sect leader. Someone whispered senior brother Yan cooks. How many sentences did senior brother Yan just say? 3, 4. Who is he? To make senior brother Yan so well enthusiastic. As thick-skinned as Yu was, he found it hard to bear the crowd's stares. Though he didn't know what they were whispering about, he could feel the gazes constantly upon him. The popularity of a long, out-yin male lead. Indeed astonishing. So this is the halo of a universal heartthrob protagonist, huh? Ahem, even a small fry like him found it overwhelming to bask in the reflected glory. Yu tugged at Wanzhou's sleeve. Let's go somewhere else. Growl? Before he finished speaking, Yu heard his own stomach rumble. He flushed crimson with embarrassment, recalling that he had rushed down the mountain without even eating. Stammering, he said, aye. Anyway, let's just go. Wanzhou paused for a moment, then skillfully took a box of pastries from his treasure pouch and handed it over. Have something to tide you over. Yu. Thanks a lot, I suppose. The disciples were even more shaken. Why would senior brother Yan carry snacks on him at all times? The two were about to leave when they heard footsteps behind them. The newcomer was clad in white robes light as snow. It was Yu Feishuang approaching them with slow steps. Yu instinctively straightened his posture, feeling a vague tension in his heart. His feelings towards his sister were quite complex. He both admired her for becoming the master sister of the Zhuyan sect at a young age, and feared her cold demeanor that kept others at bay. Yu Feishuang cast a faint glance at the two, finally resting her gaze on Yu. Did Elder Ge send you? Though they had not exchanged words, she seemed to have a clear grasp of Yu's situation. Yu nodded honestly, yes, master sister. Yu Feishuang replied, offering no further words as she turned and walked away. Yu watched her retreating figure, feeling a bit uncomfortable in his heart. Sigh, does my elder sister. That makes sense. Yu Feishuang's impression of him should still linger on the original owner's phase when he was just a spoiled and willful little brat, quite annoying indeed. Yu knew that whenever Master Hellion entered seclusion, it was Yu Feishuang who guided Wanzhou in his sword techniques. How wonderful it would be if his elder sister could also offer him some guidance. As Yu Feishuang's figure gradually faded from view, the surrounding disciples seemed to awaken from a dream. So he is elder guest disciple. Someone murmured softly. If Yu Feishuang hadn't brought it up publicly, they might not have reacted at all. 5 years ago, the master of Dongfeng Peak, Gu Changxing, indeed took in a closed-door disciple. At first, everyone was somewhat curious, having heard that Yu displayed extraordinary phenomena during his spiritual root tests and possessed a congenital sacred body. However, Dongfeng was too mysterious, and Yu hadn't descended the mountain for many years, fading from everyone's memories. Once they learned he was elder guest disciple, the disciples' gazes toward Yu carried a hint of respect, and their speculation lessened. Over here, Yu did not feel disappointed for long and adjusted his emotions. To change his elder sister's opinion of him, relying solely on self-pity, wouldn't do. Besides, Yu Feishuang's nature was rather cold. Oh, perhaps he was just overthinking it. The Lingwu secret realm was accessible only to cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above. Each time it opened, the terrain within would change, potentially becoming a lava wasteland, a dark swamp, or an ordinary forest. Before entering the realm, the sect would issue each disciple a treasure-seeking compass to help locate the weapons. Weapons were classified by their grades of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The rarer the weapon, the harder it was to obtain, making it common for cultivators to engage in battles over high-grade weapons. Unlike the perilous wild secret realms outside, the Lingwu's secret realm was only accessible to disciples of its own sect, being friendly to newcomers. Therefore, within the realm, limited competition was allowed, but killing and treasure theft among fellow disciples was forbidden. Having access to a dedicated secret realm was a privilege reserved for those entering a great sect. The realm was only open for 7 days, and disciples who failed to find their destined weapons would be forcibly teleported out. Hundreds of disciples eagerly awaited the moment the secret realm's gate would appear. Then a massive rift slowly rotated in the air, spilling forth a cascade of colorful light. Yu Feishuang drew her sword and unleashed a wave of sword energy towards the rift, instantly illuminating the surroundings. "It's opening! It's opened!" shouted one disciple. The light from the rift expanded faintly, revealing the scenes inside, causing a stir among the crowd as they eagerly leaned in to catch a glimpse. This was also Yu Ye's first encounter with the legendary entrance to the secret realm, and his eyes instantly lit up as he looked up like a curious cat. Ding! New task released. Please assist the male lead in successfully obtaining his destined weapon and completing the storyline. The task arrived suddenly, yet it was just right. At this moment, Wanzhou beside him suddenly spoke. "Once we enter, I'll look for you first." Yu quickly. "No need, we don't know what the situation inside is yet. It's better for you to prioritize finding your destined weapon." He didn't want to delay the male lead's progress in obtaining a heavenly grade weapon. Moreover, in the original story, this segment of the secret realm plot allowed the male lead to attract a group of admirers. Wanzhou's repeated assistance to his fellow disciples in the realm solidified his unassailable position within the sect. This was a crucial plot point, possibly boosting his luck significantly. Upon hearing his response, Wanzhou's expression dimmed slightly. He disliked Yu Ye's overly polite demeanor towards him. He disliked how the other party always considered him so selflessly. In Wanzhou's heart, Yu should rely on him unreservedly, troubling him and confidently commanding him to do anything. Even if he was willful, it would not provoke his slightest annoyance. Because they were unique existences to each other. He wanted to know every aspect of Yu and would not allow there to be anything he was unaware of. Moreover, as long as Yu wished to know, he had the right to know everything about Wanzhou. However, as the years passed, Yu's willful side diminished more and more. Wanzhou knew that this was quite abnormal. How could he wish for Yu to be willful? He was 4 years older than the young master, and should take on the responsibilities of an older brother. He should be pleased with Yu's growth, yet for some reason an indescribable anxiety surged within him. "Gu." Yu called out to him in confusion, "What's wrong?" Wanzhou suddenly came to his senses, realizing he was holding Yu's hand. He slowly loosened his grip and replied, "It's nothing." Yet within his heart a voice clamored it shouldn't be like this between them. Just like now, clearly Yu was thinking of him, but he could only feel a tightness in his chest. Is it because he wasn't good enough? Did he make Yu have to grow up? "The time has come," announced the elder ahead. "The secret realm is opening." Yu excitedly tugged at his sleeve. "Let's go." Wanzhou took his hand, fastening a red cord around Yu's wrist and gently tightening it. "This is a small magical tool that can help locate you. If you encounter danger, the red cord will break, and I will rush over immediately." Yu felt that the male lead's tone was not one of negotiation, so he did not refuse. He obediently flicked his wrist and smiled. "Then thank you, Gu." One by one the crowd entered the secret realm. Wanzhou suppressed all his complicated thoughts and stepped in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Just as Yu was about to follow, he heard a few deliberately raised mocking voices behind him. "Ha, what elder guest disciple? He's nothing special." Clinging to Shixiang the moment he descends the mountain, calling him brother, really knows how to read the situation. Exactly, look at how excited he was just now. He must have long schemed to have Shixiang protect him in the secret realm. He must be here just to drag people down. A healer who can only dabble in flowers and herbs, what capabilities does he have in the secret realm? He's probably not even steady enough to hold a weapon. Yu's brows twitched fiercely. Damn, I really hate pretentious people. He was about to turn around and confront them when he suddenly halted mid-step. Yu asked the system in his heart, "What is Wanzhou's current luck value?" Query complete. Wanzhou's current luck value 199. Host, the male lead's luck value is about to break through 200. This luck value had naturally increased during the 4 years since the male lead entered the Zhuyun sect due to his own opportunities. Wait, if that's the case, aren't these admirers frantically pursuing Wanzhou in a sense a manifestation of the male lead's dragon-like fortune? If I confront them now, would it affect Wanzhou's luck value? This thought flashed through his mind for only a moment. Enduring one moment makes me angrier the more I think about it. Taking a step back feels like a loss. Forget them. Let's curse them. Just as he was about to speak, another voice interjected. Noisy. The three disciples turned pale, hastily bowing as they said, Master Sister. Yu Feishuang's face was expressionless. If you don't enter the secret realm within 3 breaths, then go back. Yu watched as the few of them scrambled and rolled into the light barrier, their speed faster than a spinning top. He couldn't help but feel speechless inside. It seems you don't have that deep a bond with Yan Shixiang after all. He looked up coincidentally, meeting Yu Feishuang's gaze. She still appeared emotionless as she coldly said, You are the same. Yu shivered at her gaze, no longer daring to hesitate, and immediately turned to rush into the secret realm. Yu stepped into the secret realm and arrived at an entirely new world. A gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of grass came to him. The sky was clear, and blue sunlight fell upon tall trees through the clouds, and the chirping of insects and birds could be heard from time to time. This scene was so ordinary that it almost seemed mundane, yet it was the most suitable environment for a novice. He unconsciously let out a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing. This ordinary and peaceful scene filled him with a sense of familiarity. At least it wasn't the treacherous environments rumored to be filled with poisonous insects or erupting magma. As a first-time entrant into the secret realm, being assigned such a gentle starting area was truly fortunate. He was teleported to a small hillside with no one around, a rather fortunate situation. Yu took out a treasure-seeking compass, infused it with spiritual energy, and pressed it onto the ground. The compass vibrated slightly, its needle began to spin rapidly, and layers of cyan halos rippled outward from the center, like ripples on water. Suddenly, several glowing dots appeared in his field of vision. These dots varied in size, scattered in different areas, and differed in color. According to the heaven-earth, profound, and yellow ranks, they were divided into yellow, purple, blue, and white. Looking around, most dots appeared in blue and white, representing the profound and yellow grades. That was only normal. It was impossible to get equipment drops as soon as you entered with a heaven-rank weapon delivered with a single click. Yu put away the compass and walked toward the nearest white dot. After passing through a thicket, he indeed found an ordinary iron sword in the hollow of an ancient tree. Amazing. This little compass actually found treasure. For a medical cultivator, a sword for flying was good enough as long as it worked. Although the iron sword was ordinary, it was just right as a tool for sword flight. He happened to be missing such a sword. After flying for about the time it took to burn an incense stick, Yu landed beside a small stream and took out After infusing spiritual energy, this time the compass reacted much more intensely. The pointer spun wildly a few times before suddenly pointing toward the jungle across the stream. In his vision, a dazzling purple dot appeared, surrounded by several thin blue patterns. Earth rank superior, and with special attributes. Yu's eyes lit up. He was about to cross the stream when he suddenly heard sounds of fighting from the opposite bank. The bushes shook violently, and a few flashes of sword light could be seen, followed by screams. Oh wow, already fighting for it. Exciting, exciting. Yu sneaked over quietly, thinking to first observe that he saw a sparkling object placed on a lotus leaf in the middle of a pond. That was the Earth rank superior attack weapon. Unfortunately, it was a Swona and water attributed at that. What? What do we do? I can't get down. Aren't you skilled in fire spells? Burn these vines. He'll try. Why isn't it working? Suddenly a voice came from above. Yu looked up, and the sight before him almost made him. He saw 3 disciples embarrassingly trapped midair, their lower bodies completely entangled by dark green vines. Those vines bore tiny purple flowers that were spreading upward at a visible speed. The 3 were howling like ghosts. Yu's smile grew even brighter. These 3 were precisely the gossips who had mocked him outside the secret realm. Another disciple with thick eyebrows noticed someone passing by and immediately cried out, as if grasping at a lifeline. Another disciple with thick eyebrows noticed someone passing by and immediately cried out, as if grasping at a lifeline. Fellow disciple, please help us. They clearly hadn't seen who was approaching. Yu looked up and raised his eyebrows in feigned surprise. Isn't this the senior brothers from earlier? He said in an even more surprised tone, but I only know how to mess with flowers and grass. I can't help you. When they saw who it was, the 3 disciples' faces turned green and white. You? How can you stand by and watch us die? You are indeed vicious. The group immediately changed expressions. Yu looked at them. Are you sure you want to talk to me like that? The thick-browed disciple hesitated. Can you save us? Guess. Seeing his unconcerned demeanor, another disciple said urgently, Don't you know that harming fellow disciples is not allowed in the secret realm? Oh indeed, but it's the 1,000 ghost vine that caught you. What does that have to do with me? You clearly recognize this thing. The thick-browed disciple suddenly realized. I do recognize it. Yu lightly jumped onto a rock, hands clasped behind his back. The vines were about to reach the disciples' chests, and the purple flowers were emitting a drowsy fragrance. They had never seen such a scene and were scared out of their wits. Please, please, we were wrong before. Save us, save us. They knew that Yu was elder guest disciple naturally had a single wood spiritual root and possessed a jade green spirit body, so he must be very knowledgeable about spiritual herbs and plants. He surely had a way to save them. The vines entangled more and more. The thick-browed disciple cried out with a mournful face, "Do something. We'll die if this continues." Yu pretended to be in deep thought, tapping his chin gently with a fingertip. Just as the three were about to despair, he broke into a smile and said, "All right." Yu walked lightly toward the pond, a cyan glow appearing on his fingertips. With a gentle tap, the lotus leaf holding the earth-rank weapon began to grow wildly toward the shore. When it reached Yu, he reached out and easily picked up the swana. He took a deep breath and began to play the swana for his three senior brothers. Saving them was out of the question, but he could send them off. The next moment, a spectacular rendition of Moonlight over the lotus pond resounded through the sky. The swana sound was piercingly powerful, hurting the three disciples' eardrums. Even more terrifying, with the sound waves vibrating, the thousand ghost vine actually began to writhe to the rhythm, swinging them around like human rattledrums. After finishing the performance, Yu skipped away. He specialized in adding the finishing touch, or rather adding feces to the brocade. The thousand ghost vine was a rather peculiar spiritual plant. Its roots were deeply embedded in the water bottom, while its main trunk disguised itself as an ordinary tree growing on the bank. This plant fed on spiritual energy and had no interest in flesh and blood. Whenever a living creature passed over the water surface, those seemingly harmless vines would instantly lash out, wrapping the prey into a tight bundle. The tiny purple flowers on the vines secreted a special liquid that slowly absorbed the victim's spiritual energy. In about 3 days, once the senior brothers' spiritual energy was drained, they would be of no use to the thousand ghost vine. They wouldn't die, but they might be quite weak and need to lie in bed for a few days. Outside the secret realm, the observing peak lords and elders turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes neatly focusing on Elder Go. They saw Elder Go holding a greasy duck leg in his hand, his eyes squinting with a smile as he stared at the spirit mirror, seemingly completely unaware of the numerous gazes. Not bad, not bad. He knows the thousand ghost vine can't be touched. This little brat finally has some ink in his head, Elder Go muttered to himself. The great hall instantly fell into an eerie silence. Hong Jianla's mouth twitched. Zhu Yan silently held his forehead, and Su Jinxue covered her rising smile with her sleeve. An elder couldn't help muttering softly, "But he's a medical cultivator after all. Isn't it a bit deliberately not saving people?" Before he finished speaking, Elder Go threw away the duck bone, raised his white brows, and precisely locked onto the speaker. "Oh, must a medical cultivator save everyone they see?" His demeanor didn't seem dim-witted at all. Clearly he had been playing deaf and dumb just now. "Do you know the difference between personal favor and duty?" Elder Go picked his ear and said, "Maybe you should set a rule. Medical cultivators don't need to go in and find their destined weapons. They can just set up a stall and heal the entire sect." All the elders, peak lords, they thought he's just commenting on a disciple. How did it become like lighting a firecracker? Earlier he was complaining and said he was too lazy to watch the trial. Just as the tension was at its peak, someone cleared their throat and said, "Everyone, this spirit mirror seems a bit interesting." Following the voice, everyone looked. The youth in the center of the screen, clad in red, was none other than Wanzhou. However, his expression appeared somewhat cold, and he was surrounded by several disciples of the sound cultivation. The space twisted. After entering the secret realm, Wanzhou did not hastily take out the treasure-seeking compass like other disciples, but instead closed his eyes to sense the position of the red string. Upon sensing the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy in the southeast direction, he felt a bit more settled and began to walk slowly in that direction. Upon sensing the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy in the southeast direction, he felt a bit more settled and began to walk slowly in that direction. Position of the other. Wanzhou thought carelessly that as long as he found the young master's location and pretended to run into him, it would be fine. This way the other party wouldn't have to overthink for him. After all, you trusted him completely and would not doubt him. This thought softened the boy's stern brows and eyes, and even the sharp sword aura around him receded slightly. It was not that he did not believe in Yu's strength, he had just grown accustomed to being by the other party's side. Protecting him was something he should do. Moreover, in such an important occasion of searching for a fateful weapon. As close friends, shouldn't they witness each other's journeys? Therefore he still needed to find Yu first. Wanzhou found himself a grand reason, and without hesitation sped towards the direction indicated by the red string. However, just as he flew out a few hundred meters on his sword, a panicked cry for help interrupted his thoughts. "Quick! Is that not Senior Brother Yan? Senior Brother, save us! Senior Brother Yan, help!" 5 or 6 disciples dressed in yellow and white were surrounded by a group of crimson-eyed wolf demons nervously huddled together clutching gyukins or flutes. The leading disciple's hairpin was disheveled and his sleeve was torn desperately, waving his hand towards him. They were a group of sound cultivators from the North Peak. Sound cultivators required time to cast spells and were not adept at dealing with the fast and pack-hunting crimson-eyed wolf demons. In the next moment, one of the sound cultivators fell to the ground due to an attack, his knee scraped and bleeding profusely. The crimson-eyed wolf demons caught the scent of fresh blood and became increasingly agitated. One of the largest wolf demons suddenly stood on its hind legs preparing to pounce on the fallen girl. "Ah!" The girl screamed in terror, not daring to open her eyes. Just at the critical moment, a sword light struck down like thunder, easily severing one of the wolf demon's front paws. "Oh, whoa!" The leading wolf demon howled in agony, unwilling to give up and trying to pounce again. In the next moment, an arc of sword chi swept through, protecting several sound cultivators and forcing the surrounding wolf pack to retreat. Wanzhou jumped off his flying sword, its tail swirling in the air. He did not strike again, but pointed his sword at the wolf pack, coldly saying, "Retreat." That simple word made the wolf pack whimper and lower their bodies, sensing the disparity in strength, reluctantly leaving. "Thank you, Senior Brother Yan." It was Senior Brother Yan who saved us. The rescued disciples were both surprised and delighted, with some even tearing up. The leading girl adjusted her sleeves and bowed gracefully, saying, "If it weren't for Senior Brother's timely rescue, we might have." Wanzhou raised his hand to interrupt. "No need for such courtesy. Once you enter the secret realm, you should have the ability to protect yourselves." He said no more, not noticing the shame on the faces of several disciples, and turned to summon his flying sword and departed. This left several disciples exchanging glances, all with question marks on their faces. "Where is Senior Brother Yin in such a hurry to go?" Before they could collect their thoughts, a silver bell-like laughter rang out first. "Oh, aren't these the disciples from the North Peak? What are you all doing here?" Several disciples turned around, their faces instantly breaking into smiles. Senior Sister Yin Zhuxin was dragging the corpse of a crimson-eyed wolf demon, yet not a drop of blood was on her. She smiled, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and the silver bells in her hair jingled with her steps, making her stunningly captivating. Several disciples immediately gathered around her, as if they had found their backbone. They told Zhuxin about Wanzhou's rescue, and she covered her mouth and laughed, saying that Wanzhou was a blockhead who didn't understand compassion and was probably in a hurry to find someone. Finding someone. Several disciples were puzzled, but did not want to pry into others' private matters. "Senior Sister Yin, let's go together. We can deal with the demon beasts and can also treat you." Zhuxin casually tossed the wolf corpse aside and took out a mirror to tidy her hair. "Since it is the request of a beauty, I naturally have no reason to refuse." "Senior Sister, you're so nice." Next, several more groups of disciples called for help from the air, but Wanzhou flew too fast and did not notice the situation below. However, those outside the secret realm could not help but twitch their mouths. The development of events was too. Every time, Wanzhou emotionlessly flew over a group of endangered disciples, within moments Zhuxin would come fluttering along, humming a tune, their paths alarmingly similar. Then she would casually rescue a group of disciples, gaining a bunch of little followers. "Your disciple is so kind to." Zhu Yan was curious and turned to look at Su Zhenxue beside her. Su Zhenxue gently shook her fan. In fact, she understood her disciple's nature well, but it was not appropriate to expose it in public, so she could only say whom. Even Zhuxin in the secret realm could not help but rest her chin in distress, wondering why every disciple in trouble was a beauty looking exceptionally good, making it hard for her to resist. It was truly a dilemma. If Yu were present, he could surely answer everyone's confusion. Because in the original setting, Long Out Yin saving beautiful women in the secret realm was a fixed scenario, and those who could be saved by Long Out Yin would naturally have to possess good looks to write phrases like "pear blossoms with rain" and "I feel pity at first sight." On the other side, Wanzhou sped along. Although he did not deliberately seek treasures, he encountered several weapons of considerable quality in succession. Strangely, these weapons appeared in remarkably conspicuous places, causing him to pause momentarily each time to consider whether they were suitable for himself and Yu. Unfortunately, these weapons were either not suitable for use, or had conflicting spiritual roots, rendering them even more. Coincidentally, whenever he was about to leave, he would happen to come across disciples searching for treasures, sometimes in groups of 3 to 5 companions, sometimes solo disciples, all looking eagerly at those weapons, but not daring to step forward. They certainly did not dare to initiate a weapon-snatching battle with Wanzhou. They would get beaten up. That would hurt. Adhering to the principle of not taking useless items, Wanzhou slightly nodded and turned to leave. Thus, in just half a day's time, the news of this matter spread among all the disciples in the secret realm, growing more and more exaggerated, until the final version was Senior Brother Yin not only possessed profound skills, but was also warm-hearted, specially searching for suitable weapons for his fellow disciples and taking nothing in return. Senior brother, Yin is truly kind. A sound cultivator disciple who picked up a low-grade jade flute was moved to tears. He truly deserves to be the direct disciple of the sect leader. A body cultivator who obtained a special attribute, heavy halberd, sighed deeply while patting his chest. Listening to the endless thanks coming from behind, Yin Wanzhou felt that there was some misunderstanding, but he was in a hurry to continue on his way and was too lazy to explain, so he let them be. As the clouds turned golden and the sky of the secret realm darkened, Yin Wanzhou put away his flying sword and landed at the edge of a damp swamp. The direction indicated by the red string was right in front of him. He could almost imagine Yu Ye's expression upon seeing him. Those amber eyes would momentarily widen, then brighten, and she would immediately excitedly come over to ask, "Yin Gui, how did you end up here?" The corners of his lips involuntarily lifted into a genuine smile. At that moment he was still unaware that his smile would soon freeze. The night breeze carried a hint of chill, and in the depths of the night the secret realm revealed no light. Yu simply started a fire, rubbing his hands by the warmth. The fire illuminated the deep cave where dark green vines crawled all around, faintly exuding a cold aura. The rocky walls were covered in moss and water dripped from the stone crevices, creating small puddles on the ground. It was inconvenient to walk in the secret realm at night, as there might be wild beasts causing trouble. It would be better to rest first and look for weapons when daylight arrived. Yu glanced sideways at another person lying beside him, completely unaware. This person was picked up while he was gathering spiritual herbs near the cave. The spiritual herbs in the secret realm seemed to grow like weeds, and Yu Ye's eyes turned green with greed. When he was quickly pulling them out, he accidentally yanked out a strand of human hair. The situation was too shocking. Even someone like him, who had seen grand scenes, was startled. After calming down, Yu turned the hefty body over and unexpectedly found the person to be quite familiar. Wasn't he the one who claimed to be from the butcher's family, Lin Tian, during the spiritual trial conference back then? Lin Tian lay on his back in the mushroom grove, his complexion pale with terrifying red spots all over his face, neck, and exposed skin, his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. He was poisoned from eating mushrooms in the secret realm. Fortunately, he still had a breath left, so Yu decided to help him. He couldn't tell if Lin Tian was just born unlucky or if something else was at play, but every time he encountered him it seemed like his luck was never good. While thinking this, Yu rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strip Lin Tian of his clothes. He needed to see the size of the red spots on Lin Tian's body to gauge the extent of the poisoning to treat it accordingly. The allergic reactions caused by eating poisonous mushrooms could vary greatly. Typically, ordinary healing spells might not be enough. Medication was required to alleviate the symptoms. Thus, when Yin Wanzhou walked into the cave following the firelight, he witnessed this scene. The young master was sitting atop an unfamiliar man with the crackling fire beside him, casting a red glow on his delicate profile. He lowered his head, struggling to untie the clothes tangled around the other person, and as he pulled at the waistband, he was about to remove the inner garment. Just as Yu continued his actions, another hand shot out from the darkness and suddenly pressed down on his wrist. Yu was startled and nearly fell onto Lin Tian. Yin Wanzhou then realized he was not sitting on the other person, but rather had his knee pressed against Lin Tian's side on the ground. He instinctively reached out to support, only to unexpectedly touch something soft. He had touched Yu's waist. Both froze. The air in the cave seemed to freeze for a moment. "Why is it? Let go. Don't grab my waist. I'm ticklish." Yu was the first to regain his composure, suppressing laughter that made him tremble all over, hurriedly pushing Yin Wanzhou away. He didn't notice how stiff Yin Wanzhou's movements were. Yin Wanzhou was caught between letting go and holding on, ultimately lifting Yu slightly, as if he were picking up a kitten and setting him aside. They often played and teased each other, so some physical contact was quite normal. Yu took the opportunity to place his hand on Yin Wanzhou's shoulder, saying, "Yinge, how did you end up here?" "By chance." Yin Wanzhou's Adam's apple moved slightly, his gaze landing on the unconscious Lin Tian. "What were you doing just now?" "Oh, I found a disciple who was poisoned from eating mushrooms and was checking on him." "Do you remember him?" "His name is Lin Tian." Yu pointed to the ground. Yin Wanzhou's voice was lower than usual. Once his rationality returned, he felt inexplicably annoyed at his earlier impulsiveness. Clearly they were both men, and there wasn't anything wrong with it. Moreover, Yu was just saving someone. Why did he feel this scene was so glaring that he rushed him like a fool? Fortunately, Yu wasn't overthinking it. He squatted back beside Lin Tian and waved at Yin Wanzhou. "Since you're here, help me out. Take off his outer garment. I need to see his back condition." As the fabric was removed, Lin Tian's robust upper body was fully exposed to the firelight. He was a body cultivator. His muscles were well-defined from years of training. However, his bronze skin was now covered in alarming rashes, some areas even showing signs of purplish spots. "Tisk tisk, this is serious," Yu said as he reached out, and poked Lin Tian's back muscles. Damn it, I'm so envious. Why do I not have this? In his past life he had tried going to the gym, but it was completely ineffective. The biggest impact during his training was having to taste many awful high-protein foods. Ugh. Yin Wanzhou shot him a blank glance, taking out an outer robe from his storage bag to cover Lin Tian. His eyes nearly popped out. If Yu knew what Yin Wanzhou was thinking, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood. What was there to compare? They had grown up together. How could they be the same? After assessing the situation, Yu turned around and pulled out a small pot from his treasure bag, setting it over the fire. He then took a few sprigs of green herbs from his pocket, crushed them, and tossed them into the pot, chanting a spell as he did so. Once the medicine was prepared, he let it cool slightly before forcing it into Lin Tian's mouth. After administering the medicine, he pulled Lin Tian's tongue out to take a look. It was a vibrant green, indicating the medicine was quite effective. Although it was a beast medicine for healing beasts, Lin Tian was as strong as an ox, so he should have no problem taking it. After cleaning up the pot, Yu scooted over to the fire, finding Yin Wanzhou still silently sitting in the shadows. The flickering firelight cast shadows on his sharply defined face, obscuring his expression. Yu admired the classic melancholic 45-degree profile of the male lead for a moment before waving his hand in front of his eyes. What are you daydreaming about? Are you hurt? Let me see. Yin Wanzhou slowly shook his head. Yet a ridiculous thought surged in his heart. If he said he was injured, would Yu care for him like he cared for others, eagerly helping him to remove his clothes to check for wounds? Yet a ridiculous thought surged in his heart. If he said he was injured, would Yu care for him like he cared for others, eagerly helping him to remove his... The young master would eventually grow up, make new friends, step out of the Eastern Peaks world, and interact with more people. He should also slowly get used to it. Yu looked at him. Speak. Are you tired? Let's rest too. Under the firelight, Yu's amber eyes were as pure as a lake without impurities, making it irresistible to gaze upon. All right. Yin Wanzhou came back to his senses, lowering his gaze to conceal his unusual emotions, pulling out thick clothing from his treasure bag and laying it on the ground. Yu immediately cheerfully took off his shoes and laid down on it. He patted the empty space beside him, making room. You come too. Yin Wanzhou replied. I'm not tired. I'll meditate and rest tonight. He sat cross-legged 3 steps away from Yu. Yu squinted at him. Really not tired? Yes. Really not tired. Yu thought, while the male lead is so young, yet already so mature, working hard, destined, and laziness was his secret to staying young. After a moment, the sound of fabric rustling came from behind, and Yu seemed to turn over, mumbling something in his sleep. Ultimately, Yin Wanzhou couldn't help but look back, only to see Yu curled up on his outer robe, even rubbing his face against the corner of the garment. Thus the young Yin Wanzhou, despite his age, suddenly felt sleepy. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the vines, warming Yu's body as he opened his eyes. An arm rested heavily on his shoulder. So heavy. Get off. Yu muttered, pushing the person beside him, while sitting up with sleepy eyes. Yanga, I need to wash my face, rinse my mouth. All right. As he moved, Yin Wanzhou also woke up. His slender fingers casually gathered his loose black hair into a neat ponytail. Then he took a water pouch from his storage bag, wet a cloth, and gently wiped Yu's face. The cool sensation fully awakened Yu. Suddenly remembering something, he said, Didn't you say yesterday you wouldn't sleep? I got sleepy later. If I knew it. Yu clicked his tongue. Are we going to look for weapons today? Yin Wanzhou's wiping motion used a bit more force. First find yours. After a pause, he added softly, The secret realm still has 6 full days left. No rush. He said it nonchalantly, as if heaven-grade weapons were mere trinkets within his reach. And indeed it was so. In the original story, Yin Wanzhou spent days enthusiastically helping disciples of the sect, and only found his own life-bound weapon on the 7th day, but it was effortless. Since they had met by chance, Yu didn't bother being polite, and planned to ride on the protagonist's luck. Maybe he would also encounter a heaven-grade weapon. Not long after, Lin Tian abruptly opened his eyes, finding his clothes disheveled, his body aching, and strange red marks still visible on his chest and arms. His body was aching, and he had been unconscious in such a desolate cave. Everything seemed to suggest impurity. He sat up in horror and turned his head. Yin Wanzhou stood with arms crossed, his gaze cold. Yu squatted beside him, grinning. Awake. Lin Tian. What did you do to me? He clutched his collar tightly, tears nearly falling. Seriously. A nearly 2-meter-tall man acting like a chaste martyr. Yu felt a mischievous impulse and smiled ambiguously. Oh dear. This is so awkward. I'm not even amused. Lin Tian trembled. Shall you? Yin Wanzhou knew he liked to tease and couldn't help stopping him. Just as Lin Tian's face was about to turn red, Yu said impatiently, What could we do? You ate a poisonous mushroom and almost turned into a puddle of mud. I saved you. Lin Tian was stunned. He looked down at his robust pectoral muscles as memories gradually surfaced. He moved his arms, and the spiritual energy in his body flowed smoothly. So that's it. He instantly relaxed and leaped to his feet. With a hearty laugh, he slapped Yu on the shoulder, nearly driving him into the ground. A great favor needs no words of thanks. From now on my life, Lin Tian's, is yours. Yu was annoyed by the slap. What are you saying? Did lying on the board make you stupid? You really don't remember. Finally enduring Yin Wanzhou's icy stare, Lin Tian focused on Yu's face, then timidly glanced at Yin Wanzhou's expression. After a while he exclaimed in surprise, You're Yu. Long time no see. Reunited with an old friend, Lin Tian's eyes glistened with tears. After a brief rest, this enthusiastic body cultivator volunteered to join the team. The three followed the compass to a flower valley. Oh my heavens! Lin Tian's eyes widened, his face full of awe. This is truly beautiful. Golden bell flowers everywhere, indeed, so beautiful, it doesn't seem like the mortal world. Yu also stopped to admire. The flower valley before them was like a fairyland. Colorful spirit flowers bloomed all over the mountains and fields, and tiny golden specks floated among the blossoms, dreamlike at first glance. They say the secret realm has wonders every 10 li. Seeing it today, I know the ancients didn't deceive me, Lin Tian murmured. Quick, let's go closer. Lin Tian was a chatterbox, his mouth never stopped the whole way. At first he was somewhat in awe of Yin Wanzhou and unconsciously lowered his voice when speaking, but Yu chatted cheerfully beside him, quickly putting him at ease. Actually, Yu thought Lin Tian resembled a beast from the East Peak, quite endearing, so they quickly became familiar. Little healer, what are you thinking? Why so quiet? Lin Tian turned and asked. Oh, nothing, I think you're a beastly handsome man. Lin Tian was shocked. You have great taste. Next Yu wanted to collect some golden bellflower dew, and the beastly handsome man eagerly came over to help. As the two crouched before the spirit flower, Lin Tian suddenly lowered his voice and asked, Little healer, don't you think Brother Wanzhou looks very serious? Is he unwilling to travel with others? Yu looked up in surprise. Really? I think he looks quite happy. The two turned to look back. Yin Wanzhou stood quietly checking the compass. Seeming to sense their gaze, he lifted his eyes, let his gaze linger on Yu's face for a moment, and gave an almost imperceptible nod. You see, isn't he quite happy? Although Lin Tian couldn't see where Yin Wanzhou was happy, he was easygoing. Since Yu said so, he patted his chest and sighed with relief. That's good. Then he hesitated and asked curiously, You and Brother Wanzhou have a very close relationship, right? Yu smiled, relaxed. He's like a brother to me. Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly said mysteriously, Do you know how many junior sisters in the sect secretly admire Brother Wanzhou? It's enviable. Just on West Peak there are. Let's set off after collecting the flower dew. Yin Wanzhou's cold voice sounded from behind, startling Lin Tian so much that he nearly spilled the flower dew. He immediately straightened his back and dared not speak further. But Yu actually wanted to hear more. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This was gossip about the protagonist. He made faces at Lin Tian, hinting they could talk later, and the latter secretly gave a thumbs up. While they were fooling around, no one noticed a small insect slowly flying toward them, lightly landing on Lin Tian's nose. Huh. Lin Tian felt his nose itch and was about to raise his hand to swat the insect when Yu beside him sternly said, Don't move. Because Yu's expression was so serious, Lin Tian also tensed up, but his nose was too itchy, so he couldn't help covering his nose and bending over. Achoo. The earth-shaking sneeze echoed throughout the valley. Lin Tian raised his hand. The small insect was already crushed in his palm. Then a hair-raising thing happened. The entire flower valley came alive. Tens of thousands of fist-sized venomous bees soared into the air, their wings buzzing with piercing drone, dark masses like a black cloud pressing down. Feeling Yu's murderous glare, Lin Tian turned back weakly and asked, Is this my fault? Run. Yu grabbed Lin Tian by the collar, pushed Yin Wanzhou, and the three turned and fled. What the hell is this, Aya? Lin Tian screamed, covering his face. Ancient poison bees. Normally harmless to humans, but if you harm any member of their hive, they will attack en masse. Yu shouted as he ran, his voice shattered by the howling wind. Yin Wanzhou said, Sword flight. Those words awakened the two frantic runners. They hastily summoned their swords and took off just as Lin Tian let out a blood-curdling scream. An ancient poison bee had stung him viciously on the arm. Ow. It hurts. His entire arm instantly swelled into a purple mass. In an instant, the other ancient poison bees, like sharks catching the scent of blood, all turned and lunged toward Lin Tian. Yin Wanzhou stood in front of Yu, sweeping his sword aura to cut down hundreds of ancient poison bees, but the swarm was too numerous to be stopped by sword techniques alone. Seeing Lin Tian about to be overwhelmed, Yu pulled out his swana, took a deep breath, and blew. BT. The effect was remarkable. Remarkable, my foot. The swana seemed useless, and in fact it was useless. Yu gritted his teeth, then swung his hand, abruptly, green spiritual energy coiling around his palm. The next second the ground cracked open violently, and countless thorny vines burst forth instantly, weaving into an impenetrable spherical barrier, shielding the three of them securely inside. The buzzing of the swarm surged from outside, the bees crashing against the vines with a crackling sound, their stingers piercing wildly, but at least the attack was temporarily held off. In the dim vine space, Lin Tian lay sprawled on the ground, his entire right arm swollen to a glossy sheen. He lifted his eyelids weakly. Doctor, is there still hope for me? Yu tore open his sleeve. The poison had already spread to his chest with faint black lines slithering beneath the skin. He patted Lin Tian's shoulder heavily. Prepare for the funeral. Lin Tian, just kidding. Yu suddenly grinned and explained rapidly. Listen, this technique consumes too much spiritual energy. I can't hold out much longer. Once I drop the barrier, activate Diamond Body and run to the right. The swarm has already marked you with the toxin, so they'll chase you. Yin Wanzhou, and I will go take out the queen's lair. Without waiting for Lin Tian's reaction, Yu abruptly withdrew the barrier. Go. Lin Tian instinctively activated Diamond Body, a bronze glow enveloping his body, and stumbled out. Sure enough, the dark swarm immediately turned and surged after him. Yin Wanzhou understood. He chanted a sword incantation, and Yu leaped, landing steadily on the flying sword, his hands naturally wrapping around Yin Wanzhou's waist. The sword shot straight toward the cliff face, where the hive hung. Lucky us! Yu shouted through the roaring wind. The ancient poison bee's hive is exposed. A giant hive the size of a house hung from the rock face. In front of the hive, a dark shadow hovered in midair. It was the queen bee. She was twice the size of a human, her 6 pairs of compound eyes reflecting the 2 approaching figures. Most terrifying was her stinger, longer than her body, like a blade with a metallic blue gleam at the tip. Before the 2 could react, venom shot toward them like an arrow. Yin Wanzhou wrapped one arm around Yu, pressing him close as he sidestepped the flying sword arcing through the air. The venom grazed past the hem of their clothes. The venom landed on the rock behind them, corroding the entire boulder into a smoking, gaping hole. Sizzle. Yu was stunned. Ordinary ancient poison bees could only spit a little venom, but the queen bee was practically spraying sulfuric acid. The next instant, the queen bee vanished without a trace. Then she appeared behind them, her stinger stabbing straight for their backs with a piercing sound. Her speed was terrifyingly fast. Yin Wanzhou swung his sword to block. Sword aura clashed against the stinger, sparks flying. The queen bee was knocked back several zhang, but blood seeped from Yin Wanzhou's tiger's mouth. The stinger's hardness rivaled that of mystic iron. Yu seized the chance to whip out green vines, but the moment they touched the queen bee's wings, they were shredded by the high-frequency vibration. The wings were like blades, impossible to approach. He had a sudden idea and used the green vines to entangle the queen bee's stinger. The queen bee's massive body couldn't reach her own stinger, so she thrashed wildly, trying to shake off the bindings. As more vines coiled around her body, even flying became difficult, and her movements finally slowed. Yin Wanzhou grabbed Yu and soared higher on the flying sword. The vines could only slow her down, not immobilize her. To subdue the queen bee, they had to find her weakness. Finally able to get a clear view of the queen bee, Yu stared at her from all angles, then slapped his thigh. Brother, Yin, the golden protrusion on her back is the vital point. Yin Wanzhou understood. He invoked a wind spell, kicked off the cliff face, and vaulted like a cheetah, landing lightly on the queen bee's back. Be careful not to get cut by the wings. Yu shouted from the sword. The queen bee vibrated her wings frantically, trying to shake him off, but Yin Wanzhou drove his sword firmly into the death point. Scree. The vital point struck. The queen bee's wing beats became erratic, and she slowly descended. Just as the 2 thought the battle was over, she suddenly opened her hideous mouthparts, revealing countless serrated fangs, and appeared before Yu in the blink of an eye. A golden light struck from behind. It was Lin Tian, who had somehow returned. He crashed into the queen bee's lower jaw like a cannonball. Died. Yin Wanzhou. The queen bee was knocked back by the human cannonball. Lin Tian's fists grew enormous, his knuckles coated in gold, and he pummeled the queen bee's head with savage blows, sending flesh and wing fragments flying everywhere. Fist to fist, a spectacular sight. The massive body convulsed and fell, and after crashing into half the cliff, the terrifying beast finally stopped moving. The next second, the swarm, chasing Lin Tian, scattered like exploding fireworks. Is it over? Lin Tian sat slumped on the ground, his hand swollen like a steamed bun, still in a defensive posture. Yu let out a long breath. Once the queen bee dies, the whole swarm loses its backbone. These worker bees just want to find a safe place to hide. I am really dying this time. Lin Tian grimaced in pain. Yu casually dug out a fist-sized piece of golden royal jelly. Here, eat it quickly. This queen bee has at least 500 years of cultivation. Its honey can not only neutralize the poison, but also greatly benefit your cultivation. Lin Tian took it without a word and started eating. Yu collected a bottle of honey and handed it to Yin Wanzhou. Brother, Yin, have some too. Yin Wanzhou didn't take the jade bottle. Instead, he pulled Yu over and examined him carefully. Were you scared just now? Yu shook his head. With you here, nothing bad can happen to me. Just the boost from the protagonist's combat power and luck was enough to carry him. Yu marveled inwardly. The overpowered hero was indeed lucky, stumbling upon a 500-year-old beast just by taking a casual stroll. Wanzhou's gaze followed a drop of honey sliding down Yu's snow-white neck. Frowning, he took out a handkerchief to wipe it away. Lin Tian asked, "Little healer, can I pack some of this to take back?" Of course. Ancient poison bee honey was very valuable. This was a blessing in disguise. They scraped all the honey away, even the beeswax, filling a large bag. After the three had looted the hive clean, a deep dark cave entrance was revealed behind it. The edges still bore traces of being sealed with beeswax, and faint fluorescent light seeped through the cracks, looking especially mysterious. Yu's eyes lit up. Generally speaking, hidden caves in a secret realm always held good treasures. The three entered the cave, and Wanzhou flicked his fingers, causing a faint light from the illumination spell to glow. The space inside the cave was small but dry and tidy, with the most striking feature being a peculiar object floating in the center. It was a spherical object the size of a plate, entirely translucent, composed of 3 layers. In the middle floated a small spherical mirror that rotated seemingly, with flowing water inside, surrounded by a silver-white crescent-shaped metallic ring that emitted a soft glow, while the outermost layer was encircled by a golden dark iron engraved with patterns. Yu quickly took out a compass, only to find the needle remained still, showing no signs of treasure detection. The object before him radiated an extraordinary aura, quietly hovering there, as though it had been waiting for 1,000 years. What is this? Lin Tian stared in astonishment. What kind of magic treasure is this? Yu's heart began to race. For some reason, he felt a connection to the object before him. It seemed as if he had come to the Lingwu secret realm just to encounter it. He instinctively took a step forward, his fingertips trembling slightly. The floating object appeared to sense his approach, and the light within the mirror accelerated in its circulation. Yu slowly extended his hand, his fingertip just about to touch the floating treasure. In an instant, the outermost layer of golden dark iron suddenly began to rotate, producing a crisp metallic sound. A brilliant blue light pillar shot up from the top of the treasure, instantly piercing through the thick rock layers of the cave, painting a magnificent spectacle in the sky of the secret realm. All the disciples in the secret realm involuntarily looked up at the sky. What is this? Someone has found a heaven-grade weapon. Yu was unaware of everything happening outside, for suddenly a voice appeared in his mind, the spring mirror of dye seen only by those destined to find it. The ethereal voice echoed in Yu's mind, and in an instant countless unfamiliar images surged into his consciousness like a tide. He saw an ancient tree resembling jade standing tall amidst the vast sea of clouds, under which a woman in white gently caressed the trunk, tears falling like rain. He saw the sun, moon, and stars with thunder and lightning as countless heavenly thunders rolled, and a white figure ascended towards the 9 heavens. He saw a rainy night when a dimly shining treasure mirror fell from the 9 heavens, picked up by a disciple of the Zhuyan sect, brought into the secret realm, and then discarded, later taken away by a queen bee for hiding. A drop of clear tear uncontrollably slid down Yu's eye, though he knew not why. Just as the tear was about to fall to the ground, the treasure mirror suddenly disassembled its 3-layer structure, forming blue, silver, and gold streams of light that swirled around him like fireflies. Xiaoyu. Wanzhou's call seemed to come from a great distance. The 3 layers of the treasure reassembled, transforming into a palm-sized, exquisite round mirror that fell into Yu's hand, the central sphere, now a jade green, perfectly resonating with his spiritual aura. Yu opened his eyes, a faint glow flashing in his gaze as he softly said, "So your name is the Dai Spring Mirror." At the moment his fingertip touched the mirror's surface, a warm spiritual energy flowed into his dantian along his meridians, and he felt a marvelous sensation akin to a blood bond, as if this ancient treasure was born for him. Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. This. Has it recognized its master already? He and Wanzhou had only seen Yu stand in a daze for a moment. Only then did Yu come to his senses, summoning the Dai Spring Mirror, looking incredulously at Wanzhou, seemingly confused. It's a heaven-grade superior product. Wanzhou's tone rarely carried a hint of astonishment. A heaven-grade superior weapon. Moreover, it was a dual cultivation treasure with wood attribute affinity, balancing both attack and enhancement. It was simply Yu's ideal destiny weapon. Not only that, but as he resonated with the Dai Spring Mirror, his cultivation unexpectedly soared from the early stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage. Dazed by the stroke of good fortune, joy surged in Yu's heart as he suddenly turned around, and under Lin Tian's astonished gaze threw himself into Wanzhou's embrace. "Brother Yan, it must be your good luck that has infected me." Yu buried his face in the other's shoulder, rubbing against him, his whole body hanging on. Wanzhou, voice filled with joy. I knew that following you would definitely lead to treasures. Long live the halo of Long Ao Tian. Wan's his body stiffened, his hands supporting Yu suspended in midair, and he finally chuckled lightly. What nonsense are you saying? It has nothing to do with me, it's you who is destined to the treasure. Lin Tian too was very excited. Can I hug you both too? This is the first time in my life that I've seen a heaven-grade weapon. Wanzhou ignored him, silently holding Yu and turning to leave the cave. Hey, brother Wanzhou, you are too much. Outside the secret realm, everyone's faces were filled with shock. No one had expected that merely 2 days after the Lingwu's secret realm opened, a heaven-grade superior weapon would emerge. Even Elder Gu stood up abruptly, disbelief written all over his face. The Dai Spring Mirror. Zhu Yan also exclaimed, isn't this Lu Yu Bei's destiny weapon? How could it be? No wonder even the treasure-finding compass couldn't locate it. It wasn't originally part of the secret realm. The name seemed to carry a certain magic, causing everyone to fall into silence, unable to help but look at Elder Gu's expression. In the spirit mirror, Yu was excitedly examining the weapon, completely unaware of the significance of what he held. Yet Elder Gu saw through him, perceiving another figure. Many years ago, that girl in white was also this excited to obtain her destiny weapon. She was Elder Gu's most proud disciple, a ancient century with spirit root genius named Lu Yu Bai. Elder Gu closed his eyes, suppressing the surging memories, and spoke solemnly. The emergence of a heaven-grade weapon is a good thing. Everyone couldn't help but fall into thought. There used to be a remarkably talented disciple at the Zhu Yun sect. Her name was Lu Yu Bai. She was taken as a personal disciple by Gu Chongxing, the master of the East Wind Peak, at a young age, establishing her foundation at 15 and reaching nascent soul at 30, stepping into the transformation stage in less than 100 years, recognized as the most likely unparalleled genius to ascend to immortality in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, during her tribulation to break through to the great ascension stage, the 9 heavens thunder tribulation descended, and Lu Yu Bei's figure vanished from the clouds of tribulation. No one knew whether she succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Lu Yu Bai disappeared without a trace, causing a stir in the cultivation world, and in the end it was only determined that this prodigy had perished. The greatest pain fell upon Gu Chongxing. This East Wind Peak master, who had always been free-spirited and unrestrained, treated Lu Yu Bai as his own, unable to accept such an ending. Since that day, he destroyed the East Peak Master Hall, refusing to see anyone spending his days with wine and no longer taking disciples. Years later, when Gu Chongxing reappeared in front of everyone, he had aged considerably, no longer using facial rejuvenation techniques to maintain the appearance of his youth. Who could have thought that fate would play tricks, and today this Dai Spring Mirror that disappeared with its master would reappear in the world, recognizing Elder Gu's newly accepted apprentice as its master. Behind everyone, Helian Wanran sighed, his gaze like a feather falling on Gu Chongxing, softly saying, Chongxing, this is the will of heaven. This little brat really knows how to take advantage. Elder Gu tilted his head to drink, swallowing the complex bitterness in his heart. Yu Feishuang was also gazing at the spirit mirror, initially showing a similar surprised expression, which gradually faded into understanding. On the other side, Yu and Lin Tian were frantically experimenting with the powers of the Daichun mirror. Watch closely. Yu pointed with a flourish, and a flash of blue light passed by, causing a gentle breeze to swirl beneath Lin Tian's boots. Oh wow! Lin Tian exclaimed as his walking speed accelerated, uncontrollably propelling him forward. Yu grinned mischievously and cast the spell again. A blue beam fell upon Lin Tian, and he suddenly felt a surge of safety, mustering his courage to punch a nearby boulder. Chunks of stone flew, yet his fist remained unscathed, and he felt no pain. Yu named the speed-increasing enhancement divine movement technique and the defense-boosting enhancement body protection technique. This is incredible! Lin Tian exclaimed excitedly as he waved his hands. Little divine doctor, what other tricks does this treasure have? Currently, I've only figured out these 2 enhancements, but unfortunately each can only last for half a stick of incense. Yu expressed a hint of regret. Seeing his enthusiasm, Wanzhou casually ruffled Yu's hair. The power of a master weapon will increase with its owner. There's no rush, let's see what happens next. As they chatted, and Yu recounted the visions he saw when he touched the magical artifact. Those fragmented images featuring a woman in white and rumbling thunder conveyed an indescribable peculiarity. They were all unclear about the reasons behind it, but it was said that certain sentient weapons indeed carried the memories of their past owners. Coupled with the inherent mysteries of heavenly-grade weapons, it was not surprising for any strange phenomena to occur after the weapon's emergence. Just as they were speaking, the sky suddenly darkened. Yu looked up to see red clouds swirling at the horizon, rapidly engulfing everything in sight. The distant mountains and forests were already submerged in crimson mist, and the echoes of beastly roars could be faintly heard. Secret realm, the extraordinary phenomena have arrived. Yu. Thank you. The group exchanged glances and immediately flew toward the densest part of the red clouds. The closer they got to the center, the more chaotic the surrounding spiritual energy became, causing even the swords to tremble slightly. By the time they arrived, more than a dozen disciples from various peaks had gathered, all with bewildered expressions. It's Senior Brother Yin. That's great, Senior Brother Yin has arrived. Upon seeing Yin Wanzhou, everyone visibly relaxed and made way. At that moment, a delicate woman in a light pink robe stepped out from the crowd, her hair adorned with a few pale-colored flowers, cradling a long sword wrapped in white cloth. Senior Brother Yin. The woman nodded slightly, her voice gentle. Yin Wanzhou clearly recognized her. Upon seeing Yin Wanzhou, everyone visibly relaxed and made way. At that moment, a delicate woman in a light pink robe stepped out from the crowd, her hair adorned with a few pale-colored flowers. However, such extraordinary phenomena may accompany special opportunities, so it would be best to wait here for a while. Extraordinary phenomena are rare and hard to come by, and if one seeks opportunities, waiting in place is the best choice. However, such extraordinary phenomena may accompany special opportunities, so it would be best to wait here for a while. Extraordinary phenomena are rare and hard. Congratulations. The tone of their conversation was relaxed, suggesting they were quite familiar with each other. Based on the woman's appearance, Yu initially deduced that she was Hua Luoji, a past romantic interest of Yin Wanzhou. Hua Luoji was known as the most beautiful woman of the West Peak. She was gentle in nature and slender in form, yet a true master of swordsmanship. During a competition among the peaks one year, several physically strong disciples were discontent with her ruling and caused a scene. Hua Luoji, without even drawing her sword, used the hilt to take them down effortlessly. The novel The Tao Is Within Me claims to feature a major male protagonist with no romantic interests. While it appears to avoid harem tropes on the surface, it subtly introduces various unrequited love interests. The author seems particularly fond of different types of beautiful women who throw themselves at the protagonist only for him to reject them. As the male lead, Yin Wanzhou in the original story did become friendly with several love interests, but never developed deeper relationships. Yu speculated that Yin Wanzhou's lack of romantic storyline might be related to the author's intention to write a tragic ending, as the author seemed to want to depict the male lead's suffering, highlighting the sorrow of unfulfilled love from these heartbroken women. Thinking of this, Yu felt a chill run down his spine. How terrifying. However, since his task was to avert the male lead's tragedy, could it also mean that this time the male lead might encounter true love? With that thought, Yu suddenly felt a sense of responsibility, as if he were a good brother ready to fight for his friend. Lin Tian quietly remarked, Tisk, Yin Hua Liao Wan is indeed eye-catching, but it's a pity that Senior Brother Yin is too cold, and since they only know each other through fighting, two martial enthusiasts together will always discuss serious matters. Yin Hua Liao Wan. Yu almost burst out laughing. Is that the CP name for Yin Wanzhou X? Lin Tian shook his head. I didn't come up with that name, it was those people from Dongtian Kuailan who did, and there are others too. Yu was curious. What others? Sure, there's also Grey Fly Yin Extinguished for Yin and senior sister Yu Fei Shuang. Isn't the name Grey Fly Yin Extinguished a bit inauspicious? Who names their couple that? Hey, they're both quite strong, I think it's pretty good. The two of them were deeply engrossed in gossip, completely unaware that Yin Wanzhou had already finished discussing matters with the others. Sister Hua, long time no see. Upon seeing her approach, Lin Tian enthusiastically greeted her. Hua Luoji smiled gently at him, her gaze falling on Yu, who was last in line. Yin Wanzhou was about to introduce Yu, but Yu interjected, Hello, Sister Hua, I am Yu. Hua Luoji covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. So you are the little rain that Senior Brother Yin often mentions. Every time he comes to the West Peak, he always brings back some peculiar little trinkets, saying Little Rain likes them. Just then an odd voice interrupted, Sister Luoji, so you're here. A man adorned with jade pendants on either side of his waist approached, quickly followed by a disciple dressed in West Peak attire. Senior Brother Fan. Hua Luoji retracted her smile, subtly stepping back. Fan Ren stood beside her with a courteous demeanor, but his peripheral vision scanned Yin Wanzhou with a hint of hostility. Yin, hurry and hand those items to Sister Hua. Fan Ren spoke harshly to the disciple behind him. The disciple named Yin was visibly frightened and hurriedly presented a bottle of pills with both hands. Sister, this is a treasure I found in the secret realm. It greatly enhances your cultivation. Fan Ren, a distant relative of a certain elder from the West Peak, had managed to enter the inner sect through connections. Having practiced for many years, he had barely established his foundation, yet he often wielded his influence due to his higher seniority. Thank you, but no need. Hua Luoji directly declined. Fan Ren seemed oblivious to Hua Luozi's distance, pointing to a nearby area. I set up camp over there, Sister, why don't you come over? With the unusual phenomena, it's safer for everyone to gather together. I will make sure to protect you. he said, reaching out to grab Hua Luozi's wrist. Hua Luozi immediately dodged her expression, turning cold. Senior brother Fan, please behave yourself. Fan Ren attempted to persist, but as his hand moved toward Hua Luozi once again Yu furrowed his brows and stepped between them. Hey, she said she wouldn't go, didn't you hear? Who are you? Fan Ren, already irked by the rejection and unable to vent his anger toward Hua Luozi, now turned his ire toward Yu, who had spoken disrespectfully. He squinted at Yu, scrutinizing him. So it's you. I've heard a lot about you. Even if you're elder guest disciple, we come from different generations. You shouldn't be so rude to your senior brother, right? So becoming a senior brother means you can harass junior sisters based on seniority. Yu retorted sharply, utterly irritated by this lewd man. Though his voice was not loud, it was enough for those nearby to hear. Some disciples noticed the commotion and turned. Never had Fan Ren experienced such a direct mockery in his life, and his face instantly darkened. What are you even worth? What did you say? A chilling sword intent silently enveloped him, as if an invisible blade was poised against his throat. He found himself unable to speak. Only one person in attendance could manipulate sword intent so subtly. Fan Ren struggled to glance at Wanzhou, only to find him standing quietly behind Yu, not even sparing a glance in his direction. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Fan Ren's forehead. Though only a short time had passed, it felt like an eternity, and even his back was soaked. His expression was so strange, as if he had suddenly been hit by a paralyzing spell. Finally the pressure, cough, cough. After finally gaining his freedom, Fan Ren began to cough violently, forcing himself to straighten up and turn away. Humph. Ungrateful. Despite his lingering dislike for Wanzhou, Fan Ren understood the gap in their strengths. Upon regaining his freedom, he fled, as if escaping. Only after retreating over 10 paces did the chilling aura finally dissipate. Fan Ren gasped for air, his eyes filled with resentment. He kicked at the terrified Yin trailing behind him, seemingly still unsatisfied, and repeatedly sent him to the ground in tears. Fan Ren loathed these meddlesome individuals, and even more so despised Wanzhou, who always maintained a facade of indifference. He didn't need to guess, he knew that Wanzhou secretly reveled in this aura of adoration. What a joke! A bastard who relies on his looks, a sycophant. As he recalled the humiliation he had just suffered, he trembled with rage. With that thought, a sinister idea took root in his heart. He gazed at the red clouds in the sky, grinning ominously. Just wait and see. After the others had departed, Yu tilted his head and scrutinized Wanzhou. What did you do to him? How did he turn mute? Wanzhou replied indifferently, just a little intimidation. Lin Tian smacked his fist into his palm. Nicely done. With senior sister Hua's strength, why would she need a protector who's barely at the early foundation establishment stage? The arrival of Fan Ren had made the atmosphere awkward. A trace of helplessness flickered in Hua Luozi's eyes. Thank you all for your help. Lin Tian and Yu immediately waved their hands, insisting it was nothing. They hadn't really done much. Yu shook his head inwardly. A shameless toad like Fan Ren, who never missed a chance to turn his one-sided pestering into a tale of exquisite romance. What rotten luck for senior sister Hua to be entangled with such a character. Night had fallen, and eerie gusts of demonic wind swept through the secret realm. Campfires began to light up one after another, their dancing flames bleeding into the crimson mist. Disciples who knew each other gathered together, awaiting the darkness. Fearing that Fan Ren would continue to harass Hua Luozi, Yu smiled and patted the empty spot beside him. Senior sister Hua, it's getting dark. Why don't we set up camp together? We can look out for each other. Hua Luozi paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Everyone began to meditate and regulate their breathing. Yu was still fiddling with a few medicinal herbs, while Wanzhou sat quietly beside him, occasionally adding firewood to the flames. Shall you turn around? Yu turned his head at the sound, and saw that Wanzhou had somehow produced a little grass-woven rabbit in his hand. Did you make that? Yu's eyes lit up. Wanzhou said nothing, only extended the grass rabbit toward him. Seeing the grass rabbit, Yu recalled the early days when he had first joined the eastern peak. The mountain had been desolate then, with almost no entertainment besides cultivation. He had complained more than once about the boredom. Wanzhou had been there listening at the time, saying nothing in response. But then one day he had inexplicably learned the craft of weaving grass, and started making all sorts of little toys. Like a child's plaything. Though Yu knew the male lead was merely treating him as a genuine child, warmth still filled his heart. To have a casual remark taken so seriously was a rare luxury. Thinking this, Yu tossed aside the herbs casually, pulled a few blades of grass, and began weaving as well. Wanzhou's gaze involuntarily followed his movements, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Before long, an exquisite grass flower bloomed in Yu's palm. How's this? Yu asked with a hint of pride. Wanzhou's voice was gentle. Very beautiful. You're more skilled than I am, shall you? Then I'll give it to senior sister Hua. Yu shook the grass flower in his hand. She's been so troubled by Fan Ren today. I hope this cheers her up. Yin Wanzhou's expression instantly froze. He lowered his gaze, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. He set down the grass stem he had been weaving and even put aside the firewood he had just been adding. The flames gradually died down. The conversation ended there with no one picking it up. Yu looked at Yin Wanzhou with confusion, sensing something amiss about him. It was as if his good mood had been abruptly snuffed out. No, it can't be. Could it be that the male lead actually dislikes the idea of me giving gifts to senior sister Hua? Yu's heart skipped a beat. Was Yin Wanzhou jealous? He was startled. Right. Yin Wanzhou was 18 this year, precisely the age when romantic feelings begin to bloom in the modern world. In his past life, Yu had never been in a relationship, but he had heard plenty of colleagues complain about love, mostly tales of unrequited affection and jealousy. Moreover, according to the original novel's plot, Yin Wanzhou and Hua Laji were supposed to develop subtle, unspoken feelings for each other in this secret realm. Most importantly, it was Yin Wanzhou who had intimidated Fan Rin and rescued Hua Laji earlier. If anyone should comfort her, why would it be me? Boom! A thunderbolt struck in Yu's heart. Holy crap! In the one meddling. Who could have guessed the male lead's romantic line would arrive so suddenly and so fast? Yu immediately felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. After hesitating for a long moment, he silently placed the grass flower into Yin Wanzhou's palm. Gazing at the little flower, Yin Wanzhou's eyes glinted faintly and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. So Xiaoye's first thought was still of me. But then Yu spoke softly. Brother Yin, I've thought it over. Senior sister Hua and I aren't close. It might be better if you give it to her. Before he could finish, the person beside him suddenly stood up. He'll go patrol the area. Yin Wanzhou's voice was colder than the night wind, utterly devoid of emotion. Yu hastily called after him. It's so late. What's there to patrol? Yin Wanzhou paused mid-step, still clutching the grass flower in his hand, and said stiffly, He'll be back. Yu froze. The cold wind howled against his face, and his expression was one of sheer shock. Since he and the male lead had become sworn brothers, this was the first time he had sensed such dissatisfaction from the other. Was Yin Wanzhou angry? Really? Yu quickly dropped the things in his hands and dashed forward, grabbing Yin Wanzhou's sleeve, determined not to let the male lead show off a tragic forlorn silhouette. I'll come too. Yin Wanzhou glanced at Yu, but ultimately silently allowed him to hold onto his sleeve. Yu was also nervous. He had no idea what to say. Everything he thought of opening with made him feel like an idiot. Fortunately, Yin Wanzhou didn't show any obvious disdain. Their bond was still strong. Without another word, he simply followed. The two walked in silence, at first one behind the other, Yu trailing, but the person in front clearly slowed his pace until they were walking side by side. Yu cleared his throat, his voice softer than usual. Ahem. Did I? Yin Wanzhou replied, coolly, no. How could it be no? For Yin Wanzhou, the source of his displeasure wasn't so much Hua Laji as it was. Even if the grass flower today had been meant for Lin Tian or any other irrelevant person, the nameless fire in his chest would still have blazed. This obsession was utterly unreasonable, but he instinctively felt that the first flower Yu had woven with his own hands had to belong to him, just as every little trinket he made was always for Yu alone. At this moment, he was both annoyed at his own irrationality and secretly elated that Yu had come after him. By the time Yu had grabbed his sleeve, the oppressive mood had already dissipated, but he just couldn't bring himself to admit it. Even a slight frown from Yu was enough to disturb him. How could he ever vent his anger on him? Then why did you? Yu stopped mid-sentence. He almost found it funny. He couldn't very well ask, are you jealous? With his good brother's personality, if he asked that, Yin Wanzhou would surely find a hole to crawl into and never come out. Yu's eyes darted around. The next moment, a tender white flower slowly bloomed in his palm, its petals adorned with glistening dewdrops radiating a soft halo under the moonlight. He grabbed Yin Wanzhou's shoulder for support and tucked the little flower behind his ear. Here, flowers for a beauty. Brother Yin, don't be mad. The moment his fingertips brushed against Yin Wanzhou's ear, the latter went completely rigid. He stepped back, his slender fingers hovering in midair, unsure whether to take the flower or leave it, then paused as they touched the petals before finally awkwardly brushing the stem, covering the lower half of his flushed face with the back of his hand. He had a naturally cold, unfeeling countenance, yet adorned with that small flower, it surprisingly didn't seem out of place. Yu crossed his arms and said with exaggerated gravity, my beauty, you are truly lovely. Stop joking around. Yin Wanzhou forced out the words, his usually steady voice quivering for once. His composure shattered in an instant. He had a naturally cold, unfeeling countenance, yet adorned with that small flower, it surprisingly didn't seem out of place. Yu crossed his arms and said with exaggerated gravity, even after growing up, the male lead wasn't much different from when he was a child, still so easily flustered. No matter what, at least there was no misunderstanding. Just then a rustling sound suddenly came from a distant thicket. Both of them tensed instantly, and turned toward the noise. Between the trees a shadowy figure seemed to flicker. In but a moment that figure had already darted into the depths of the thicket. Wanzhou furrowed his brow and hastened forward to inspect, only to find a verdant jade pendant lying quietly on the muddy ground. So there really was someone. Yu found it utterly bewildering. At such a great distance it hardly seemed possible that someone had come to eavesdrop on their conversation. Nearby grew numerous spirit flowers and exotic herbs. Yu casually brushed aside a cluster of night glow grass and speculated perhaps they came to gather medicinal herbs. Wanzhou tucked the jade pendant into his sleeve. The two surveyed the surroundings for a while, and just as they were about to stroll back to the camp, they suddenly heard cries of panic from afar. They exchanged a glance, and immediately turned to rush back. Before they even neared the camp, they saw dozens of purple-black, demonic birds circling above the campfire. Harsh screeches reverberated through the night. The moment they reached the camp's edge, the scene before them tightened their hearts. 3 disciples lay collapsed on the ground, their faces deathly pale, and one of them had blood gushing from an arm. Above them 2 massive demonic birds stared intently at their prey below. As the birds spread their razor-sharp talons, the claws elongated several times, stabbing downward like swords. This was clearly abnormal. Yu snapped back to his senses. Wanzhou saved them first. Without a moment's hesitation, Wanzhou transformed into a blur of motion. His sword traced 2 silver arcs in the moonlight, sending black feathers and a rain of blood scattering through the air. Lin Tian's panicked voice rang out from behind. "Little healer, where did you 2 go?" "Just took a walk." "What happened here?" Yu sprinted to Lin Tian's side in a single bound. Lin Tian was supporting an injured disciple, his face full of anxiety. "I don't know. Everything was fine, then suddenly this flock of night spirit crows charged into the camp. They must have gone mad. Normally they'd never attack so ferociously." Yu quickly began treating the disciple Lin Tian was holding, frowning as he asked, "Night spirit crows. They're usually so timid, how could they?" Before he could finish, a shadow fell over him. A massive night spirit crow swooped down, its talons aimed directly at Yu's head. Clang! A gleaming sword struck like lightning, catching the crow's claws with a grating scrape that set teeth on edge, a testament to the struggle between both sides. Hualaji stood before Yu, her long sword holding off the crow's talons, sparks flying from the clash. In a flash of light, Hualaji let out a soft cry, nimbly sidestepping to slash at the crow's wing. Blood spattered as the massive bird shrieked and fell to the ground. "Are you alright?" Hualaji wiped the blood from her face with her wrist and turned back briskly. Yu nodded quickly as green spiritual energy flowed onto Hualaji. He summoned the Dai Chun mirror, and 2 beams of azure and blue enhancement light enveloped her. "I'm fine, thank you, senior sister." Hualaozi's pupils contracted slightly, clearly recognizing the Heaven-tier artifact. But the battle was urgent. She gave Yu a deep glance before turning to plunge back into the fray. The camp was already in chaos. The flock of night spirit crows pressed down like a black cloud, diving repeatedly to attack. Wanzhou leaped back to Yu's side, and only then did Yu see that the sleeve of his left arm had been torn by a crow's talons. "Don't move." Yu immediately seized his wrist, and a cyan light enveloped the wound. Why have these night spirit crows become frenzied? Could it also be caused by the abnormal weather? Wanzhou's gaze darkened. No, the red clouds haven't dispersed, the anomaly hasn't appeared. The wounded were constantly being brought over, and Yu's hands worked ceaselessly, but his brow furrowed deeper. He suddenly sniffed, catching a faint, elusive scent of scorching amid the heavy smell of blood. Looking around, a bizarre thought struck Yu. Could someone have deliberately lured the night spirit crows here? Night spirit crows were normally docile demonic birds in the secret realm, their bodies purple-black, with flowing wings. They usually fed on spirit fruits and rarely attacked cultivators. Timid by nature, they would scatter at the slightest disturbance, the least threatening low-level demonic beasts. But night spirit crows had extremely keen olfactory senses, especially addicted to the scent of burning night glow grass. However, when this herb was burned, it released a toxin that, once inhaled, drove the crows into a frenzy. Their talons grew longer, and they became vicious, fighting to the death. And as it happened, night glow grass grew nearby. And there was that mysterious figure they had seen earlier. After a fierce battle, the dozens of night spirit crows were finally slain by the combined efforts of the group. The camp was strewn with the corpses of the demonic birds, and the disciples were all wounded, gasping for breath. Just then, a gentle, wood-attributed spiritual energy swept across the scene like a spring breeze. Yu closed his eyes, his hands cupped loosely together, light flowing between his palms. Ripples of cyan spiritual energy radiated from him, softly enveloping each injured person. Everyone found that the wounds touched by the spiritual energy began to heal slowly. "Thank you, junior brother Yu. The jade-green spiritual body truly lives up to its name. Amazing, so he's the one wielding the Heaven-tier weapon." The crowd was greatly relieved, their thanks rising one after another until a sharp rebuke cut through. All of you shut up. The crowd parted on their own as Fan Ren stepped forward with a dark expression. He pointed at Yu, his voice sharp and tone extremely rude. What are you thanking him for? These night spirit crows were clearly attracted by him. Hua Luoji immediately stepped forward, her brows tightly knitted. Fan Ren, don't talk nonsense. For once she shed her usual gentle demeanor, her words unusually fierce. To her, she could endure being harassed herself, but if Fan Ren targeted someone close to her, she would not tolerate it. Me talk nonsense. Fan Ren sneered and flicked his sleeves. He dashed to the campfire of Yu's tent, rummaged through the ashes, and after a moment raised a handful of charred residue. Everyone come and smell this. The disciples exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of Fan Ren's intentions, and hesitated to step forward. In the end, it was Yu himself who walked over and took the residue from his hand. It was pungent and sour, indeed night glow grass. Fan Ren raised his voice, spittle flying. This is the residue of night glow grass. In the evening, while everyone was meditating and regulating their breathing, Yu was here, sneaking around with herbs for a long time. If he didn't lure the night spirit crows, who did? Besides, who else but him is so familiar with the properties of herbs and so skilled in pharmacology? I say he intended to harm everyone and monopolize the opportunity from the anomaly. The crowd looked at each other in confusion. Indeed, none of them had recognized night glow grass, nor had they known that this herb could trigger the frenzy of night spirit crows. A slight disturbance rippled through the crowd. Hua Luoji was about to retort when she saw Wanzhou step forward slowly. His expression remained calm, but as he passed Yu, a subtle movement placed him protectively behind. He looked down at Yu. Is it really night glow grass? Yu nodded. I think it was the person we saw earlier. Their exchange completely ignored everyone present, as casually as chatting about trivial household matters devoid of any tension. Fan Ren's anger surged, his pride stung. He couldn't help stepping forward. What? Putting on an act now? Wanzhou, as the personal disciple of the sect leaders, soared. Venerable, you wouldn't be trying to shield him, would you? Are you done? Wanzhou suddenly lifted his gaze, his voice calm and unhurried. In the silence where a pin drop could be heard, Yu let out a soft chuckle. Brother Fan, he said with a clear voice distinct in the stillness of the deep night, how interesting. You claim that none of us here understand pharmacology, yet how did you instantly recognize that burned residue as night fire grass? And how are you so familiar with its effects and scent? Could it be, Brother Fan, that you usually forego sword practice to specialize in pharmacology? Or have you long known the properties of night fire grass? These three questions left Fan Ren's face alternating between pale and red, but he still stiffened his neck and argued, so what if I know? I've studied in the Zhuyin sect for years. What classics haven't I read? In this regard, Fan Ren was not lying. He had indeed stumbled upon the information about night fire grass in an ancient text. However, that did not mean the others believed him. Someone in the crowd broke, first letting out a laugh. Everyone knew that Fan Ren had barely reached foundation establishment after 20 years of cultivation. He despised reading and writing, and even his sword skills were half-baked. Several disciples from the Western Peak whom he had often bullied couldn't help shaking their heads. In this awkward atmosphere, Wanzhou suddenly flung something from his sleeve. The jade pendant rolled a few times on the muddy ground and landed at Fan Ren's feet. Everyone's eyes followed the pendant. Wanzhou said, pick it up. Fan Ren stared blankly at the jade pendant, then suddenly realized what it meant. A strange expression spread across his face. His fingers unconsciously touched his waist where indeed a gap was missing. His Adam's apple bobbed and fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Brother Yan, it must be your good luck that has infected me. Yu buried his face in the other's shoulder, rubbing against him, his whole body hanging. Yu almost laughed out loud. The guy's reaction perfectly confirmed their suspicions. If he weren't guilty, why be so flustered? The jade pendant was just thrown out to bluff him, and look. His face alone gave him away. Tisk the thief, so foolish, yet he dared to play the frame-up game. Even if nothing else, the situation inside the secret realm was visible to the outside world. What was Fan Ren even thinking? At that moment, a Yen hiding behind the crowd weakly spoke up. That pendant looks so familiar. I think I've seen it on Brother Fan before. Many knew that a Yen was Fan Ren's lackey and had often been bullied by him. Even he said so. Instantly, everyone's eyes were glued to the pendant. Yu asked with a smile, oh, so Brother Fan admits this pendant is yours. How coincidental. We found this pendant near the night fire grass outside the camp. He said, his brows curving, but his tone suddenly turned cold. Even more coincidental, Wanzhou, and I just took a walk and saw a furtive figure in that area. One disciple chimed in, I can testify. I saw them both leave together in the evening. Yes, they only returned when the crow flock attacked. When would they have had time to set a trap? If Yu had summoned the night spirit crows, why would he bother to treat us? Brother Yen and senior sister Hua killed the most demon birds. Meanwhile, Brother Fan is impeccably dressed with not a single wound. Could it be that he knew the camp would be attacked and hid quietly? Since the two of them left together, does Brother Fan mean that Brother Yin also wanted to harm us? How could Brother Yin possibly want to harm us? He even found weapons for everyone earlier. Hearing this, Yu widened his eyes and looked at Yin Wanzhou. They communicated with their glances. Yu blinked. Damn, when did you even have time to find weapons for everyone? Yin Wanzhou frowned. I don't recall either. Yu. Well, Long Out Yin truly was a walking Good Samaritan. Everyone spoke one after another. Fan Ren's face was ashen, his lips trembling, but unable to utter a single word. He never imagined that after he left camp these two had also left together. They had been chatting, then the atmosphere seemed nice, and they showed no intention of leaving. And again, Fan Ren cast a venomous glance at the thin Western Peak disciple, who looked away in fear. How dare this bastard betray him? The disciples present showed indignation, and several hot-tempered sword cultivators had already rolled up their sleeves. Hua Luoji shielded a yin behind her, and immediately drew her sword, pointing it at Fan Ren. Her voice cold, she said, Fan Ren, how dare you harm your fellow disciples? The Lingwu secret realm strictly forbids killing fellow disciples. Using night fire grass to lure night spirit crows was a blatant attempt to test the rules, and would incur punishment from the Zhuyin sect. At that moment, anger had clouded Fan Ren's judgment, and he never considered the consequences of such an act. He had long harbored resentment toward Yin Wanzhou. Seeing his different attitude toward Yu, he wanted to use Yu to cut down Yan's arrogance. Besides, he was a distant relative of an elder used to an easy life at the Western Peak, never imagining that outside the peak everyone would show a different face and not take him seriously. Yin Wanzhou said, if you feel wronged, you may ask the sect leader to conduct a soul search to prove your innocence. These words were like a final hammer blow. Fan Ren's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. If it really came to that, under the soul search technique, no lie could hide. Yu thought the male lead was also quite devious. Soul search was actually a forbidden art, generally not used, let alone on a minor disciple like this. It was just to scare an ignorant fool like Fan Ren. Suddenly the sky changed dramatically. Amid thunderous roars, a boulder the size of a water wheel fell from the sky, landing squarely on top of Fan Ren. Before he could even scream, he was crushed out of sight. Alive or dead, no one knew. Everyone was stunned. Take cover. Yu reacted first. The next second, countless sharp boulders rained from the sky, and everyone forgot about Fan Ren's fate. The red clouds above gathered rapidly, coming to life, as if endowed with will. Anomalous weather. Massive boulders pounded the ground, leaving deep craters. Debris flew everywhere. Some disciples were too slow to dodge. Boulders grazed their shoulders, causing gushing blood. Even more terrifying, these boulders exploded upon impact, causing secondary damage that was impossible to guard against. The entire ground suddenly trembled, making it hard for everyone to stay upright. They supported themselves with their swords, as if some force was affecting the entire secret realm. Someone shouted, "What? What's happening?" Another disciple lamented, "No one ever said anomalous weather would bring boulders falling from the sky. I thought it would just be wind and rain." After all, these were only Foundation establishment disciples, and facing such a catastrophic scene for the first time, they inevitably panicked. "Form a defensive array first," Yin Wanzhou shouted sternly. He knelt on one knee and slammed both palms heavily onto the ground. The array's patterns spread outward. It was a basic defensive formation that all Zhuyin sect disciples knew. The startled disciples finally came to their senses, forming hand seals and chanting incantations, pouring spiritual energy into the array. The energy materialized into a barrier above them, weaving into a net that temporarily held off the boulder assault. "What should we do?" "Will senior sister you come to save us?" asked a younger disciple in a tearful voice. No one answered him. The Lingwu secret realm did not force disciples to participate, it only set a Foundation establishment threshold. Once inside, life and death were one's own responsibility. Everyone understood that. The sect forbade disciples from harming each other, but it did not guarantee anyone's safety. Thus, in every Lingwu secret realm session, a few disciples lost their lives for various reasons. They had all gathered here for the opportunities brought by anomalous weather. It was their own choice. The path of cultivation was to defy heaven. What foolproof plan could there be? The boulders struck the barrier with dull thuds, stirring ripples of spiritual energy. Fortunately, the defensive array could indeed withstand the attack, and everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. But a more terrifying thing happened. The ground began to shake violently. Where boulders hit, the earth immediately collapsed, and huge cracks spread like a spiderweb. A massive chasm split open. "Watch for sinkholes." Lin Tian's warning came just as the ground beneath Yu gave way. His body hung in midair, plummeting rapidly. "Damn it, Yu cursed the anomalous weather with the filthiest words in his mind. As he fell, he saw a red figure leap down. Without hesitation, the person's fingers reaching out desperately, eyes filled with indescribable panic. "Junior brother Yu. Junior brother Yu. Junior brother Yu, wake up." Yu wiped his face and struggled to open his eyes. The first thing he saw was Hua Luozi's delicate countenance. "You're finally awake." Hua Luozi breathed a sigh of relief. Yu then realized he was lying on a protruding stone platform surrounded by churning lava. Scorching waves of heat rushed toward him while Hua Luozi sat nearby wiping her sword. He struggled to sit up. "Senior Sister Hua, how did we end up here?" "I'm not sure either." Hua Luozi shook her head. "When the ground shattered, everyone fell. When I woke up, I found we had landed together. This place seems to be deep underground." "What about the others?" Yu asked. "Hua Luozi, before you woke up, I already scouted the surroundings. There's no trace of anyone else." Only then did Yu remember that not everyone had fallen. At that moment, Wanzhou happened to be standing on intact ground. He had jumped down to save Yu. Thinking of this, Yu felt a sting in his nose touched. Unfortunately, by a twist of fate, they hadn't landed together. After a brief rest to regulate their breathing, they decided to set out to find the other companions. The underground paths were highly erratic, often broken. Narrow stone paths twisted and turned with eerie sounds coming from all directions. Deep fissures bubbled with lava, and several times Yu nearly missed his step, but Hua Luozi caught him just in time. Occasionally, two unfamiliar demon beasts sprang out. Hua Luozi immediately shielded Yu behind her. With a swing of her long sword, the beasts fell to the ground. "Senior Sister Hua." Her protective intention was so obvious that she was nearly carrying him. Yu raised his hand, and a massive leaf slapped the demon beast away. "I can actually fight. You don't need to protect me deliberately." "Not at all, junior brother. Yu is a medical cultivator. It should be you protecting me," Hua Luozi said, wiping the blood from her sword with a clean motion. She turned back with a gentle smile, the golden hairpin in her hair swaying lightly in the hot wind. That smile made Yu's heart tremble. Heavens! Senior Sister Hua is too gentle. No wonder Brother Yin used to get jealous. Hua Luozi was not only gentle, but also highly skilled in combat. She always greeted others with a smiling face, yet when slaying monsters, she showed no mercy. A perfect blend of softness and strength. Wasn't this the legendary contrast? Otherwise, Hua Luozi gave a bitter smile. "If something happened to you while you were with me, Senior Brother Yin would definitely come looking for trouble." Yu nearly choked on his own saliva. What nonsense was this? How could Wanzhou ever trouble Senior Sister Hua? Was this guy so clueless about cherishing women? Half an hour later, the two sat resting by a stone slab. "By the way, Senior Sister Hua, how did you and Brother Yin first meet?" Yu asked curiously. Hua Luozi fell into memory. "I remember. It was about 3 years ago at the Inter-Sect tournament. He had just joined the Zhu Yun sect not long before, but on the arena, he defeated several disciples from the Western Peak in a row. His swordsmanship was terrifyingly fierce. Later, I couldn't resist and challenged him to a bout. That battle was truly exhilarating. The two fought their sword, chi crisscrossing, yet neither could overcome the other. Even though Hua Luozi's cultivation was actually a minor realm higher than Yin Wanzhou at that time." Yu nodded repeatedly. "Oh, so that's how it was. No wonder Lin Tian said they became friends through combat." Recalling the past, Hua Luozi said admiringly, "Some people say his strength comes from talent, but I don't think so. Senior Brother Yin has put in hard work in his cultivation. Since then we often sparred. He would always leave right after the match, communicating only through blade and sword." What Hua Luozi admired most was precisely this: true sparring doesn't require too many words. Both sides can improve their strength and gain new insights. That's enough. Until one match ended, Wanzhou unexpectedly stopped. He stared at the osmanthus cakes on the table for a long time, then suddenly spoke. "Can you teach me how to make this?" Hua Luozi still remembered his expression at that moment. For the first time, his face was no longer cold as ice. It carried a trace of warmth. Yu listened, captivated, as if he could see the shyness of a young man's first love. The corners of his mouth lifted unconsciously. "How beautiful." "Later I found out." Hua Luozi gave Yu a mischievous glance. "He learned to make osmanthus cakes for you. Shall you?" Yu nearly choked on his saliva again. How did everything keep circling back to him? "Funny enough, I used to think Xiaoyu was a girl's name." She chuckled lightly. "But I have a younger brother of the same age as you. Every time I see you, I feel a sense of closeness." Hua Luozi continued. "Senior Brother Yin has a calm and introverted nature. He became a direct disciple of the Sword Venerable at a young age, and all the sect disciples have to respectfully call him Senior Brother. I've known him for many years, who I thought I was one of his few friends. Until I saw how he treats you. Then I realized he can laugh too, and he can get anxious." Yu's heart's Senior Sister Hua's tone clearly held no romantic feelings toward Yin Wanzhou. The male lead's love line was about to be stillborn. The wooden Yin Wanzhou had finally stirred a ripple, and had even shown jealousy before. If it ended like this. Yu hurriedly waved his hand. "No. Brother Yin is actually really good, really thoughtful. He's just not good at expressing himself. He counted on his fingers. He remembers what people around him like. He secretly guides new disciples in sword techniques during morning practice, and he would Hualuaji silently laughed. Who told you this? Yu was stunned. Was it not true? According to the original works, setting Yin Wanzhou was very popular among the Zhu Yun sect disciples, always ready to help. Clearly a charmer. Senior brother, Yin is not like that on ordinary days. Hualuaji shook her head. Wait, Yu finally realized. Thinking back on everything had seen, those disciples either treated Yin Wanzhou with utmost respect or trembled in fear. Where was any closeness? Something was off, totally off. Yu gnashed his teeth in frustration. He wished he could rush out right now, grab Yin Wanzhou by the collar, and shake him. Where's your popularity? Where did such a big persona go? Yu paused, choosing his words to salvage his good friend's reputation. At that very moment, behind the rock wall, Yin Wanzhou heard voices not far away and stopped in his tracks. He had come following the red strings pull, praying all the way that his speed was fast enough, terrified that something had happened to Yu. But the person was not only safe, he was chatting with Hualuaji. Remembering the straw flower from not long ago, an inexplicable displeasure once again coiled around Yin Wanzhou's heart. He pursed his lips, subconsciously refusing to imagine the sight of them talking happily together. Yin Wanzhou told himself over and over, get used to it. Adapt. From now on this would happen often. He just hadn't yet. Senior sister Hua, I see now. It must be because brother Yin is too outstanding, everyone finds him unapproachable. Hearing Yu's clear voice, Yin Wanzhou unconsciously halted. Yu grew more earnest, his gaze softening. Actually, he's a very gentle person. Brother Yin suffered a lot as a child, so he always silently bears everything alone. His cold exterior is just because he's afraid of causing trouble for others. He always takes care of everything in advance, and habitually looks after others. He may seem invincible, but I know his heart is softer than anyone's. Brother Yin actually longs for someone to understand him. He's also very lonely. Maybe that person just needs to quietly stay by his side. Just like you two sparring and practicing sword together back then. Yu silently completed the thought. He wanted to help Yin Wanzhou, but not too obviously. Matters of the heart are personal. After all, he was an outsider. At most, he could say a few good words on behalf of his friend in front of Hualuaji. He even resorted to some cheesy lines, as long as they worked. As for the rest, it was up to fate. Hualuaji was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but wonder, was the person this boy described really that senior brother Yin? It seems junior brother Yu has quite an appreciation for senior brother Yin. She chose her words carefully. Of course I like him the most. Yu answered without hesitation, even patting his chest. Then he added in his heart, this is a bond forged through life and death. Meanwhile, in the shadow behind the rock wall, Yin Wanzhou's expression nearly shattered. He had only been unwilling to disturb their conversation. He absolutely did not mean to eavesdrop. But he never expected things to turn out like this. He never imagined that Yu in private would say such. Those words and praises flooded into Yin Wanzhou's ears like a torrent, ruthlessly washing over his entire being, then leaving him drenched and stranded on the shore, baked under the scorching sun. His breathing suddenly lost its rhythm. When he came to, his face was flushed red. Yin Wanzhou simply leaned his back against the hot rock wall, slowly crouched down, and propped his forehead with both hands, trying to steady his wildly pounding heart. Strange, why was he so nervous? It was just a few compliments. But he just said the most. How could the young master say such things so loudly? That emphatic declaration of affection struck like thunder in his heart. For a moment, Yin Wanzhou stood frozen in place, feeling an unprecedented sense of confusion. Did he say he likes me? No, he forced himself to think calmly. There must be some misunderstanding. How could the young master's liking possibly mean that? His fingertips dug deeply into his palm, a sharp pain coursing through him. Yin Wanzhou lifted his gaze, suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of self-loathing. How could he use such sordid thoughts to interpret Yu? Yu viewed him as an elder brother. Even if there was affection, it was merely the dependence of a younger brother on an older one, the admiration between close friends. Always just pure friendship. Beyond that, it was utterly impossible. Moreover, they were both men. He had practically watched Yu grow up, or if the other truly had such feelings. No, Yin Wanzhou shook his head. The young master could not possibly have such thoughts. Yin Wanzhou steadied himself, casting aside the absurd thoughts, preparing to step out from behind the rock wall. Yet the voice from the other side continued to resonate. On the other side, Yu was animatedly recounting their youthful memories to Hualuaji. Yin Wanzhou listened in a dazed warmth flooding his heart, those fragments he had cherished deep in his memories. It turned out that Xiaoyu remembered them all too. Moreover, during his narration, he intentionally avoided mentioning their master-servant past and the unpleasant, painful memories. In truth, I had a terrible temperament in the past and did many excessive things. It was brother Yin who looked after me without holding grudges. Until a strange pain suddenly gripped his heart, Yin Wanzhou realized that the image of himself that Yu spoke of was 1,000 times better than he perceived. He was selfish, suspicious, and possessed an abnormal sense of possessiveness and excessive protectiveness utterly unworthy of such praise. To put it bluntly, if Yu was the bright moon, he wished that the moonlight would only shine upon him. The young master was willing to belittle himself to elevate him. Wanzhou suddenly shut his eyes tightly, his throat tightened violently, the scorching rock wall burning against his back, yet it was nothing compared to the unfamiliar heat surging within his chest. He took a deep breath, squatting down against the rock wall, letting out a heavy sigh. The memories Yu shared with Hua Luoji were all their treasured recollections. Could it be that Xiao Yu was actually asserting his claim? This absurd thought suddenly invaded his mind, swirling like a headless fly hard to dispel. Wanzhou desperately pressed his burning cheek against the sword hilt for the first time in his life, tasting the sensation of helplessness. If it were a misunderstanding? If it were not a misunderstanding? Two thoughts clashed violently in his mind. What if in Xiao Yu's heart, there truly existed the thought of liking Wanzhou? If not, how could those unguarded moments of closeness and unmasked concern be explained? He had always been as calm as still water, and had never thought that one day he would be so flustered over such matters. But they were close friends, brothers, master and servant. This relationship should not, and could not be transcended. He was the precious young master, and I was the lowly servant. Wanzhou could not deny that Yu was the most important person in his life, but he also could not accept that their bond extended to romantic entanglements, his life, and everything he had belonged to Yu. But that was all there was to it. Stripping everything away, how could someone of his lowly background ever be worthy of the bright moon that was the young master? He only wished to silently guard the other and witness Yu living well and attaining happiness. As long as that was the case, he would be very satisfied. But what terrified him even more was the thought that if it were true, if Xiao Yu really felt that way towards him. Absurd, ridiculous, outrageous. Wanzhou awkwardly closed his eyes, his spiritual energy surging chaotically like a whirlpool. Just as he attempted to calm his breath again, the voice in his ear grew close. Brother Yin, what are you doing here? Yu had just spoken for so long that he became embarrassed himself before he finally stopped, but fortunately Hua Luoji was kind-hearted and did not mind. The two were just about to continue their passionate journey to find their teammates when unexpectedly they turned a corner and encountered the male lead squatting by the wall. Yu was terrified. Oh no, how could the male lead be squatting everywhere? Just now did the male lead hear everything we said? What kind of shameful play is this? Compliments like this are meant to be said when the person being praised is unaware, otherwise how awkward it would be. Yu rubbed his head, stammering, "Did you? Have you been waiting here for a long time?" The response from across was indifferent. "I just arrived not long ago." The male lead had no inclination to lie. Just as Yu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he gasped as he caught sight of the other's face. There was Wanzhou squatting in front of the rock wall, his expression still as indifferent as ever, but his whole face was flushed faintly, his lips rosy, his ears seemingly about to bleed, the redness spreading from the tips of his ears all the way down his long neck, even threatening to spill over onto his collarbone. Seeing him in such an unusual state, Yu no longer cared about feeling embarrassed. The flicker of shyness he had vanished without a trace. He half knelt down, unceremoniously pressing his hand against Wanzhou's forehead, instantly startled by the scalding heat. "Why are you so hot?" The refreshing scent of medicine wafted over. Wanzhou froze, instinctively wanting to retreat, but forcibly held himself back. He managed to hold back the urge to dodge, but couldn't help but stare at him, wondering if the young master's eyes were always this beautiful. His hand was so warm, but why was it roaming over his face? Suddenly Yu heard the system prompt ding. Detected fluctuation in the male lead's luck value, current luck value 199,199. 5. Yu was stunned. Why did the luck value inexplicably increase? And by such a number? He asked the system. The system was just as perplexed. Host, I'm not sure either. Wanzhou could not escape Yu's concerned touch. Until the other's face was close enough to count his eyelashes, his throat moved awkwardly as he hurriedly turned his face away. "I'm fine, it's just that the ground is too hot, and I can't adapt." After saying this, he stood up. Yu was full of questions. "Really? Wanzhou stood up smoothly, then walked directly towards Hua Luoji, his tone serious to the point of being nearly deliberate. "Thank you for taking care of Xiao Yu for me." This statement and action came quite suddenly. Hua Luoji raised an eyebrow, feeling inexplicably amused. "Brother, Yin is too polite, I didn't do anything." Behind them Yu squinted secretly, observing the interaction between the two. The tone was nice, the atmosphere was good. Wanzhou had his back to him. Although he didn't know what they were specifically discussing, Sister Hua was smiling. It seemed that what he had just said was not said in vain. The atmosphere between the two had clearly relaxed quite a bit. A sense of achievement surged within him. Yu turned around, humming a little tune as he walked ahead, unaware that someone was immediately following him like a shadow, their gaze firmly locked on him. Hua Luoji held her sword with both hands, a flicker of understanding and surprise flashing in her eyes. She glanced at the oblivious Yu ahead, then at the seemingly calm, yet distracted sword cultivator, as if coming to a realization. The three each had their own thoughts as they proceeded along the edge of the magma pool. Help! Help! Little divine doctor. Brother Yin. Sister Hua. They saw Lin Tian dangling on the edge of a cliff, his fingers desperately clawing at the rock crevices. Below him was the rolling magma. His clothes had already been scorched black by the intense heat, and his neck bore a horrifying blister. It was hard to tell whether this person was unlucky or lucky. Oh, every time they encountered him, it was a matter of life and death, yet nothing major ever happened. After the three worked together to pull him up, Lin Tian lay on the ground in a state of despair, yelling for Yu to check on him. Don't move. Yu shouted furiously. It hurts. Lin Tian cried out. Yu, unable to endure any longer, leaped forward and pinned him down, locking his legs tightly around Lin Tian's waist, pressing down on his shoulders. If you move again, I'll throw you back into the magma. From a distance, the two seemed almost glued together, with Yu straddling Lin Tian's waist, pressing down on the other's bare shoulders. Yin Wanzhou's gaze instantly turned cold, his clenched fist unconsciously tightening. Just moments ago, he had said he liked him the most. Even if it wasn't that kind of liking, it shouldn't turn around and be so intimate with someone else. Ding. Detected fluctuation in the male lead's luck value. Current luck value, 199. 5,198. 5. The notification sound rang out without warning, and Yu's hand trembled, almost causing the bubble behind Lin Tian to burst. The system panicked. Host, don't be angry, it might be the male lead's emotions, not very stable. Damn it, what is going on? What bug has appeared again? It's been years since I had to lower the luck value. I thought it was extinct. Like a roller coaster. Damn it, what is going on? What bug has appeared again? It's been years since I had to lower the luck value. I thought it was extinct. Sometimes more, sometimes less, and all these decimal numbers. What on earth is happening? Lin Tian's wailing echoed above the magma pool, as Yu questioned frantically in his heart. The system was equally at a loss, feeling aggrieved as it popped up dozens of windows explaining the situation. In summary, the male lead's luck value had been very unstable, but the reason had yet to be determined. The group was noisy, and Lin Tian finally behaved, sulking while covering the back of his neck, following behind. Hua Luoji walked leisurely in the middle of the team, while Yu walked side by side with Yan Wanzhou at the front. Yu stared at the floor as he walked, kicking a stone away, trying hard to calm himself, telling himself not to get angry, not to get excited. It's all trivial. But he couldn't calm himself. Damn it, why did the male lead inexplicably lose luck? You little unlucky brat. He glanced up and shot a fierce glare at Yan Wanzhou, only to find the latter looking back, his gaze deep and contemplative. The two locked eyes, neither expecting the other's expression, both widening their eyes. You look at me, I look at you. The young master's eyes were round with slightly upturned corners. When glaring, he didn't appear fierce, resembling a little animal baring its teeth, thinking itself fearsome. Yan Wanzhou furrowed his brows unconsciously. Oh, why was he suddenly thinking about this? He awkwardly asked, what's wrong? I have to say, since Yan Wanzhou joined the group, their luck had become absurdly good. Whenever they were tired, they would find clear underground spring water. I have to say, since Yan Wanzhou joined the group, their luck had become absurdly good. Whenever they were tired, they would find clear underground spring water. When they were hungry, they would happen upon delicious underground fish. A turn of the head would reveal rare spiritual plants. Even a random stone to sit on turned out to be high-quality, refining material. But when Yan Wanzhou handed the prepared food to Yu for the umpteenth time, Lin Tian could no longer hold back. Hey, what exactly is your relationship? Lin Tian propped his chin up jokingly. Yu was eating a piece of beast meat that Yan Wanzhou had completely trimmed of fat, his mouth stuffed. And with a pile still on his plate, he mumbled while chewing, what's it to you? You guys are behaving like Dao partners. Lin Tian couldn't bear to watch this scene, clicking his tongue in disgust. What's wrong? Are you envious of how nice Yan Gu is to me? Or are you jealous? Yu finally swallowed the food in his mouth and cheekily replied, oh, we definitely have a vague relationship. Lin Tian made an exaggerated gagging motion. Yu laughed heartily, deliberately making jokes that would gross out friends, and the more outrageous the better. While Yu and Lin Tian were joking around, Yan Wanzhou suddenly halted his actions and gently set down the half-peeled spiritual fruit in his hand. A vague relationship. Regardless of whether Xiao Yu has such feelings for him, it shouldn't give him the illusion of intimacy beyond friendship. Otherwise, once it starts, it would be hard to go back. Moderation is essential. This left Yan Wanzhou somewhat troubled. What would be considered moderation? If his abrupt change were to hurt Xiao Yu, it would leave him feeling guilty. In the end, Yan Wanzhou placed the remaining processed spiritual fruit on a plate, no longer directly offering it to Yu, as usual, making it his biggest concession. This significant concession resulted in, you guessed it, Yu was completely unaware. Little divine doctor, come quick and look at this. Lin Tian suddenly sprang from a corner, holding a smooth round object mysteriously. Due to Yu's terrifying knowledge reserves, everyone had developed a habit of asking him about new things they encountered along the way. Yu approached to examine it, closely tapping the surface with his fingertips. It looks like an egg. This underground journey has escalated into a culinary secret realm. Various rare ingredients had everyone looking rosy, and upon hearing it was an egg, Lin Tian exclaimed, "More food, more food." Just as they were about to heat the oil, Hua Luoji frowned and stopped them. "Hold on, this egg is so large, it's not an ordinary item." As soon as she finished speaking, the ground began to tremble violently. 1 shake, 2 shakes, 3 shakes. The tremors were extremely rhythmic. Something massive was approaching. Turning back in alarm, they saw a giant beast rising slowly from the magma, its entire body crimson. It had a fierce dragon head, a pair of burning flesh wings unfurled on its back, with short sharp forelimbs and powerful stout hind legs. The dragon head moved sluggishly, turning to gaze at the group. Then fury ignited in its eyes. Before anyone could react, it suddenly opened its gaping maw, and scorching dragon breath erupted. "Ah!" Lin Tian screamed, and dodged while the others clumsily avoided as well. In the midst of gasping for breath, Yu inhaled sharply, recalling the records from books. What the hell? How could there be such a monster in a novice secret realm? Wanzhou looked down and asked, "What kind of monster is this?" Flame dragon. Yu grabbed his sleeve, incredulously stating, "Gu, the strength of the flame dragon is comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. Even if the 4 of us join forces, we can't easily defeat it." Wanzhou decisively wrapped his arm around Yu and turned to flee, while Hua Luoji pulled the dazed Lin Tian, and the 4 rushed toward a narrow crevice to escape. The group bolted. The underground was narrow, filled with magma, and a slight misstep could lead to scalding. It was unsuitable for flying with swords. Yu was carried by Wanzhou and quickly summoned the Dai Chun mirror to enhance their speed with the divine movement technique. In the midst of fleeing, Yu shouted from Wanzhou's broad shoulder, "Gu, put me down. I can." "Don't move, this is faster." Wanzhou adjusted Yu on his shoulder, fully utilizing his wind-based spiritual power, and their speed suddenly increased. Yu fell silent. He knew his stamina couldn't match Wanzhou's, and with the wind's spiritual root enhancing speed, he indeed could run faster. A wave of scorching heat rushed from behind. The roar of the flame dragon pursuing them shook the rocky wall. Yu turned to look back, seeing the massive creature breathing fire, lava splashing everywhere it passed, rocks melting, and its short foreclaws and fierce fangs seemed oddly familiar. Wait, isn't this just a Western fire dragon from movies and TV shows? This is the cultivation world. Can the Western dragon get lost somewhere far away? Left, Hua Luoji shouted sharply. The group turned without hesitation, diving into a narrow tunnel. The flame dragon, huge in size, got stuck at the entrance for a moment, and its furious roar shook down count. The group dared not stop running for their lives through the winding tunnel. Lin Tian, panting, clutched the dragon egg. "What is this thing?" You saw him still holding the egg while escaping, feeling dizzy. "Why don't you just drop it?" Lin Tian felt aggrieved. "I just didn't have time to." Before he finished speaking, they burst out into an open area. But when they emerged from the tunnel, the sight before them froze everyone in place. Another flame dragon. And 2 of them. The 2 flame dragons were rolling and biting at the edge of the magma pool. The larger brown flame dragon, violently biting the other dragons, nape, their tails tightly entwined, the scales scraping against each other with a piercing sound. The 2 dragons hadn't noticed the unexpected guests that intruded into the cave. "What are they?" Lin Tian's pupils constricted. "Engaging in a what?" Yu finally managed to jump down from Wanzhou, awkwardly rubbing his nose. "We've intruded into their net. One person is about to start plucking petals. He likes me. He doesn't like me. He likes me. He doesn't like me. He likes me." "Sai, who is this person? So hard to guess." Lin Tian, holding the dragon egg, turned pale. "SSO. This egg. It's highly likely to be a flame dragon egg. Perhaps that's why the flame dragon outside attacked us," Hua Luoji said. Suddenly the 2 intertwined flame dragons began to emit strange sounds. The sudden display of lives harmony stunned everyone. While the other 3 were still pondering whether they should watch, Yu had already crouched down to get a closer look, his eyes shining with terrifying intensity. A fanatical gleam flickered in his eyes as he muttered, "It said that the only thing on a flame dragon that can be used as medicine is." Wanzhou's heart rang alarm bells. He sprang forward and covered Yu's mouth. "Don't even think about it." MMPH. Yu looked up in confusion. Though it was a common gesture from the past, it now felt different. The warm, humid breath sprayed onto his palm, and the moist lips accidentally brushed against his fingers. Wanzhou's fingertips trembled slightly. He quickly withdrew his hand and hid it behind his back. Then Wanzhou looked at Yu with a rather serious, somewhat reproachful gaze. "Yu, why are you glaring at me? Weren't you the one who covered my mouth? It's not like I spat on your hand. Wait, don't you think something's wrong? Why is the tunnel behind us shaking?" Lin Tian shouted. Rumble. A loud crash of collapsing rocks came from behind. Then the first flame dragon had broken free and charged in recklessly. 3 dragons were packed into the cramped cave. Just as everyone thought they were doomed, events did not plunge them into despair, for the charging crimson flame dragon completely ignored the egg thieves, its golden vertical pupils fixed intently on the 2 entwined flame dragons, unleashing a deafening roar. Roar! The crimson flame dragon lunged fiercely at the larger brown flame dragon, tearing open its scales with sharp claws. The brown dragon in pain released the smaller flame dragon beneath it and hastily engaged in battle. The scene turned bloody. Lin Tian, holding the dragon egg, watched in shock. Why are they fighting each other? The 2 giant dragons rolled and bit each other in the magma pool. Each strike of the crimson flame dragon carried overwhelming fury, as if it wanted to skin and eat the other dragon. The brown flame dragon was forced back step by step, yet unwilling to concede. It kept spewing flames, trying to repel the crimson flame dragon. Meanwhile, the smaller dragon stood idly by, its golden eyes full of bewilderment. At that moment, the smaller flame dragon let out a mournful cry and stepped in to stop the fight. The crimson flame dragon was furious, but didn't go for the kill. It simply slapped it with its tail, sending it flying against the cave wall. The 3 dragons were locked in combat, completely ignoring the nearby humans. Yu slapped his thigh. I get it. Everyone turned to look at him. Look, Yu said, pointing at the 3 dragons. The crimson one is clearly female, the brown one is male, and the small one is also female. So this is a caught cheating scene. Yu clicked his tongue in amazement. The crimson female returns home and finds her mate doing it with another dragon. Can she tolerate that? Lin Tian's mouth twitched. How can you tell me? According to flame dragon habits, they usually only take 1 mate in their lifetime. Females are more powerful than males, so they often go out hunting while males stay home. These 2 females must have been deceived. That's why the small one is so shocked. Even dragons lack fidelity. Shameless. Yu cursed inwardly. A good for nothing mooching. As if confirming his guess, the crimson flame dragon bit the brown flame dragon's neck again, splashing hot dragon blood, staining the magma pool dark red. Cough cough. Lin Tian choked. Then this egg. It should be the child of the crimson flame dragon and the brown flame dragon. Lin Tian suddenly realized he had been dragged into some kind of family dispute. The egg in his arms grew hotter, and he just wanted to find a corner to discard it. As they were speaking, the brown male dragon spewed a stream of black flame, completely different from the usual golden-red dragon breath of flame dragons. The color of the flame is wrong, Hua Luoji said. The brown male dragon's eyes were bloodshot, and under its originally golden-red scales a dark red shimmered faintly. It madly thrashed its head, attacking both females indiscriminately. The purple-black flame burned large holes into the surrounding rock walls. It's gone mad, Yu exclaimed. The crimson female's attack became even fiercer. The whole cave rumbled. Lin Tian lost his footing, and the dragon egg in his arms fell with a thud, rolling down along the rock wall. Lin Tian screamed. My egg is about to break. No, the flame dragon's egg is about to break. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The egg rolled farther away, and Yu felt his heart leap into his throat. Fortunately, the flame dragon egg wasn't as fragile as ordinary chicken, duck, or goose eggs. It rolled around smoothly, and finally came to a stable stop on the ground unbroken. Yu patted his chest. Good thing it didn't break. It's still a dragon's life after all. Then Lin Tian swallowed and suggested, should we take the chance to slip away? Having been numbly watching from against the wall for a long time, everyone had the same idea. However, the entrance they had used to enter the cave had been collapsed by the crimson flame dragon, so they had to slip out through another exit on the opposite side. To take that path, they had to pass through the battlefield of the 3 dragons. Fortunately, the dragons were busy fighting and didn't notice the 4 sneaking humans. Little healer, look at that egg. Whether it was because he had developed a bond or something, Lin Tian was particularly concerned about the egg. As they passed, he nudged Yu and gestured with his eyes for him to turn around. The dragon egg that had rolled beside the magma was trembling slightly, its shell covered in fine cracks, with a faint golden light seeping through the fissures. Is this the hatchling about to emerge? But at the same time, the maddened brown male dragon lashed its tail while wrestling. The thick dragon tail whipped through the air with a howling wind, disregarding even its own offspring, aiming straight for the hatching egg and the people nearby. Watch out. Without a second thought, Yu scooped up the dragon egg from the ground and dodged the attack. Since they had to evade anyway, it didn't hurt to save one more life. Saving a dragon's life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. The hot eggshell pressed against his chest. He could even feel the strong heartbeat of the small life inside. The next second, expecting to fall heavily on the ground, he instead crashed into a warm, sturdy chest. The anticipated pain did not come. Yin Wan's his powerful arms caught him steadily, one hand protecting the back of his head, the other firmly securing the dragon egg in his arms. MMPH. Their noses were less than an inch apart. It seemed that something soft and warm brushed past Yin Wan's his cheek, fleeting, yet searing like a brand. The breath was too close, the touch too soft. Yin Wan's his pupils contracted, and the arm holding Yu stiffened noticeably for a moment. Brother Yin, thank you. Yu looked up, dizzy, feeling as though he had briefly locked eyes with the crimson female dragon in the chaos, or maybe it was an illusion. Before he could ponder further, the crimson flame dragon slammed a paw onto the brown male's head, forcing it into the magma. The smaller flame dragon took the chance to bite the brown male's tail. The two females cooperated seamlessly, quickly beating the unfaithful dragon to the brink of death. Then a fatal blow, and all was settled. With a miserable cry, the brown male's body slowly sank into the magma pool. Yu silently gave a thumbs up in his mind. Keep the child, discard the father. Well done, flame dragon. He turned around. Yin Wanzhou, who had been beside him, was now standing alone in a corner, as if in a daze. After the fierce battle, the crimson flame dragon was severely wounded. It dragged its exhausted body and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The smaller flame dragon glanced back at it, then turned and flapped away. At that moment, the eggshell in Yu's arms suddenly cracked open, a small hole. A tiny wet claw poked out, followed by a second claw. The little claws clawed at the shell, and soon a sticky little head emerged. Golden vertical pupils, tiny crimson horns, and scale patterns identical to the crimson females. The little creature blinked, and the first thing it saw was Yu holding it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Letting out a tender call, the little fire dragon nuzzled affectionately against Yu's chin. Lin Tian said with a tinge of jealousy, "Why doesn't it come nuzzle me? I'm the one who's been holding it all along." The little fire dragon was both obedient and adorable, causing Yu's heart to soften. What could he do? It was just a bit too cute. Meanwhile, the crimson female dragon's gaze followed them, her breath carrying a certain restlessness. Drawing from some unknown well of courage, Yu stepped forward slowly and placed the little fire dragon near the crimson female dragon. The latter lifted her eyes to look at Yu, snorting a puff of hot air from her nostrils, yet she showed no offensive movements. The little dragon looked around in confusion, seemingly unsure which side was its true mother. Only when the crimson flame dragon let out a rumbling purr from her throat did the little dragon, dazed and unsteady, spread its wings for balance and wobble its way toward the female dragon. All things possess spirit. Beast cultivators who have trained for years often exhibit varying degrees of intelligence. The crimson female dragon gently nudged her little cub with her snout, sheltering it under her wing, then turned and blasted a stream of flame at the rock wall behind her. The hard rock wall melted and crumbled under the dragon's breath, revealing a hidden space. Inside, it was piled high with glittering objects, but they could not be seen clearly. Then the flame dragon let out a cry toward the group, picked up the little dragon in her jaws, soared into the air, and vanished through the opening. This? Lin Tian rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. Could she be inviting us in? He could hardly believe their luck was this good. Treasures delivered right to their doorstep. Yu glanced at Yin Wanzhou, thinking to himself that this was classic. The sentient monster always drops gold coins. With mountains of gold and silver laid before them, there was no way they wouldn't enter. Treading carefully into the dragon's lair, they were greeted by piles of jewelry along with countless rare ores scattered haphazardly. Yu marveled, inwardly thinking that this flame dragon was truly like a Western dragon. Even its habit of hoarding gold and silver was exactly the same. Lin Tian lay down on the mountain of gold and silver, exhaling a blissful breath. I feel like my life is complete now. The others began searching for items that could aid their cultivation. Unfortunately, most of the heavenly treasures here were Fury attributed, and none of them had fire spiritual roots, so there was little they could use. Yu casually plucked a few fire-type mushrooms, planning to study them after leaving the secret realm. After a short rest, Lin Tian rolled around in the gold and silver. Although cultivators mostly used spirit stones and had little use for precious metals, it was still immensely satisfying. Hey, isn't that a path over there? He lifted his head from atop the gold mountain. Pushing aside a few obstructing gold ingots, the group proceeded deeper into the dragon's lair. The deeper they went, the hotter it became, until they saw a long sword entirely goldred thrust into a crimson crystal. The blade shimmered with a translucent platinum luster, and the hilt was wrapped in a blazing radiance, as if molten lava flowed within the edge. A golden rainbow piercing the sun, flowing fire forging the soul. This is... Yu gasped, instinctively turning to Yin Wanzhou. For some reason, this sword gave him a strong feeling. It suited the male lead. Yet Yin Wanzhou said, "Shall you try to pull it out?" Me? Yu asked blankly. "Am not a sword cultivator." Besides, he already possessed the Daichun mirror. The other sword cultivator present, Hua Luoji, smiled gently. "I already have my own lifebound weapon. This journey has yielded enough, and I haven't contributed much, so I won't take anything from here." Lin Tian scratched his head. "I'd like to have it, but am not a sword cultivator. And this sword is clearly a fire-type supreme treasure. I have gold and earth spiritual roots, alas." Yu was startled, then suddenly realized that Yin Wanzhou had a mutated wind spiritual root and seemed unsuitable for this fire-type spiritual sword. In the original novel, the male lead's life-bound weapon was named Li Feng. Just hearing the name, it was a sword crafted for the wind spiritual root. After thinking it over, none of the four present were suited. What a waste. A sword that clearly proclaimed, "I'm amazing," being so neglected. How about we pull it out first and see? Yu looked at the dazzling sword before him and spoke hesitantly. Go ahead. Lin Tian cheered. Just give it a try. If you're too weak to pull it out, then let me have a try. Since one person couldn't bind two life-bound weapons anyway, Yu stopped refusing. He took a deep breath, grasped the hilt, and the entire cave erupted in golden light, which then slowly faded, leaving nothing changed. That's it. Yu tried to lift it lightly, but the long sword didn't budge. Seems like nothing special. Just as he was about to let go, he realized his palm seemed glued on. Wait, I can't let go. His voice was full of shock. Yin Wanzhou's expression changed instantly, and he immediately stepped forward to grasp Yu's hand. The moment their skin touched, the sword burst into golden red radiance. Boom! A pillar of light shot up from the ground, piercing straight into the sky. The cave ceiling was completely breached, revealing the azure sky outside. Finally, they realized how far they were from the surface. The long sword trembled violently in their hands, and at last it was pulled free completely. Yu felt his tiger's mouth go numb, as if holding a volcano about to erupt. The heat nearly scorched his hand, so he hastily let go and stepped back. But Yin Wanzhou closed his fingers firmly around the hilt, seemingly oblivious to the high temperature, a clear sign that the sword had acknowledged him. In an instant, wind and fire roared in unison. A sudden gale arose, and a fire tornado lifted the Yu's red robe, his jet-black hair flowing wildly in the flames. The tips dyed a fiery crimson. Blazing flames burst from the sword, yet upon touching Yin Wanzhou, they transformed into docile fire serpents coiling around his slender fingers. Wind meets fire, a burning dragon's roar. Heaven and earth changed color. Yu was stunned. Yin Wanzhou stood at the center of the flames storm, his aura soaring, streams of golden red light spreading along his arm, as if man and sword had become one. Most astonishingly, the scorching sword energy perfectly merged with Yin Wanzhou's wind spiritual root. Fire borrowed the wind's momentum, wind fueled the fire's power. They complemented each other perfectly. Ding. Main quest assisting the male lead in successfully obtaining his life-bound weapon has been completed. Current progress 100. Reward 40 luck points. Ding. Detected fluctuation in the male lead's luck value. Current luck value 238. 5. The system prompt sounded abruptly. Yu was dumbfounded. The sword has acknowledged him as its master. That's right, the quest is done. The male lead has successfully bound his life-bound weapon. This is great news, host, the system said excitedly. But Yu was puzzled. However, this sword isn't the male lead's weapon from the original novel. Is there something wrong? Oh, it doesn't matter as long as the quest is finished. Could it really be that casual? Yu was completely baffled, at a loss for words for a while. Beside them, Hua Luoji murmured, heaven grade upper rank. Another heaven grade upper rank weapon. Heaven grade upper rank. In the entire history of the Lingwu's secret realm, such a grade of lifebound weapon was a Ancient Millennium encounter. For an ordinary disciple to obtain an Earth-grade weapon was already a miracle of their ancestors enough to strut through the sect. Even a heaven-grade lower rank was a legendary fortune. Throughout the ages, none who obtained one were less than extraordinarily talented. Moreover, most people had already entered the Lingwu's secret realm more than once. Hua Luoji herself had only found her most suitable lifebound weapon on her second visit. Yu's Daichun mirror had already been stunning enough, but this sword before them had willingly fused its attributes just to acknowledge a master. What kind of fortune and fate must one possess to encounter a heaven-grade upper-rank weapon, resonate with it, directly bind it, and even have the attributes fuse successfully? The faint golden light swirling around Yin Wanzhou gradually receded. He raised his hand, and the long sword turned into a streak of light, vanishing into his palm. When he lifted his head, a rare joy sparkled in his eyes as he walked straight toward Yu. Qilong's sword. Yin Wanzhou said, his voice lighter than usual, making no effort to hide the excitement of binding his first lifebound weapon. Xiao Yu, its name is Qilong's sword. Yu was naturally overjoyed for him. Even if it wasn't the original weapon, this was a heaven-grade top-tier art. Across the entire cultivation world, such a treasure was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. What's more, this Qilong's sword perfectly matched Yin Wanzhou's wind spirit root, and the additional fire attribute was the icing on the cake. From this perspective, it was far superior to the mere Li Feng sword from the original novel. Yu cheerfully gave the male lead a hearty bear hug, patting Yin Wanzhou's back firmly, then released his grip cleanly and decisively. He thought to himself that senior sister Hua was still present. He shouldn't spoil the atmosphere. The hug came abruptly and faded away soundlessly. Yin Wanzhou felt dazed. Even as Hualaji and Lin Tian stepped forward to offer their congratulations, and everyone mounted their swords to depart, through the hole pierced by the sword aura, he was still pondering that brief embrace. In the past when Yu hugged him, he never let go so quickly. Could it be that Yu had also noticed his own deliberate distance? Had his behavior been that obvious? The thought lodged itself in his heart like a tiny silent splinter. Over on Yu's side, he wasn't thinking about any of that at all, nor had he noticed Yin Wanzhou's supposed deliberate distance. He was still preoccupied with the original novel's male lead weapon issue. How could taking the wrong weapon affect the plot and lead to bad outcomes? Even though the system had indicated it didn't matter, Yu couldn't let go of his worry. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, chaos had erupted. Hong Jianlu directly smashed the teacup on the table with a slap, and the peak masters around him wore equally grim expressions. Just moments ago, almost at the instant Yan Wanzhou drew the Qilong sword, another blinding white light shot up from the northwestern horizon, signifying the emergence of a third heaven-grade weapon. At the same time, all the spirit mirrors shattered one after another, making it impossible to see what was happening inside the secret realm. No one could tell who had obtained the third heaven-grade weapon. 3 heaven-grade weapons appearing simultaneously. Old Gus scratched his head in agitation and stood up abruptly, preparing to head out. No, the secret realm might not hold. His words struck like a thunderbolt on clear ground, and the faces around him grew increasingly dark. The Lingwu secret realm left over from ancient times relied on these heaven-grade weapons to maintain spatial balance and stability. Otherwise, a single Daichun mirror wouldn't have caused such apocalyptic weather phenomena. Such rare treasures appearing 3 times in succession and almost simultaneously placed an immense burden on the realm's barrier. The secret realm was no longer safe and could collapse at any moment. Though entering the secret realm meant accepting the risks of life and death, the cultivators inside now were the rising stars of Zhuyun's sect, representing its future, disciples painstakingly trained by the elders and peak masters. They couldn't simply watch their students perish for such a reason. Helian Wenren. Old Gu finally lost his restraint, his voice smoldering with suppressed fury. How much longer are you going to wait? The crowd below grew restless, but Helian Wenren remained silent. External intervention was indeed improper. No previous session of the Lingwu secret realm had ever seen outside interference, yet never had 3 heaven-grade weapons emerged at once. Sect leader, the situation inside the secret realm is unclear. The disciples might be in danger, urged the usually composed Su Jinshua. You really are stubborn, unchanged even after all these years. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Your own disciples are inside too. Don't you care? Old Gu roared relentlessly toward the high platform. Hong Jianlu barked in a low voice. Good Changxing, mind your boundaries. Old Gu tipped his head back to drink a gulp of wine, then slammed his gourd heavily onto the table. After a long pause, a nearly inaudible sigh drifted down from the high platform. Open the secret realm immediately and recall all the disciples. As the words fell, Old Gu was the first to rush out of the main hall. The figure that followed closely behind caught everyone off guard. It was none other than the sect's senior disciple, Yu Feishuang. As the team leader, though she hadn't entered the secret realm with the disciples, she had been closely monitoring the situation inside. At the entrance to the secret realm, Old Gu glanced sideways at Yu Feishuang, whose breathing was slightly irregular, and snorted lightly. In such a rush, is it for that boy? Yu Feishuang lowered her eyes and didn't respond. Old Gu, aware of the blood relationship between them, spoke again. You always sneak off to Eastern Peak to see him. That boy's quite lucky getting Yubai's old weapon. It's not luck, perhaps it's fate destined. Huh, what do you mean? Yu Feishuang's voice was calm. Lu Yuebai is our mother. As she finished, her gaze met Old Guess her eyes without a trace of hesitation. Those few words exploded like thunder in Old Guess' heart. His mouth fell open, and he stood frozen. Even he hadn't known that Lu Yuebai had left behind a bloodline. In his memory, Lu Yuebai was innocent and carefree, always humming little tunes in the crabapple grove, while the Yu Feishuang before him was like ice that refused to thaw. The two seemed to have nothing in common. Yet upon closer inspection, there was an unmistakable resemblance in the lines of their brows and eyes. No wonder Head felt an inexplicable familiarity upon first seeing Yu. No wonder the guardian beast had been so drawn to that boy. The will of heaven was like a ring cycling back on itself. Gu Changxing was now filled with overwhelming emotions beyond words. After all the twists and turns, it was all a script written by fate. The secret realm seal has been opened. Let's go. Yu Feishuang stepped 1 foot into the secret realm. The scene inside was horrifying. The earth trembled and cracked, countless bottomless chasms spreading, and through the fissures scorching magma could be seen churning deep below. The sky was torn in two. Half was covered with ominous red clouds, the other half was bright with blue skies and white clouds. 2 completely different celestial phenomena coexisting on the same canopy. Demonic birds swept past in flocks, circling and screeching at low altitude, In the more distant areas, strange black-purple mist coiled. At this moment Yu and the others had just flown out from underground, and the hellish scene outside left them utterly shocked. The most terrifying thing was not the apocalyptic phenomena, but the fellow disciples lying scattered on the ground. They were covered in blood, clearly having suffered some fatal attack. Yu immediately helped up a fallen disciple and used a healing technique to stop the bleeding. Seeing that the disciple was still conscious, he quickly asked, "What happened here?" The disciple coughed up a mouthful of blood and said haltingly, "There are demon cultivators." Demon cultivators entered the secret realm. After severely injuring everyone, they went in that direction. With that, he raised a finger to point at a nearby spot. Their black mist swirled, looking exceedingly ominous. Demon cultivators? Yu stiffened all over. This completely deviated from the original plot. There had never been any mention of demon cultivators in this part of the story. The Lingwu secret realm was supposed to be the stage for Yin Wanzhou's brilliant display. Why would such a drastic change occur suddenly? Could it really be because the protagonist had switched weapons? That even the storyline had altered? What kind of chaos would the plot descend into after this? He instinctively looked at Yin Wanzhou, only to find him gazing back. Yin Wanzhou misinterpreted his expression and gently rubbed Yu's head with a warm look. "Don't be afraid of him here." His voice was not loud, but it carried a calming strength. Yu's racing heart gradually steadied, bathed in the protective aura of the Dragon Ascendant, warm and reassuring. Whatever if the sky falls, the Dragon Ascendant will hold it up. After the Lingwu secret realm opens, it will be completely sealed for 7 days. How could a demon cultivator appear here? Lin Tian murmured. Hua Luozi's reasoning remained clear, unless he was originally a disciple participating in the trial. There were too many injured to rely on Yu alone for healing. The group briefly gathered the wounded disciples in one place. Yu first healed a few medical cultivators from Northern Peak, then frantically searched through the pouch old Gu had given him, finally pulling out a talisman to conceal qi and blood, which he pasted on the ground beside the injured disciples. Boom! 100 zhang away, black mist exploded, and in the distance 2 figures could be seen locked in a life-or-death struggle. One of them was enveloped in sticky demonic energy, his limbs grotesquely elongated, yet his face was startlingly familiar. The demon cultivator the disciples had spoken of was actually Fan Ren. Fan Ren is a demonic cultivator. Not long ago he was crushed by a boulder, and Yu thought he had breathed his last. Who could have foreseen his return in such a guise? Everything was too absurd. Lin Tian's voice warped. Fan Ren, wasn't he perfectly normal before? How did he become like this? Hua Luozi was equally stunned. Fan Ren's appearance was grotesque. His limbs twisted at unnatural angles, his face laced with dark purple veins. He attacked another figure with frenzied fury, and when she recognized who it was, she couldn't help but cry out, "Zhu Xen." Yin Zhuxin held a golden ring blade in each hand, her movements incredibly agile, wielding them with impenetrable precision. Her body twisted with impossible flexibility, each strike landing heavily on Fan Ren. Lin Tian and Yin Wanzhou clearly knew Yin Zhuxin as well. After a moment of thought, Yu finally slapped her forehead, recalling the girl's identity. It was that golden legend from the Spirit Trial Assembly. The battle shifted in an instant. Yin Zuxin's twin rings scissored toward Fan Ren's neck, but he twisted away at an impossible angle, striking back. In the nick of time, Hua Luozi flew into the fray, her sword deflecting Fan Ren's claws with a resounding clash, sending him staggering. Xiaohua. Yin Zhuxin, even in her haste, paused to flick her hair, then retreated to Hua Luozi's side. "What are you doing here? We'll talk later." No sooner had she spoken than Hua Luozi charged forward. Lin Tian's fist swelled abruptly, slamming into Fan Ren. "Hey, snap out of it," he shouted, as if refusing to believe it. Fan Ren's cheek caved in from the blow, but soon twisted back to its original form. Lin Tian was thoroughly disgusted. He shook his right fist, fearful of contamination. Now thoroughly infiltrated by demonic energy, the group finally accepted that their fellow disciple had become a monster. Yin Wanzhou gripped the Qilong sword, his sword, qi coiling from palm to blade, aiming unhesitatingly at Fan Ren. Fan Ren paused, tilting his head grotesquely toward Yin Wanzhou, then burst into harsh laughter. "It's you. It's you. They say the sect leader's direct disciple is peerless in talent, but now you're no match for me." "No match for me." He turned to Hua Luozi, his vein-riddled face twisting with contempt. "Pretending to be noble, given a little face, and you think you're something special." Hua Luozi's sword remained steady. "Fan Ren, do you know the fate of one who falls to demonic ways?" Once a disciple of the cloud-chasing sect fell to demonic ways, they were executed on the spot, no mercy shown. This is far more serious than harming fellow disciples. "Blame me." Fan Ren's surrounding black mist churned violently, his voice rising and falling. "If you hadn't pressed me at every turn, would I have come to this?" Shifting the blame onto others. Yu sneered inwardly. "Shallow cultivation, weak will. You chose your own path. Who can you blame? Yin Zhuxin snapped her little mirror shut with a click and laughed. Well said. Fan Ren glared venomously at Yu Yu. Not a single word from this brat ever pleased him. Murderous intent blazed in his eyes as he transformed into a black shadow lunging straight at Yu Yu. Yin Wanzhou was faster. A crimson sword beam split the air, the Qilong's sword's roar like a heavenly dragon's cry. The blade conjured a violent whirlwind of fire, scorching the surrounding black mist with a sizzling sound. A heaven-grade weapon. Fan Ren recoiled a step, his gaze upon the Qilong sword twisting with envy. You actually obtained a heaven-grade weapon. Why? Why does fortune smile only upon you? Before he finished, his entire body swelled, skin splitting open to reveal writhing purplish red flesh. The sight was nauseating. He'll destroy you all. The group's expressions hardened as they felt Fan Ren's cultivation suddenly surge several-fold in a bizarre manner. His massive form threw a punch that could pierce the floor, his aura utterly transformed. The five exchanged a knowing glance and scattered instantly. Lin Tian roared and charged, heat in his body swelling as a Vajra manifestation appeared behind him. Hualaji and Yin Zhuxin flanked left and right, their sword and golden rings gleaming in harmony. Yin Wanzhou soared into the air, countless wind blades piercing toward Fan Ren's crown with his sword intent. Yu Yu swiftly retreated to the edge of the battle, the Daichun mirror bobbing in her palm as she cast swift movement art and body protection art on them all while strategizing in her mind. Though she couldn't discern Fan Ren's exact cultivation level, the visible demonic energy offered some clue. Earlier, he had single-handedly severely wounded several disciples, his cultivation far exceeding what a foundation establishment stage should possess. Now he would only be more savage. True to expectation, his elongated arm swept them back dozens of steps. Lin Tian quickly shielded Hualaji and Yin Zhuxin behind him, using his body to absorb the blows. Yin Wanzhou dodged the long arm and stayed to tangle with Fan Ren. In the gap, Yu Yu promptly healed the repelled Lin Tian. Fan Ren's attacks were chaotic yet brutally powerful. Yin Wanzhou countered with a backhand slash, but each time he was about to strike, Fan Ren slithered away like a slippery snake. Yet Fan Ren was also suffering. Yin Wanzhou's speed was too great. Even with all his effort, he could only brush the other's clothes. The endless healing arts infuriated Fan Ren. Just as he turned to strike at Yu Yu, Yin Wanzhou halted, holding his sword with one hand and pressing two fingers together with the other. Wind come. With the soft command, a white vortex coalesced at Yin Wanzhou's fingertips, spiraling down the blade. Wind and fire collided, igniting the golden red patterns on the sword, which shot out several fiery dragons that encircled Fan Ren. If you think this trick can trap me, Fan Ren sneered. His current body had been strengthened to the limit. Mere flames were nothing. Yin Wanzhou's dark eyes flickered, his hand seal shifting. Merge. Slowly raising his hand, the fiery dragons twisted and fused into a single flame dragon that coiled in the air, let out a long roar, and charged straight at Fan Ren. A dragon of fire descended. The deafening explosion scattered sparks like a shower. The red-clad youth moved like lightning, his sword aimed directly at the enemy's vitals. Yu Yu shielded her eyes with a hand squinting intently, nearly getting singed by sparks. She marveled inwardly, damn, even a dragon was conjured. Now who could deny that the male lead is a true dragon among men? At the moment of close approach, Fan Ren's neck twisted grotesquely, dodging the lethal blow. He seized the chance to spit a wisp of black chi straight at Yin Wanzhou's heart. No, he's trying to transfer demonic energy into Yin Wanzhou. Yin Zhuxin's face paled. The distance was too close, there was no avoiding it. In the nick of time, a thick green vine erupted from the ground, wrapping around Yin Wanzhou's waist. Yu Yu clenched her fingers, yanking Yin Wanzhou out of the black mist and back to her side. Yin Wanzhou turned midair and landed gracefully, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. Xiao Yu, well done. Yu Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling rather pleased with her heroic rescue. Just a moment longer, and the male lead's face would have been splattered with that black phlegm. Ugh, disgusting. The next second, dozens of thorny green vines shot up from the ground, ensnaring Fan Ren. He hastily tore through a few, but more coiled around him, binding him into a massive cocoon. Yu Yu knew such tactics wouldn't hold him long. With a wave of his hand, a huge mound rose from the earth, and a giant flower bloomed, its petals red and yellow, its heart lined with 3 rings of razor-sharp teeth. They watched as the man-eating flower opened its gaping maw and swallowed Fan Ren whole. Yu Yu raised his hand again, his finger twitching, and an even larger Venus flytrap burst forth, devouring both the man-eating flower and Fan Ren. Silence fell. Holy crap, Lin Tian muttered, wiping his sweat in a daze. First time I've seen a healer fight like this. Why didn't you use this move earlier? Lin Tian's eyes sparkled as he excitedly thumped his chest with his fist. Yu Yu shook his head helplessly. Such large-scale plant growth spells required time to charge, and moreover they couldn't. With a loud bang, the Venus flytrap exploded into a cloud of debris, turning to ashes. Inflict much damage on Fan Ren, it could only buy some time. Meanwhile, Fan Ren's roars were already making everyone's eardrums ache. Give me your lives. All of you, give me your lives. Give them to me. Fan Ren's face grew even darker than before. He strode toward them step by step, and violent purple flames suddenly erupted from his body, as if he were a vengeful spirit crawling out of an abyss. Yu suddenly said, 3 more steps. What 3 steps? 3 more steps, and my green vine poison thorn will take effect. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fan Ren's right leg stiffened. He looked down in shock and fury, finding that his robust leg had lost all strength, with numbness spreading rapidly. Now, Wanzhou struck first, dashing forward as if wind were beneath his feet. The silver candle heart twin rings left his hands, tracing a golden arc in the air. Hua Luozi's sword moved with ethereal grace, slashing straight at the opponent's legs, while Lin Tian roared, his fists raining down like meteorites. Yu was not idle either. While casting the divine movement spell to boost his companions, he secretly formed hand seals. Thick new vines as wide as a thigh burst forth from the ground and coiled around Fan Ren's legs like chains, ensuring he could not move. 5 attacks struck simultaneously. There was no longer any doubt about the outcome of this battle. As the smoke spread, Yu finally let out the breath he had been holding. It was his first time using paralytic poison on a human, and he was unsure how effective it would be. Fortunately, though Fan Ren had demonized his body, was still human at its core. Moreover, everyone present was among the strongest new disciples of the Zhuyan sect. Even without his delaying tactics, they could have dealt with Fan Ren through proper cooperation. High-intensity healing and plant growth spells consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. Yu's legs felt weak, and just then Wanzhou rushed over anxiously. Yu immediately slumped onto him, boneless, using him as a crutch. Male lead crutch, so handy. Wanzhou steadied Yu, quickly checked his condition, and asked softly, are you all right? Any injuries? The residual warmth of battle still clung to his fingertips as he gently brushed through Yu's hair, neck, and shoulders, only relaxing his grip after confirming there were no wounds. Xiao Yu. Wan's breath fell right on Yu's sensitive ear, his voice low and close. Yu felt a tingling sensation and flinched, shrinking his neck. I'm fine. Don't get so close. I'm ticklish. I hate being tickled. It was an ordinary remark, but the ending trembled unconsciously, making Wan's face flush crimson. He didn't understand why, but Yu's petulant tone seemed even more exaggerated than usual, stirring more wild thoughts. His hand on Yu's waist tightened unconsciously. Yu was genuinely ticklish. His whole body was full of sensitive spots. The touch gave him goosebumps, and he couldn't help but let out a soft whimper. Embarrassed, he said, "You're doing that on purpose, aren't you?" I'm sorry. Wanzhou could only bow his head and apologize. Having just fought a fierce battle, everyone's emotions were running high. He felt an even stranger feeling surging from the depths of his heart, and his heart was pounding fiercely. Wanzhou quickly released Yu. Male lead crutch, not so handy. Yu simply left this weird Wanzhou and ran over to Lin Tian and the others. Yin Zhuxin was frantically combing her hair with a small brush, muttering, "My image is completely ruined," while Hua Luozi still held her sword, its tip pointed defensively at Fan Ren. Seeing Yu approach, she stepped slightly aside to make room. Lin Tian gave a thumbs up. Amazing. The little divine doctor really delivers. Yu waved his hand. My skills are just minor tricks. You guys did the real work. Fan Ren lay on the ground like a lump of mud. He still had a breath left, his limbs twitching wildly, foam at the mouth, and his eyes rolled back. Yu exclaimed in surprise, "He's still Ollie." Before he could finish, a piercing cold light suddenly descended from the sky. A giant ice pillar carrying bone-chilling cold pierced through Fan Ren's chest with precision, pinning him firmly to the ground. Blood gushed out. Fan Ren's body arched like a drawn bow, letting out one last frantic gasp, then went completely limp, lifeless. Moments ago, Fan Ren was still struggling in his death throes. The next, he was utterly dead. Everyone stood frozen. Yu Feishuang landed gracefully in white robes, the residual cold air still swirling around her. She held her hands behind her back, not even sparing a glance at the corpse on the ground, her cold gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. Facing a demonized foe, and you still held back. Demonized ones are to be executed without mercy. What were you waiting for? Waiting for his demonic energy to counterattack and ravage more fellow disciples? Each question struck them like a knife. The young cultivators remained silent. They had been practicing for only a short time and had never taken a life before. The echo of that final cut-off gasp still lingered in their ears. Before his demonization, Fan Ren had been despicable, and after it was his own doing. But he had once been a fellow disciple. Gazing at the rapidly cooling body, they felt a complex, indescribable mix of emotions. The secret realm is about to collapse. Leave quickly. Before turning away, Yu Feishuang's gaze fell on Yu. Since you've obtained your mother's Daichun mirror, don't disgrace it. The information in that sentence was overwhelming. Yu blinked momentarily, unable to process it. Mother. The original Bodis mother. The Daichun mirror was the weapon used by Yu's mother. Lu Yuebai. Afraid of missing something, Yu summoned the system to ask about the plot. The system confirmed it. He was stunned. So the woman in white he saw in the Daichun mirror's memories was Lu Yuebai. Elder Gu appeared behind Yu like a ghost, arms crossed, clicking his tongue. What she said isn't wrong. Yu screamed in fright, Master. What are you doing here? The sudden appearance of the East Peak Master prompted Yin Wanzhou and the others to bow hurriedly. Elder Gu waved off their salutes, arms still crossed, and scolded Yu. You little brat, what's all that yelling for? If I didn't come looking for you, who would care whether this rotten disciple lives or dies? Only then did Yu look up. Sword lights crisscrossed the sky as disciples from every peak worked feverishly to evacuate the secret realm. Elder Gu briefly explained the anomalies in the secret realm and the risk of the seals destabilizing and collapsing at any moment, all while hustling the juniors toward the exit. Can't explain everything right now. Let's get out first. Elder Gu took a swig of wine, but his bleary old eyes surreptitiously appraised his ragged little apprentice. Actually, the kid's quick-wittedness was somewhat reminiscent of Yuebai. Yu finally realized that Gu Changsheng had come specifically to save him. He immediately squeezed out 2 crocodile tears. Boo-hoo, Master, you're so kind. Get lost. Yu not only got lost, but also dragged Yin Wanzhou along with the other companions. None of them wanted to stay in this chaotic secret realm. They immediately mounted their swords and flew toward the exit. Elder Guest's attention unconsciously settled on them. He and Yu Feishuang had been observing the battle from a distance, ready to intervene, but the juniors gave them no opportunity. That little brat Yu had only learned the basics, but he used them with finesse. Humph, and Helian Winran's disciple had also found a heaven-grade weapon. She wielded it quite well. And the pretty little girl from the North Peak and the sword cultivator girl from the West Peak fought as if they had no regard for their lives. As for the big oaf from the South Peak, what was his name? At least he knew how to protect his comrades. Elder Gu took another sip of wine. For their first encounter with a demonized foe, this generation of sprouts had performed rather interestingly. There's a 3rd celestial grade weapon. Just as he emerged from the secret realm, Yu was stunned by the news Gu Lao. It turned out that at the same time, Yin Wanzhou obtained the Qilong sword, a pillar of white light, had soared from the other end of the secret realm, heralding the appearance of another celestial grade treasure. Who got that weapon? Yu pressed urgently. Gu Lao said, the secret realm collapsed too quickly. All the spirit mirrors shattered. Now no one knows who got the weapon. Yu's heart trembled. That is to say, no one knew who got the weapon, nor which weapon had been bound. The plot had completely deviated from the original. Not only had Yin Wanzhou's life-bound weapon changed, but even the number of celestial-grade artifacts appearing in the secret realm didn't match. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Yu arrived at the West Peak with the medical cultivators from the North Peak. The entire sword practice platform was packed with onlookers. No way, how could it be such a coincidence? Yu's heart pounded with anxiety, but with the situation in chaos, no matter how anxious he was, he could only wait for the disciples in the secret realm to be rescued one by one before verifying. Yin Wanzhou asked, why did Fan Ren descend into the demonic path? Gu Lao shook his head. As bystanders, they were even more confused than the disciples who entered the secret realm. They only discovered Fan Ren's demonic descent after entering. It is said that an unstable Dao heart easily gives birth to demonic barriers. Qi deviation is also one of the causes of demonization, Hua Luoji said solemnly. Yin Zhuxin nonchalantly applied lip balm to her mirror, pursed her lips. Anyway, this is not our concern. The sect will surely investigate thoroughly. Lin Tian, with a mournful face, squatted on the ground, drawing circles. Whoa, how could this happen in the secret realm? I'm the only one who got nothing. Everyone looked down at him, finally remembering that Lin Tian was the only unlucky one among them who hadn't found a life-bound weapon. Gu Lao slapped him on the back. Being alive is good enough. Then he turned to everyone and said, take a quick rest, then prepare to wait at the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement elder will question you later. Having said that, Gu Lao strolled away like a gust of wind. Anyway, the collapse of the seal threatened the disciples' lives, so the Lingwu secret realm had to end hastily. Those who had fought against Fan Ren would later have to report to the sect. As they were talking, they heard hurried footsteps from ahead. A fair-skinned youth dressed in Northern Peak Sound cultivator attire rushed over his baby face, flushed the fine hair on his forehead soaked with sweat. The youth dashed in front of Hua Luoji, and without a word cupped her hands. His small face was pale, and his voice trembled. Sister, I heard something happened in the secret realm. Are you injured? Hua Luoji was slightly startled, but did not withdraw her hands. She said gently, don't worry, I'm fine. The youth's eyes instantly reddened, and he gripped her hands even tighter. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't want to live either. His voice was choked with tears. Hua Luoji frowned slightly. Don't say such foolish things. Between them seemed to exist an invisible barrier completely isolating the outside world. Yu Yu watched in shock and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Holy crap. Yu Yu stood dumbfounded. The male lead's romantic subplot hadn't even started, and it had silently ended in a bad ending. The youth named Ah Che had an androgynous face. He obediently rubbed his cheek against Hua Luozi's palm, then hugged her tightly, his eyes full of attachment. Hua Luozi turned back helplessly and smiled apologetically at everyone. This is my younger brother Ling. Sister, let's go back, okay? Ling Che whined in a drawn-out tone. But when his gaze swept over Yin Wanzhou and the others beside Hua Luozi, a shadow of malice surged in his eyes, yet he still wore an innocent smile. Let's go back. I missed you so much. I made your favorite pastries. Hua Luozi smiled apologetically at everyone and actually allowed the youth to tug her sleeve and leave. Lin Tian was a bit puzzled. Why doesn't senior sister Hua's brother share the surname Hua? Yin Zhuxin waved dismissively. They're not blood siblings. That's a little beast Xiao Hua picked up from a wolf den. On the surface he seems harmless, but behind the scenes. Huh. Anyway, Xiao Hua indulges him. Anyone could see that Hua Luozi's attitude toward Ling Che was exceptionally different. This sword cultivator senior sister, always dignified and reserved, could tolerate the youth's public coquetry and even let him drag her away on a whim. Ling Chi's sticky gaze and deliberate physical contact made his intentions blatantly obvious. Yu Yu instinctively glanced at Yin Wanzhou. The other's expression was calm, not even a frown, as if his mind was elsewhere. It's over. No reaction was the biggest reaction. The male lead was probably so heartbroken that his mind was blank. As a dragon-soaring protagonist, he really had a rough time. The image of Hua Luozi gently wiping sweat for Ling Che appeared in his mind. Looking at Yin Wan's calm side profile, Yu Yu felt his heart tighten. Yu Yu gritted his teeth and grabbed Yin Wan's hand, interlacing their fingers tightly. Male lead, rest assured. Bro will always be on your side, giving you strength. Though the younger little wolf dog market is good, the older golden retriever market isn't bad either. Yin Wanzhou was startled by the sudden move, then looked at their intertwined fingers, his eyes deep with confusion. What is Xiao Yu doing? Was it because he saw others' affectionate scene and had just gone through a life-and-death battle, and now he could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart? Yin Wanzhou had barely convinced himself not to think in that direction, but now he had to think. If it wasn't affection, why hold his hand at a time like this? Yu Yu squeezed his palm again. Yin Wan's pupils contracted, and he finally confirmed it. Xiao Yu really likes me. But how could Xiao Yu? How could he Li like him? No, this is wrong. He must cut off his hopes early. His Adam's apple rolled heavily. Yin Wanzhou stirred, trying to withdraw his hand. He shouldn't give Yu Yu false hope. Instead, Yu Yu tightened his grip and looked up at Yin Wanzhou with sparkling eyes, his clear irises reflecting the sky light, pure and clean. His gaze was like an arrow shooting straight into his heart. His heart felt as if it had been lightly scratched, softening into a mess. Does Xiao Yu really Li like me that much? Like him so much that he wouldn't let go even in front of everyone, couldn't help but hold him. Even when faced with such obvious rejection, he wouldn't release his hand. Actually, he didn't want to interpret Yu Yu's behavior in that direction. These guesses made him uncomfortable and seemed, but the other always. Yin Wanzhou let out a long sigh inwardly, ultimately unable to bear hurting him. He merely gave a gentle squeeze back, unwilling to pull his hand away. Just indulge him this once. Afterwards, he must straighten out the position of their relationship. This situation must not happen again. As a result, Yu Yu immediately let out a light laugh and swung their hands slightly like a well-petted little animal, his mood suddenly brightening. Yin Wan's expression was subtle. So just such a simple response could make him this happy. Yu Yu indeed breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the male lead was much stronger than he had imagined. Being able to react meant he wasn't overly heartbroken. As expected of the man who would one day stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, he could take and let go with grace. Seeing Yin Wan's restrained appearance earlier, Yu Yu was really afraid that he would turn into a solitary wolf in the wind, say, "I need some alone time," and ride away desolately. At this moment, Yin Wanzhou surely needed company. Yin Gu. Yu Yu pinched his fingers. The law enforcement hall. Who knows how long we'll have to wait. Can I go to your place first? Tonight. Let's sleep together like when we were kids, okay? Yin Wanzhou was stunned. In an instant, Yin Wanzhou could almost hear the surging of his own blood. He felt entirely dazed, as if treading on clouds. He had no idea how he had agreed, nor did he comprehend how matters had developed to this point. When he came back to his senses, he had already brought Yu Yu to the Zhenyang Hall. His heart struggled violently like a dog on a leash. Though his mind did not wish to go, the other end of the rope was firmly held by Yu Yu, and he could only be dragged along. It was Yu Yu's first visit to the Zhenyang Hall, and also his first time at Yin Wan's residence. He fussed excitedly around the courtyard, finding everything curious. Even the tables and chairs in Yin Wan's room tempted him to touch them. As he touched them, he silently lamented. Good heavens, even the furniture appeared exorbitantly priced. Nothing like the shabby pieces in his own room that shattered at a touch. No comparison, no harm. The little broken hut on East Peak was practically a beggar's den. Wanzhou leaned against the corridor pillar with arms crossed, his emotions tangled. He somewhat regretted his soft-heartedness. He should have refused. But he also knew he had no reason to reject Yu. How could he refuse? In all their years of acquaintance, he had never said a single no to Yu. It was merely sharing a bed. Even if he regarded Yu only as a younger brother, a close friend, such things had happened many times before. How could he suddenly object? But Wanzhou furrowed his brows slightly. This time, after agreeing to hold hands, the request to sleep together had naturally followed. What would come next? Would there be more unreasonable demands growing increasingly out of line? If it were those excessively improper things, he could never consent. There are no clothes of yours here. Are you certain you want to stay the night? Struggling to find a reason, Wanzhou attempted a final resistance. Yu was leaning over the railing, gazing at the fish in the pond, and replied without turning his head, just wear yours. After all, they had swapped clothes before. In truth, Yu was not a casual person. He even had a mild cleanliness obsession. But the male lead's obsession seemed even stronger. His clothes always smelled fresh of sun-dried cleanness. Perhaps it was because of the filthy, stable environment he had endured in his childhood, which he still could not let go. Sigh. Hearing the reply, Wanzhou shuddered inwardly, realizing he had asked a foolish question that only played into the young master's hands. Wanzhou grew increasingly bewildered, recalling Lin Tian's earlier teasing. Could it be that their excessive closeness, the lack of boundaries in their interactions, had led Yu to develop improper thoughts? Was Yu merely acting on impulse, confusing the nature of their relationship? Wanzhou dared not say more, fearing that the more he spoke, the worse it would get. Yu turned around, leaning his back against the wooden railing, arms wrapped around his bent knees, his expression relaxed. Brother, do you want to talk? Talk about what? Wanzhou was now on edge, terrified that the other might utter something shocking. No matter what the young master said, he would not yield. The secret realm and the demonized Fan Run. Don't you think things are strange? Wanzhou breathed a subtle sigh of relief. Indeed, it's peculiar. Fan Run had shown no signs of demonization before. The timing was far too coincidental. Yu nodded. When he became demonized, a third heaven-grade weapon appeared in the secret realm. We were underground and completely unaware. Could it be that someone deliberately wanted to conceal the weapon's retrieval? Why hide it? Indeed, why do so? That was exactly what puzzled Yu. The plot seemed to have completely deviated from the original, as if they had stepped into a thick fog. Just as the two were deep in thought, hurried footsteps came from outside the courtyard. A disciple of the enforcement hall stood at the gate, holding a token. By order of the elder, please proceed to the enforcement hall immediately. The interrogation was tedious and prolonged. Every detail, from the moment Fan Ren's anomaly was discovered to the final confrontation, was repeatedly questioned. When they left the enforcement hall, the moon was already high in the sky. Yu yawned and was about to drag Wanzhou back to sleep when Lin Tian, who had also just completed his questioning, approached. His earlier disappointment over the missing weapon had vanished, replaced by a mysterious wave toward Yu. What did the elder say? Yu asked. Lin Tian let out a long sigh, stretched lazily, and kicked at a pebble on the ground. What else could they say? Just questioned us. But there's good news too. They say the secret realm seal is being repaired, and once it's fixed, they'll reopen it exceptionally. There might still be a chance to find the weapon. Yu patted his shoulder. That's good. Lin Tian wagged a finger. Let's not talk about that now. The Yanhua Liaowan ship has sailed. A new dark horse is quietly making moves. There are other gems. Sensing gossip, Yu immediately leaned in. What gems? Show me quickly, fellow Taoist. By the way, have you ever used the sect's spirit mirror? Lin Tian pulled a small spirit mirror from his sleeve. This is called the small spirit mirror, a communication tool used by all peaks. It also displays peak announcements and important news, and occasionally posts civilian tasks and bounties. Yu's lips twitched. Small spirit mirror. The name gave off Xilingtong vibes, and its appearance and function matched. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. So advanced. Even the cultivation world had something like a phone. He suddenly felt that those years on East Peak had been wasted. Why didn't you bring it out in the secret realm? Spirit mirrors aren't allowed in the secret realm, otherwise I'd have shown you earlier. Lin Tian cleared his throat and tapped the mirror mysteriously. Look at the top of the sect bulletin board. There's a Dantian quick view section. The hottest topic right now is this. Following Lin Tian's finger, the mirror displayed 4 vermilion characters, Qian Yin Wanyu. Guess who it's about? Lin Tian winked. Qian Yin Wanyu. Yin Wanzhou Yu. The male lead, and me. Yu nearly choked. He snatched the mirror and tremblingly clicked on the Qian Yin Wanyu title. The discussion was quite active, mostly from disciples rescued in the Lingwu secret realm. The content was serious. Some thanked them for confronting Fan Ren and aiding fellow disciples. Thank you, little divine doctor, for saving my life. Senior brother Yan's sword strike was magnificent. The senior brothers and sisters coordinated perfectly. Yu just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a disciple named Wanzhou looking at the moon from water, spamming, "I need details. I heard a lot happened between them. What happened in the secret realm? Someone tell me. I can pay spirit stones." This Wanzhou seemed not to have entered the secret realm, yet was very interested in their affairs. Could this be a rabid fan of the male lead? Yu skimmed casually. To his surprise, some people genuinely shipped the two of them. He nearly doubled over laughing. Turning around, he waved at Yin Wanzhou not far away. "Brother Yin, come see. They say we're a couple." Yin Wanzhou paused, but didn't come over to look. Yu didn't mind at all. These contents were utterly absurd. He took them as a joke and found them amusing. Even such a pure brotherly relationship between him and the male lead could spawn a couple name. The disciples of Cloud Pursuit sect must be extremely idle. Wiping away tears of laughter, Yu poked Lin Tian's arm. "Hey, do we have a couple name like that?" Lin Tian scrolled through the entire Dantian quick view and indeed found a name at the very bottom. "Nen Yushang Qing Tian, difficult rain ascends the azure sky." They stared at each other, faces solemn, inhaling and exhaling. Then two earth-shattering laughs erupted. Yu crouched down, clutching his stomach, gasping for air. Who would dare underestimate the wisdom of the ancients? Lin Tian went even further, pressing his muscular body against Yu's small frame and speaking in a sugary voice. "Oh my, they even want to ascend the azure sky. Little divine doctor, you have to take responsibility. Get lost, get lost." They frolicked and wrestled, unaware that Yin Wanzhou had already stood behind Yu. His voice was still calm. "Xiaoyu, it's time we go back." On the way back to Xingyang Hall, Yu wheedled Yin Wanzhou into lending him his small spirit mirror. "So brother, Yin has one of these too." The male lead's small spirit mirror wasn't as flashy as Lin Tian's. It was excessively plain, requiring a substantial infusion of spiritual energy just to power on like an archaeological relic. No wonder Yin Wanzhou had never mentioned it before. He truly didn't use this thing. Finally, Yin Wanzhou's antique phone lit up, and Yu eagerly clicked on the Cave Heaven quick view. At the bulletin board for 1,000 words and 10,000 rains is gone, Yu exclaimed in surprise. Could there be an admin monitoring the back end of the small spirit mirror? And they could even delete posts. What about difficult rain ascends the azure sky? Yin Wanzhou beside him suddenly asked. Puffed. Yu laughed just hearing the name. Fortunately, that one's still there. Probably too obscure to draw attention. Before he could finish, the small spirit mirror was snatched away, and Yin Wanzhou cast a dark look at Yu. Yu pitifully handed over the old phone, feeling as if he could read a hint of reproachful blame from the male lead's eyes. It must be an illusion completely unfounded. After Lin Tian's commotion, the heavy mood caused by the secret realm incident had lightened considerably. They had even arranged to meet up with Yin Zhuxin and Hua Luoji in a few days for a meal together. The night breeze caressed his face, and Yu took a deep breath. Confront challenges as they come, why worry about things that haven't happened yet? Moreover, given the male lead's current luck value, even the greatest crisis could be turned into safety. As soon as they returned to the courtyard, Yin Wanzhou took a neatly folded set of clothes from the wardrobe, gently placed them on the bed, and left with a brief, "I'm going to wash up." When he returned, Yu had already tidied himself with a cleaning spell. The young master had changed clothes and sat obediently on the bed reading a book, hugging a soft quilt. Flickering candlelight cast shadows on the youth's casually flowing black hair, the ends curving in soft arcs. He wore Yin Wanzhou's clothes loosely, the collar slanting open, revealing a hint of warm porcelain white skin. Yin Wanzhou awkwardly averted his gaze, no longer staring at that overly beautiful face. But when he turned his head, he saw Yu's bare feet resting on the bedding, his round fair toes unconsciously rubbing against the quilt. His slender ankles bore the characteristic leanness of youth, as if they were perfect for wearing ornaments. Yin Wanzhou startled at his own chaotic thoughts. Why would he think such things? Had he gone mad? Bruh. Yu looked up and rubbed his eyes, his voice slightly nasal. "Do you want to sleep on the inside or the outside?" "Either is fine." When they lay down side by side, Yu suddenly turned over, his eyes bright as he met Yin Wanzhou's gaze. Yu looked up and rubbed his eyes, his voice slightly nasal. "Do you want to sleep on the inside or the outside?" "Either is fine." When they lay down side by side, Yu suddenly turned over, his eyes bright as he, with a tug, the other's hair cascaded down like flowing water, scattering across the bed in inky ripples. "You lay down without taking off your crown. Why are you so distracted today?" Yu laughed. The tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Yin Wanzhou felt helpless, thinking to himself, I can't very well say that you're the culprit. Yu buried his entire face in the quilt, took a deep breath, then nuzzled his head into the pillow, sniffing around like a little dog. What Yin Wanzhou didn't know was that Yu was not accustomed to sharing a bed with others. In his past life, Yu grew up in an orphanage where a narrow single bed was his entire world. Sleeping alone was his most familiar safe distance. And in the inherited memories of the original body, his mother died early, his father was cold, and his siblings were often absent. The two lives overlapped, yet he had never experienced the feeling of sleeping with another person. It was precisely because they had often rested together after cultivation sessions that Yu had grown accustomed to the presence of another person's breath in the bed. "What are you doing?" asked Wanzhou. "Huh, your bedding smells wonderful, everything here is fragrant." Seeing him like this, Wanzhou inexplicably felt embarrassed. He felt that this action was like a small animal marking its territory, wanting to stain the entire bed with its own scent. He was at a loss, his mind wandering wildly. Does Xiaoyu really need to go this far? No, regardless, such behavior is wrong. After all, no one else had ever been in his room. There was absolutely no need to go to this extent. "Xiaoyu, let's talk." After thinking for a long time, Wanzhou finally decided to stop the other's excessive behavior. Even if it might hurt Xiaoyu, he had to make it clear. Taking a deep breath, he turned his head only to find that the other had already fallen asleep. Zzz. Yu's breath was steady. One hand clutched the pillowcase, the other rested on his stomach. His head was slightly tilted, lips slightly parted, exhaling a bit of warmth. So while he had been spiraling in agony, Yu over there was completely carefree, unaware of his tumultuous thoughts. Wanzhou suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable resentment. He reached out and lightly flicked Yu's forehead. Yu discontentedly hid his head in the pillow. Sigh. The night was long, and this night was more difficult to endure than any previous night of shared sleep. Usually Wanzhou fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. He had never experienced insomnia. But today, each time the young master turned over, every soft breath, even the rustling of fabric, was amplified infinitely in the silent night. His whole body felt immobilized. These realizations made him like a startled bird tossing and turning, a fierce battle raging in his heart, waves of inner voices crashing over him, until he drifted off into a dazed sleep in the haze, seeming to draw close to a warm heat source. The familiar scent comforted him, and his drifting soul finally settled. When moonlight streamed into Zhengyang Hall, Wanzhou slowly opened his eyes. By the faint moonlight, he could make out the youth's flushed cheeks and the disheveled hair scattered across his arm. A few strands of hair fell beside his slightly parted lips. The delicate features were inches away, even their breaths intertwined. In his dream, too, there was Yu. Wanzhou dreamed of the past at the Yu residence. In the dream, he and the young master had never gone through the stage of hostility. They were like two fledgling birds, depending on each other, facing the world together with only each other. For a moment, Wanzhou felt he could not distinguish dream from reality. "So, stuffy." Yu frowned, shifting uncomfortably. Wanzhou then realized that one of his hands was firmly gripping the other's waist while his left arm was pillowed under Yu's neck, clearly a posture of actively pulling the other close. Yu was pressed against his chest. Wanzhou then realized that one of his hands was firmly gripping the other's waist while his left arm was pillowed under Yu's neck, clearly a posture of actively. The person in his arms squirmed a few more times. Wanzhou quickly let go, and Yu rolled into a corner, clutching a pile of blankets. Only then did Wanzhou, as if waking from a dream, prop himself up, wanting to escape this indescribable atmosphere. Just as he got up, a hand gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. "It's still early." The sky hadn't yet brightened. Yu, too lazy to even open his eyes, asked in a soft voice, "Where are you going?" Wanzhou gritted his teeth and pulled away his hand. "It's the middle of the night, and you are going to cultivate immortality." Zzz. He mumbled incoherently. With a long sigh, the figure silently departed. Before leaving, he tucked the quilt corners around Yu. When Yu finally woke up fully, the system's notification sound almost deafened him in bed. Host. Ding. Detected fluctuation in male lead's luck value. Current luck value 238. 5240 Yu. How did the luck value inexplicably increase so much after just one night's sleep? The recent fluctuations in luck value were so abnormal that it frightened him. Yu didn't even bother with the reward and asked tremblingly, "Little system, is the male lead's luck value really normal? No anomaly?" Yu was completely baffled. He reached out and slapped himself. He wasn't dreaming. Refreshed and clear-headed, since it wasn't a bug, then it was an obvious loophole, although he didn't know the principle. As long as he slept with Wanzhou, every day his luck value would keep rising. Sleep 1 day, gain 1.5 luck value. Sleep 365 days, gain 547. 5 luck value. From today onward, the male lead could just sleep all day and be done. Sleep him. If one could really pick up loopholes just by sleeping, a mere 1,000 points of luck would be far too easy. Even the system concurred. Host, feel free to try more. Yu stood on the bed, hands on hips, looking up at the sky, reveling in a bright future. The male lead's luck value has reached 200 points. Rewards are pending. Please confirm whether to claim them immediately. Accept. Suddenly, a gorgeous gift box appeared before him. Herbal blind box X3. What is this? Yu was taken aback. What kind of fancy thing was this? A blind box. Host. This is a collection of all medicinal herbs, poisonous herbs, and immortal herbs in the Chaos Spirit continent. A golden finger. The system said excitedly it could yield basic rare or hidden versions. This is a great thing. It all depends on luck. It all depends on luck. You eagerly opened the first box. Ding. Consumed herbal blind box X1. Obtained common healing herb X1. You held the wilted little grass twitching at the corner of his mouth. Just this. A golden finger. Trash. A golden finger. Trash. The system hurriedly explained to him, Host, I suggest that when opening the herb blind box, try to stay with the male lead who has a high luck value face. You might be able to leech off his luck for a surprise. Why didn't you say so earlier? You opened it too quickly. You thought it made some sense. To open something earth-shatteringly good, he decided to put the blind boxes away for now. After casually chatting with the system for a while, Yu tidied himself up and intended to stroll around the sect. Zhengyang Hall floated right in the center of the four peaks. The front hall was the main sect hall, the middle courtyard, and beyond were the residences of the sect leader Sword Lord Helion Wenren and his direct disciples, and the deepest part housed the library pavilion and sword pavilion. The entire palace soared above the vast sea of clouds, and looking down from its edges one could only see a blanket of white clouds. Just as he left the courtyard, he bumped into Elder Gu, who was ambling out from the direction of the main hall. His master still wore a grim face, as if someone owed him money. Exiting the main hall, Master went to see sect leader Helion. Master, Yu trotted over. Any news about the third heaven-tier weapon? Elder Gu pressed down on his head. What kind of rash behavior is this? The old man glanced around, then lowered his voice. All the disciples in the realm have been rescued, but the third heaven-tier weapon remains missing. Some speculate that given the unclear situation, the one who took the treasure might have already. As he finished, Elder Gu made a throat-cutting gesture. Impossible, Yu blurted out. How could someone who can subdue a heaven-tier weapon easily fall in the secret? Elder Gu said irritably, It's being investigated. This isn't something a little kid like you should meddle in. The Spirit Continent Summit will be held soon. With all this free time, you'd better go learn some skills. Having said that, the old man patted his disciple's head, sipped his wine, and strolled away. Yu rubbed his aching back of the head as a system task prompt flashed through his mind. Ding. New mission released. Host must cultivate diligently to obtain the qualification to enter the Spirit Continent Summit with the male lead. The so-called Spirit Continent Summit was a grand event involving all cultivation sects of the Chaos Spirit Continent and the most anticipated gathering of rising talents. Elite disciples from various sects gathered in Tianyin Prefecture to compete through various forms of trials. Regardless of a sect's size, each had to select 5 disciples to participate as a team. Most special of all, the entire summit would be broadcasted live across the entire Spirit Continent through specially made spirit mirrors. Even tea houses and taverns in mortal cities would set up projection spirit mirrors, and gambling dens would open betting pools. Many powerful cultivators would spend fortunes for their juniors. All sects looked to this summit to make a name for themselves. If a rising disciple could rank on the Heavenly Pride list, not only would they gain personal fame, but their sect would also receive more cultivation resources and high-quality recruits in the coming year. This was no ordinary cultivation competition. It was the Olympics and World Cup of the cultivation world combined. And it came with a live broadcast across the entire cultivation realm. In the original story, this Spirit Continent Summit was precisely the beginning of Yin Wan's his true fame that shook the heavens. Although the Cloud Chaser sect had formidable overall strength, most of its disciples were not adept at these flexible competitions. Hence the sect's rankings in previous Spirit Continent Summits were low at the tail-end level. And the male lead leaped to the top of the Heavenly Pride list during this summit. The 3 characters, Yin Wanzhou, resounded across the entire Chaos Spirit Continent like a thunderbolt. The gambling odds multiplied hundreds of times overnight, and every viewer behind the water mirrors was inquiring about this suddenly emerging young swordsman. Thinking of this, Yu felt a secret thrill. He could already imagine the male lead showing off spectacularly and stunning everyone. In the early morning, many disciples were practicing swordsmanship outside the main hall. Seeing Yu descending the steps, countless disciples cast all kinds of glances at him, and some even came directly to chat. Several senior sisters from North Peak smilingly blocked him. Little healer, want to come with us to North Peak to check on the secret realm wounded? Thinking he had nothing else to do, Yu nodded and quickly joined in the fun. Along the way, Yu adapted his words to the occasion, flattering the North Peak sisters like a clever fox until they were all smiles. With his naturally deceptive good looks, he quickly got chummy with them. Passing by the sect's administration office, Yu picked up a small spirit mirror along the way. Looking down before the mirror, even warmed in his hand, friend requests had already flooded the entire screen. Add me. Here you can change the name. Right, beautiful senior sister. Hey, add me too. You can enter the immortal friend circle here, little healer. The North Peak sisters were too enthusiastic, and Yu's brand new small spirit mirror instantly filled with immortal friends. Unlike the casual and natural style of East Peak, North Peak exuded neatness and elegance everywhere. Along the way, one could see disciples practicing musical instruments in small groups, others organizing talismans under the corridors, and a few figures moving through the mountain herb gardens gathering medicine. North Peak had the most sound cultivators, followed by talisman cultivators and medical cultivators, each with detailed subdisciplines. Yu also remembered he had an acquaintance here. Is Yin Jushin here too? Senior sister Yin is in the dance pavilion. The guiding junior sister pointed to a pavilion building in the distance. We sound cultivators have many branches. Senior sister Yin specializes in dance techniques. In the morning, looking after the wounded, you didn't have much to do, so he helped distribute medicinal herbs on the side. Does North Peak usually have this many wounded? How do senior brothers and sisters usually practice healing arts? Yu asked quietly. The senior sister beside him pursed her lips with a smile. No such luck. Seeing Yu's blank look, the senior sister lowered her voice. Not enough wounded. Just take a walk, and you'll... Those sword cultivators and body cultivators often get carried away during sparring. We just need to say a few words like this move is nothing special, that's it. So boring to watch, and I guarantee we'll be carrying back wounded with broken arms and legs within half an hour. The sword cultivator lying on the ground bleeding heard this and immediately showed a terrified expression. He seemed to have learned something too shocking. Would he be silenced? The sword cultivator felt his life was far too precious. Yu silently gave a thumbs up, deeply impressed by these clever medical cultivators. A junior sister playing with a small spirit mirror suddenly shouted, "Hey! Look, they say senior brother Yin and senior sister Yu are fighting." Yu turned around in surprise. Huh. The medical senior sister tossed the patient aside. Let's go. Go watch the excitement. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Yu arrived at the West Peak with the medical cultivators from the North Peak. The entire sword practice platform was packed with onlookers, their gasps and cheers echoing through the sky. The air was thick with tension and excitement. In midair, two figures, one in red, one in white, were crossing paths at an astonishing speed. The 200th move, muttered a sword cultivator disciple, clutching his chest. I heard no one has ever lasted 100 moves against senior sister Yu. Yu finally squeezed his way to the front, barely managing to find a spot for a commanding view. Damn. The two on the platform were really Yin Wanzhou and Yu Feishuang. How did they end up fighting? Yu asked, nervously grabbing the person beside him. Oh, they're just sparring. Maybe they're preparing for the Lingzhou summit. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it was only a spar. If his elder sister and big brother had actually been fighting, he'd have to wrestle with which side to take. On the sword practice platform, Yin Wanzhou's red robes fluttered while Yu Feishuang's white attire was as pure as snow. Their moves were fierce but devoid of spiritual energy, a pure clash of sword techniques. Yet their battle stirred the very heavens. A West Peak disciple beside him pressed his forehead, looking faint. Heavens, they're so beautiful and handsome. Yu gazed at the intersecting sword shadows on the platform, his heart stirring with excitement. This scene reminded him of the original story. As Yin Wanzhou's only senior sister, Yu Feishuang, though cold in temperament, was the one who treated him like a younger brother, often practicing swords with him and offering meticulous care in private. Even when sparring, she didn't want to see him hurt. She was practically the gentle senior sister who would defy her master's orders to protect him. Because of this, Yu Feishuang was also one of the female characters many readers clamored to see a romantic. Yu silently thought, though the ship named Grey Flying Swallow Doom was a bit harsh, their bond as senior and junior siblings was certainly genuine. Ahaya! Senior brother, Yin is hurt. A startled cry pulled Yu back to reality. Yin Wanzhou's neck was cut by the sword aura, a thin line of blood seeping out. Yu Feishuang's sword tip stopped steadily 3 inches from his brow. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. Yin Wanzhou sheathed his sword and bowed. Yu Feishuang said coldly, mediocre. If you faced a formidable enemy, your head would be on the ground by now. Yin Wanzhou calmly wiped away the blood, his tone humble. Senior sister is right. The crowd below erupted in murmurs at their exchange. Yu, damn, do you two even hear yourselves? Head on the ground. Where was the gentle senior sister who cared for him endlessly, who couldn't bear to see him hurt? The one from the original story. Was she in that fallen head? What he thought was a romantic spar between master and disciple turned out to be a verbal lashing through fire and mountains. As he stepped off the platform, Yin Wanzhou spotted Yu in the crowd. The frustration from the poor performance in the spar instantly dissipated, and a secret joy blossomed in his heart. Why was little Yu here? Had he come specifically to see me? Was it because he couldn't bear a whole day without meeting, or did he rush over upon hearing about the match? But his performance had been poor. A little Yu was probably disappointed. Maybe disappointment was good. If he were disappointed, he might stop fixating on him. Unexpectedly, as Yin Wanzhou approached, Yu looked up and exclaimed, "Brother Yin, you're amazing." Yin Wanzhou froze. I heard almost no disciple can last 100 moves against senior sister Yu, but you made it over 200. And senior sister is at the nascent soul stage while you're only at foundation establishment. Senior sister didn't use spiritual energy, we were just sparring with sword techniques. Yu grinned. Exactly, it's just a spar. Victory and defeat are common in battle. The process was already spectacular. The youth chattered on his tone and expression vivid, even using 2 fingers like a sword to gesture. By the way, you got hurt just now, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. As they spoke, Yu raised his hand toward Wanzhou's neck. A gentle wood-type spiritual energy seeped into the wound, quickly stopping the bleeding. Yu snorted. You flinched when I touched it. Still hurts a bit, doesn't it? Wanzhou looked at those eyes staring straight at him, momentarily at a loss for words. His taut heart felt as if it were firmly grasped and then gently released. Little Yu was always like this, ignoring winning or losing regardless of embarrassment. Past and present, he never cared about the ugly side of things. What in the world was he supposed to do with little Yu? The onlookers were dumbfounded. The West Peak disciples all stared wide-eyed as if they'd seen a ghost. No wonder they were shocked. Senior brother Yan had never liked physical contact, yet he let this little medical cultivator touch him without even a frown. This young disciple was so handsy, and senior brother Yan wasn't angry. The disciples started whispering. Many knew of Yu, but this was their first time seeing him in person. When several probing gazes fell on Yu, Wanzhou subtly shifted his body, shielding the youth in his. This protective gesture only deepened everyone's shock. Wanzhou led Yu away from the platform. In the distance, they saw Yu Feishuang walking alone ahead. Her posture was upright, as if shrouded in an invisible layer of frost. Disciples along the way gave her a wide berth, daring not approach. Such a broad path, yet she walked it alone. The straight back ahead was dazzling, yet carried an inexplicable loneliness. Somehow Yu blurted out senior sister Yu. He regretted it immediately. What was he doing? He remembered his sister didn't have a good impression of him. They'd only exchanged a few words, just the most familiar strangers. Yu Feishuang stopped. After a silence that felt like an eternity, she turned and asked, what is it? Yu was momentarily speechless. He hadn't thought of what to say. Glancing at Wanzhou's questioning look, he panicked, pulled out his small spirit mirror, and blurted, senior sister, you can we add each other to the immortal friends list? The words had barely left his mouth when he regretted them. Yu wanted to slap himself. Though she was his real sister, and he had no ulterior motives, he still fell into self-loathing. But to his surprise, Yu Feishuang was silent for a moment. Her icy eyes swept over the spirit mirror, then lingered on Yu. Just as he shrank his neck, expecting a scolding, a plain white mirror was extended toward him. Even after they exchanged immortal contacts, Yu stood frozen, silently, watching Yu Feishuang's retreating figure. Trembling, he opened the spirit mirror and solemnly marked her with the word sister. That's what a sister is, a feeling. When did you get a spirit mirror from the stewardship office? A voice tinged with ambiguity came from beside him. Not long ago. Sister from the North Peak took me to get it this morning, and they taught me how to use the immortal friends list. Yu was busy fiddling with his new mirror, not bothering to look up. As they walked, Wanzhou's expression grew colder, his aura turning heavy. He wouldn't even meet Yu's eyes when had only half a day passed since he got the mirror, and he was already adding every senior and junior sister in sight. The immortal friends list was probably full by now. He even added senior sister Yu, but still hadn't thought to add me. If he truly cared, why was I the only one left out? Hadn't he said that he liked me the most? Wanzhou was utterly exasperated. It was not until he realized that Yu remained genuinely oblivious that he finally could not endure any longer and came to a halt. Yu belatedly looked up and turned around. The tall, strapping man stood rooted in the middle of the path, refusing to move. Yu stepped back a few paces, hands clasped behind his back, and leaned sideways to ask, what's wrong, brother Yan? Wanzhou only stood there silently, planting himself in the middle of the road as a show of his minor. After a long pause, the simple spirit mirror was abruptly thrust right before Yu's nose. Add me. These 2 words were ground out with immense force, as if squeezed through clenched teeth, like the declaration of a life-or-death ultimatum. Yu was taken aback at first, then his shoulders trembled as he let out a laugh. Before the male lead's expression could turn black, he swiftly took Wanzhou's old-fashioned phone and tapped a few times. Oh dear, you're not angry about this, are you? I just haven't had the chance yet. After adding the male lead, Yu pondered for a moment, his fingertips flying, as he also changed Wanzhou's nickname, then cheerfully lifted it up like a trophy in front of the other. At the very top of the immortal friends list, in a unique position, a line was specially marked with gold-veined clouds. Wanzhou clearly saw the 2 characters brother. It even had one more character than Yu Feishuang, as if it contained an abundance of unspoken intimacy. Is this okay, brother Yan? Seizing the moment while Wanzhou was stunned, Yu stuffed the spirit mirror into his sleeve and scampered off, hopping and skipping. That afternoon, Wanzhou had to go to the main hall to report matters to sect leader Hulian, so Yu simply ran back to North Peak to learn some alchemy. Although he knew how to use medicinal herbs and healing arts belonged to the Dharma cultivation lineage, which focused on directly mending injuries with spiritual energy. Alchemy, on the other hand, was the path of elixir cultivation, requiring the essence of 100 herbs to be fused in a single furnace. Compared to a professional alchemist, he was more like a barefoot doctor using a small pot to make beast remedies. Old Ji's words were sensible. If he wanted to make a name at the Lingzhou summit, relying solely on healing arts and wood element techniques would be far from enough. Considering what lay ahead, Yu decided to study medicine more comprehensively and improve himself as much. Yu strolled slowly along the corridor and pushed open the innermost alchemy furnace room. His skill was insufficient, so he wanted a quiet place to practice at his own pace. But as soon as he entered the furnace room, he encountered an unexpected person, Yu. Suddenly seeing his cheap younger brother after years of separation, it would be a lie to say he was not shocked. Yu had almost completely forgotten about this guy. The furnace room was empty save for Yu, who was bending over to inspect the furnace fire. Upon seeing Yu enter, he nearly plunged half his head into the furnace. Third brother. Many years had passed, and Yu's appearance had changed drastically, no longer the childish look of before. His features were almost a perfect match for Madame Rong's, handsome in their own right, but his face was covered in soot from the furnace. It took a good wipe before he was barely presentable. Yu felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding upon seeing this fourth brother. He took a step back, ready to bolt. "Don't run," Yu shouted. Of course Yu did not listen and continued his escape. But Yu chased after him, yelling, "Third brother." The two sprinted through the corridor, both being medical cultivators of similar stamina. In the end, Yu gave out first, panting with his hands on his knees. "Third brother, why are you running?" Yu was also out of breath. "I don't want to see you." The wicked image of this kid from childhood was still vivid in Yu's mind. Even though he had apologized and behaved much better since, who knew if it was all an act. Half an hour later, the two collapsed from exhaustion, sitting in the scorching furnace room with grim expressions. Yu opened his mouth to ask, "Why isn't Yin Wanzhou with you?" Yu found it absurd. Does he have to stick with me every single moment? He was not a personal pet or anything. Oh. Yu gave an odd, indescribable expression upon hearing this and changed the subject. "Third brother, what are you doing in the furnace room?" This fourth brother. After years apart, he seemed even more dazed and confused. Yu helplessly rubbed his forehead. "What else would I do in a furnace room? Practice alchemy." Yu nodded and stopped wasting words. The two fell silent and began their alchemy. The medicinal liquid in the furnace bubbled and gurgled, and the steaming heat filled the surroundings. During this time, Yu finally remembered that his face was covered in soot and seemed embarrassed. He ran out to wash up, and when he returned, his face was clean, but his dark circles were even more pronounced. It was said that elixir cultivators had to guard their furnaces day and night, and one moment of inattention could cause an explosion. He must have earned those circles from all the sleepless nights. Yu felt a twinge of emotion. He could actually sense that Yu's cultivation speed was not fast, and he had never even entered foundation establishment. It was surprising that he chose the path of elixir cultivation. He stole a sidelong glance at Yu, who seemed deeply absorbed in his alchemy. Yet for some reason, even in the heat, the guy wore so many layers of clothing. Piece after piece stacked one upon another, revealing not a single patch of skin except his neck and hands. Third brother, noticing Yu frantically tossing all kinds of precious medicinal herbs into the furnace, Yu finally could not help asking, "Have you ever refined pills before?" "I've read books," Yu replied vaguely. "Then what are you refining now?" "A basic fasting pill." He then watched as his fourth brother's face twisted in an expression of utter wastefulness. Yu's eyelids twitched, and he fiercely reached his hand directly into the furnace, grabbing a handful of herbs that had not yet caught fire and tossing them to the ground. Yu was utterly shocked. Damn, who said Yu wasn't training hard? He had already practiced his iron palm technique. Just as he was thinking this, Yu suddenly flung a book at him, perfectly open to the first page. Basic fasting pill. Only then did Yu realize he had remembered it backwards. Having a photographic memory had its downsides. Too many memories led to confusion. What he had been refining just now was probably the very last pill in the book, named the Heaven-Earth-Shaking Ghosts Weeping Cultivation Enhancement Pill. After 2 hours had passed, Yu took out his spirit mirror, doing who knows what, while Yu successfully refined the first fasting pill of his life, smooth, round, and plump. Unfortunately, it smelled horrendous. As soon as it was born, a pungent foul odor instantly permeated the entire furnace room, leaving no room for association other than fart. Yu leaped up, immediately pointing a trembling finger at Yu's nose. "What hot have you done?" Even disciples from the neighboring furnace room were driven over by the stench covering their noses and asking if something catastrophic had happened here. Are you two okay?" The disciple struggled to push open the door and shouted, "Wow, what a huge fart smell." Yu coughed and pushed open the window to air out the stench, nearly fainting from the odor as he retched out the window. Yu, on the other hand, remained quite calm, walking over to pat Yu on the back. Compared to Yin Li's halitosis, this smell was actually quite mild. Soon several elders arrived, drawn by the commotion. A fasting pill? How could it have this kind of smell? They sealed their sense of smell and carefully examined the incredibly foul pill, their eyes gleaming. After a sharp intake of breath, they said, "This pill is brimming with abundant spiritual energy. It's no ordinary item. Consuming it can keep one from feeling hungry for 14 days. At these words, Yu was dumbfounded. Could he actually be an alchemy prodigy? The elder was excited. "May I borrow this to use as an example for the new disciples?" Yu nodded, a mixture of emotions. Several elders who had sealed their noses looked at him appreciatively, patted him on the shoulder, and took the foul fasting pill away. After everyone left, Yu said with disgust, "Third brother, alchemy is not for you." But Yu, having received the elders' recognition, felt a surge of enthusiasm. He decided to create chocolate-flavored fasting pills, minty gum-flavored fasting pills, spicy turkey-flavored fasting pills, and more, than bring them to Lin Tian and the others to try. It was not until the sun set in the west that Yu swaggered out of the alchemy furnace room. He was just about to return to East Peak when the system stopped him. "Host, don't forget our luck points plan." "Alright, sleep with him." To gain luck points, he had to try sharing a bed with the male lead these days. He pulled out his spirit mirror and sent a message. At the same time, Wanzhou was leaving the main hall when the spirit mirror in his sleeve vibrated with a faint tremor. And in Wanzhou's immortal friends list, there was only one friend who would send him a message. He hesitated, deliberated repeatedly, and finally his fingertip hovered over the mirror surface for a long while before he lightly tapped it. On the spirit mirror was clearly written, "Ovo brother, Yin, sleep together again tonight." Yu lazily turned over on the bed, lifting the small spirit mirror above his head. That disciple called Shui Zhongwang Yu posted another new bulletin board. Wanzhou sat cross-legged at the foot of the bed with his eyes closed, not even lifting his eyelids. "It's that guy who previously spread rumors that we're a couple," Yu said, struggling to hold back a laugh, finding the situation increasingly absurd. "He just posted on the bulletin board saying he saw you come to North Peak to pick me up and concluded that our love is as solid as gold." Shui Zhongwang Yu Qian, Yin Yu, love as solid as gold. When will the red silk betrothal gifts arrive? On the mirror surface beneath the bulletin board of Shui Zhongwang Yu, a few sparse replies followed. Jian Zai Ren Zai, Jian Bu Zai Ren Yi Zai, absurd. Qing E Mian Jin, suggest checking your eyes at North Peak. Huan Wa Fu Ji Qian, if you have so much free time, go sweep the mountain gate. Yu patted his chest. Good, no one believed it. As he spoke, Shui Zhongwang Yu's bulletin board was cleared again, vanishing without a trace. Yu blinked mischievously. I wonder who this Shui Zhongwang Yu really is, talking nonsense. Good thing the bulletin board was cleared, otherwise wouldn't it have hindered your romantic prospects? Wanzhou suddenly opened his eyes. "I currently have no interest in romantic matters." His tone was stiff, and he unconsciously pressed his lips together. Wanzhou suddenly opened his eyes. "I currently have no interest in romantic matters." His tone was stiff, and he even if those words would hurt Yu, their relationship should return to the right track. Yes, the right track. Unexpectedly, Yu immediately showed an "I understand" expression, patted his shoulder comfortingly with a smooth motion. "Sister Hua's matter is in the past. You should let go of your attachment." "Hua Luaji." Wanzhou frowned, cutting him off. "What does she have to do with it?" After Yu finished explaining that, Hua Liao Wan, theory, the temperature in the room plummeted. Wan's face was as cold as frost, and he said word by word, "I have never had even a shred of romantic thought toward her." Yu blinked. Could it be that he was mistaken? Was there a misunderstanding? Then why did the male lead get jealous and angry in the secret realm, even storming off? And when Wanzhou saw Hua Luaji and Ache being intimate, what about that dispirited look? Before he could figure it out, Wanzhou suddenly stood up, the fluttering of his robes stirring a cold breeze. "Late at night, where are you going again?" Yu hurriedly asked. "Sword practice." Yu stared at the empty bed, wanting to cry, but without tears. Today's plan to sleep near the male lead had officially fallen through. The sky had fallen. Wanzhou was agitated but didn't know how to relieve it, so he could only fly on his sword to the practice platform to train alone. Sword practice couldn't ease the restlessness in his heart. Wanzhou sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and countless thoughts surged into his mind. The restless wind attribute spiritual energy swirled around him, blowing up fallen leaves all over the practice platform. He wasn't angry at Yu. On the contrary, he was angry at himself. Wanzhou dared not imagine what state of mind Yu was in when he said those words to Hua Luaji in the secret realm. Those words were sincere in every character, every sentence was heartfelt. Not a declaration of possessive claim, but genuine blessings. There wasn't a trace of selfishness. Yu's fondness for him was pure and untainted, even willing to restrain himself to facilitate his relationship with someone else, actively pushing him away. He had long known that there could be no further romantic development between them, and had no intention of overstepping. The young master was not confused, he understood perfectly. Otherwise, with his carefree and unrestrained nature, why would he need to hide or conceal? And yet he had been using such despicable thoughts to speculate and assume about you believing that all of the other's unusual behavior was only for the sake of reckless intimacy, and had racked his brains to reject him, making awkward gestures. He was wrong. In fact, Yu was just silently accompanying him with a clear conscience. The young master had done this much, why would he need to correct him? The night wind swept over the cliff, but could not blow away the surging guilt in his heart. A dull ache spread through Wanzhou's chest, guilt and self-blame sprouting from the bottom of his heart. He was the person in the world who least wanted to see Yu suffer, yet now he had become the source of the other's distress. The young master had long realized that there was no possibility between them. Then there was even less need for him to make a fuss. He only needed to accompany and respect the other as usual, and they would return to the right track. The next day Yu woke up to see Wanzhou standing quietly by the bed staring at him without blinking. His gaze was complicated. He was startled into sitting up, hugging himself. "Brother Yin, what's wrong?" "Holy crap, a ghost." Wanzhou didn't speak, just lowered his eyelids, just as the morning light shone on his handsome profile, as if gilded. From ghost to human, his demeanor changed instantly. Then with gentle movements he wiped Yu's face and helped him change clothes, taking care of him as usual. Having not enjoyed this treatment for several days, Yu was a bit unaccustomed. On top of that, the male lead's inexplicable door slamming yesterday had caused some unease, and when the system prompt appeared his panic intensified. Ding. Detected fluctuation in male lead's luck value. Current luck value 2,40250. Yu was dumbfounded. 250. He was almost becoming a 250. A 10-point increase in luck value overnight. Did he run into an immortal while practicing sword at midnight? He nervously grabbed Wanzhou's hand and asked, "What happened to you last night?" "Nothing major happened, right?" Wanzhou let him hold on, not pulling his hand away, but pursed his lips a little nervously. "Sword practice, meditation, and thought about some things." "Did you have an epiphany? Advance in cultivation? Comprehend a sword technique? Obtain a legacy? Or did Patriarch Helion give you something?" A string of questions made Wanzhou raise an eyebrow. Finally, he smiled in relief and gently combed Yu's hair. "None of that. I just figured out some things." Yu was still conflicted, apologizing softly. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have guessed about you and seen your sister Hua. It's not your fault." Wanzhou interrupted him. "I'm the one at fault." He paused, then added, "It won't happen again." The two, each with their own thoughts, arrived at the dining hall ready to meet Lin Tian and the others. Yu came to the sect's dining hall for the first time, initially a bit expectant, but shook his head after tasting the first bite of noodles with fried sauce. His palate had grown picky from being used to old guests and the male lead's cooking. Moreover, he loved meat, not vegetables. The buns were bad, the fried dumplings rock hard, even the soup was lackluster. He pushed all the disliked food into Wanzhou's bowl. Anyway, this male lead kid had never been picky since childhood. Wanzhou silently accepted the food handed to him without even frowning. Halfway through the meal, Yu remembered something, swallowed the sticky rice cake in his mouth, and asked, "Why haven't Lin Tian and the others arrived yet?" As soon as the words left his mouth, noise erupted outside the dining hall. "So what if I reported it? You dare to do it, but not to own up." The loud voice was unmistakably Lin Tian's. "None of your damn business," another sharp voice retorted. "We're all fellow disciples, don't you know to leave some room for—" The cause of the matter was that the disciple with a thin, shrill voice and a monkey-like face secretly went down the mountain to find a cauldron for dual cultivation. Lin Tian caught him red-handed and directly reported him to the disciplinary hall. For this, the monkey-faced disciple received a severe punishment. The method of using a cauldron is to treat living people as cultivation tools, draining their primordial yin and yang essence to enhance one's own cultivation. This practice of forcibly taking others' cultivation through dual cultivation causes the victim to suffer severe qi depletion at best or complete destruction of their foundation at worst. In plain terms, it's like using people as oxygen tanks, draining one and moving on to the next. Although many sects outside tacitly permit this practice, the Zhuyin sect has explicitly forbidden the use of cauldrons since sect leader Helion took charge. Helion Wenren has been traveling extensively in recent years trying to promote a joint prohibition of the cauldron method among all major sects, and often goes to the Nine Heavens Immortal Palace to discuss this matter. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. As for cultivators addicted to shortcuts, this method of benefiting oneself at others' expense was far too tempting. The path of cultivation should be without any scruples. The monkey-faced disciple still refused to admit. Yin Zhuxin sneered, curling a strand of her hair, and said sinisterly, "Do you truly not know, or are you pretending? Why are you playing the outsider? Is this your first day in the Zhuyin sect?" The surrounding disciples, drawn by the commotion, whispered among themselves, "What's happening?" "It seems that person went down the mountain privately looking for a cauldron." A cauldron. Didn't the sword venerable sect leader explicitly forbid it long ago? The monkey-faced disciple stamped his foot in frustration. Just as he was about to say something more, Lin Tian's temper flared, and he clenched his fists until they cracked. You still want to argue? Seeing the crowd growing larger, the monkey-faced disciple clearly backed down, taking 2 steps backward. You just wait. After saying that, he turned and ran. TCH. Lin Tian rested his 2 stout arms behind his head and rolled his eyes at the retreating figure. Turning around and seeing Yu, his face immediately lit up with a grin. Little divine healer. Sit down and eat. Yu called for everyone to come and eat, while secretly slipping some vegetables into Yin Wanzhou's bowl. Yin Wanzhou glanced sideways at him and picked them back out. Yu got slightly annoyed, but then thought that taking a step back broadens the horizon, and this time only placed half a chopstickful over. Yin Wanzhou reluctantly agreed to let him eat a little less vegetables. The others silently watched their interaction. Lin Tian finally couldn't help asking, by the way, I only know that you 2 grew up together. What's your relationship? Are you relatives? Yin Wanzhou put down his chopsticks. I used to be his serve. Seeing that the male lead was about to spill the beans without any face, Yu quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Your accent is too thick, brother Yin. Not servant friend, but friend. Ahem, by the way, what were you arguing about with that guy just now? Bringing up the monkey-faced disciple, the group felt some indignation. Hua Luoji sighed and said, lately it seems that disciples often go down the mountain to find cauldrons. I've heard about this too. What? Often? Lin Tian's eyes widened as he swallowed a mouthful of rice. He had thought it was an isolated incident. Yin Zhuxin lazily lifted her eyelids and said, the Lingzhou summit is coming soon. Some people can't sit still. Lin Tian understood. He cursed and added, just because they want to participate in the Lingzhou summit, they use such crooked methods to improve their cultivation. Even if they compete, they'd just embarrass themselves. Yu quickly gave him a piece of bitter gourd that he didn't like to cool his temper. Calm down, he turned and asked, what are the conditions for participating in the Lingzhou summit? Yin Wanzhou answered, a team of 5. At registration, cultivation must be at foundation establishment mid-stage to latest stage. By completing bounties to earn points after 3 months, the team with the highest points can represent the Zhuyin sect. So registration requires foundation establishment mid-stage to latest stage. What if someone breaks through to golden core during the competition? Yu asked curiously. Yin Zhuxin took a slow sip of tea and said, it doesn't matter if you improve your cultivation realm during the competition. There have been many precedents in previous editions. Many people intentionally suppress their cultivation and don't break through, then suddenly advance at the start of the competition, catching their opponents off guard. This is also a tactic used by many major sects to secure victory. Golden Core early stage and foundation establishment latest stage sound like only a minor realm difference, but the strength is elevated by a whole level. Yu suddenly understood. It was like in a game holding back a skill slot and not unleashing the ultimate, then unleashing it to crush the real opponent. A bit cheesy, but allowed by the rules. So that's possible. How many points are needed to qualify? Lin Tian took a bite of a dumpling dipped in chili sauce, inhaling and exhaling frantically. Hua Luoji poured him a glass of cool water. Naturally, the more the better, with no upper limit. Yin Wanzhou said, today the sect has added bounty boards in the small spirit mirror and the main hall square. Completing bounty missions will earn corresponding points. Yu quickly took out the small spirit mirror. Sure enough, a new section Lingzhou Summit selection had appeared. Opening it, the bounty board was densely packed with various tasks. Eliminate the Wolf Demon Pack at Songyun Ridge, 500 points. Reclaim the Southern Territory by breaking the formation barrier, 480 points. Explore the cave dwelling of Patriarch Xian, 300 points. Win a friendly sparring match at the sect, 100 points. Tend the spirit fields for half a month, 5 points. Catch fish in the sect's spirit pool, 3 points. Refined by Botan pills, 1 point. Yu grew increasingly frustrated. Why are all the high point bounties related to fighting and killing? Ordinary medical cultivators have pitifully few tasks they can do. The only relevant one, tend the spirit fields for half a month, only gives 5 points. Half a month of farming. That's not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. And that task, refined by Botan pills. Who is it insulting, may I ask? Life is so hard. He felt the deep malice of this world toward medical cultivators. This situation was actually normal. The bounty board was mainly to motivate disciples to actively work and handle various affairs. The pile of sect tasks and requests accumulated daily could be turned into public bounties, and disciples would go all out to take on tasks to earn points. New disciples who had just obtained their life-bound weapons needed training, and the bounties happened to provide various training opportunities. Yin Wanzhou saw what he was thinking and added, to represent the sect you need a team of 5. Points are shared among the team, and the total sum is calculated in the end. The table fell silent. The 5 of them looked at each other. Wasn't this exactly a full team? Well, how about we try forming a team? Yu held his teacup and tentatively suggested. Hua Luoji covered her mouth with a light laugh. It seems everyone is interested in participating in the Lingzhou summit. I share the same intention. Of course I want to go. Lin Tian quickly said. Yan Wanzhou didn't speak, but everyone knew his opinion didn't count. Wherever Yu went he would follow. Great. Well, go to the Lingzhou summit together. Lin Tian raised his fist. Having fought together before, they all understood each other's abilities and immediately agreed. Yin Zhuxin suddenly leaned close to Yu, squinting her fox-like eyes, scanning Yan Wanzhou, Yu and Hua Luozi's faces, and finally nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Besides that big oaf, this team is quite pleasing to the eye. Hey, what do you mean by that? Yu couldn't help laughing. This team was indeed perfect. Hua Luozi had exquisite swordsmanship. Yin Zhuxin had enigmatic movement techniques. Lin Tian was immensely strong, and he himself was responsible for support and healing. As for Yan Wanzhou, well, as the male lead, he just needed to be handsome and cheat. There was a long line at the registration office in the main hall square. The steward disciple tapped on the inkstone without lifting his head. Team name. Lin Tian tilted his head. What team name? It's your team's name. The steward disciple sighed. All future matches rankings, including the Lingzhou summit. The five of them looked at each other, exchanging glances. None of them had any talent for naming, so they pushed forward Yu, who had the most tricks. Yu braced himself and stepped forward. He held the pen and pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. He wrote 2 large characters on the registration form in a flowing script, Jiaman. Jiaman. Lin Tian nearly bit his tongue. What kind of team name is that? Yu mysteriously raised his index finger. You'll find out when the time comes. After signing up, everyone rushed off to take on tasks and earn points. Though everyone claimed to understand the special limitations of a medical cultivator, Yu had no intention of relying entirely on his 4 teammates to coast through. A medical cultivator, too, had to find a way forward. While flipping through the bounty list, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Refined fasting pill, 1 point. Though each fasting pill was worth only 1 point, there was no rule saying he could only refine 1 batch at a time. Recalling the 50 alchemy furnaces neatly arranged in the furnace room, Yu's eyes lit up. With the ability of the Jade Green Spirit Body to control vines for assistance, he could mass-produce 50 pills in just 2 hours, yielding a gleaming 50 points. Even completing 1 sect sparring session only earned 100 points. Moreover, as the most basic of pills, fasting pills required little spiritual energy to refine. Humming a tune, he sauntered back to the furnace room only to hear piercing sneers from the other side of the innermost door as soon as he entered. Hey, you can't even control the heat, and you dare call yourself an alchemist? Did you not hear the senior brother admonishing you? Stick out your hand. Yu's eyes darted around, then he gently pushed the door open. 5 or 6 male disciples clad in North Peak robes formed a circle. In the center stood Yu, head bowed, his expression unreadable. Yu still wore his thick clothes, but his sleeve had been rolled up, revealing skin on his inner arm that was bright red. Speak up. The group of disciples sneered maliciously. Yu's face showed little emotion, but his voice was extremely low. The senior brother's lesson is well taken. Slap. It was the sound of a ruler striking skin. The square-faced leading disciple raised the ruler again. Since you know you've erred, then take 10 more strokes to better remember the lesson. Yu subconsciously closed his eyes, bracing for the impending pain. Just then, unhurried footsteps approached from afar. Several senior brothers seemed puzzled and couldn't help turning to look. From their angle, they could see a beautiful silhouette, porcelain white skin and cascading black hair. Clearly still a youth, yet dazzlingly stunning. The youth walked straight ahead, passing through the crowd without a sidelong glance, and calmly took a seat before the furnace closest to them. Hey, one of the alchemy senior brothers quietly tugged at the sleeve of the one holding the ruler and whispered, he seems to be the one from East Peak. The group exchanged glances. Yu was now quite renowned within the sect, so they certainly recognized him. They were even more aware of his blood relation to Yu, as well as the fact that the formidable Yu Feishuang was the elder sister of the two. But this did not stop them from bullying Yu. Yu had poor talent, yet an arrogant temperament. If he were truly valued, why would he have been neglected for so many years? In short, he was a nobody without care. For that very reason, they bullied Yu without any guilt. But even without guilt, now that his elder brother was sitting right there, they wouldn't dare hit the younger brother in front of his older brother. The group snorted, shot Yu a fierce glare, and then left with their arms crossed. In the blink of an eye, only Yu and Yu remained, the entire alchemy room sinking into a deathly. Yu bit his lower lip, hastily pulled down his wrinkled sleeve, and roughly wiped his face a few times with his hand. I'll go ahead and laugh if you want, he said in a self-deprecating tone. Yu sighed at the alchemy furnace. Oh, what a mess this had turned into. He still remembered how back in the Yu residence this brat Yu would wail loudly when old master Yu struck his palm with a whip. Now half his arm was swollen, yet he hadn't shed a single tear. He must have grown accustomed to being beaten. There was nothing more to say. The boy was already so miserable. They hadn't seen each other in years, bore no deep grudges, and there was no need to rub salt in his wounds. So Yu pulled a book from his treasure pouch and began to study alchemy. Don't hold back your laughter if you want to laugh. Huh, I don't want your pity. What kind of quirk was this? Yu couldn't help his brow twitching. Enough already. You're such a tsundere. Aye. What tsundere? Yu looked bewildered. After a moment he asked again, then what are you doing in the It was the exact same question as yesterday. Yu looked at him like he was an idiot. To refine pills, of course. Did you think I came specifically for you? Yu immediately grew wary and wrinkled his face in disgust. Are you going to refine that damn fasting pill again? Well, yes, but when you put it that way it makes me sound like a pervert. The days of grinding points flew by. Yu spent all his time in the furnace room completely immersed in his art. He finally understood why Yu always had a soot-blackened face. It was nearly impossible to refine pills without getting charred. The bullying senior brothers came twice, and each time they saw Yu sitting in the furnace room. Unable to figure out his intentions, they dared not act rashly. Because of this, the protected Yu enjoyed a period of peace. Don't think he'll be grateful, Yu said. Yu let out an "oh." Yu bit his lip and thought of course he just wanted to refine pills. Even though there were several furnace rooms, Yu had no reason to keep staying in the innermost one. But he definitely just wanted to refine pills. Yu frantically refined pills. At first this point farming method seemed theoretically feasible. But as the strange odors multiplied, the alchemy disciples, their noses tormented, and with no recourse banded together to report to the elders. The elders admired Yu's alchemy skill, but they could never seal off their sense of smell every day. Thus they politely asked him to leave. Yu felt wrong too. He couldn't control the smell of the pills. Unfortunately, this was the North Peak's furnace room, and as an East Peak disciple, he couldn't very well overstay his welcome. He pulled out his small spirit mirror to check the current bounty points. 1. Chiaman 3710-2. Mingyue Zhao with 3163. Jiangshan Ruhua 3104. Yu rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? Their team was in first place. The developments here were completely different from the original story. In the original, Wanzhou's team had middling points. The other 4 cannon fodder teammates combined couldn't even reach 500 points, and the score relied entirely on the male lead holding it together alone. In the final stretch to turn the tide, the male lead had no choice but to take on many death-defying bounties, storm alone into a ghost city ravaged by evil chi, and complete the missions covered in blood, barely pushing the team to the top and highlighting the overbearing dragon's extraordinary strength. Yu tapped into the team's points to check the specific breakdown. Wanzhou 830, Hua Luoji 800, Yin Jushin 830, Lin Tian 700, Yu 550. Seeing everyone's evenly distributed scores except his own, a wave of warmth surged through Yu's heart. Since this time the male lead was no longer alone, he would not need to take those dangerous bounties, would he? Just as he was thinking, a series of new tasks refreshed on the bounty board, all related to a bounty called Cleansing Evil from Spirit Veins. Yu scrolled down and found quite a few tasks suitable for medical cultivators with generous point rewards. This Cleansing Evil from Spirit Veins mission was indeed highly dangerous. It originated from a newly discovered wild spirit vein abundant in resources at the border between Zhuyun's sect and Songfeng sect, but was infested with numerous evil entities. The sect was now summoning disciples to form teams and purge the outer perimeter monsters with points awarded based on kills. Yu was pondering this when he received a transmission from Wanzhou. He informed Yu that he had already accepted the evil clearing bounty and was heading toward the spirit vein territory. This coincided with the original novel's plot. In the original story, Wanzhou also took this bounty and obtained a fortuitous opportunity from the wild spirit vein, finding in supreme grade heavenly spirit core. To break through to the golden core stage, a cultivator needed 2 key materials, a realm-breaking pill and a heavenly spirit core. The former could be requested from the sect, but a high-quality heavenly spirit core relied entirely on luck. In the following plot, Wanzhou would not only find that supreme grade heavenly spirit core, but also use it to achieve a perfect golden core, reaching the supreme realm of innate great perfection. The system then suggested, host, why not try your luck at the wild spirit vein too? Yu was of the same mind, earning points and witnessing the male lead's plot unfold, a win-win. He first sneaked over to East Peak to mooch a lunch from his master, then coaxed a bag of spirit stones out of his master after much pleading. Only the next day did he excitedly prepare to head down the mountain. This was in fact Yu's first external training experience since transmigrating into the book. Before, apart from the Yu residence Vermilion Bird Street and Zhuyun sect, he had never really seen what the cultivation world looked like. The Chaos Spirit continent was vast. Cultivators mainly traveled by 2 means: teleportation arrays around major sects maintained by the sect's spiritual power as a disciple benefit, and paid cloud ships, the equivalent of airplanes and high-speed trains in this world with fixed routes and schedules. Yu stepped onto his flying sword and drifted slowly toward the teleportation array at the foot of the mountain. He deliberately flew low just enough to enjoy the scenery along the way, taking in the majestic landscape. As he was lost in the view, dust suddenly flew up from below. Yu looked down and nearly fell off his sword in shock. A person in yellow and white robes was tied with ropes and being dragged behind a galloping carriage. Dragging a living person behind a carriage was nothing short of brutal cruelty. Looking closely, Yu felt the dragged youth looked oddly familiar. Wait, wasn't that Hua Luoji's younger brother Ling Che? With a sudden twitch of his eyelids, Yu leaped off his flying sword to rescue. What the hell? How did this kid end up like this in just a few days? Although Ling Che had a sinister demeanor, he was still Sister Hua's little brother. If he dragged the lad into some mishap, it would be dire. A green vine shot out, coiled around Ling Che's waist, and pulled him back. Ling Che was already half unconscious, covered in wounds, clutching a food box tightly to his chest. After a few applications of the revitalization art, Ling Che finally stirred awake. His first instinct was to hold the food box even tighter, making sure the meal hadn't spilled. Only then did he fix his dark, vigilant eyes on Yu. Yu frowned and asked who tied you behind the carriage. None of your business, Ling Che replied gloomily, then added after a pause, don't say a word. And don't tell my sister. Ling Che staggered to his feet, his robe swayed, revealing a faint red mark on his ankle, another injury. Yu quickly grabbed him. Wait your foot. Mind your own business, Ling Che said, hastily stepping back. Yu's temple twitched. Why was this kid so irritatingly stubborn? Such a mule, truly a supreme, obstinate spiritual root. He hadn't intended to bother with Ling Che, he wasn't exactly a saint. But his rebellious streak flared up. Yu made a move to pull out his little communication mirror. If you want talk, he'll send a message to Sister Hua right now. Ling Che grabbed his hand, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly explained the whole situation. It turned out that Hua Luoji had also taken the bounty to clear the spiritual vein. Ling Che had wanted to bring her food, but on the way he ran into the skinny monkey disciple who had been previously reported. That disciple held a grudge but dared not target Lin Tian, so he took it out on this easy target. Ling Chi's cultivation speed was excruciatingly slow. He had been a disciple for years and still lingered at the late Chi refining stage, unable even to perform basic sword flight. Naturally, he was no match for the skinny monkey disciple and could only be at his mercy. After finishing his account, Ling Che turned to leave. Yu watched his limping figure and couldn't help but rub his forehead. Unable to fly a sword and relying only on his legs to reach the teleportation array, he'd probably be walking until dark. Yu sighed, unable to let it go. He summoned his flying sword and said, "Get on. I'm heading to the teleportation array too." Once inside the array, in an instant they were shifted to another region. Yu looked around. Crowds of people were coming and going, as some wore bizarre clothes, others had sect tokens hanging at their waists. News of the wild spiritual vein had clearly spread, and disciples from various major and minor sects, along with rogue cultivators, had come to try their luck. Ironically, as soon as Ling Che got off the flying sword, he vomited. Once he finished, he became docile. Yu dragged him through the crowd and soon found the entrance to the wild spiritual vein. But as they approached, they heard arguing up ahead. Several disciples in Zhuyin sect attire were standing by the roadside, bickering with some people. Opposite them stood 3 or 5 men, led by a burly brute with a fierce expression. He crossed his arms and roared, "Want to enter the vein? Pay up in spirit stones first." The Zhuyin disciple flashed his token and said, "We were commissioned to clear the mind vein." The brute snorted, "I don't care what you're doing. This is our village's territory. I said pay spirit stones, so pay." The brute smirked and released his spiritual pressure. The Zhuyin disciples changed color. Where did this rogue cultivator come from? He actually had golden core initial stage cultivation. Even more absurdly, the other villagers around him also possessed spiritual power, at least at foundation establishment initial stage. Sensing the threat, the Zhuyin disciples had to retreat a few steps. Among them, Yu spotted a familiar face. A Yin, the one who had stuck beside Fan Ren in the Lingwu Sea. A Yin still looked dazed and sleepy. After hesitating for a moment, he reached into his treasure pouch, apparently ready to pay up like a fool. Yu quickly coughed to get his attention. Ahem. Ahem. A Yin turned around blankly. Having finally escaped Fan Ren's torment, Yu noticed his complexion was noticeably better than before. After a momentary daze, a Yin smiled voluntarily. "Junior brother Yu." Yu winked at him. "Senior brother, are you here for the bounty too?" A Yin sighed, glancing at the brute and his gang. "Yes, but these villagers don't seem to believe we're Zhuyun sect disciples." Yu's lips twitched. He thought Senior brother Yin is truly naive. Believe. These guys are clearly highway robbers. Yet here he is ready to hand over money. Yu's lips twitched. He thought Senior brother Yin is truly naive. Believe. These guys are clearly highway robbers. Yet here he is ready to hand over. "You bastard. How dare you hit me?" The brute looked up in fury, but before he could finish his tirade, he was slammed face first into the dirt again. When he tried to stand, something tripped him, and he fell once more. Oops, my hand slipped, a flippant voice rang out. Standing before the brute was a man with chestnut hair clad in a white gold dharma robe. His features were noble and handsome, his demeanor naturally gallant. He twirled a golden-threaded folding fan, squinting with a smile. Then he slowly raised his embroidered golden boot. With lightning speed, he kicked the brute square in the head. The kick left the brute's head ringing, and his eyes dazzled. The other villagers were too terrified to move, all on guard against this sudden attacker. The man waved his fan to cover his face and laughed lightly. Sorry, my foot slipped too. Yu's heart jolted. He slowly lowered the hand that had been controlling the green vine behind his back. He recognized this person, or rather the original novel had mentioned him. The Eternal Second, Duan Mingyu. The Eternal Second referred to a tragic character always one step behind the male lead, yet relentlessly chasing. Yu never expected to meet him here. If Yin Wanzhou had the cliché dragon-slaying underdog script, then Duan Mingyu was the rival on his path to victory. Duan Mingyu was the son of the Zhongfeng sect leader. Born into luxury, he had access to heavenly treasures and the best resources. He was carefree and no less talented than Yin Wanzhou. He should have been the proud son of heaven everyone envied. But he wasn't the protagonist. From sect competitions to the Lingzhou summit, he was always overshadowed by Yin Wanzhou, yet he never gave up, often losing by half a move. In a rage, he would throw down his fan and storm off. In the original work, he maintained a constant rivalry with Yin Wanzhou. After the male lead retired in despair to the mountains, Duan Mingyu searched the 9 provinces for him, vowing, "Until I defeat you, my Dao heart will never be at peace." He sincerely regarded Yin Wanzhou as his only rival, cherishing a mutual admiration. Later, his quest for the protagonist won readers' sympathy and shed no small number of tears. He sincerely regarded Yin Wanzhou as his only rival, cherishing a mutual admiration. Later, his quest for the protagonist won, but just as he assumed to stand, something tripped him again. Seizing the moment, Duan Mingyu produced a silver spear entwined with a dragon, and with a single move sent the brute flying miles away. Yu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. How could even a village bumpkin reach golden core in this era, while he was still at Foundation Establishment? Duan Mingyu twirled the spear into a beautiful flourish and sneered, "Your life is right here. Come and take it." What's even more outrageous is that Duan Mingyu, who has only reached the late stage of Foundation Establishment, can actually kick golden core cultivators around like balls. Indeed, those experts are to fight monsters at a higher level. Just as he was thinking about it, the burly man crawled up and ran away in a flurry, not daring to utter a single harsh word. The other villagers, seeing him escape, immediately followed suit. Even Ling Che frowned and murmured, "This golden core cultivation level must be bought right. It's too unreal." Upon hearing this, Duan Mingyu turned around, his robe fluttering as he approached the crowd. He cast a casual glance over, finally stopping at Yu with a folded fan propped against his chin, a slight smile on his lips. "Little beauty, was that you're doing just now, eh?" Yu shivered with disgust. "Little beauty? He's calling me." Goosebumps were rising all over her body. The original work indeed portrayed Duan Mingyu as someone who flirts with both genders and is quite the charmer. Experiencing it firsthand now doubled the impact. Yu dared not speak, fearing that anything she said might be a bad omen. Not getting a response from the little beauty, Duan Mingyu was not angered and continued to shake his fan. Plant manipulation technique. How rare. He glanced at everyone's attire. "Huh. Are you disciples of the Zhuyin sect? I am Duan Mingyu from the Zhongfeng sect. Since we are both heading to the spiritual vein, why not travel together? It would also protect you well." The last 2 words rose in pitch, accompanied by his flirtatious wink, making it excessively irritating. Zhongfeng sect and Zhuyin sect are located near each other and have always maintained a good relationship, with frequent exchanges and sparring between their disciples. This wild spiritual vein happens to lie at the intersection of the 2 sects, thus considered a shared resource. Though Duan Mingyu's words were frivolous, he had indeed saved them earlier, showing that he wasn't lacking in character. Yu felt awkwardly compelled not to respond with harsh words, feeling excessively embarrassed. Just as she was about to refuse, a cold voice rang out behind her. "No need." This voice was instantly recognizable. The male lead. Yu turned around and met those calm black eyes, immediately feeling relieved. Several disciples of the Zhuyin sect also called out, "Senior Brother Yin." Yin Wanzhou stepped forward, perfectly blocking Duan Mingyu's gaze directed at Yu. Duan Mingyu raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the two, and suddenly laughed. "Yin Wanzhou. Oh, why be so wary? I merely wish to cultivate a good relationship." The two were evidently old acquaintances, both being the pride of their respective sects. Naturally, they had sparred with each other often. The male lead's appearance successfully diverted Duan Mingyu's attention, which made Yu secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Being called little beauty in such a flirtatious tone was truly terrifying. If this continued, Yu feared she might not be able to control her fist and would end up punching Duan Mingyu in the face. The male lead is indeed the male lead. He can be encountered anywhere. Yu turned to Yin Wanzhou with a radiant smile. Brother Yin, what a coincidence. How can I find you here? It wasn't a coincidence. Yin Wanzhou had come following the sensation of the red thread. The moment the red thread felt slightly warm, he had already leaped onto his sword, rushing over without a care. It had been a few days since their last meeting. During this time he had taken on several bounties outside, not even stepping through the entrance of the sect. Thus he was unaware of Yu's recent situation. He had to confirm her location through the red thread. There was no other way. He needed to know if Xiao Yu was safe, so that he could focus on completing the bounties outside. However, this young master was too casual, even too lazy to send a message. In the end, he had to take the initiative to report his whereabouts, yet still received no reply, and his message sank like a stone. It almost seemed like she was avoiding him. Not clinging to him was actually a good thing, proving that he was making an effort to let go. This was a sign that their relationship was returning to normal, which was what he had hoped for. But now Yu came over without saying a word. So she must want to see him, right? Brother Yin. Xiao Yu indeed. Yin Wanzhou. Her shoulder was shaken vigorously, and Yu frowned as she leaned closer. Brother Yin, are you okay? Yu worriedly checked his pulse. Everything seemed normal. Strange, why did the male lead suddenly seem dazed? Could it be that he was possessed? Was he enchanted by the spirits in the spiritual vein? Hey, what are you spacing out for? The impatient Duan Mingyu couldn't wait, clapping his fan against his palm, and suggested. Yin Wanzhou, did you come from the mining area? Perfect, why not lead the way? Yin Wanzhou lifted his eyelids and replied lightly, I'll take you in. He turned and walked ahead. The group was puzzled but still followed along. As they entered the wild spiritual vein, they could already feel the overwhelming spiritual energy pressing in on them. The wild spiritual vein was hidden deep in the mountains, and a path had already been blasted out at the foot of the mountain, allowing passage. The exposed mining walls were embedded with scattered spirit stones glowing faintly in the dim corridor. To Yu's surprise, she saw some ordinary people in simple clothing mining with pickaxes. Ordinary people can enter the spiritual vein. Is it not dangerous? Yu quietly asked. Yin Wanzhou did not stop his steps. They are local villagers. With nothing else to do, Yu casually began to complain about the group of burly men charging fees at the foot of the mountain. To her surprise, upon hearing the description, Yin Wanzhou could also deduce that those men were local villagers. It turns out there was a small village called Wanzhou village near the spiritual vein. The villagers had lived there for generations, and recently, due to the frequent visits of cultivators, they felt disturbed and started causing trouble. Even the villagers can possess golden core cultivation. What kind of mystery lies here? Yu couldn't help but feel curious. Yin Wanzhou paused for a moment. The villagers are unwilling to interact with cultivators. Since I arrived here, I have only seen the village chief. The first person to discover the wild spiritual vein and report it to the sect was indeed the village chief of Wanzhou village, who was the only one willing to accommodate outsiders and provide lodging for the sect's disciples. Duan Mingyu came for the Tianling core and waved his fan to bid farewell to everyone as he entered the spiritual vein. Ling Che had long since slipped away, and a Yin and the other Zhuyin sect disciples also left after expressing their thanks. Speaking of which, Duan Mingyu is quite amusing, who despite relying on a major sect lacking neither money nor treasures, he insists on coming out to find rare Tianling cores. Yu shook her head coolly, not understanding the mindset of a wealthy family's child. The healing tasks for the medical cultivators had to remain at the clinic to treat the injured disciples. Yin Wanzhou escorted Yu to the clinic's entrance, saying with some concern, if you encounter any trouble, feel free to contact me. He actually disagreed with Yu participating in this bounty. There were many people here. The atmosphere between villagers and outsiders was tense, and there were also evil spirits lurking in the spiritual mine. In short, the more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. Alright, stop worrying about me. If you keep fretting, you'll grow old soon. Be careful of turning gray. Yu pushed him out the door. The entire wild spiritual vein region was vast, divided into inner and outer areas based on the concentration of spiritual energy, with the clinic located at the very edge of the outer area. The clinic was packed with injured cultivators from the Qingxia operation, and the only 2 or 3 medical cultivators were busily attending to the wounded, clearly overwhelmed. Once in the zone, Yu had no time to think about anything else, and quickly helped the cultivators treat their wounds. After treating several injured individuals, just as Yu was about to reach for more clean bandages, she found that the strips had run out. Just a moment. Just as she was about to get up and look for more, a roll of white cloth was handed to her. Yu and Yin Wanzhou simultaneously halted their steps, casting doubtful glances at the old man. This voice was clear and pleasant. Only then did Yu notice that someone had appeared beside her, and when she looked up, she saw a tall young man in a peach-colored long robe smiling at her with narrowed eyes. The person had delicate features and an imposing aura. There were faint dark circles under the eyes, betraying a hint of weariness, but the most striking feature was a head of frost-like snow-white hair. Seeing Yu's stunned expression, the white-haired youth gently touched his hair and smiled. It's natural. Staring was indeed impolite, so Yu rubbed his nose awkwardly. Sorry, that was rude. He hastily lowered his head to continue bandaging his hands, but could still feel the other's amused gaze. You're Yu, right? I heard your master is Gu Chongxing. Yu realized he was being addressed and noticed that the other was also a medical cultivator. He nodded. Yes, I'm from the Zhuyan sect. Zongfeng sect Tongke. I'm a medical cultivator too. The young man lifted his smoking pipe and took a puff, then explained, I'm in poor health. This is medicinal smoke. Do you mind? Actually, the medicinal smoke smelled quite fresh. Yu blinked. No problem at all. Tongke. What an unusual name. Since the man was a frail beauty, Yu understood. With a crisp snap, he reattached a broken hand for the nearby sword cultivator. After a moment's thought, he walked over and set the broken leg of the physical cultivator who had been waiting across from Tongke. His movements were quick and he wiped sweat with his sleeve. You're so kind, Tongke remarked leisurely. After a morning of hard work, everyone was ravenous. It wasn't until later that the villagers sent meals to the clinic, big steamed buns. The cultivators couldn't believe it. When the lid was lifted, there was nothing but steamed buns. Seriously, we're doing Wanzhou village a favor by purging the evil, and this is what we get, someone muttered quietly. Yu took a bite of the big bun. It stuck in his throat. He held the bun. No oil in the dish at all. Take it or leave it, HM. The villager set it down and left extremely impolite. Little did they know that the steamed bun incident was not the worst of the villagers' behavior. By afternoon, the clinic was packed. Wounded disciples were brought in one after another. The smell of blood mingled with herbs in the air. Yu's peripheral vision kept glancing at the door, afraid to see that familiar figure. Luckily, he didn't. He sighed in relief. After all, as the male lead, he wouldn't easily get hurt. With so many people, he and Tongke were so busy they didn't even have time for a sip of water, let alone chat, until a burly man strode into the clinic. He roughly pushed through the queue, swaggered to the front, and plopped down right in front of Yu. Move. All of you moved. Looking closely, this was the Golden Core stage brute who had demanded protection money. Enemies often cross paths. Yu's face instantly turned cold. Get to the back. The burly man seemed incredulous. What? Are you deaf? Yu bent down to help the young cultivator who had been knocked over. His voice icy. I said, line jumper, get to the back and wait. His tone carried a long unseen arrogance, as if he had returned to the days of the haughty third young master. Without even lifting his eyelids, he turned to check on other injured patients. The ignored man slammed his palm on the table, pointing at the scratch on his arm. I tell you to treat me, so you'll— even if the heavenly king himself came, you'd still have to. Well, even the cultivation world had medical disputes. How dare you? Before Yu could even curse, the clinic erupted. Several wounded cultivators who had been sitting or lying down stood up in unison, ignoring their injuries and drawing their swords. Our little physician from the Zhuyan sect is not someone you can boss around. Didn't you hear what he said? This place is full of wounded. We've been waiting for ages. You come here and think you can get treated right away. How privileged do you think you are? Keep your filthy hands off the physician. We waited an hour without complaint. Who do you think you are to cut the line? Out. Go queue up again. With multiple grievances piling up, the crowd, already resentful of the Wanzhou village villagers, exploded when the brute arrived, lighting the fuse. Waves of anger rose higher and higher. Though everyone present was only at the foundation establishment stage, the combined pressure from dozens of cultivators forced the brute to break into a cold sweat. Yu was slightly surprised. Even if the disciples did nothing, he could still handle this weak Golden Core brute. But seeing everyone stand up for him, it was warm and reassuring. This was the proper attitude toward medical disputes. Even Tongke looked surprised. You're really well liked. Just as the tension was at its peak, an old man with grizzled hair and beard leaning on a rattan cane slowly stepped into the clinic. Zhao, who do not be rude to the immortals. Tongke immediately leaned close to Yu's ear. This is the village chief of Wanzhou village. He had been in Wanzhou village for 3 days and had a good grasp of the surroundings. The old man and the brute locked eyes. Zhao Hu's face darkened instantly, his rough lips twitching a few times. Finally, he sneered through clenched teeth, dead old man. Then he spat fiercely on the ground and turned to leave. But he had only taken 2 steps when his expression suddenly changed drastically. Ugh! Zhao Hu clutched his stomach and bent over. Before anyone could react, the burly man clamped his legs together and staggered out the door in an extremely comical posture, as if afraid that 1 second later he would mess his pants. Tongke let out a low laugh. You did that? Yu whispered. Tongke didn't deny it. He was actually more skilled at poisoning than healing. Just added a little something casually. Yu silently gave a mental thumbs up. Never provoke a medical cultivator. TSK. The village chief, leaning on his cane tremblingly, made a deep bow to everyone. This old man apologizes to all the immortals on behalf of Zhao Hu. His aged body bent so low it seemed he might collapse at any moment. Forget it. The young cultivators exchanged glances, ultimately unwilling to trouble such an old man, and waved their hands to let it go. After the village chief left, the tense atmosphere in the clinic gradually eased. While bandaging the wounded, Yu asked Tonkei in a low voice, "By the way, why do the villagers of Quanshui village have cultivation? Even that Zhao who has reached the golden course stage. Could they have some unique cultivation technique? I'm not sure. Could it also be related to the spiritual vein?" Yu fell into thought. If the villagers relied on the treasures of the spiritual vein to enhance their cultivation, that would make sense. But the vein was overrun with evil spirits. How could ordinary villagers handle it with their bare hands? Surely these villagers weren't born with cultivation. Could they have obtained something good from the spiritual vein? Yu frowned, unable to think of another reason. Unlikely. The sword cultivator receiving treatment suddenly interjected. "I've explored these past few days. The outer areas of the spiritual vein are full of impure spirit stones. The real treasures are in the inner area. I reckon even a nascent soul cultivator would lose a layer of skin there. Besides, the inner area hasn't been opened yet, so it's temporarily inaccessible. Is there some powerful evil being in the inner area?" Yu asked. The sword cultivator sighed. "Not sure. With such a treasure land, there might be some 1,000-year-old demon or monster." Tonkei frowned slightly. That doesn't add up. If there's truly such a creature inside, how could Quanshui village have remained safe for centuries? "Let's go. We must leave." Duan Mingyu awakened. At that moment, as dusk settled, patients in the medical hall gradually dispersed. Tonkei lazily stretched his robe, slipping to reveal half of a pale shoulder. No impropriety, Yu silently adjusted his clothing for him. After a full day together, Tonkei had grown quite familiar with Yu. So, heading back to rest. He yawned. Yu was about to nod, but suddenly froze. Wait, he had no idea where he was supposed to stay. He'd been sent here by the male lead earlier in the day and started working immediately. He'd been run off his feet. You go ahead. I'm waiting for someone." Tonkei said, waved and left. Watching Tonkei drift away, Yu took out a small spirit mirror and sent a message to Wanzhou. He calculated briefly. The male lead was probably slaughtering like mad right now. It would still be a while before he could come from the spiritual vein. Yu found a wooden stool curled up against the doorframe and prepared to close his eyes and rest for a bit. Meanwhile, Wanzhou lightly twisted his wrist, and beads of blood on his blade fell with a rustle. He stepped calmly, striding over the corpse of a demonic beast. Sensing the vibration from the small spirit mirror, he paused. 103. Wanzhou, I've surpassed you. Duan Mingyu's loud laughter came from behind. Taking advantage of Wanzhou's pause, he slew another beast, his voice rising almost to the sky. He opened his fan and flapped it triumphantly several times. Heaven's will turns. I'm number one. See that? That's real, hey. Duan Mingyu's eyes widened. Wait, Wanzhou. Where are you going? I'm talking to you. Where are you going? I'm talking to you. Wanzhou completely ignored him. He stepped onto his sword, and with a flick of his hand killed two beasts lunging at him, leaving only as something came up drifting in the wind. Duan Mingyu accidentally surpassed, fumed, and stamped behind him. The night village was draped in a canopy of stars, silence broken only by insect chirps. From afar he spotted that familiar figure leaning against the doorframe of the medical hall. Something in his heart inexplicably softened. Xiaoyu was waiting for him. Was he asleep? How long had he been waiting? At this thought, Wanzhou felt a pang of remorse, thinking his sword flight was too slow. In the second year after joining the Zhuyun sect, he formally took on the duties of the sect leader's disciple. Often preoccupied with sect affairs, he couldn't make it to the East Peak on time, and sometimes, even when they had arranged a time, he would be late by an hour or two. The young master always draped a thin robe over his shoulders, curled up by the door waiting for him, never In those days of arduous cultivation, Yu would seize every chance to catch up on sleep, and often dozed off while waiting. Wanzhou couldn't bear to wake him, so he would gently lift him and carry him to bed. Yu could always recognize his presence. Even half asleep, he would instinctively nuzzle into his arms. Wanzhou's heart warmed, a tender feeling spreading through him beyond words. Almost habitually, he bent down, slid an arm under Yu's knees, and with a slight effort lifted him steadily. In truth, Yu had grown much taller, but in his arms he still seemed slender, easy to carry. Yu was stirred awake by his movement and mumbled indistinctly. You're here. Wanzhou looked down at him, seeing he wasn't fully awake, adjusted his hold. The wind is strong at night. Go back to sleep. His voice was gentle and low. Oh. As if familiar with this routine, Yu replied instinctively and tilted his head, about to fall asleep again. It wasn't until Wanzhou had taken a few steps that he noticed something was terribly wrong. Holy shit. His embrace was warm and sturdy, like being wrapped in a cocoon of comfort. His back pressed against Wanzhou's arm. He could clearly feel the powerful heartbeat beneath his chest. Looking up, he saw the sharp jawline. Yu's eyes widened as he stared at the chiseled jawline of the male lead, now so close and his entire that chiseled jawline. Why was he being princess carried by the male lead? Cold sweat broke out all over him in terror. This must be a dream. Though he was indeed a bit shorter than Wanzhou, he was still a man. What kind of sight was this, being carried horizontally through the streets? Even a childhood dream wasn't this ridiculous. The more he thought, the more mortified he became. Flustered male lead, you've lost your mind. Desperate to escape this nightmare, Yu grabbed the collar of Wanzhou's robe and pulled him down, his voice rising in panic. I'm awake. Brother Yan, let me down. 3 can walk by myself. Wanzhou was stunned, finally realizing what he had done. The weight in his arms reminded him, making him belatedly aware of how intimate this position was. He almost frantically set him down. Yu sprang to the ground as if launched, never having missed the embrace of Mother Earth so much. You scared me half to death, he panted, still patting his chest. I'm sorry. Some instincts were truly carved into his bones. He had forgotten they were no longer the children of bygone years. Without thinking, he had reached out, almost by reflex, without considering the consequences. Would this act cause Xiaoyu to misunderstand? Wanzhou was deeply remorseful. Xiaoyu had worked so hard to maintain the balance of their relationship. How could he recklessly behave in such an unrestrained manner? The night breeze blew gently, an inexplicable heat hanging between them. By the way, where am I staying? Maybe I could sleep with you, Yu asked. Wanzhou's body stiffened. He really shouldn't have done that just now. He had thought Yu had given up on the idea of sharing a bed, but now he brought it up again so soon after that incident. It was too improper. According to his original intention, he had wanted to keep Yu under his watchful eye to feel at ease. The inn room indeed had a clean spare bed. Now he wasn't sure if that was a good idea. Outside the sect, there were no strict rules or regulations. He had seen too many disciples indulging themselves during training expeditions seeking pleasure. Seeing Wanzhou's prolonged silence, Yu thought the male lead already had a roommate. He yawned and walked ahead. If your room is full, I'll ask someone else. It's not full, Wanzhou interrupted. Most of the cultivators participating in the bounty stayed at the inn. Passing through the main hall, they reached a bedroom at the end of the second-floor corridor. Pushing the door open, it was an ordinary twin room. 2 beds on either side, a square table in the middle. Yu was quite satisfied. He collapsed onto the bed, lying there like a salted fish. Having experienced such an intense day of healing labor for the first time, not only was his spiritual energy depleted, but every muscle ached terribly. Feeling unwell? No. Yu buried his face in the pillow, his voice muffled. Just a bit tired. My hands are sore. Cleansing evil outside is really dangerous. I encountered several disciples with broken arms and legs today. I'm glad you're okay. It's a relief I didn't see you in the medical hall. He turned to look at Wanzhou. Suddenly his wrist was enveloped by a warm palm massaging with just the right pressure. The thumb pressed precisely into his aching acupoints. Yu looked up in surprise, meeting Wanzhou's downcast profile. Were you worried about me? Wanzhou asked. Of course, Yu replied matter-of-factly. Wanzhou chuckled softly and continued to relax his wrist. Actually, after the jaw-dropping Princess Gary incident, Yu was still a bit awkward, but a good buddy is meant a bit harder. Yu was in bliss. It must be said, sword cultivators have such strong hands. He could always find work at a massage parlor if he ever stopped swinging his sword. His lazy, contented look was amusing, and Wanzhou asked casually, what happened today? Enjoying the exclusive treatment of the male lead's massage, Yu recounted what he had heard at the medical clinic that day. Wanzhou paused his movements upon hearing this. You only ate steamed buns today. Oh yes. Yu shuddered, recalling the nightmare of choking on dry buns. The steamed bun hell was still— Wait here. Wanzhou got up and left. Not long after, the door opened again, and the male lead returned carrying a bowl. An enticing aroma wafted from the steaming bowl. Yu sprang up like a leaping carp and crawled urgently toward it, seeing a golden fried egg nestled in the bowl, several glistening slices of meat swaying gently in the broth, scallions scattered across the amber surface. Eat. Wanzhou handed him the chopsticks, then sat opposite him. Holding the chopsticks, Yu felt an overwhelming urge to cry. He saw Wanzhou as if surrounded by a divine halo, now terrified that the man might ascend into the sky at any moment, radiating light to all directions and achieving immortality. How could someone so perfect exist in this world? How does it taste? So good, I want to marry you, Yu blurted out. Wanzhou coughed, choking on his water mitts. Yu lavished praise on the male lead while devouring his meal, and subtly criticized the customs, food, and drink of Quanshui village. If that's the case, Wanzhou asked offhandedly, why did you come? Yu swallowed the noodles and answered without thinking, because you're here. Wanzhou blinked very slowly. Not entirely for you, but you're part of the reason. As a medical cultivator, I can't hide in the sect forever. I want to grow stronger quickly, and the bounty on the wild spiritual vein offers generous points and practical combat experience. Besides, didn't we agree to attend the Lingzhou summit together? Wanzhou gazed at him. We'll go to the Lingzhou summit together. So don't worry. I'm just complaining verbally. I can actually endure hardship. I want to become stronger and stronger to live up to the trials I've faced. Yu drained the soup, wiped his mouth with satisfaction. Wanzhou knew better than anyone that Yu never wanted to be a delicate flower in a greenhouse. He wanted to be a great tree to take root and grow. Many times his protective instinct was one-sided, but he couldn't change it. It's a pity the inner area of the spiritual vein is sealed. There must be plenty of good stuff inside. The seal has been lifted, the inner area is now open for exploration. Off. Yu was stunned. Hadn't they said the inner area was off limits? Wanzhou reached over to collect his bowl and dishes. The village head came by this evening and told us the inner area is open and capable cultivators may explore. Yu nodded, thoughtfully guessing that the village head had granted this opportunity to the cultivators who came to help as a gesture of gratitude after today's clinic incident and the villagers' attitude. A system prompt flashed through his mind about the original plot. Wanzhou was supposed to encounter a powerful enemy, while purging evil from the outer perimeter of the spiritual vein, be severely injured, and fall off a cliff, then accidentally enter the inner treasure ground, and obtain a supreme-grade heavenly spirit core. Just recalling that scene was heartbreaking. A torrential downpour, Wanzhou drenched in blood, hanging on a tree branch at the cliff edge unconscious for 3 full days before opening his eyes. Yu didn't want him to get hurt first, and then fall off a cliff. That was too miserable. Since the treasure was bound to be obtained eventually, it was better to take the initiative and spare Wanzhou that suffering. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed Wanzhou's hesitant expression. Xiao Yu, you're not thinking. Yu smiled brightly at him. Yes, brother, the moonlight is perfect. Let's go treasure hunting. No. Wanzhou's tone was firm, his brows tightly furrowed. The situation in the inner area was unknown, and nighttime was when demonic beasts and evil spirits were most active. Entering the spiritual vein now was certainly very dangerous. But Yu was persistent. Oh, come on, brother Yan. He tugged hard at Wanzhou's sleeve. What if we find a supreme-grade heavenly spirit core? Let's just take a look, and if things go wrong, we'll retreat immediately. Is that okay? It wasn't what if, it was certain, since the plot had arranged this golden opportunity. Wanzhou's tone rarely turned cold. Xiao Yu, don't be reckless. I promise to follow your orders. No. Wanzhou. Seeing that soft persuasion failed, Yu resorted to being spoiled, grabbing Wanzhou's arm and babbling, brother, you're the best. Agree, please. Wanzhou felt a strange, sudden tenderness in his heart. Xiao Yu was acting spoiled. Was he acting spoiled toward me? Then Yu blurted out, fellow Taoist Yin. Don't you know wealth comes with risk? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully a youth for being poor. Yu grew more excited, reciting all the Dragon Pride protagonist lines he remembered from his past life to inspire him. If the heavens oppress me, I will split them open. If the earth confines me, I will crush it. Crazy words came one after another, making Wanzhou's temples twitch. He reached out and covered Yu's mouth. MMPH'd. Yu's strength was no match, so he resorted to a dirty trick, tickling Wanzhou's waist. When Wanzhou flinched and let go, Yu mercilessly landed a friendly punch on his arm. Wanzhou. Enduring. The two of them wrestling and bickering went downstairs and coincidentally bumped into Hua Laji coming up. She looked anxious, not even noticing them passing by. Senior Sister Hua. Yu tilted his head to greet her. Hua Laji snapped back to reality. Huh, it's you. Yu noticed she was holding a basin and cloth and worried that she might have been injured in the spiritual vein. What happened? I'm fine. It's Ling Che. He's feeling unwell, Hua Laji sighed. But it's nothing serious. I've already taken some medicine. Unwell. Could it be that being dragged by the carriage during the day left some hidden injury? In his memory, that kid Ling Che seemed to have a bit of a foot injury, but he didn't want anyone touching it, so Yu hadn't bothered to check. Need me to take a look? For Hua Laozi's sake, Yu asked again. Which room is he in? This one. He pointed in a direction. No need. Hua Laozi shook her head quickly, a bit flustered, but still gentle in tone. Junior brother Yu has had a long day too. I can take care of him. Alright, with senior sister Hua personally attending to him, that crazy siscon Ling Che would probably want to be sick longer. Better not be a third wheel. Wanzhou was dragged downstairs by Yu and found a neat row of cultivators outside the inn, all geared up and ready to go. Adjusting magical artifacts, wiping weapons, checking Chinkoan bags. Their spirits were high, the scene resembling an army about to march into battle. Yu's mouth twitched. No need to ask. He knew exactly what these people were up to. The same as him going treasure hunting late at night. Heavenly spirit cores emit a faint glow in darkness, making them easier to find at night than during the day. With the inner area ban lifted, the disciples, figuring they were already here, naturally wanted to try their luck. Yu scanned the surroundings and noticed several villagers secretly watching from the shadows, their gazes making him extremely uncomfortable. Even Zhao, who had been given a laxative, was there. He no longer looked as arrogant as during the day. Yu couldn't help gloating. Zhao He's face was pale, clearly suffering from severe diarrhea. Yin Wanzhou. A familiar drawn-out tone suddenly came from the side. Oh, the little beauty is here too. Yin Wanzhou finally acknowledged him. His name is Yu. All right, Yu. Duan Mingyu strolled over, making exaggerated expressions on his handsome face. I heard the inner area of the spiritual vein is open. Are you going to join the fun? Before Yin Wanzhou could speak, Yu nodded firmly, his smile dazzling. Yes, I'm about to set off. Too bad, brother. Yin says he's not going. He'll have to go alone. Duan Mingyu was clearly no pushover. He took out his fan and fanned Yu vigorously. Not bad, not bad. How about we travel together? The breeze felt cool, and Yu's hair flew wildly. Deal. Yin Wanzhou. As he soared over the spiritual vein on his flying sword, Yu was struck speechless by the sight before him. The entire valley resembled an inverted river of stars, with countless icy blue points of light flickering beneath the earth, pulsing in rhythm with the flow of spiritual energy. Speaking of which, Duan Mingyu casually inquired, Yin Wanzhou isn't some hired guard of yours, is he? Why does he follow you everywhere? He had long wanted to ask. A sword cultivator and a medical cultivator. They hardly seemed like companions. Moreover, Yin Wanzhou was usually as taciturn as a stone, yet before Yu he transformed into someone else, circling around like a loyal puppy. We grew up together, Yu replied. What? Yin Wanzhou even had a childhood. I thought someone like him just sprang out of a crack in the rocks, Duan Mingyu exclaimed in surprise. Yu wanted to laugh, but dared not. As they ventured deeper into the inner region, towering ancient trees interwove into an impenetrable canopy. Yu stumbled along, but his eyes kept darting toward various cliffs, calculating how to naturally lure Yin Wanzhou into jumping off one. As they ventured deeper into the inner region, towering ancient trees interwove into an impenetrable canopy. Yu stumbled along, but his eyes kept darting toward various cliffs, calculating. Yu found it rather amusing. Was this the protagonist's version of a guide dog? Light art. Duan Mingyu snapped his fingers, and a shimmering orb of light floated above his head, illuminating an area of 3 square feet. He turned back with a proud grin, his hair whisking in the air. Little beauty. Yu, what do you think of this move? The moment the surroundings brightened, Yu jerked his hand away from Yin Wanzhou. The motion was so hasty that even he was stunned for a moment. He had never really considered how strange these intimate gestures were. Now standing in someone else's shoes, he imagined the scene: 2 men constantly hugging, holding hands and flirting. Yes, it did look rather odd. Ah, bro, give me a hug. No. It dawned on him belatedly that he and the protagonist were no longer carefree children. No matter how close they were, they had to be mindful in front of others. Yu feigned composure, stepping forward without turning back to check Yin Wanzhou's expression. Your light art is indeed impressive. I recall brother Yin knows it too. Duan Mingyu, naturally oblivious to the hand-holding behind him, urged, let's hurry. The spiritual energy is growing denser. There must be something good ahead. As they advanced, the spiritual energy in the air became increasingly rich. Strange. Yu suddenly frowned and stopped. Duan Mingyu turned back. What's wrong? He pointed at the ground. Why is there a path here? Duan Mingyu looked down and understood. It wasn't exactly a road, but there were clear signs of human footsteps. This place was not an untouched wilderness. According to the villagers of Wanzhou village, the inner region of the wild spirit mine was said to be unexplored. The air grew colder, and the icy blue fluorescence on the ground gradually converged until a more dazzling glow appeared ahead. A massive mine pit revealed itself. Amid the clusters of spirit stones, a colossal creature lay curled. It had a humanoid torso, but its entire body was covered in angular mineral crystals. Sharp amethyst clusters grew at its joints, and where a face should be 7 or 8 irregular spirit stones were embedded, flickering in rhythm with its breath. When it turned its neck, the grinding of minerals produced an eerie, teeth-gritting sound. What is that? Duan Mingyu murmured from afar. It's neither a demon nor an ordinary monster. Yu pressed his lips tight, his mind racing through all the texts he had read. He found no record matching this creature. Never heard of such a behemoth. The surrounding spiritual energy was so dense it almost solidified, yet it carried a bone-piercing chill. The sword cultivator earlier in the day was right. Something extraordinary indeed lurked in the depths of this. The monster's cultivation was unfathomable. The 3 of them instinctively held their breath and retreated. Then Yu suddenly felt an odd sensation beneath his feet, hard yet brittle, with a strange shape. Duan Mingyu noticed it too. A faint light flickered at his fingertips. In an instant, a field of white bones came into view. Yu's scalp tingled. Phew. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Most were cattle and sheep skeletons. But the next second, among the scattered animal bones lay several dried human skulls, their hollow sockets greeting them. Yu, quick go, Yin Wanzhou urged in a low voice. The protagonist's instinct was always reliable. Yu firmly believed that clinging to Yin Wanzhou could greatly reduce misfortune. Just as the three were about to flee on their swords, an unexpected sound of air splitting came from above. Two disciples of the Zongfeng sect flew in on their swords, and upon seeing the abundance of spirit stones beamed with joy. "Senior brother, look. We're rich." Yuya's heart sank. The two fools above were still ecstatic until they approached the mine center and finally spotted the massive creature below. The next second, Yu watched helplessly as the two plummeted directly from their flying swords. Even more terrifying, the monster hadn't moved a muscle, yet the ones above simply dropped as if sucked into some abyssal maw. What followed made Yu gasp. The spiritual energy of the two Zongfeng sect disciples turned into wisps of smoke continuously drawn into the ores around the monster. Their bodies withered at a visible speed while the monster spat out a crystal-clear stone from its mouth. Yu's pupils contracted. He gave Duan Mingyu a shove. "What are you staring at? Move." Duan Mingyu had never seen such a scene. His usually spirited face showed bewilderment for the first time, frozen in place. "But they're disciples of the Zongfeng sect. I can't just leave them to die." Duan Mingyu bit his lip. He couldn't bear to watch sect members perish. Yu was so anxious he wanted to smack this naive young master. If we go to rescue them, we'll die too, he thought. Buy two, get three free. The monster would be thrilled. We can still go back for reinforcements now. The faster we move, the better their chances. Judging by the number of skeletons on the ground, countless cultivators had met their end here. The flourishing inner region was built entirely by draining the spiritual energy and life force of cultivators and beasts. But not leaving. Then we're off. Yu disappointed slapped his hands heavily on Duan Mingyu's shoulders. Duan Mingyu, listen carefully. There are many ways to save people. Don't be so stubborn. His expression was unusually earnest, his eyes bright, each word drilling into Duan Mingyu's heart. Duan Mingyu gazed deeply back, a flicker of light and emotion in his eyes, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Little did Duan Mingyu know that Yu just wanted to slap him. "Let's go. We must leave." Duan Mingyu awakened. At that moment, the disciple of the Zongfeng sect lying on the ground suddenly convulsed and raised his hand, using his last ounce of strength to slap a flame talisman towards the monster. Boom. In the instant the talisman exploded, a bone-chilling cold erupted throughout the entire mine, throwing people directly into an abyss of ice. Thick ice crystals instantly formed on the rock walls, and the temperature plummeted to the point where one's breath froze. After being attacked, the monster released a pressure of spiritual power that nearly crushed them. With each breath, their lungs felt as if they were shattering into ice shards. Each inhalation felt like swallowing thousands of icy needles piercing from the throat into their internal organs. Even though they possessed protective spiritual energy, it was difficult to withstand this bone-chilling extreme cold. The cold seeped into their very bones, forcing them to retreat step by step, almost being blown away. The monster roared continuously. Each wave of air that surged was a more terrifying cold tide. The world was engulfed in a snowstorm, and Yu could see nothing. In the midst of the white chaos, a crimson figure stood in front. The Qilong sword was thrust into the ground, and its master knelt, gripping the hilt tightly. The wind and fire surged, melting the cold tide, while ice crystals formed at the tips of his hair, his back gradually covered in frost. Yu was frantic, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat as he struggled forward 2 steps. He was already overwhelmed. How could Wanzhou, that fool, still think about protecting him? Oh, his head felt like it was about to explode. He really sometimes could not understand what the male protagonist was thinking. A system alert blared in his mind. Host, jump off the cliff. Jump off the cliff. Yu shouted as he lunged forward. The icy touch made him shiver, but he refused to. Wanzhou finally turned his head slowly, his dark eyes gazing at him through the snowstorm. Ice crystals hung from his eyelashes, and his lips moved as if he wanted to speak. Yu could not afford to listen to him. He suddenly grabbed him and pulled him toward the edge of the cliff. Until the rich wind-type spiritual energy continuously surged into his body, Yu's mind went blank for a moment, realizing that Wanzhou was transferring spiritual energy to him, wanting him to escape on his own. This person actually wanted to help him escape alone at the last moment. "If we are going to die, let's die together," Yu shouted with a trembling voice filled with an anger he had not even realized himself. The moment both of them stumbled off the cliff, a dazzling green light exploded beside Yu. He used all his strength to weave a large net of vines to cover himself and Wanzhou. The subsequent sensation of weightlessness made his stomach churn. As they fell down, Yu cursed the original work 800 times in his heart. Damn, this cliff diving adventure. Did this broken plot really have to go this way? If he had known he would still fall off the cliff after all that detouring, it would have been better to wait for the male protagonist to fall by himself. Oh, at least it would have spared him some suffering. Fortunately, the male protagonist's luck finally kicked in. During their fall, they were intercepted by a protruding boulder on the cliff. Combined with the cushioning effect of the vines, they ultimately rolled into a hidden cave. Hey, it's all a trapper routine. Yu feeling sore all over struggled to stand up while supporting himself against the slippery rock, while his knees buckled, almost kneeling again. Gritting his teeth, he cursed. I knew there had to be a cave when jumping off a cliff. He looked down at himself, his fingertips were frozen purple. The feeling of ice shards filling his lungs hadn't subsided, but compared to Wanzhou. With no time to think further, he immediately rushed to his side to check on him. Wanzhou's eyes were tightly closed. His hair was disheveled, a few strands of blue-black hair falling across his pale face, and even his lips had an abnormal bluish-purple hue. His breathing was rapid and weak, with a thin layer of frost covering his face. Even his eyebrows were adorned with tiny ice crystals. Yu checked his pulse. The pulse beneath his fingertips was weak and erratic. The spiritual energy in his meridians was stagnant, as if frozen. Strangely, although his entire body's spiritual energy was in a stagnant state, only the area of his dantian still had chaotic spiritual energy. Ice poison. Yu's face changed drastically. No, it's worse than ice poison. It was the millennium cold poison. This cold air could not only freeze spiritual energy, but was also eroding the meridians clinging to them like a leech. If it was not dispersed in time, Wanzhou's foundational cultivation would be damaged, and it could even. Yu did not dare to think further. He immediately circulated his spiritual energy, placing his palm on Wanzhou's heart, trying to transfer his own spiritual energy into his body. However, as soon as the spiritual energy entered, it was instantly repelled by the extreme cold, freezing immediately. Damn it! Yu anxiously rubbed his wrist, only to discover that the red string Wanzhou had given him had vanished without a trace, broken at some unknown time. He remembered that Wanzhou had said the breaking of the red string represented danger, and he would come over. It was as if the break was not the red string but a thread in his mind, making Yu's nose feel sour. If it weren't for this person blocking the cold tide for him, Wanzhou could have found a chance to escape. His cultivation was a small realm lower than Wanzhou's, and he could not imagine what he would be like now if the male protagonist had not recklessly stood in front of him. The protective spiritual energy was about to falter, and Wanzhou's body temperature continued to drop. If this continued, he would be frozen to death. Yu felt the heat in his eyes. That fool, Wanzhou, was really a fool. He worked so hard to ensure that Wanzhou had the best of everything, yet he never wanted him to get into trouble because of himself. Yu forced himself to calm down. First, he rummaged through his storage bag for all the cold-resistant clothes, wrapping them layer by layer around Wanzhou. Then he cautiously circulated his spiritual energy, trying to melt the frost that had formed on him, but unfortunately the effect was minimal. System, he yelled in his mind. What about that herbal blind box? Use it now. Ding. Consumed herbal blind box X1. Obtained premium frost heart orchid X1. A snow blue spirit herb appeared in his palm. Damn it, Yu almost bit his back teeth in frustration, throwing the frost-laden spirit herb against the cave wall. Is it trying to make him die faster? He trembled as he opened the last blind box, praying frantically in his heart. Ding. Consumed herbal blind box X1. Obtained celestial grade Qiyang burning heart flower X1. A fiery red flower jumped into view, and just holding it made him feel a wave of warmth. He suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Host great. The Qiyang burning heart flower was a celestial grade spirit flower that could dispel the millennium cold poison, but it was very potent, and there were several side effects after consumption, the first being that it would cause periodic overheating requiring. Yu skipped over the side effects explanation. He only needed to know that this thing could save Wanzhou. In fact, the celestial grade Qiyang burning heart flower was better suited for refining in an alchemy furnace, but the situation was urgent. Yu did not care about the method, directly taking out the medicine furnace from his storage bag to prepare to brew. The system intervened, anxiously saying, Host, it's bad. The male protagonist's vital signs are becoming increasingly weak. Then what should I do? We can't wait to brew the medicine. The host should let the male protagonist consume the spirit flower directly. The system was not lying. Wanzhou's condition was worsening, and he could not wait that long. Yu grabbed the spirit flower, moving it closer to Wanzhou's lips, wanting him to swallow it. Go. Open your mouth. The bluish-purple lips remained tightly shut, unmoving. Yu anxiously reddened around the eyes, gripping the other's jaw tightly, finally prying open a gap, only to find that Wanzhou had lost even the swallowing reflex. He was nearly frozen into an ice sculpture, cold inside and out. If he hesitated any longer, it would really... Yu simply stuffed the spirit herb into his own mouth, chewing it into pieces. The sweet and bitter juice burned his tongue, but he could not care less. He leaned down, pinching Wanzhou's chin, aiming the drug juice at the slightly parted lips to transfer it. Warm lips pressed against cold ones, the medicinal juice of the Qiyang burning heart flower slowly melted in their entangled breaths. Yu could clearly feel the heat of the medicinal juice sliding down his throat into Wanzhou's body. He dared not relax, continuously sending both the spiritual energy and the medicinal juice in. He could even feel that the breath Yan Wanzhou exhaled was icy. When he pulled back, Yu's lips were frozen numb. Remembering that there was still some ancient poison bee honey left in his storage bag, he hurriedly took out water to dissolve it, took a mouthful, and leaned down again to press against his pale lips. This time he was pleasantly surprised to find that the other had faintly regained some warmth. He could even see Yan Wanzhou's atoms, apple weakly moving. He sent a few more mouthfuls of honey water infused with spiritual energy, until Yan Wanzhou's eyelashes trembled, and his pale face gradually showed a hint of color. It worked. Yu finally dared to breathe, deeply reaching out to check his pulse. The spiritual energy began to flow, and the effect of the Qiyang burning heart flower was taking effect. He turned away to wipe his face, and his palm touched a wet chill, realizing that his face was covered in tear stains. Yu used his sleeve to wipe his face. His heart was still pounding in his chest like thunder waves of aftershock crashing over him. The thought that Yan Wanzhou could die because of him was truly unimaginable. He could not understand why they always lived such a dramatic life. It was always about owing each other a life. How long would this kind of play, where he would give his life for the other, continue? Yu's mind was a mess, and he could not help but think of that experience on Juke Street when he was younger. Back then he did not understand why Yan Wanzhou, the one who was saved, seemed more afraid and terrified than he was. Now, he understood what it felt like to be saved. The situation outside was uncertain, and the safety in the cave was only temporary. Yu trembled as he took out the small spiritual mirror, seeking help from the only expert in his friend circle. "Sister, help me. My junior brother and my biological brother are both waiting for you." Even without mentioning these two brothers, there was a whole bunch of unfortunate disciples from the Zhuyin sect outside, who might also be suffering, and he had no idea what had happened to Duan Mingyu, who had just been blown away. His mind was in a tangle, and just as he wanted to turn back to check on Yan Wanzhou, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Cold and warm, two breaths came at him simultaneously. He was pressed to the ground, the world spinning, one hand cradling the back of his head, while the other gripped his chin. The moment heat covered his lips, Yu's eyes widened. "Yan Wanzhou." "No." Yu shook his head frantically, muffled whimpers escaping from his blocked lips as he pushed against Yan Wanzhou's chest. Compared to him, Yan Wanzhou was far too tall. The two of them were like a teapot lid pressed onto a teacup, and the resistance was futile. The warm, moist tongue, carrying the sweet and bitter scent of the Qiyang burning heart flower, rudely pried open, his teeth sweeping over his palate, forcing him into a tangled embrace, entangled together. Yu began to tremble uncontrollably, completely enveloped by the other's breath, almost rendered utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the current situation. The soft and warm sensation violently struck against his nerves. He felt shy, embarrassed, scared, anxious, and wished to die all at once. How did things develop to this point? When he had fed the medicine and transferred the water, he did not even have time to feel awkward, and had never thought in that direction. After all, it was just a matter of lips touching flesh, pressing against each other. But now, even at this moment, he could feel the warmth sliding down from the corners of their tightly pressed lips, dripping down to his neck. The cave was silent except for their breathing. The male protagonist had gone mad, and he was about to go mad too. Even before the tongue had entered the string and Yu's mind had snapped. Even if the previous medicinal feeding did not count, this was the first kiss he had shared with someone in both his past and present lives. Let alone that this person was his childhood friend, closest companion, and someone who grew up like a brother to him, Yan Wanzhou. But how could Yan Wanzhou suddenly go mad? Could it be? Could it be because of the Qiyang burning heart flower? Periodic overheating. So that's what it meant. Yu suddenly remembered the side effects the system had mentioned. He had been too busy to pay attention at the time, not expecting the backlash to come so quickly. Yu was so inexperienced that he could barely breathe. His cheeks flushed, the corners of his red eyes brimming with tears, helplessly clutching at the other's clothes, searching for an opportunity to breathe amidst their chaotic entanglement. But in an instant he was covered again by a more intense heat. He simply gave up, struggling, resigning to the situation, as if he were being licked by a large golden retriever, numbly accepting the affection. Moreover, Yan Wanzhou's dominance made him feel a sense of grievance, both strange and unable to stop it, and a bit angry. Sigh. Once Yan Wanzhou wakes up, the two of them should find a tree to crash into together. No, they should crash separately. It would be terrible if they were seen as a romantic tragedy. As Yu was lost in thought, he became curious about whom the male protagonist was so deeply entranced with at this moment, feeling a sudden lightness on his shoulders. After a long while, the male protagonist finally compassionately ceased his advances. However, his arms still tightly embraced Yu, as if there were still embers of a fire burning. Yu felt the other resting his chin on his head, and a whisper, as light as a sigh, reached his ears. "Shall you?" After speaking, Yan Wanzhou once again earnestly kissed his hair, and then fainted. Ding. Detected fluctuations in the male protagonist's luck value. Current luck value, 250240. Ding. Detected fluctuations in the male protagonist's luck value. Current luck value, 2,402. 5. Yu lay there stunned, the hot temperature still lingering on his lips. Suddenly he pushed Yin Wanzhou aside, took his sleeve to wipe his face, clenched his fist for 5 seconds, and ultimately did not strike. His mind was as chaotic as a swarm of flies, completely ignoring the luck value prompt. This is a patient, Yu told himself. This is a patient, he is not sober. He is mad because of the Qiyang burning heart flower. Understand. Understand. Damn it, this guy knows who he is. How could he still act recklessly? Deep breath, inhale and exhale. He is a patient. Haha. It's nothing but just a kiss between good brothers. Yu slapped his forehead. He really could not imagine how to explain things when Yin Wanzhou woke up. Damn it. How did he end up kissing his good brother? What should he do now? In the end, he once again found Yu Feishuang. The previous message had sunk into the sea without a response, and Yu sent another message with little hope. Spiritual mirror, and numbly scrolled through the friend circle. In the end, he once again found Yu Feishuang. The previous message had sunk into the sea without a response, and Yu sent another message with little hope. Sister, help me. Feishuang. Feishuang, are you all right? Su Zhenxue tapped the desk lightly. It was exceedingly rare to see Yu Feishuang lost in thought. As the senior disciple of the sect, she had always been the most dependable, rising at dawn for sword practice with precision down to the minute, aligning official documents with meticulous care. Even the position of the seal was flawless. Her current state, gazing absent-mindedly at the sea of clouds beyond the window, was truly anomalous. Peak Master Su. I will arrange all matters concerning the new disciple's attendance at the Lingzhou summit. Yu Feishuang raised her eyes, and in an instant she had resumed her usual composed demeanor. Su Zhenxue poured her a cup of hot tea. No rush. The summit is still a month away, and your breakthrough from early nascent soul to mid-stage is imminent. You should devote more attention to yourself. Yu Feishuang took a sip of tea, then rose to take her leave. After stepping out of the grand hall, a small mirror materialized in her hand, with 2 messages floating upon its surface. When she discerned the content of the messages, her pupils contracted sharply. In the blink of an eye, she had mounted her sword, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the sky. Hey, was that senior sister you just now? A disciple on duty sweeping the grounds looked up at the fleeting sword light, dumbfounded. Beside him, another disciple yawned, leaning on his broom as he taunted, "You must have misseen it." When Yu Feishuang arrived at the entrance of Quanshui village, she could hear a commotion from afar. Moreover, an ethereal trace of demon qi wafted through the air, extremely faint, so subtle it seemed to merge with the mountain mist. Had her cultivation not reached the nascent soul stage, she might not have detected it. The aura was cold, viscous, and intermittent, discomforting. The escalating quarrels ahead grew more intense. A group of disciples from Zhuyin sect and Zongfeng sect clustered together, indignation written on every face. There's a monster like that inside the spirit vein, and your village kept it hidden all this time. Exactly. How many of our fellow disciples did we lose because of this? You didn't just intend to watch us walk to our deaths, did you? In the center of the crowd, Duan Mingyu stood, drenched, his robes stained with frost, clearly just emerged from a fierce battle. He stared at Zhao, who opposite him, fury smoldering in his eyes. You knew all along what lurked in the inner depths, didn't you? Zhao, who spat on the ground, his coarse face twisted with mockery. You brought it on yourselves? You chose to enter the spirit vein. None of my damn business. Yeah, we knew nothing. The other villagers joined in the clamor. Duan Mingyu clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked, but then, as if struck by a thought, he calmed down. He let out a cold laugh. Nothing. Is that so? I saw with my own eyes a worn path leading into the depths of that spirit vein. How many times have you been in and out? How many times have you seen that monster? Huh. Zhao Hu's face stiffened. He instinctively stepped back half a pace, then wiped his nose roughly. Bullshit. Oh. Duan Mingyu suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had only been probing casually, but the other's reaction was unexpectedly strong. Speaking of which, brother Zhao, this golden core cultivation of yours came rather suspiciously. Duan Mingyu leaned and closed, gently tapping the other's chest with his folding fan. Could it be that you villagers made some clandestine deal with that monster? The surrounding villagers fell abruptly silent, the atmosphere growing peculiarly tense. Hey, has Quanshui village really been hiding something? A disciple of Zongfeng sect spoke first. Pak. Zhao Hu snapped back to himself. A bunch of cowards. If you've got guts, fight. You think The two factions had always harbored mutual disdain, and the conflict was on the verge of erupting. Just as both sides were about to clash, a bone-chilling cold descended from the heavens. The pure pressure of nascent soul spiritual energy crashed down like an avalanche, instantly freezing everyone in place. Even breathing became a struggle. Terror flickered in their eyes, but the disciples of Zhuyin sect were especially familiar with this ice spirit root aura. Yu Feishuang strode slowly into the crowd. With a light wave of her hand, the pressure on the disciples dissipated while the villagers opposite remained stiff and blue-faced from the chill. What has happened? Duan Mingyu was also startled. He had sent for reinforcements from Zongfeng's sect, but they were still en route. Yun's sect was even farther away. How had Yu Feishuang arrived so quickly? Senior sister Yu. The disciples rallied at the sight of her, all speaking at once to explain. Yu Feishuang listened, her expression darkening. Quanshui village was affiliated with both sects, and the bounty on this wild spirit vein had been reported by the village chief. According to his account, the vein was undeveloped, but had been peaceful for years, home to at most some low-grade beasts manageable by Foundation establishment cultivators. Never had he mentioned any monster. If such a horrifying creature truly existed, Quanshui village would be the first to suffer. Why keep it secret? Yu Feishuang lowered her gaze, sweeping it over Zhao Hu and the others. Zhao Hu knelt on the ground under the pressure, his face ashen. He had never encountered a cultivator of this level in his life. He felt his very life was at her mercy. A bitter experience. His trousers were already soaked through, emitting a foul odor. He'll talk. That monster. Actually, it doesn't harm people. Under the silent pressure of Yu Feishuang's spiritual force, he finally broke down, stammering out the secret buried for years. It all started a few years ago. The wild spirit vein had always existed, but its location was too concealed for outsiders to discover. For a long time, the village chief deemed it dangerous and forbade the villagers from entering recklessly. But Zhao Hu and others knew that spirit stones were money to cultivators, a path to wealth. Despite the danger, they couldn't resist seeking valuables. So Zhao Hu led a few bold villagers, mustering their courage, to enter the inner reaches of the vein. Just as they eagerly gathered spirit stones, the ground began to tremble. The monster among the spirit stone clusters slowly turned its head. The group was terrified out of their wits. Zhao Hu ran fastest, while Wang Er, who was last, stumbled and was reduced to a dried husk in the blink of an eye. Wang Er turned into a skin-and-bones mummy before their eyes, and after draining him, the monster actually spat out a crystalline stone from its mouth. Then the monster ceased moving, as if falling asleep. We were terrified, but we couldn't resist. Zhao Hu swallowed. I mustered the courage to touch that stone, and I broke through to Qi refining in an instant. After returning to the village, they claimed Wang Er had died from a beast attack in the spirit vein. That should have been the end of it, but ever since they gained cultivation, everyone addressed them as immortal masters respectfully. Even the city folk who once looked down on them became deferential. Having tasted the sweetness, they could not forget the feeling of being esteemed. One night, they entered the spirit vein again, this time bringing a few livestock. He wasn't sure if the monster drained only humans. I threw them from a distance, just to test. That monster really did drain them too. A sick excitement flickered in Zhao Hu's eyes. The stone it spat out was even bigger than last time. Subsequently, livestock in the village began to disappear mysteriously, while Zhao Hu and his companions' cultivation rose steadily. When the theft of livestock was eventually discovered, they had to share the secret with the villagers, and more people gained cultivation. Zhao Hu licked his dry lips, his voice hoarse. That's how it is. Except for Wang Er's accidental death, we never harmed anyone. Behind him, a few villagers murmured in agreement. They knew these cultivators cared most about the mortal world. As long as they hadn't taken human lives, they hadn't committed any major transgression. At this thought, Zhao Hu felt even more resentful toward the village chief, that old fool. If he hadn't brought in these cultivators, Quanshui village would have remained peaceful. The monster's secret would never have come to light. Duan Mingyu immediately barked, liar. The ground there is littered with human bones. Do you take me for blind? Zhao Hu adamantly denied it, insisting he had never harmed anyone. As the two sides argued heatedly, Yu Feishuang turned silently. Are you a disciple of the Zongfeng sect? Exactly. Duan Mingyu, despite his usual flippant demeanor, had heard of the senior disciple of the Zhuyan sect. He dared not act rashly, and quickly bowed. Where are you and Yin Wanzhou of the Zhuyan sect? Duan Mingyu suddenly snapped out of his daze and pointed in a direction right. They haven't come out from the inner area yet. Senior, you hurry. Yu Feishuang turned and vanished in an instant. As soon as she left, Duan Mingyu glared fiercely at where Zhao Hu and the others were, only to find that those villagers had already slipped away in the chaos. Bastards. Duan Mingyu was full of suspicion, feeling that these people from Quanshui village had not told the truth. What exactly happened to those skeletons? Zhao Hu's words clearly had loopholes, yet why was he still so self-righteous? What disturbed him even more was the safety of Yu and Yin Wanzhou. He had barely escaped from the spiritual vein earlier, expecting to reunite with the two in the village, but their situation remained unknown. Irritated, he flung open his folding fan and fanned vigorously. Duan Mingyu. A lazy voice came from behind. Duan Mingyu stiffened and slowly turned around. Last night, Tong Kai was leaning against the doorframe of the inn. He took a slow drag of his medicinal smoke, green mist curling around his lips. Where did you go? Whether from the cold or something else, Duan Mingyu shivered. Last night, I saw you weren't feeling well after returning to your room. I wanted you to rest more so. I didn't call you. Tong Kai appeared slender in shape, but when he drew closer, he was half a head taller than Duan Mingyu. He leisurely stepped forward, took a drag of his medicinal smoke, and slowly exhaled the smoke blown by the wind toward Duan Mingyu's face. You've become quite capable, he said. Duan Mingyu felt guilty but fanned madly. He didn't want to inhale Tong Kai's secondhand smoke. Cough, cough, cough. What are you doing? Stop fooling around. Don't you think this village is strange? Wanzhou lay in a blazing fire, flames scorching his body, echoes of mockery and screams in his ears. Above his head there was no sun, and the oppressive dark clouds seemed to fall upon him. Wanzhou lay in a blazing fire, flames scorching his body, echoes of mockery and screams in his ears. Above his head, he felt such intense hatred, all the resentment of this life converging at this moment. A lifetime's efforts were ruined with no possibility of achievement ever again. He had always played both sides, engaging in false social interactions all day long. Faces of men and women seemed to appear before him, their eyes watching him, their mouths laughing at him. Laughing at him. Something that came from the mud, destined to return to the mud. In the past, these people had all praised him endlessly. Wanzhou felt immensely satisfied, as if he had obtained the love of the entire world, but he knew it was far from enough. He needed more until he could crawl completely out of that mud. He would never crawl out. Everything he had, all his efforts vanished with everything he had lost. His body was burning in the flames, yet it grew colder and colder, as if falling into an ice cellar with no one around. He scrambled up from the ground. He had to crawl out of this icy sea of fire. He must survive. The meridians in his hands and feet were broken, his movements ugly and laughable. Wanzhou dared not stop. He knew stopping meant death. Once his eyes closed, they would never open again. His bones creaked, and that icy coldness caught up. He had thought death was chasing him, but in the next second, he felt warmth. Not the scorching heat of flames, but a gentle and comfortable breath like spring breeze and spring rain. As if in this world there was a little flower blooming just for him. That little flower touched his lips and teeth, melting the chill, transmitting something warm. He was saving him. Wanzhou dared not move, dared not disturb this being that had suddenly appeared and was the only one in the world who wanted to save him. A second ago, Wanzhou felt he deserved the love of the entire world. The next second, he felt unworthy. Some things were too beautiful. Even possessing them was a luxury. Until that warmth left. Instinctively, he wanted to chase after it like an addict, but found his hands and feet were so numb. Because his body hurt so much, he had to exert all his strength to get close to his little flower. Refuse. Of course not. This was originally his possession. Insatiable, he demanded, arbitrarily capturing it in a position from which escape was impossible. The more he pursued it, the more he could dispel all coldness. Only when completely exhausted did he let go of the other. His consciousness grew heavier, but he could not release his grip. He was reluctant to let go, always feeling it was the most important existence. Because this was originally his treasure. Mine. Inside the cave, Yu rubbed his eyes and sat up. Frowning, he touched Wanzhou's forehead. Not hot, normal temperature. Are you talking in your sleep? Yu said speechlessly. This guy could already talk in his sleep. He was probably about to wake up. Was he really going to wake up? Yu was actually a bit flustered. He was too embarrassed, uncomfortable with shame, and hadn't figured out how to face the male lead. He thought about knocking him out again. Anyway. But then he thought, why was he so panicked? A thunderbolt seemed to strike in his mind. Yu inwardly gave himself a fierce middle finger. Sentimental. The male lead was a rock-solid straight guy, and so was he. Two straight guys kissing. So what? Aside from a bit of awkwardness, nothing would happen. Besides, the male lead was good-looking. A character who in the novel had confidants lining up 3 circles around him. He didn't lose out by kissing him. Well, his tongue was numb from kissing, so maybe he did lose a little. Moreover, the male lead had risked his life to save people. Kissing once or twice, what difference did it make? He hadn't lost anything, so why was it such a shock? He must be crazy. Wanting to knock him out again, as if Wanzhou hadn't suffered enough. He wasn't the original owner himself. His 2 lifetimes' age added up could make him Wanzhou's father. Besides, Wanzhou had kissed him because of the side effects of the crimson sun heartburning flower. When Wanzhou opened his eyes, a familiar medicinal fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. No flames, no pain. Only a reassuring scent. Brother Yin, you're awake. He coughed twice softly. His vision gradually focused, his muddled mind slowly clearing. He quietly looked at Yu's face so close, and said slowly, Yu quickly held him down. You were struck by the millennium cold poison. I've relieved it for you. Try circulating your spiritual energy, and see if there's any problem. Wanzhou obediently sat down cross-legged. Seeing that he showed no resistance, no awkwardness, and didn't even reject his touch, Yu guessed in his heart. Could it be that the male lead didn't remember what had happened before? Holy crap, totally possible. At that time Yin Wanzhou was delirious, just like a hungover person might lose memory when waking up. Yu was ecstatic. Good grief, that way it's not awkward anymore. Yu was lost in thought, while Yin Wanzhou had already begun to circulate his spiritual energy. In an instant, pure wind-attributed spiritual energy spread through the cave, causing Yu's hair to fly wildly. After a few breaths, those dark eyes opened again. "I'm fine." Yu frowned and took his pulse. The meridians were unobstructed, but an unusual cluster of spiritual energy was gathering at his dantian. It wasn't blocked, rather it seemed accumulated. Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Are you suppressing your cultivation?" Yin Wanzhou's eyelashes trembled as he avoided his gaze. "You're about to form your golden core." He suddenly realized, no, you should have formed it long ago. Good heavens, what kind of monster was the male lead? Only 18 and about to form a golden core. That was a full year ahead of the original story's timeline. No wonder when he had checked earlier he found Yin Wanzhou's dantian churning with spiritual energy. This was clearly suppressing his cultivation to forcibly remain at the foundation establishment stage. Could it be that suppressing his cultivation is for the Lingzhou summit? After a long moment, Yin Wanzhou nodded slightly. Yes and no. I just happened to hit a bottleneck in my cultivation, and I haven't fully prepared yet, so it's not too late to break through at the Lingzhou summit. His words were half true and half false. Yin Wanzhou had indeed touched the threshold of the golden core stage. In fact, he should have broken through 2 months ago, but had forcibly suppressed it until now, just so he could accompany Yu in the competition as a foundation establishment cultivator. Yu was a bit shocked, but then thought again. Suppressing his cultivation wouldn't cause any physical harm to the male lead, so he let it go. He suddenly straightened his expression and cleared his throat. "Brother Yin, I need to tell you something serious." "Go ahead." "Well," Yu took a deep breath and asked carefully, "Do you remember what happened after we fell off the cliff?" Yin Wanzhou's deep eyes showed confusion. "After falling off the cliff, I lost consciousness and don't remember anything." He doesn't remember. Just as he thought. Yu silently pumped his fist in victory, the heavy stone pressing on his heart, shattering instantly. "Did you get hurt too?" Yin Wanzhou immediately grew worried. "I'm fine. But the situation was urgent. You couldn't swallow the herbs, and I couldn't channel spiritual energy into your meridians. I used some special method to feed you the medicine. I hope you don't mind." Yu, enduring psychological pressure, tried to speak in a businesslike tone. After much hesitation, he felt it was better not to conceal the matter of his good brother's first kiss. Out of respect, he needed to explain that one instance of feeding medicine. Actually, the first time hadn't been awkward at all. It was the subsequent forced kiss that was the source of embarrassment. But if he didn't mention it, it would be fine. Yu secretly glanced at Yin Wanzhou's expression with his peripheral vision, only to find that the other still looked confused. "Special method." Yu sighed, knowing the innocent male lead hadn't understood. Braving it, he explained, "It's the kind that uses the mouth as a tool to feed medicine," he added quickly, "but don't worry. It was absolutely just purely feeding medicine. It doesn't count. Purely an emergency." The cave was so quiet that the sound of water droplets falling could be heard. Yin Wanzhou fell silent for a moment. Yu couldn't help tugging at his sleeve. Are you angry?" He was afraid that Yin Wanzhou would say tearfully, "Yu, give me back my innocence, give it back to me." Just as Yu was about to drown in the silence, the other spoke. "I was unconscious at the time and didn't know what happened after we got here. Besides, the situation was urgent. You were only trying to save my life. How could I blame you?" Yin Wanzhou reached out and ruffled Yu's hair. "Don't worry, Xiaoyu. I don't mind." He then gave a very gentle smile. Good heavens, Yu wanted to rush up and hug him. "Male lead, you are my god. Look at this magnanimity, this breadth of mind. This is the bearing a dragon lord should have. I knew it. How could there be any awkwardness between good brothers?" Yu immediately patted his chest. "Brother, I'll take this secret to my grave. No third person will ever know. I know heaven knows, earth knows. Rest assured, male lead, I'll guard your purity." Seeing that the matter was settled, Yu felt much lighter. He patted his clothes, stood up, and pointed solemnly into the depths of the cave. "While you were unconscious, I did a quick exploration. The spiritual energy inside is unusually dense. Want to check it out?" Although all this was made up, the abundance of spiritual energy was real. But following the original story's logic, this kind of place was bound to hide some heavenly treasures. Thinking of the male lead's upcoming treasure-hunting journey, his heart swelled with delight. "All right, but are you sure you don't need to rest a bit more?" "Haha, that crimson sun heartburning flower I fed you, cough. I also got a bit of its effects. I'm feeling warm all over right now." The two walked slowly along the dim cave, Yu in front, completely unaware of the gaze behind him. Yin Wanzhou kept a 3-step distance, his gaze almost tangible as it fell upon Yu, only to return to a nonchalant look before the other turned around. In the place Yu couldn't see, Yin Wanzhou lowered his eyes to conceal his profound gaze. He remembered everything, including those dreams. This was already the second time they had appeared. blood screams, shattered bodies, and an abyss-like despair. They were not like illusory nightmares, but rather memories forcibly implanted into his mind, every ounce of pain, so vivid it made him tremble. But he knew he had never experienced any of this. Whose memories were they? Besides that, he also certainly remembered the bitterness of the crimson sun heartburning flower between his lips, the sensation of yes, trembling eyelashes brushing against his cheek, the scalding tears that fell on his face, the misty wet eyes, and even more, that almost predatory kiss when he lost control. Moist, soft, sweet, scorching. Recalling that sensation, a ripple seemed to spread through his heart. He had to admit, that feeling was wonderful, so wonderful that the moment he woke up he almost blurted out, "I remember." Initially he had thought that if you brought up that kiss, he would just go along with his feelings. After all, it was he who had taken the initiative to kiss. Whether due to the crimson sun heartburning flower's effects, or those inexplicable dreams, he should no longer disappoint yes feelings. But you said nothing, once again concealing his emotions as usual. Even if it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he didn't want to take advantage of the situation. In the previous exchange, Wanzhou had seen the forced calm on his face, and a dense dull pain spread. Self-loathing surged up again. Yu had been so thoughtful and considerate while he couldn't even discern his own feelings, and recklessly thought to just try regardless. How rash, how despicable. Even more ridiculous, he wasn't even sure if he could accept a man as his partner. The deepest fear in his heart finally surfaced. If they recklessly took this step, but someone regretted halfway, by then could they pretend nothing happened and go back to how things were? Wanzhou didn't dare act impulsively. He was too timid, too afraid, too terrified. And also, he feared that after rashly piercing that layer of ambiguity, he would lose even the right to stand by Yu's side eventually, not even being friends anymore. Parting ways with Yu was something he couldn't bear. His young master deserved the most sincere heart in the world, not someone as confused as him, who couldn't even sort out his own feelings. But if he backed down now, one day someone else would stand by Yu's side, wouldn't they? They would hold his hand, embrace him, kiss his soft lips, and have all the intimacy he dared not hope for. An indescribable sense of loss lingered in his heart, like a beast blindfolded, sensing the scent of an exit, but not daring to move forward because it couldn't see the path. Wanzhou closed his eyes. From initial shock and resistance to later tacit compliance, what emotional turmoil had his young master gone through in those brief moments? Had he also struggled to get back on track, only to let his feelings run free at the last moment? Even if it started as just feeding medicine, it was still a kiss, Xiaoyu. Willing to give even a first kiss. Strange, his chest seemed to be filled with a feeling about to overflow. Wanzhou still found it unbelievable. Yu really liked him that much. Brother Yan, hurry up, Yu urged from ahead. Coming. He knew that he had shamefully wavered in the end. That kiss had torn open a crack in his heart, offering him a possibility. The abyss of human desire could fill the vast ocean. As long as it could make Yu happy. Perhaps. Maybe he could also try to reciprocate his young master's feelings. The two, each harboring their own thoughts, made their way through the cave, deceiving one another in turn. In short, with countless schemes colliding and their minds twisting in 1,000 directions, the deception proceeded so smoothly that both were highly satisfied. Before long, Yu glanced around in feigned surprise, asking, "Can you feel the spiritual energy flowing here?" Wanzhou inspected the surroundings. Rough rock walls, ordinary ground, not even a low-grade spirit stone to be seen. "Maybe. Try doing something," Yu prompted. In classic fashion, the male lead would trigger the mechanism with just a sneeze. Wanzhou didn't understand his meaning. Yu simply pushed him forward. "Then just take 2 steps. Wanzhou obediently took a step. As soon as his right foot touched the ground, a soft sound echoed from the floor. A stone slab suddenly sank, accompanied by a rumbling noise as a stone door slowly cracked open in the rock wall ahead. Buzz! It was even an automatic door. Yu. Heh! The system, which had been missing for most of the day, chimed in. "Host, this is the effect of your luck value. That thing sure knows how to read the room." Yu was grateful that the system hadn't spoken during the earlier awkward. Heavenly spirit cores were like fermented wine. The longer they aged, the higher their quality. They rarely appeared on the surface of spiritual veins, instead hiding in the deepest, most inaccessible places. Knowing that Long Ocean's treasure hunting was straightforward, they hadn't expected it to be this blatant. The moment they entered, dense, almost tangible spiritual energy washed over them. The entire stone chamber floor was covered in glittering heavenly spirit cores. The color of a heavenly spirit core corresponded to its attribute. Fire attributed ones resembled dancing flames, water attributed ones like solidified waves. The cores here were of extremely high quality, each one visibly pure and devoid of any impurities. Most astonishingly, when Yu drew near, several azure, heavenly spirit cores trembled, slightly resonating with the wood's spiritual root within him. Meanwhile, the cores of other attributes lay quietly on the ground, unresponsive to his proximity. Wanzhou remarked, "Heavenly spirit cores only activate for corresponding spiritual roots. No wonder they say those with a single spiritual root cultivate faster." Yu murmured. Multi-spiritual root cultivators needed to find heavenly spirit cores containing multiple attributes simultaneously, which were already rare, let alone encountering top-grade ones. What a coincidence. We turned misfortune into fortune. Such good luck. Yu exclaimed in a practiced tone, though he knew it was no coincidence at all. The process of excavating the heavenly spirit cores went exceptionally smoothly. 2 top-grade cores were successfully collected. Yu felt delighted, thinking about perhaps gathering more treasures to get rich. But the next moment the entire cave dimmed. What's happening? Wanzhou pondered and replied, "Heavenly spirit cores gather the essence of heaven and earth. This area shares the same spiritual energy. After the cores were removed, the spiritual energy circulation here has been disrupted and needs time to recover." Though somewhat regretful, Yu understood that the path of cultivation valued the cycle of cause and effect. He patted the storage pouch at his waist. The top-grade wood attributed heavenly spirit core rested quietly inside. "Then let's go." Just then the stone door rumbled shut by itself. Earlier some light had entered from outside the cave, but now it was pitch black. If nothing unexpected happened, trouble was inevitable. The entire cave began to tremble. Spirit stones on the rock walls shook, and the previously dim heavenly spirit cores reignited. From the center of the cores, a dazzling golden light burst forth through the cracks. A golden crystal core the size of a fist slowly rose into the air, its surface shimmering with the spiritual energy of the 5 elements. Yu was stunned. This glittering golden thing looked exactly like the male lead's exclusive cheat item. The golden crystal core hovered in midair as if waiting to fall into someone's palm. Yet it remained suspended for a long time while Wanzhou made no move. Yu couldn't help turning to look at him. "Aren't you going to take it?" he whispered. Wanzhou shook his head and said something very pragmatic. "Why touch it?" This thing appeared abruptly, obviously very suspicious. His straightforward logic was unassailable. Yu opened his mouth, but found himself unable to refute it. As they remained deadlocked, the light from the crystal core grew ever brighter, its flickering frequency resembling a disco ball, dazzling Yu's eyes until they ached. Just as he was about to raise a hand to shield himself, a third voice sounded within the cave. Ahem! A dry, hollow cough suddenly exploded in the cave. "Who dares disturb this old man's peace?" The voice boomed like a bell, echoing repeatedly. Yu's heart screamed with shock. An old man. For a long out yin, an old man was like moral character. You might not want it, but you couldn't be without it. From the golden light, a phantom figure of an old man gradually emerged. White hair and beard with an immortal air. Squinting as he appraised the two, his tone carried a hint of disdain. "Just 2 little brats at Foundation establishment. Fine, since fate has brought us together." The old man's aura surged abruptly, and the pressure of spiritual power manifested. "Do you know who this old man is?" Yu said. "You must be the master of this spiritual vein, right?" The old man's form visibly wavered. How do you know?" Yu continued. "You're looking for someone to inherit this spiritual vein." "Arrogant," the old man roared, but couldn't hide the astonishment in his eyes. Yu pointed at Wanzhou beside him. "You've taken a liking to him. When's spiritual root, extraordinary talent." The old man finally regained the upper hand, a flicker of light in his eyes. "Wrong. This old man chooses you." Yu's hand pointing at Wanzhou froze midair. "Huh, me, eh? This old man of opportunity has lost his mind. Someone take care of him." "But..." Seeing Yu's dazed expression, the old man suddenly felt playful. Stroking his beard, he slowly floated into the air. "This old man has changed his mind." Yu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that was more like it. "How about you two fight? Whoever wins gets it," the old man said cheerfully. With that, he folded his arms and flew up, waiting to watch a mutually destructive battle where both would be ruined. But Wanzhou and Yu exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. "Give it to him." "I'll just give it to him quickly." The old man. "Aren't you young people today utterly unenthusiastic about inheriting treasures?" Wanzhou, meticulous in his thinking, crossed his arms and asked, "What is the price of inheritance?" His calm and composed demeanor impressed Yu. Truly the male lead, able to remain cool-headed when a pie fell from the sky. Anyone else would have rushed to kneel and thank their ancestral master. The inheritance condition is simple." The old man waved his hand, and in the golden light appeared a line of ancient seal script. "The inheritor must coexist with the spiritual vein for 100 years, nurturing it without leaving for even half a step." Yu's eyes widened. "What the hell? Isn't this just imprisonment?" Wanzhou frowned even more deeply. 100 years of sitting still. How is that any different from being a prisoner? The old man said proudly, "For cultivators, 100 years is but a snap of the fingers." "Then why didn't you keep sitting?" Yu blurted out. "I The old man was momentarily speechless. He couldn't exactly say he had already been imprisoned for thousands of years. That would be too embarrassing. Yu and Yin Wanzhou both shook their heads wearily. Taking a legacy only to be imprisoned for centuries. Not even a dog would want that. Not even a dog. Wait. Seeing them turn to leave, the old man hastily floated before them. The conditions. The conditions can be negotiated. Yu and Yin Wanzhou simultaneously halted their steps, casting doubtful glances at the old man. Actually, as long as you take good care of my little stone, that's all that matters. Little stone. Yu was taken aback. Yes, that is my most beloved pet, the one thing I cannot part with in this world. It is exceedingly adorable and has a gentle temperament, truly a delightful creature. Under the old man's enthusiastic description, both of them inadvertently recalled the terrifying creature outside that devoured spiritual energy, its body covered in menacing or is capable of stripping flesh from cultivators with its brutal ferocity. Did this old man really call that thing adorable? The old man reminisced. Our story together is many years ago. The old man, heavily wounded, was rescued by the young little stone, which brought him back to the spiritual vein and used its own spiritual energy to sustain his life. Later, he sacrificed himself to protect the spiritual vein, while the little stone remained outside the cave, steadfast and devoted. After listening, you felt quite moved as well. Unfortunately, the obedient little stone now specialized in consuming the blood and flesh of living beings, and the outside was piled high with corpses. After listening, you felt quite moved as well. Unfortunately, the obedient little stone now specialized in consuming the blood and flesh of. Unfortunately, I am restricted by the legacy's constraints and cannot leave this place to verify. Senior, there is no need for us to deceive you. After a moment of silence, the old man seemed out of options, sighing. If you inherit the spiritual vein, I will be able to leave this place. The little stone is quite sentimental and will surely follow my instructions. At that time, no matter what form it takes, it can be reformed. Seeing the old man negotiating so cautiously, you felt inexplicably touched. This was not a discussion about inheritance. It was clearly about finding a home for his little creature, with a mind thrown in as well. If that's the case, you may decide amongst yourselves who will inherit it. The old man sighed heavily. With the topic returning here, the two began to pass the buck back and forth again. The old man felt embarrassed. His spirit had lingered in the cave for years, witnessing countless displays of human greed, and this was the first time he encountered two people who were so willing to defer to each other. Let him inherit it. In the end, Yin Wanzhou pressed Yu down, taking the lead in the game of passing the buck, speaking in an irrefutable tone. He found the cave entrance, so it is only right that he should inherit it. The old man squinted his eyes, his spirit circling slowly around Yu. He suddenly reached out to touch Yu's forehead, probing his aptitude. Jade green spirit body. A rare affinity with plants, and a single wood spiritual root. Not bad, not bad. Yu felt a stream of spiritual energy infuse his limbs and bones coursing through his body. Oh. The old man suddenly paused, then stroked his beard and chuckled. No wonder you both defer to each other, or really why divide it so clearly? Since you have become Tao partners, does it matter who inherits the spiritual vein? What did you say? This shocking statement almost choked Yu, leaving him breathless. Yu, what nonsense is this? Don't speak recklessly. Yin Wan's face instantly flushed, his handsome features betraying an unnatural expression. Senior, please be careful with your words. We are not Tao partners. Not Tao partners. The old man questioned. Then how do you two possess the red sun heart seal? Seeing the two of them stunned, he shook his head and explained. It is the soul seal formed after consuming a red sun burning heart flower together. The sealer's spiritual energies blend their destinies, intertwining, allowing even opportunities like the spiritual vein to be shared. Generally, only Tao partners possess such a bond. Yu felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition engulfing his heart. The system weakly remarked, host, I haven't finished explaining the side effects of the red sun burning heart flower. Why didn't you say anything when I was feeding the medicine? Yu was on the verge of a breakdown. The system popped up a window. The red sun burning heart flower grows deep within volcanic lava, taking 1,000 years to form and blooming after 10,000 years. It can dispel a millennium of cold poison and is a supreme healing herb, yet it can also cause periodic heat in the treated individual. This flower symbolizes an everlasting passion. Ancient cultivators often used it to bind special soul seals, hence the name Burning Heart. If two people consume the same flower, they automatically form the red sun heart seal. After all, human lives are paramount. At that time, the male protagonist was truly on the brink of death. The system's voice was weak. Yu felt even weaker. How do we break the soul seal? Simple. It's really not a big deal. As long as you find another top-tier red sun burning heart flower, and both take it while using your spiritual energies to clash, the seal can be broken. Yu felt darkness clouding his vision. Finding one from a blind box was already a stroke of luck, and now he was supposed to find another top-tier one. In a daze after completing the inheritance ritual, Yu felt a warmth in his left ankle. Looking down, he saw a fine golden thread winding around the inner side of his ankle, half of it severed while the other end was at Yin Wanzhou's right ankle. The spiritual vein shared, each taking half. Both of them froze simultaneously, thinking in unison. It truly was the heart seal. Let's go, Yu said dryly, his voice sounding distant and unrecognizable to himself. He could only comfort himself. After all, now he could be considered someone with a mind. You've made it big. It's just a rope on the foot, haha. Let's think of it as a three-legged race. Yu dared not look at Yin Wanzhou, nor could he imagine how uncomfortable the other must feel at this moment. The male protagonist, a man with countless beautiful women, suddenly bound to a heart seal with his same-sex best friend. Anyone would go crazy. Yin Gu. Yu reflexively spoke, but immediately choked up. What was he supposed to say? After thinking it over, he could only fabricate some comforting nonsense to stabilize the morale. What's wrong? Yu encouraged himself. The heart seal situation was my oversight, and I will take responsibility for it. During this time, just bear with it. Yin Wanzhou turned his head at his words, only to see unease written all over Yu's eyes, his brows slightly furrowed, and his cheeks faintly flushed like a white paper being stained with vermilion paint. This sight stirred something in Yin Wanzhou's heart. He thought clearly. Occupying the position closest to him, Xiao Yu had never thought of using various opportunities to achieve his goals. Even in such a situation where he could easily go with the flow, he first considered Yin Wanzhou, not wanting to put him in a difficult position, always restrained and respectful. On the contrary, he felt he still had to take responsibility for him. Xiao Yu didn't need to be so careful and restrained. In fact, he was also prepared to earnestly recognize his feelings, although he couldn't be certain yet. At the very least, knowing that they shared the heart seal, Yin Wanzhou was clear that he did not feel repulsed, and even felt a bit exhilarated. No hurry, it's not your fault. There will be a way, Yin Wanzhou said softly, his demeanor warm like spring rain, reaching out to gently pat Yu's head. Things aren't that bad, but at least now there's no red thread, and I can know where you are at any time. As if to affirm something, or perhaps to acknowledge something, Yin Wanzhou looked at him earnestly. I understand, Ding. Detected fluctuations in the male protagonist's luck value. Current luck value, 255280. Host. Good news, the male protagonist's luck value has suddenly surged. Can luck value even increase from this? Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected the male protagonist's mindset to be so positive. Indeed, it seemed that in the male protagonist's mind, every significant matter could be minimized, and every trivial matter could be resolved. The heart seal was merely a part of the spiritual vein's golden finger. A good mindset determines a man's entire life. Yin Wanzhou seemed about to say something more when the elderly man attached to Yu's form poked his head out and said in a deep voice, how long are you two going to keep dawdling? Hurry up and take me to Little Stone. The two gave an awkward cough and sped back, only to find the distance already in shambles. From afar, flashes of battle light could be seen along with spreading frost and ice. Someone seemed to be locked in combat with a monster in the sky. The monster's ice spikes shattered into powder the moment they neared her, frozen by the chilling aura surrounding her. Yu instantly looked over and was startled. Who else could it be but Yu Feishuang? The message he had sent out without hope had actually managed to summon his elder sister. Stop! The old man's soul burst out, covering his face in anguish. She's going to kill Little Stone. The monster's movements were sluggish, unable to withstand Yu Feishuang's fierce strikes. Seeing that Little Stone was about to breathe its last, Yu shouted urgently, Sis, spare him. The sword tip halted just before piercing the monster. Yu Feishuang sheathed her blade, turned, and swept her gaze downward. At the same time, the monster suddenly lowered its body, losing all will to fight. It seemed to be sniffing something in a dazed, excited manner which made the old man's eyes and nose sting. He eagerly drifted over without delay. The monster clumsily turned toward the direction of the old man's soul. When the old man stroked its head, it calmed down and lay docilely beside him. The battle came to an abrupt halt. Yu Feishuang landed gracefully. She did not speak, but fixed a stern gaze on the two, clearly waiting for an explanation. Yu took a deep breath and resignedly confessed the whole story to her, while omitting some unspeakable parts. When mentioning the Red Sun Soul Union seal, he obviously stumbled, but managed to stammer his way through. Hearing about the soul seal contract between the two, Yu Feishuang's expression turned extremely grim. Her eyes lingered on Yin Wanzhou for a moment, brimming with distrust. An accident? Far too coincidental. All along, Yin Wanzhou had been behaving abnormally. As his senior sister, she knew better than anyone the abnormal obsession Yin Wanzhou, her junior, had toward Yu. Even if the two had not crossed any lines, Yin Wanzhou's nearly paranoid and possessive protective instinct had long exceeded ordinary childhood bonds. Nothing happens naturally. Flowers bloom in dark, damp corners only because gentle rain continuously nourishes them. Her brother was too naive. Yu Feishuang couldn't help but suspect that the soul seal was Yin Wanzhou's doing. At the time, Wanzhou was critically wounded protecting me. The red sun heart-scorching flower was the only way to save him. As for the soul seal, it was just an accident. Yu observed her expression and added another sentence. Yu Feishuang's hand resting on her sword hilt relaxed slightly. The red sun heart-scorching flower is no ordinary item. Where did you find it? Yu brought out the explanation he had prepared in advance, and said without changing his expression, I found it in an underground lava cave in the Lingwu secret realm. That was also what he had told Yin Wanzhou earlier. Sis. Senior sister, thank you for coming to rescue us. Yu's gratitude was genuine. Unfortunately, he was too cowardly to call her sis at the moment. Yu Feishuang responded casually, then cast another suspicious glance at Yin Wanzhou. Yin Wanzhou acted as if he hadn't noticed. His expression was normal as he bowed and thanked her respectfully. Not far away, the old man who was pouring out his heart to his beloved pet held the monster and communicated with it sincerely. Is it really so? They treated you like this? The monster whimpered. Little Stone, you've suffered all these years. It wasn't every day one had the chance to see a ghost and a monster communicating without barriers. Yu watched the soul and the monster talk for a long time, unable to hold back, and approached. What did Little Stone say? The old man wiped his tears, his face full of anger. The Minehead spirit is originally a harmless spiritual creature that coexists symbiotically with the mineral vein, he said, indignantly pointing at the distant village. It was those people in the village who forcibly fed it living humans, causing it to contract the spirit-devouring plague. The spirit-devouring plague was a symptom of a spirit creature's addiction to the flesh and blood of living beings. What? Yu was stunned. Little Stone told you that? That's right. Little Stone said there was an old man in the village who was especially strange. He would occasionally bring cultivators for it to devour. Over time, it became dependent on flesh and blood essence and couldn't curb its craving. Yu couldn't process the information immediately. What old man? Bringing cultivators for the Minehead spirit to feed on. Just then Duan Mingyu came speeding over on his sword, his robes still bearing the marks of battle. Seeing everyone safe, his eyes lit up. Great, you're all okay. Mid-sentence his tone suddenly turned urgent. Senior Yu, it's bad. The village chief of Springwater Village is trying to escape. The incident happened so suddenly that Yu hadn't even reacted before he followed Duan Mingyu toward the village. Along the way, Duan Mingyu quickly recounted the situation. At first, when Zhao Hu and the others explained their cultivation backgrounds, Duan Mingyu and Tong Ke had already noticed the numerous holes in their story. The two quietly infiltrated the village to investigate. Since the entire village of Springwater Village was hostile toward cultivators except for the village chief, who showed friendliness and even supported the disciples from both sects in probing deeper into the spiritual vein, they decided to ask the chief about it. But the moment they approached the chief's house, an undeniable demonic chi surged out. A demonic aura of such intensity could only come from a high-level demon creature or a demonic cultivator. They initially thought the village chief had fallen victim to a demon creature and were about to break in to save him when the person inside charged out. The face was unmistakably the chief's, yet where was his usual aged demeanor? He still had the chief's face, but his movements were as agile as a young man's, with demonic chi swirling around him, a far cry from his former self. When the chief saw them, panic flashed in his eyes, and he turned to flee. Disguise, demon possession, soul theft. Countless doubts raced through their minds. The only certainty was that this was suspicious and they couldn't let him leave. They immediately joined forces to intercept him. After a few exchanges, the sounds of fighting attracted nearby sect disciples. Together, they set up a demon trapping array, suppressing the demonic cultivator tightly. Now the chief was temporarily trapped within the array, struggling to survive and at risk of escaping at any moment. That was why Duan Mingyu had come flying on his sword to find Yu Feishuang. As soon as they entered the village, they indeed felt the dense demonic chi spreading. Unlike the chi of Fan Ren, whom they had seen succumb to demonic possession before, the chief's demonic aura seemed innate, the kind long accumulated by a demonic cultivator. A crowd had gathered around the demon trapping array. Zhao Hu and his group were also there, and Zhao Hu's face turned pale at the sight. This can't be. What's going on with the village chief? Yu Feishuang swept her gaze over the demonic cultivator lying on the ground, then stepped on the back of his head. Her sword tip lifted his collar, revealing a dark red curse mark on the back of his neck. She uttered two cold words: soul possession. Tong Ke stepped forward and bowed. Senior Yu, the original village chief, was indeed possessed, but he frowned. The demonic cultivator who possessed him is only at the late foundation establishment stage, with all his spiritual roots destroyed, seemingly a cripple. This was no village chief at all. The real chief had long been killed. And the crippled demonic cultivator occupying the chief's shell had been feeding the Minehead spirit with living people for years, clearly up to something. Recalling the horrific scene of human bones scattered around the minehead spirit, Duan Mingyu frowned deeply and looked at Zhao Hu. Are you really telling me you knew nothing? Countless suspicious gazes fell on Zhao Hu and his face changed dramatically. It has nothing to do with me. But this old man used to often ask outside cultivators to come into the village for help. We all hated those people. I have no idea what they did behind the scenes. You felt that something seemed to connect, and the entire sequence of events had become crystal clear. The demon cultivator must have suffered a severe blow, losing all his cultivation and having his spiritual root destroyed. Desperate, he possessed the elderly village chief. After occupying this body, he discovered a spiritual vein near Quanshui village and was even more delighted to find a heavenly treasure like the mineral sovereign essence. The crystal core of the mineral sovereign essence contained the power to advance cultivation, but it required a large amount of living beings' spiritual energy and flesh as a catalyst. Thus, using his identity as the village chief, the demon cultivator first lured passing cultivators to be fed alive, infecting the mineral sovereign essence with spirit-devouring affliction, and then took this opportunity to repair his ruined spiritual root and cultivation. For years, this spiritual vein had never been discovered, perhaps because all the cultivators who found it had died, lured deep into the vein never to emerge. For years, the demon cultivator had used the chief's identity to prevent villagers from entering the inner reaches of the vein. However, Zhao Hu and his men, driven by greed that overcame fear, inadvertently uncovered the secret of the mineral sovereign essence. After unexpectedly gaining cultivation, they also stole livestock from the village, forcing the matter into the open. Seeing that the matter could no longer be concealed, the demon cultivator deliberately leaked news of the spiritual vein to nearby cultivation sects, drawing in cultivators to wipe out the problem. And this sudden opening of the inner area was likely because the demon cultivator sensed his exposure was imminent and wanted one final harvest of cultivator lives to feed the mineral sovereign essence. Unfortunately, his scheme had fallen short, and now he could only flee in panic. The demon cultivator had lurked in the village to restore his cultivation. This game had been played for so many years, and with such audacity. Take him back to Zhuyun's sect, and hand him over to the master for judgment. Yu Feishuang ordered coldly. At that moment, the demon cultivator, prostrate on the ground, let out a hoarse laugh. He raised his head with difficulty, his murky eyes shifting between Yu Feishuang and Yin Wanzhou. A broken voice squeezed from his throat. Zhuyun's sect. Master, you are disciples of Hellion Wenren. Haha, what a narrow path for foes. When Hellion Wenren was mentioned, the demon cultivator's eyes blazed with a bone-chilling hatred. He naturally knew what would happen once brought back to Zhuyun's sect. These hypocritical cultivation sects excelled at soul-searching techniques. It wouldn't take much effort to pry open his mouth. The demon cultivator was unwilling, but he had no choice but to accept his fate. Suddenly a thought sprang into his mind, swift and urgent. He felt he wanted these righteous cultivators to experience the disgust of swallowing a fly. The most effective way was to make sure they could never pry open his mouth. A sick, fanatical light burst forth in his eyes. His shattered body began to swell, unnaturally dense black patterns emerging beneath his skin. Yin Wanzhou's expression changed slightly. Not good. Mo Gu shall never fall. With a frenzied roar, black blood mixed with shattered bones exploded outward, and a putrid blood mist burst into the air. No one had expected that he would choose to self-detonate. Yu was stunned. Blood spatter mixed with a foul stench nearly splattered his face, but fortunately, Yin Wanzhou raised his hand and conjured a barrier of sword aura, blocking the impact of the demon cultivator's self-detonation outside the barrier. At the same time, Yu Feishuang's frost-cold spiritual energy turned into an ice wall, encircling the center of the explosion. When the blood mist dissipated, all that remained was a pool of black-red sludge, emitting green smoke, exuding a nauseating stench. Yu's pupils trembled in the storm. To be fair, this demon cultivator was truly a ruthless one. He would rather self-detonate than be taken back to Zhuyun's sect. Then what was the point of all those years of possession and repairing your spiritual root and cultivation, and shouting such cringeworthy lines? Utterly absurd. Chinibu, is it? Interesting. Mo Gu. In a silence that seemed to freeze time, Duan Mingyu repeated blankly, did he just say? A ripple of shock went through the crowd, and their expressions grew serious. This name was both unfamiliar and familiar to them. A memory that didn't belong to the junior disciples, yet a history everyone knew. Hellion Wenren, the sect master of Zhuyun's sect, was once a wandering cultivator who had slaughtered countless demon cultivators across the land. The most brilliant stroke in his record was none other than cleansing the Mo Gu. In those days, a group of renegade demon cultivators stirred up chaos in the world. Some among them delighted in crafting human-skin puppets, others captured innocent youths to make into cauldrons, and still others killed wantonly, without regard for law. This group was a major threat to both the sects and the mortal world. Their force was called Mo Gu. Just as the demon cultivators were recklessly slaughtering mortal cities Helion Wunrin, then still a wandering cultivator ventured deep into enemy territory, pursued the demon cultivator leader for 30,000 li, and finally ended the life of the demon leader Feng Qitian at the foot of Zhuyun Sect's mountain. After that battle, the Mo were left leaderless. The demon cultivators scattered in all directions and were nearly wiped out by the various sects, gradually fading into obscurity. Yet no one expected that remnants would appear at this time. After the demon cultivator's death, the matter came to a close. A team of investigators arrived from Songfeng Sect and Zhuyun Sect. This place was not fit to linger. The disciples of both sects were also ordered back to their sects, and the demon-clearing bounty had to be terminated. Yu was somewhat distracted. He felt a hint of strange unease. According to the original plot, this should have been a plain chapter where Wanzhou smoothly obtained the heavenly spirit core in the secret realm and advanced his cultivation. Yet the Mo as a faction should have been the ultimate antagonist organization that appeared only in the very late stages, an entity unheard of in the early part. Yu clearly remembered that in the original work, the villainous boss, who took everything from the male lead, was precisely a remnant of the Mo. But now, why would this force, which should have remained dormant for decades, appear ahead of time? Perhaps it was just a coincidence. This demon cultivator was clearly after the spiritual vein and repairing his cultivation with no direct grievances against Wanzhou. But even though Wanzhou was unscathed at this moment, Yu still felt an inexplicable palpitation. What should he do? He suddenly felt a bit panicked. The system had said that a full 1,000 points of luck were needed to ensure the male lead's safety, but only 280 had been accumulated so far. As the plot kept changing, if the Mo returned early this time, what should he do? Yu was lost in his thoughts. Wanzhou beside him called out 3 times without eliciting a response. Is there any method to quickly accumulate luck points besides completing tasks and using cheats? Wanzhou thought his daze was due to fright, so he gently touched Yu's forehead with the back of his hand and said softly, "Shall you let's go back too?" Sure. Yu snapped back to reality and nodded. Duan Mingyu, who had somehow changed into black gold robes, drifted in front of Yu. Rarely reserved, he half covered his face with his fan and whispered, "Little beauty meeting his fate. Would you like to visit Songfeng Sect with me?" After speaking, he nervously fanned himself, waiting for a response. Yu said vaguely, "Next time." "Next time is fine," Duan Mingyu said, completely undeterred. "Then let's add each other's immortal friend roster first. They'll contact you later. Just call me Mingyu from now on. Hey, why don't I call you Xiaoyu like Wanzhou does?" Before the words faded, Wanzhou had already expressionlessly handed over his old-fashioned communication device. Duan Mingyu was silent. "What are you doing?" "Adding mine is the same. Why would I add yours?" Duan Mingyu was both shocked and speechless. "What era is this little spiritual mirror of yours? It's so broken it's about to shatter. Can it even still work?" Even as he spoke, his body was honest. Reluctantly, he moved closer to Wanzhou. But after fiddling for a long time, Wanzhou's old device simply wouldn't turn on. Yu's face hurt from holding back laughter. "Duan Mingyu, you're a lightning spiritual root. Help him charge it." Duan Mingyu was surprised. "I have that function." Tong Ke watched from the side with great amusement. To him, Duan Mingyu was now like a silly little dog, while Wanzhou, a fierce hound who suddenly found that someone had licked his food. His heart was in turmoil, yet he struggled to maintain a calm exterior. Since the situation was already chaotic enough, he didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. "Since everyone is tired, how about we all go soak in a medicinal bath?" Tong Ke proposed with a smile. A medicinal bath. The moment these words were spoken, everyone present reacted. Tong Ke shook his head. "The extreme cold energy has infiltrated your bodies. That stuff can damage meridians. If it accumulates and fails to disperse, you might suffer from stiff joints and stagnant spiritual power at a young age." With a flick of his fingers, he produced a crimson jade token, as if by magic. "As it happens, I often take medicinal baths. There's a hot spring pool infused with earthly fire essence nearby. How about we go soak together?" Not only did Tong Ke take the initiative, but he also offered an irresistible reason. Duan Mingyu, of course, had no objections. He only wanted to get closer to Yu. Worried that the male lead might not be fully healed, Yu asked for his opinion as a mere formality. "Brother Yin, are you coming?" Now all 3 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Wanzhou. Wanzhou certainly did not want to go. He found Duan Mingyu irritating just by looking at him, and even more so when the latter clung to the young master. He wished he could just tie Yu up and take him back. But he dared not. Under Yu's expectant gaze, Wanzhou finally relented. "Fine." Tong Ke was clearly a regular at the bathhouse. He set down the crimson jade token upon entering and turned back with a smile. "My treat." The bathhouse was divided by gender. Following Tong Ke through the corridor, the group pushed open a wooden door to find a room filled with a faint herbal fragrance with bamboo screens partitioning private spaces. Tonkei familiarly found a bamboo stool, sat down, and stripped down to a simple white cloth wrapped around his waist. He turned to see the others still standing and let out a chuckle. "What are you waiting for? Strip." Duan Mingyu reacted the fastest. He cast off his ornate outer robe, revealing a smoothly muscled upper body. He deliberately flexed, puffed out his chest, and raised an eyebrow. "Well, is this young master's physique acceptable?" "Yeah, sure." Tonk's reply was utterly perfunctory. Yu Yu sighed in relief, found a corner, and slowly removed his outer robe. Fortunately, the people of this world were modest enough not to require complete nudity. Being a pure-blooded southerner at heart, he simply couldn't bear the idea of bathing stark naked. The mere thought of being completely exposed before strangers was too mind-boggling, too challenging for his modern sense of shame. That left only Yin Wanzhou still fully clothed. Under 3 pairs of blazing eyes, he pursed his lips and turned his back to unfasten his robe. Yin Wanzhou's back muscles, honed by years of sword practice, were firm and fluid. The lines from his neck to his waist were clearly defined. A few scars slanted from his right shoulder across his waist, gleaming a dark brown in the candlelight, while other uneven marks scattered across his back, traces of wounds torn and healed repeatedly. "What, was your back beaten by someone?" Duan Mingyu frowned. Yu Yu felt a pang of guilt. He knew most of these injuries were left on Yin Wanzhou during his time at the Yu residence. A fair number were probably his own doing. Cultivators could easily remove scars. Their bodies would even naturally refine themselves as their cultivation advanced. Yu Yu had offered several times to heal Yin Wanzhou, but the other always refused with a shake of his head. Oh, he just couldn't understand what the male lead was thinking. Tonkei suddenly whistled. "Brother, Yin, if the ladies saw these injuries, they'd be so heartbroken they'd shed tears." He tapped his own flawless chest. "Why not let little Yu Yu take a look? Removing a few scars is child's play for a healer. Yu Yu, I've already seen them." Duan Mingyu muttered under his breath. Could it be that he thinks this looks cool? More badass. More powerful. Although he didn't want to admit it, it did look kind of cool. The medicinal pool was open air surrounded by ethereal mist. It was dusk, and the limited light outside was supplemented by a few spirit lamps floating on the water's surface. The warm golden glow dyed the rising steam amber like a dream. Spiritual energy mingled with the herbal fragrance. Yu Yu's eyes lit up. He tested the temperature with his foot, then slid into the pool with a splash. The ripples reflected the spirit lamps, scattering a handful of gold around him. So comfortable. The warmth seeped into his limbs and bones. Yu Yu let out a satisfied sigh, lounging limply by the edge. Droplets of water clung to his face and shoulders, glistening in the dim light. Once accustomed to the temperature, he grabbed the edge of the pool, turned around, and waved excitedly at Yin Wanzhou. "Brother Yin, it's super comfortable. Come trot." Yin Wanzhou's gaze involuntarily fixed on him. In the steaming mist, Yu Yu's eyes, flushed by the heat, tilted slightly upward. His wet hair clung to his temples. Yin Wanzhou inexplicably felt his throat go dry. He instinctively averted his gaze, confused about his own panic. Just then, Duan Mingyu picked up a shiny stone from the pool floor, swam over to Yu Yu, and presented it like a treasure. Yu Yu curiously touched it. Duan Mingyu said something that made Yu Yu's eyes crinkle with delight as he took the spirit stone and played with it. The atmosphere between them was pleasant. The young master seemed very happy. A surge of irritation rose in Yin Wanzhou, a discomfort akin to having his prized possession coveted, because he realized that this side of Yu Yu was visible not only to him, but to others as well. Splash. A handful of warm water suddenly splashed in his face, breaking his thoughts. Yu Yu showed no guilt after splashing him. "Stop daydreaming." Yin Wanzhou silently stepped into the pool. The hot water submerged his scars. He subtly edged closer to Yu Yu, positioning himself to block Duan Mingyu's line of sight. "Hey," Duan Mingyu's brow twitched furiously. "This pool is huge. Couldn't you sit somewhere else?" Tonkei was in no hurry to get in. He carried 2 small jugs of wine, sat by the edge, and took a leisurely sip. Knowing Tonk's weak constitution, yet insatiable craving for alcohol, Duan Mingyu frowned in warning. "With your body. Go easy on it. It's steamy in here, don't make yourself sick again." I know. If worst comes to worst, you can carry me back." Tonkei waved dismissively, but his gaze fell on Yu Yu. "Little Yu Yu, your skin is so fair." He extended a slender arm to compare. Yu Yu laughed. "What are you talking about? You're practically transparent white." Tonkei was genuinely pale. White hair, white skin, the whole package dazzled the eyes. Yet this porcelain-skinned person bore a large python tattoo on his lower back, extending from behind all the way into the cloth, leaving plenty of room for imagination. Yu Yu had noticed the tattoo earlier, but since Tonkei didn't bring it up, he chose not to ask. "Want a drink?" Tonkei tapped his cup. Yu Yu shook his head. He had a bad tolerance for alcohol, so better not. Moonlight filtered through the mist, casting swaying shadows among the four. "Speaking of which, I still feel there's something off about the Spring Village incident," Duan Mingyu propped his chin up and raised a brow. If that cultivator wanted to escape, why did he release demonic energy? For a true demonic cultivator, suppressing one's aura should be effortless, shouldn't it? If the demonic cultivator intended to flee unnoticed, he should have restrained his energy even more. Tong Kai said, the methods of demonic cultivators differ from ordinary cultivators. If he wanted to defy fate and restore his cultivation, he must have used some special techniques. Perhaps he simply couldn't suppress the demonic energy during that time. Yu Yu was taken aback. A droplet of water fell from his hair. Wait, demonic energy can be released and retracted at will. He instinctively turned to Yin Wanzhou. Then what about Fanren earlier? Yin Wanzhou knew what he wanted to ask. Half closing his eyes, he said, Fanren was different. He was temporarily afflicted by qi deviation and couldn't control the demonic energy. Demonic cultivation itself was a method of training, whereas qi deviation was an accident. I thought the people of the Demon Valley had long been wiped out. Who would have thought there were still remnants lingering on Tong Kai's side? Reflecting on the self-detonation of the demon cultivator, Yu Yu frowned and said solemnly, it's a pity that the clues broke off after the demon cultivator's self-detonation. It seems we'll have to re-examine the villagers of Spring Water Village. These matters are decided by the sect, and it's not up to us few junior disciples to participate. Unconsciously, the topic shifted to the Lingzhou summit, and upon hearing their intentions, Duan Mingyu was taken aback and straightened up, saying, what? You guys from the Zhuyin sect still need to rely on Kingxi's bounty to earn points to participate. How troublesome. He raised his hand, the golden ring dazzling in the water's reflection, and confidently declared, our Tsongfeng sect has direct nominations. That statement was too provoking. Yu Yu's mouth twitched. As the son of the sect leader, who else could they nominate if not him? This young master is truly above worldly concerns. Tong Kai coughed lightly. Duan Mingyu, not all sects are as unparticular about lineage as the Tsongfeng sect. The customs of the sects vary. Is this a subtle jab at Duan Mingyu, suggesting he's not worthy? Yu Yu found it somewhat amusing, not expecting that at this moment Duan Mingyu's reputation as the perennial second would be solidified. Seizing the moment while Duan Mingyu was still stunned, Yu Yu quickly pulled Tong Kai into a casual chat. Our Zhuyin sect values harmony with plants and trees, rarely learning techniques involving poison. Can you teach me that technique you used last time? It's a trivial matter. The methods of Tsongfeng sect differ from yours. Tong Kai smiled brightly. We excel in using golden needles to target acupoints, emphasizing both medicine and poison. On the other side of the pool, two individuals not skilled in medicine were pushed aside. Yin Wanzhou closed his eyes to rest, the water barely covering his muscular chest. Duan Mingyu, feeling bored, splashed the water playfully, his gaze inadvertently drifting across to the opposite side, frustrated by the lack of conversation, unable to even play the role of the atmosphere maker. His gaze lazily landed on Yin Wanzhou. This person was deemed Duan Mingyu's greatest rival, always overshadowing him, making conversation impossible. Just how annoying. This guy's swordsmanship is superior, his cultivation level higher, and even the definition of his muscles far better. Wait. Duan Mingyu suddenly had a flash of insight, his gaze slowly drifting downward, narrowing his eyes. The water surface sparkled. Although this guy had stronger innate talent, some things cannot be achieved merely through talent. A meaningful, wicked smile suddenly crept onto Duan Mingyu's lips. As soon as the water rippled, Yin Wanzhou opened his eyes and coldly asked, what are you doing? Just comparing sizes. Duan Mingyu was about to reach his hand towards the pool's surface, speaking confidently, without a hint of shame. Comparing sizes. Yin Wanzhou momentarily failed to grasp what this size referred to. In the moment of his bewilderment, Duan Mingyu lunged forward, reaching for the cloth tied at his waist. Yin Wanzhou, confused yet quick to react, stepped back to dodge, causing a splash that drenched Duan Mingyu's face. The commotion they made drew the attention of Yu Yu and Tong Xue, who turned to look. Tong Kai clicked his tongue, saying, how childish are these two fighting in the medicinal pool? In a childish manner, Yin Wanzhou was forced to wrestle with the equally childish Duan Mingyu in the water. Duan Mingyu, with his back to them, was caught by a gust of night wind lifting a corner of his loose cloth. Yu Yu quickly covered her eyes, refusing to witness a man's bare backside, exclaiming, Duan Mingyu, your cloth. It's about to fall off. My eyes hurt so much. Indecent to view. Indecent to view. Seeing his modesty in jeopardy, Yin Wanzhou remained unfazed while Duan Mingyu, furious and ashamed, tugged at the cloth around his waist, shouting, bring it on. Damn it, that cloth of Yin Wanzhou must be made of iron. He didn't believe it. Duan Mingyu lunged forward to pull, but slipped, causing him to flounder like a drowning rabbit, nearly choking on the medicinal pool water. Amidst the splashes, he frantically tried to stabilize himself, stepping on a smooth stone at the bottom of the pool, stumbling a few times before falling into Tong's embrace. Crap! Duan Mingyu shouted loudly. Then chaos ensued. Yu Yu opened her mouth, staring dumbfounded, as the wine cup and jug traced a parabola through the air. Then an entire jug of wine was accurately poured over Tong's snowy white hair, while half a cup landed squarely on Duan Mingyu's handsome face. Duan Mingyu. Tong's voice suppressed a raging fury as the wine dripped down his gloomy face. Duan Mingyu realized the situation was dire and scrambled to get up from Tongxue, but was pinned down. This seemingly delicate healer was surprisingly strong, at least in terms of hitting. I can explain, Duan Mingyu chuckled awkwardly as he shrank back. The air was thick with the aroma of wine, and Tong Ke revealed a chilling smile. Let's excuse ourselves for a moment. He grabbed the back of Duan Mingyu's neck, and without looking back walked out of the bathing area, leaving behind wet footprints on the floor. Duan Mingyu futilely flailed for a moment before ultimately being dragged out of the medicinal pool. Yu stretched her neck to peek outside, faintly hearing the distant sound of rushing water as buckets of ice water were poured over Duan Mingyu's head mixed with his exaggerated wails. Take it easy, take it easy. I was wrong, is that not enough? Yu. The pool fell silent. Yu glanced at Yin Wanzhou, who stood in the pool, his sword-like brows slightly furrowed as he twisted the wet ends of his hair. After the earlier scuffle, Yin Wanzhou's hair was completely soaked. He simply let it down, the wet black hair sticking to his well-defined profile, cascading like a waterfall, the loose white cloth hanging loosely at his waist, water droplets sliding down his toned muscles and waistline. He truly resembled a living ink painting of a beautiful figure. Yu admired for a moment, but gradually found it hard to focus her gaze as she couldn't help but recall that unexpected incident in the cave. What should I do about this? Ahem. Yu shrank back into the water, trying to find a topic. So Duan Mingyu should be fine, right? He deserves it, Yin Wanzhou said irritably. He then seemed to recall something, his deep black eyes fixed on her. You care about him a lot. Yu was startled by his penetrating gaze, quickly shaking her head and looking up at the sky several times. Yin Wanzhou added, Duan Mingyu isn't very serious. You should interact with him less. After saying that, he felt his tone was too forceful and added, I just think. It's not very good. He couldn't quite articulate what was wrong, so he continued twisting his hair, leaving the atmosphere awkwardly subtle. Until Yu let out a thunderous sneeze. He rubbed his nose and stood up. It's easy to get dizzy after soaking for too long. Let's go too. Yin Wanzhou replied in agreement, pressing down on her shoulder. Don't rush. And with that, he stepped out of the pool, droplets rolling down his lean waist, tossing her a plain white outer robe. Put this on first. Thank you. Yu looked up to receive the outer robe just as Yin Wanzhou leaned down. Meanwhile, the cloth around Yin Wanzhou's waist, already precariously pulled by Duan Mingyu, finally unable to bear the load, it floated down to the ground leisurely. In that instant, 3 emergency public relations strategies flashed through Yu's mind. First, adopt the role of an expendable cannon fodder, weakly sitting on the ground, claiming dizziness and fainting directly. Second, take the brotherly approach, erupt in hearty laughter, tear off his own cloth as well, and share the hardship. Third, adopt the perspective of a medical cultivator, reveal an enigmatic smile, raise his thumb, and muddle through with boisterous praise. All 3 plans were terrible. Caught off guard, a rare look of utter panic surfaced on Yin Wanzhou's usually stern face. His ears turned crimson red. Subconsciously, he bent down to pick it up, then remembered he was still holding his outer robe, and for a moment he didn't know which end to tend to first. Ultimately, survival instinct made Yu shut his eyes tightly. Don't worry, I didn't see anything. Nothing. My ass had seen everything. Was this reasonable? Was this scientific? Did it conform to ergonomics? Yu was profoundly shaken. As a fellow male, he wasn't particularly embarrassed, but he was deeply astounded. For the first time, he realized so vividly that this was indeed a harem protagonist novel. If the author weren't deliberately avoiding pairing characters out of spite, what kind of explicit content would follow according to the typical formula? I don't need the outer robe. Cough, cough, cough. You wear it. Yu kept his eyes tightly shut, carelessly flinging the robe in his hand toward Yin Wanzhou. In truth, Yin Wanzhou wasn't much calmer than him. His mind was blank, and he was so embarrassed he wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. Thank you. No need to thank me. At this moment, the two were surprisingly courteous. When he went to the changing room to put on his clothes, Yu saw the male lead fumbling with the garment for ages. Out of instinct, he reached out to straighten Yin Wanzhou's collar, but before his hand even touched him, the other recoiled half a step, as if burned by fire. Truly, what a fine movement technique, fellow Taoist. Yin, I'll do it myself. Yu. When they finally stumbled out, they immediately met Duan Mingyu's probing gaze. What happened to you two? Duan Mingyu tilted his head and asked. Yu had no desire to talk to Duan Mingyu at all, and Yin Wanzhou seemed as if his mouth had been glued shut. The two radiated a calm madness. After a hasty farewell, the flying sword on the return journey was filled with suffocating silence. Yin Wanzhou's expression was as cold and hard as stone. Yu knew he was in a bad mood. Reflecting on it, the male lead had suffered heavy losses on this trip. His first kiss was gone had inexplicably been bound to a brother with the soul seal of union meant for Tao companions, and now even his innocence was compromised. He was even unluckier than when his luck stat was at 10, and the root cause of it all was himself. A faint melancholy welled up in Yu Ye's heart. After much deliberation, he decided to postpone the plan to sleep with the male lead once again. If this continued, they wouldn't even be able to remain brothers. He might as well return to the East Peak and just wash up and go to bed. As soon as he reached the foot of the mountain gate, he bolted toward the East Peak, without looking back, afraid that lingering here would only annoy Yin Wanzhou. He didn't even dare to say goodbye. Yin Wanzhou was left standing there, his hand still raised in the gesture of wanting to reach out and stop him. He had spent a long time mentally preparing himself on the road. He had been deliberating how to broach the subject. He had just wanted to invite Yu to live together in Zhengyang Hall, and then the man had run away. Was it because his expression had been too fierce just now? He was merely shy and thus hadn't been able to control his expression. Or was it because he had dodged him in the change? Yin Wanzhou's mind was in turmoil. Not long ago he had resolved to try to respond to Yu Ye's feelings, not to disappoint the young master, and no longer to pour cold water on him or push him further away. But just now at the medicinal bath pool, he too could feel embarrassed. Should he chase after him? But what reason could he use to chase after him? A disciple who came to deliver a notice saw him standing by the roadside with vacant eyes, as if his soul had been lost, and couldn't help but clear his throat. Ahem, senior brother, Yin, the sect leader requests your presence at the main hall for a meeting. It's about something concerning Quanshui village. When he stepped into the main hall, Helian Wenren was reviewing documents. Seeing Yin Wanzhou enter, this usually composed sect leader surprisingly didn't immediately bring up business, but instead studied him with a thoughtful gaze. Wanzhou, is something troubling you? Aware of his own lapse, Yin Wanzhou immediately bowed in apology. Helian Wenren showed no intention of reproaching him. His youngest disciple was always proper, and this was the first time he had seen him so distracted. Yin Wanzhou's Adam's apple bobbed as his mind was filled with the image of Yu Yes fleeing back. He desperately wanted to explain to Yu that he wasn't disgusted, yet he was tormented by the lack of a suitable reason to seek him out. After all, Yu still didn't know that he had long been aware of his feelings. Helian Wenren, if you have matters to attend to, go ahead. Yin Wanzhou raised his eyes. Helian Wenren put down his brush. Fei Shuang has already reported to me about the spiritual vein. If the spirit guardian of the mind has a stable temperament, there's no need to suppress it deliberately. However, with your current cultivation levels, possessing a spiritual vein is a crime in itself. It would be better to let the sect manage the vein temporarily while the ownership still remains with you too. In the outside world, incidents of killing and robbing treasures were common. Though a spiritual vein was valuable, keeping it in the hands of two Foundation establishment disciples could easily invite deadly peril. Yes, disciple had the same intention. Yin Wanzhou hadn't even noticed how much lighter his voice had become. But this matter still requires discussion with Yu. Right, he could go find Yu to discuss the spiritual vein matter. That would not seem abrupt. Go ahead, settle it as soon as possible. Yin Wanzhou bowed and withdrew. With this excuse to see the young master, his steps were much lighter than when he had arrived. Wanzhou. Just then Helian Wenren's voice came from behind him. When I was young, I too had moments of hesitation. Some things, if put off for too long, become lifelong regrets. For an instant, Yin Wanzhou felt that Helian Wenren's keen eyes had seen through him, but Helian Wenren's gaze didn't fall on him. Instead, it seemed to pierce through the years, gazing at a figure that could never be retrieved. Disciple takes your teaching to heart. He bowed solemnly. Yin Wanzhou drank a bowl of his master's chicken soup for the soul and arrived at the East Peak. The late spring wind swept up the fallen blossoms throughout the courtyard, scattering crabapple petals like threads of rain. Yin Wanzhou paused beneath the flowering tree. A petal spiraled down and landed in his palm. He subconsciously closed his fingers around it. The front door of the East Peak courtyard was half ajar. Yin Wanzhou raised his hand and knocked lightly. After a moment's hesitation, he said softly, "Xiao Yu, are you there?" No response. "Xiao Yu, I have something to discuss with you." Xiao. Calling out his name from outside felt too foolish. Yin Wanzhou simply pushed the door open. The scene inside was laid bare before him. It was a sight he knew all too well. Even the tables and chairs had been made by his own hands for Yu. This once desolate courtyard on East Peak had long been filled with their shared memories. Yu wasn't there. "You looking for that guy?" Gu Changsheng passed by behind him, drowsily yawning. Went to the back mountain to go into seclusion. Said he wants to cultivate properly for a while and break through to the late Foundation establishment stage. Didn't he tell you? Yin Wanzhou stood frozen in place. He hadn't told him. Seclusion could be long or short, but why did his heart feel so empty? It was as if he feared missing something important, yet he couldn't articulate what exactly he was afraid of missing. He hurried to the back mountain to find him. Only then did he remember that he and Yu were bound by the soul seal of union. There was no need to search blindly like a headless fly. It wasn't until a familiar green figure came into view that Yin Wanzhou steadied himself. Yu was crouching in front of the cave entrance with his back turned, his body curled into a tiny ball, his shoulders trembling slightly. Yin Wan's heart tightened, fearing that when the man turned around, those eyes, always brimming with laughter, would be filled with tears. He unconsciously quickened his pace. Yu crouched in front of the cave, frantically flipping through the manual in his hands. This was the booklet that Elder Gu had just thrown to him, claiming it was specially found for him and would greatly benefit his cultivation. Yu accepted it with reverence. The cover bore several large characters. The true classic of good. Just the name alone was remarkable. Flipping it open and reading through 2 pages, the entire text advised to curse less, cause less trouble. A gentleman speaks, but does not act, and avoid arguing with elders. One must strive to accomplish these points and patiently await good fortune to descend. Wait a minute, cursing less and causing less trouble could be understood, but is avoiding arguing with elders a personal agenda? He was astonished. What kind of true classic is this? Could it be an original work by his master? Yu turned around, still clutching the true classic of good fortune. He neatly patted his clothes and stood up, showing no trace of having cried. What are you doing here? Yin Wanzhou said nothing and took a step forward. Yu took a step back. The retreat was purely instinctive. After all, the male lead had appeared suddenly like a spirit with such a strange expression. It was not his fault. Anyone being stared at by the male lead with such an inscrutable gaze would feel uneasy. Ahem. Yu feigned busyness, his voice wavering. Is there something you need? Are you hiding from me? Yin Wanzhou blurted out without thinking, observing how Yu was avoiding him. Yu's pupils shook. What the heck? When did the male lead become so perceptive? Was his behavior that? It was true that he was in seclusion to improve his cultivation, and it was also true that he was intentionally avoiding Yin Wanzhou. He had already secured the points for the Lingzhou Peak Conference, and Yu was planning to take advantage of this time to push through to the later stage of foundation establishment. More importantly, he really didn't want to cause Yin Wanzhou any more trouble. He chuckled awkwardly. Haha, how could that be? I really want to meditate for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yin Wanzhou slowly grip his left arm with his right hand, slightly tilting his head. The stray hair on his forehead fell, casting deep and shallow shadows across his face. His lips pressed tightly, and his lowered eyelashes emitted an aura reminiscent of an abandoned large dog. Why didn't you even tell me when you went into seclusion? Yu gulped. I forgot. You forgot me. No, it's not that. Why was this person so cunning? Yu desperately tried to save face. I was just about to use a communication talisman to tell you. Little Yu. Yin Wanzhou interrupted him, his emotions suppressed within his words, his tone low and restrained, completely different from his usual way of speaking. Even after all that has happened, you are still the most important person to me. I will not distance myself from you, nor will I treat you differently. It's just. He raised his head, his clear black eyes holding a hint of plea. Could you give me a little more time to think it through? Yin Wanzhou cautiously stepped a few steps closer to him, his normally indifferent brow tinted with red, as if a pool of spring water had thawed. Little Yu, is that all right? Please. I'm begging you. Yu was taken aback, his brow raising as he was about to ask what he was begging for. But he abruptly halted, his mind replaying Yin Wanzhou's words. And he was instantly touched. The male lead had endured so much grievance and such humiliating experiences, yet he was still comforting him. Either he was out of his mind, or this person was truly kind-hearted and sincere. He suddenly opened his arms and gave Yin Wanzhou a firm embrace. Yin Gui will always be the best of. After saying that, he patted the other's back with force, his voice filled with bright laughter. Friend. Yin Wanzhou's emotions stirred as he narrowed his eyes and gently stroked Yu's hair. Could it be that little Yu was still thinking of getting their relationship back on track? But now Yin Wanzhou was no longer obsessed with getting back on track. He preferred to go with the flow. He had always kept his word and never made decisions lightly. Since he had already made up his mind to respond earnestly, not to let Yu down, the intentionally maintained distance and clearly defined boundaries no longer mattered. As long as it made the young master happy. Suddenly Yu felt a warmth on the back of his hand. Yin Wanzhou's hand covered the slender and defined fingers of a sword cultivator, full of strength, the pale skin revealing faint bluish veins, the calluses on his fingertips and palms rough yet warm. I was wrong for ignoring you earlier. Can I apologize? Little Yu. Please don't be unhappy. Yin Wanzhou's voice emerged from his throat, small and tense. That hand was larger than his, slowly gliding over the back of his hand, tracing his fingertips' shape with a probing intent, then gradually slipping between his fingers until their hands were tightly intertwined. Ding. Detected fluctuations in the male lead's luck value. Current luck value, 2802. Ding. Detected fluctuations in the male lead's luck value. Current luck value, 28028. The voice caught in his throat. Yu was bewildered. This luck value is. Could it be because of that true classic of good fortune? Just because he read a few pages. Was good fortune really descending? Did contact with the male lead increase his luck value? Is this manual truly that magical? It couldn't be something from a sinister cultivator, right? Wanzhou was nervously pretending to be calm, holding on to him tightly, yet his gaze shifted uncomfortably as he stammered, "During your seclusion, I will come to see you whenever I can. If you need help with anything, feel free to ask. You don't need to worry him. I'm willing to do anything." He could not express more, nor was he comfortable bringing it up. Wanzhou knew that the heart-link soul seal allowed their spiritual power to merge, essentially a more pure, yet intimate form of spiritual dual cultivation, beneficial for both parties' cultivation. Little Yu was so clever, he should know this, right? Ding. Detected fluctuations in the male lead's luck value. Current luck value 28128. Yu Yes pupils shook. Forget about the luck value for now. Oh, why does the male lead look so bashful? He was stunned by this sudden ambiguous atmosphere, momentarily thinking the male lead was hinting at something but the next second he was shocked back to reality. What nonsense was he thinking? This was the male lead from the original story who had countless beautiful women around him, a straight Sanro character. Moreover, Wanzhou usually behaved like an old cadre sipping from a thermos, using an old phone, and worrying about everything, making it hard to associate him with that kind of direction. Yu swore by his Tao heart, even if he were to bend, Wanzhou would never bend. At this time, Wanzhou felt the other firmly grasping his hand. Ding. Detected fluctuations in the male lead's luck value. Current luck value 28228. Yu Yes tone was resolute, his gaze firm, as if he were about to pledge brotherhood. Thank you then. I won't be polite. After saying that, he gracefully brought his fingers together at his temple and waved his sleeves, still holding that true classic of good fortune, as he stepped into the cave for seclusion. Wanzhou stood dazedly in place, watching his figure leave, as if his entire being was about to smoke from overthinking. Not being polite. Did that mean he intended to use his power freely? Little Yu was truly. So what could he do about it? Even he himself was a bit surprised at how casually he suggested merging spiritual powers. In the end, this person completely forgot that he had come here to deal with the spiritual veins. Yu swallowed a spirit-resolving pill, took out several prepared clear heart herbs to hold under his tongue, and focused on forming seals with both hands as the spiritual power in his dantian began to circulate regularly. With each completed cycle, he could feel his spiritual power growing denser. By the fourth day at midnight, the flow of spiritual power in his meridians became exceptionally smooth. The previously directed path could now circulate on its own, gradually solidifying. This was a sign of an impending breakthrough. He did not dare to be careless, taking out the gathering spirit pill that Elder Gu had prepared earlier and swallowing it. The moment the pill entered his stomach, a surge of spiritual power rushed forth like a tidal wave, flooding his limbs and bones. He gritted his teeth, guiding this force to impact the few acupoints in his meridians that had yet to be opened. In the quiet stone cave, small flowers bloomed from the crevices of the stones and the weeds. Yu remained oblivious, closing his eyes and focusing entirely on breaking through his bottleneck. However, just as he was on the verge of a breakthrough, the spiritual power suddenly stagnated, as if blocked by something. What is going on? His forehead was drenched in sweat. Pure wood-type spiritual power filled the surroundings so thick it was almost visible to the naked eye. Clearly his circulation had reached perfection, yet it was stuck in this awkward limbo, which was too strange. Just as he was feeling anxious, a strange warmth suddenly surged from within him, different from his usual sensations. This power, filled with wild restlessness, unexpectedly helped him break through the final shackle. I've succeeded. In the midst of the gathering and dispersing of spiritual power, Yu joyfully opened his eyes, his hands shimmering with green specks. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly felt something unusual on top of his head. Confused, he raised his hand. The sensation was peculiar. It was a soft, fluffy texture. Yu froze in place, his fingers trembling as he touched it a few more times. The pair of furry pointed ears twitched sensitively with his movements. What the hell? Panicking, he ran towards the puddle, and the reflection in the water revealed his current appearance. Two snow-white fox ears stood prominently on his head. Snow-white fox ears peeked through her hair, their tips twitching nervously, while her eyes shimmered with a watery pale pink hue. As the owner of this body shifted uneasily, a fluffy foxtail could be glimpsed swaying to and fro. Yu spun in circles, never imagining that such an absurd and dramatic scenario from a certain web novel would befall him. Hey, wrong channel, isn't it? He was beyond speechless. The system couldn't provide any explanation either. Clearly, anything not mentioned in the original story was beyond this dimwit's knowledge. Yu despairingly realized that ever since these furry ears sprouted, his five senses had become abnormally sharp. Could he possibly be some kind of monster? That would be too absurd. How could a monster live so long without knowing it was one? What do I do? I've mutated. Am genuinely afraid he'll sneak out to steal chicken at midnight. Could this be why the East Peak Fox demon obeyed before? The same kind as me. Myself. Clinging to fear and horror, he draped himself in a dark robe and sneaked out of the cave furtively. What in the world? Yu wrapped himself tightly on the verge of tears, muttering, wasn't this supposed to be a cultivation upgrade story? How did it suddenly turn into a strange tales from a Chinese studio? He crawled in the shadows, stumbling unsteadily toward old Guess hut, when the aroma of roasted chicken wafted over and his stomach began to growl. Yu, hold it together. You're a human, not a fox. You've just been in seclusion too long, and you're hungry. You don't want to steal chicken. Listen to me, Yu. You must conquer your hunger and be yourself again. He finally reached his master's door and was about to knock when voices came from inside. Inside, Yu Feishuang sat upright by a low table, and old Gu poured her a cup of tea. Thank you, she said, taking a light sip. Peak Master Gu, do you know any clues about the Crimson Sun Heartburn Flower? Crimson Sun Heartburn Flower? Old Gu pondered. That thing is extremely rare. You could try your luck around volcanic craters or secret realms, or maybe at auctions. He squinted suspiciously. Why are you asking? Nothing, just a casual inquiry. Gu Changxing stared at her serene profile, and suddenly let out a sneer. Your temperament is nothing like that girl you buys. Mentioning her mother, Yu Feishuang did not shy away. She gazed down at her reflection in the tea. Among us 3 siblings, the one who most resembles mother is Yu. Old Gu poured himself a cup of tea as well. This must be Yu Bai's fate. That girl was like a wild fox in the mountains since childhood, always diving into the woods. I never imagined she actually left a bloodline in this world. Perhaps no one else knows except you few. Outside the window, Yu, who had just approached, froze. Catching this sentence, his fox ears shot straight up. What fox? What? Could this be the reason for my mutation? The conversation inside continued. Yu Feishuang deliberated for a moment before speaking slowly. Master actually knew all along, but he feared it would sadden you to recall the past, so he ordered me to keep it quiet for now. Helian Wenren. Gu Changxing sneered. Yu Feishuang lowered her eyes in silence. She was not entirely clear about the grievances between her master and old Gu, but from the obscure expression on her master's face, whenever he mentioned the East Peak, and old Guess' nearly unhinged reaction, now she could glimpse something. They had known each other since they were rogue cultivators. Both were cultivators who had lived for centuries. One remained perpetually youthful, peerlessly elegant. The other let time carve deep furrows into his face, looking like a drunkard from the streets. Cultivators had arts to preserve their looks. If Gu Changxing wished, he could restore his prime appearance at any time. Yet this East Peak master deliberately showed this aged visage. The meaning behind it perhaps only he himself truly understood. Gu Changxing set down his teacup heavily. Helian Wenren is nothing but a willful beast, worse than a mere animal. Yu Feishuang's eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly, pretending not to hear. Even she, so composed, couldn't help but be inwardly startled. In this world, the only one daring to curse the sword venerable, the sect leader Helian Wenren, as a beast was probably the man before her. Gu Changxing had a fiery temper and could curse endlessly. At that moment, Yu Feishuang suddenly frowned. There's someone outside the door. Before you could react, a surge of spiritual energy yanked him directly into the room. He stumbled and fell in a clumsy, wretched posture before the tea table. Yu looked up to meet 2 pairs of scrutinizing eyes. What a coincidence. Coincidence, my foot. Gu Changxing glared at him irritably. You little rascal. You've learned to eavesdrop instead of learning anything good. Yu's expression cycled through panic, embarrassment, grievance, and shock. He really hadn't meant to. Could he just barge in and say hello while they were chatting? Old Gu grabbed his hand to check his spiritual energy, finding it flowing smoothly at the late foundation establishment stage. So you've broken through, haven't you? What's wrong with you now? Wrapping yourself up so tightly in the middle of summer. Gu Changxing reached out to pull off his cloak. Wait, master. Yu scrambled backward to avoid him, only to find Yu Feishuang staring intently at him as well. Under the pressure of his 2 elders, Yu finally surrendered. The moment his cloak slipped off, a pair of snow-white fox ears sprang out. Yu closed his eyes in defeat, his tail drooping to the ground. I think I've mutated. Will I be kicked out of the sect as a monster? The room fell into dead silence. Yu's tail curled nervously at his feet. Just when he thought he would be expelled, 2 predatory hands lunged at him simultaneously, precisely grabbing his fox ears, making his pupils dilate in shock. TCH, they're real, Gu Changxing said, squeezing and pinching. Does it hurt? Ow. It hurts. Master, let go. Yu's tears nearly burst out. On the other side, Yu Feishuang's fingers sank completely into the fluffy fur, rubbing and scratching the soft fur behind the ears, until both master and disciple stared at her suspiciously. Only then did she retract her hand expressionlessly, a hint of lingering satisfaction in her eyes. After barely escaping the 2 clutches, Yu found a stool to sit on, nearly sat on his own tail, and had to awkwardly shift it aside. Seeing no surprise on their faces, Yu asked cautiously, What's happening to me, master, eldest sister? Atavism, Yu Feishuang said. Atavism. It's not a monster, nor a mutation. The Lu family's ancestors once formed a bond with the divine Fox clan. The descendants received a blessing inheriting a fraction of the divine fox's power. The inherent trait of atavism appears under specific conditions, she said, glancing at Yu Yes wagging tail. It rarely manifests this early. So I didn't mention it earlier. Perhaps your breakthrough in cultivation triggered it. Yu Feishuang closed her eyes calmly, and the next moment a pair of black fox ears appeared among her hair. Completely different from Yu Yes' fluffy white ones, their lines were sharper, the shape pointed and slender. Yu was stunned. The most incredible part was, she was still Yu Feishuang. Even with those prominent fox ears, she sat upright, unflappable as ever. Yu was dumbfounded. The ultimate statement was, your sister is still your sister. Even with those prominent fox ears, Yu Feishuang maintained her perfect posture, unmoved by the storm. Old Gu observed with a hint of amusement. Well, I thought only Yu Bai would behave like this. Yu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since his elder sister said it was fine, it must be fine. He looked eagerly at Yu Feishuang. Then how do I retract this ear and tail? Yu Feishuang paused, a rare moment of contemplation. She had never considered this issue. Ever since the ancestral phenomenon appeared, it had been easy to control. Just focus your thoughts, and it can be done. After saying that, she returned to normal. Yu concentrated, but his heart sank. His eye color returned to normal, but the ear and tail remained. Ha ha ha. Old Go laughed heartily, slapping his leg. You're half-baked. You can't even retract an ear. Old half-baked. Yu retorted immediately, his tail bristling with anger. Yu Feishuang watched the back and forth between the old man and the young boy in silence. Before leaving, she paused to glance at her brother's ear, then turned away. She spoke. If you truly can't retract it, then stay away from the mountain for a few days to avoid unnecessary disturbances. After a pause, she added in a low voice, be more vigilant, don't let others deceive you. Yu was puzzled. Elder sister, no one is deceiving me. You are still too naive. Yu Feishuang sighed as she departed. Yu, am I really that naive? Back in his room, Yu wanted to avoid everyone rolling on the bed while holding his fluffy tail completely wrapped in the blanket, shedding a pile of fur. He tried to focus his thoughts as Yu Feishuang suggested, but it was completely ineffective. What to do? What to do? What do you mean, what to do? Yu turned around, feeling resigned. Yin Wanzhou appeared at his bedside like a ghost, a clear expression of displeasure on his face. Yin Gui. Yu poked his half-exposed face from under the blanket. What a coincidence. What coincidence? Yin Wanzhou was almost laughing in anger. Ever since that day when he closed himself off and parted from Yu, he had been waiting for news about the young master, worrying whether his advancement was going smoothly, and waiting in case Yu needed his help. Several times he passed by the East Peak wanting to look for someone, but was afraid of disturbing the other's cultivation, leading to a restless few days. Finally, he waited for the release from seclusion, and this ungrateful person didn't even send a message. Did you advance? Oh yes. Yu didn't want him to see him like this, quietly scooting further into the bed. Seeing the ungrateful young master hide further into the bedding, Yin Wanzhou rolled up his sleeves, knelt on the bed, chuckled softly, and reached for the blanket. Don't. Hey, wait a minute. Yu hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was already too late. As Yin Wanzhou's hand reached into the blanket, he touched something fluffy. Frowning, he squeezed it, feeling a warm, fuzzy sensation in his palm. The moment his tail was grabbed, a tingling sensation shot from the tip of the tail to his spine. It felt so strange that Yu's cheeks turned crimson, the pink spreading to the roots of his ears, feeling utterly flustered. What is this? Yin Wanzhou couldn't see what was under the blanket, and casually squeezed again. You've had enough. Yu finally lost his patience, throwing the blanket off and covering Yin Wanzhou's head. The two of them instantly rolled into a tussle among the bedding, with Yu's wild punches easily subdued by Yin Wanzhou, who flipped over and pinned him down. Got you now. Yin Wanzhou looked down with some smugness, but froze when he saw the scene beneath him. Yu desperately covered his head, his eyes misty, a few strands of hair sticking to the corners of his eyes, his brows drooping pitifully, resembling a frightened little animal, with two tufts of white fluff peeking out between his fingers. I told you. Yu despaired, releasing his grip on his head, letting his ears pop out. Then gritting his teeth, he pulled Yin Wanzhou's cheeks outward. I told you to wait. Yin Wanzhou was silent for a moment. Then Yu's eyes widened. Hey Yin Go. Why are you bleeding from? These days had coincided with the change of seasons, and it was indeed dry and arid. Watching the blood about to drip down, Yu panicked, and immediately got up to wipe at his actions, frantic, even casting a healing spell. The bleeding stopped immediately. Yin Wanzhou was much calmer than him, half kneeling by the bed, pinching his nose bridge. I'm fine. That's good. The pure white ears swayed in front of him, and Yin Wanzhou felt an itch in his heart. As he reached out, his fingertips barely grazed the tuft of fluff. Yu jolted, his fox ears twitching and folding back, transforming into airplane ears. Don't touch it randomly. His voice trembled, the endings soft and delicate. As soon as the words left his mouth, their gazes met, and both froze. Yu's head was spinning. Strange, he hadn't felt anything unusual when his master and elder sister touched his ears earlier, But why did it feel like electricity surged from the tip of his ears to the tip of his tail when the male lead touched him? This is too strange. Damn it, the male lead isn't a walking lightning rod, is he? The atmosphere was inexplicably awkward, both of them blushing instinctively, averting their gazes. Yu quietly sat up, maintaining a bit of distance, while Wanzhou meticulously folded the blanket into a neat block, smoothing out the sheets without a wrinkle. Yu sat on the edge of the bed, hugging his tail, observing Wanzhou's demeanor, thinking that if he handed him a white towel to drape over his arm, he could directly work as a room service staff at a 5-star hotel. What is going on here? Wanzhou asked. Yu explained, using Fei Shuang's words, indicating that he was just as confused, but could only accept the situation. Wanzhou looked worried. Aside from your ears and tail, do you have any other abnormalities? Speaking of this, Yu hesitated, opening his mouth and mumbling, "Can you check if my teeth have also become sharper?" Slightly parting his lips, a hint of a vibrant tongue was vaguely visible among his pearly white teeth under the moonlight. Wanzhou was momentarily dazed, then leaned forward, gently cupping Yu's chin with one hand, while the other cautiously pressed against his lower lip. Yu felt uncomfortable. That strange sensation returned, and his neck instinctively shrank back. "Don't move," Wanzhou said softly, his voice deeper than usual. "Maybe we should skip it. I don't need to look, it shouldn't be." Before he finished speaking, Wanzhou's long finger had already slipped into his lips, gently tracing the sharpness of his already pointed canine tooth. The originally petite canine now felt even sharper, like the fangs of some young beast pressing against his fingertip with a slight sting. Wanzhou caressed gently and slowly. Yu's breathing became erratic. Instinctively, he pressed his tongue against the invading finger, nearly biting down, only to be stunned by his own reflex. He pushed Wanzhou away, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. "I asked you to look. I didn't tell you to touch it. Isn't that dirty?" Oh heavens, what normal person would just touch someone else's teeth? This male lead really is extraordinarily talented. Does he have to flirt like this? The problem is their relationship can't even be described as flirting, they can only be regarded as good brothers. Yu tossed a handkerchief from his treasure bag, then took out another one to wipe his mouth, glaring at Wanzhou. The young master looked so adorably puffed up, and Wanzhou felt a stir in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he was hit squarely by several cleansing spells. "How come I never noticed that you're so unclean before?" Yu mumbled. Wanzhou. "Even if we retreat 1,000 steps, I had already fed you medicine like that. Now it's just my fingers that got a little dirty. Really, it's nothing. Nothing, right? You said earlier that you can't retract this form. What's going on?" Wanzhou changed the topic. Mentioning this made Yu furious, his tail swishing back and forth. He had spent the whole night trying to focus his thoughts, nearly driving himself to madness, yet with no effect. Wanzhou chuckled. "Want to try my method?" "What method do you have?" "The Heart Unity Soul Mark can merge our spiritual powers. Perhaps it can help you control this power." He lowered his voice, lightly tapping Yu's nose with a finger. "Want to give it a try? Merging spiritual power." Yu touched her nose and said, "Forget it." Such an impulsive rejection left Wanzhou momentarily speechless. "Putting aside whether that thing is useful, don't you think the Qiyang Tongxin seal is inherently suspicious? It's better for us not to use it too much," Yu yawned. "Moreover, if you become reliant on my spiritual power, what if one day you're not around, or if we happen to separate? That sudden emergence of ears and tails would truly be a problem." Imagining that embarrassingly shameful scenario, Yu couldn't help but shiver. The ambiguous atmosphere was instantly dispelled. Wanzhou's gaze dimmed slightly as he quickly caught on to the uncomfortable words, wondering what if you're not around one day mean? What does separate mean? How could he possibly not be by Yu's side? He was there in the past, he was there now, and he would always be there in the future. No matter what changes occurred, no matter what happened between them, that would not change. He couldn't imagine, nor did he wish to envision, a scenario where he was separated from Yu. This matter was a taboo for him, both in the past and now. Wanzhou leaned forward, his hand firmly covering Yu's hand, his dark eyes swirling with indescribable emotions. His ambiguous gaze enveloped her like a giant net akin to prey caught in a trap, exuding a sense of danger akin to being suspended before a beast's jaws. With a creak, the door swung open violently. "Little brat, your master is here to bring you warmth." Gu Chongqing stood at the doorway with a medicine bag, frowning as he scanned the intertwined hands of the two. "What are you two doing?" Yu was taken aback by the question, feeling inexplicably guilty. "It's nothing, just discussing cultivation insights." "Holding hands while cultivating?" Gu Lao raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with that?" Yu straightened up, shaking off the odd feeling. "Master, what? I brought you some pills to solidify your cultivation level and to talk about a few matters." Gu Chongqing pulled out a stool and sat down, using his gaze to signal Wanzhou to leave. The latter could only gently press his lips together, hesitating for a moment before ultimately leaving. Just after Wanzhou stepped out, Gu Chongqing crossed his legs and suddenly threw a straight ball. Are you in a relationship with that brat Yin Wanzhou? Puffed. The pill that Yu had just put in her mouth was immediately spat out, choking her face red. Master you can't say such things. Gu Chongsheng scratched his graying hair nonchalantly. Oh, just asking casually. He had meant it as a jest, but seeing his disciple's intense reaction, he found it amusing. Switching topics, Galao said seriously. On a serious note, do you know if Yu Feishuang is looking for the Qiyang Fanqin flower? He feigned calmness, yet inside he was in turmoil. Could it be related to the Tongxin soul seal he shared with Yin Wanzhou? He pretending Galao was too lazy to play games with him. He took his hand, his fingers accurately resting on the pulse point. Besides cleaning up your mess, what else could it be for? Yu knew she couldn't hide anything from this master, so she simply laid out everything that had happened in Quanshui village, omitting certain minor details. Gu Chongsheng listened absent-mindedly, suddenly reacting when the topic of the Demon Valley was raised. Survivors of the Demon Valley. Did they announce their identity? Not at all. They self-destructed immediately. What did they look like? Any other characteristics? Yu rested her chin on her hand, thinking, and said that person seized the position of the village chief of Quanshui village and did not reveal their true appearance, so there's no reference value. Speaking of which, Master, I heard that Headmaster Helion has some grievances with Demon Valley. You wouldn't have participated in the encirclement back then, would you? By the way, isn't your relationship with Headmaster Helion not that good? You're so old, he shouldn't make things difficult for you, right? A series of questions caused Gu Changsheng's lips to twitch as he gave Yu a slap on the head. What does being old mean? He wasn't much younger than Helion Wenren. That guy is only a year younger than me. Yu was astonished, her eyes widening. You even know the headmaster's exact age. Are you that familiar with him? Do I really look that old? Gu Changsheng's expression was strange as he asked a peculiar question. Do you think being a disciple of Helion Wenren would be more impressive? Yu didn't dare to speak the truth and could only utter nonsense. Being old and strong is also a form of youth. After a moment of silence, Gu Chongsheng chuckled, ruffling Yu's hair roughly. Go to sleep. Oh, by the way, about what you told me last time. The little disciple from the North Peak who was bullied has been investigated by the law enforcement hall. It really is quite common, and now there are elders taking care of it. You're truly kind. The pill perhaps had some sedative effects, as Yu felt sleepy, curling up in a ball with the blanket, her ears drooping softly. Master, make sure to rest early. Under the candlelight, Gu Chongsheng looked at his little disciple and felt his hardened heart soften a bit. He said gruffly, don't be afraid of Yu Feishuang. She actually cares about you. Having family in this world as a cultivator is a great blessing. Yu wasn't foolish. She knew that Yu Feishuang treated her well. Previously she didn't understand, but now she had figured it out. This elder sister appeared cold, but she was soft at heart. For instance, before they entered the Lingwu secret realm, Yu Feishuang intentionally mentioned how Go Lao had helped her, and there were several instances where she had come to her aid. Yu had quietly remembered all of it. So this was what it felt like to have an elder sister protecting you. Yu closed her eyes and mumbled, Master is also like a father. Get lost. I'm not your father. That would mess up the hierarchy. He turned over. Master, do you still have family in this world? Gu Chongsheng chuckled. They are long gone. Yu opened her eyes and smiled at him. I am your family now. You are getting old. Your memory is truly poor. As the conversation reached this point, the atmosphere inevitably became a bit sentimental. Sentimentality didn't suit them. Oh, both of them felt goosebumps, finding it quite disgusting. Don't worry, I will take care of you in your old age. Go. Well, thank you. After Go Lao left, Yu opened her family. She actually had never had a true family. In her previous life, she could be said to have started off in collapse, barely growing up in an orphanage, and having been shifted through several families, all of which sent her back to the orphanage for various reasons. As children grew older, they became harder to adopt. She gradually gave up on expectations, worked hard in her studies, and finally graduated from university, only to fall into the bad habits of taking pills and sleeping, ultimately dying at her workstation after a late-night shift. Turning over, Yu clutched the blanket tightly. The past was already quite hazy for her. Now having a master family and friends was something she had never dared to imagine in her previous life. The system never deliberately made things difficult for her, and the male lead treated her sincerely. Yu had never felt that following the male lead's storyline was a burden. On the contrary, she felt a sense of fulfillment and mutual accomplishment. System 0v0, this world treated her well. Every effort she made yielded tangible rewards, and Yu felt very content. As the night deepened, the room was quiet, breathing steadily as she drifted into dreams. In her dream, it seemed someone softly patted the child's back, a feminine voice humming an ancient lullaby, the sound seeming to traverse through the long years, carrying a sense of peace. The next day, Yu awoke from her dream, feeling a wetness at the corners of her eyes. She wiped them, and the annoying fox ears had vanished without a trace. Even the tail was nowhere to be seen. Hooray! Yu stood on the bed, hands on her hips, cheering. A good night's sleep had helped her conquer her thoughts, feeling quite pleased. She pushed open the courtyard door with a clear mind. In the morning light, a tall figure was lazily leaning against the flowering crabapple tree, their long legs casually draped over a stone bench, revealing a well-defined ankle. As they tilted their head to drink, their short black hair was casually tied up with a cloth strip, the tips brushing against their jawline as they tilted their head, exuding an unruly demeanor. "Who are you?" Yu took a step back, seeing a strange beggar drinking in the courtyard early in the morning. "Is this a monster? Where is my master? Has he been captured by a monster?" Yu shook her arms and pulled out a broom from behind the door, ready for battle. The youthful-looking Gu Changshen glanced over his handsome brows, filled with impatience. He casually wiped the corner of his mouth and urged from a high vantage point, "Why are you staring at me? Hurry up and go eat breakfast." He looked a bit embarrassed. Yu rubbed her eyes, not daring to open them, fearing it was merely an illusion. "This is how it is my master has rejuvenated." Yu propped her chin, her face contorted in confusion as she stirred the spiritual rice in her bowl. Lin Tian's mind went blank as he slowly asked, "So do we still call him Elder Gu from now on?" "That's a good question." Yu stroked her chin in contemplation. "Let's not worry about titles for now. Was Master Gu handsome in his youth?" Both Yu and Lin Tian twitched their mouths, nearly forgetting that there was a super face control in Jushin among them. If we talk about being good-looking, then indeed he was handsome. It took Yu 3 whole days to adapt to that drunken old man suddenly turning into a handsome guy. Fortunately, Elder Ji's slovenly demeanor hasn't changed one bit. He still wore loose clothing and carried his wine gourd everywhere, though now he might have to be called Gushao. "Here, eat while it's hot." Lin Tian bit into a chicken leg and casually served one to each of them. The shiny chicken leg greeted them in the bowl, and Yu instinctively turned her face away. Since the phenomenon of ancestral reversion appeared, he had developed a fear of chickens. The symptoms were exaggerated, but the fear was real. Recently, they had been busy completing bounties to earn points, and it had been quite a while since they had seen each other. Today, they coincidentally met at the dining hall, so the 3 of them gathered to chat. During the days Yu Yan Wanzhou and Hua Luo gathered bounties in the spring water village in Jushin, had cut through Wolf Mountain earning points at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, the spirit martial secret realm reopened, and this time Lin Tian finally achieved his wish and found his destined weapon. On the bounty board, the slow-down team was far ahead in points, making their participation in the Lingzhou summit a certainty, which also gave them a chance to catch their breath. "Where are brother Yin and sister Hua?" Lin Tian asked. In Jushin replied, "Little Hua has been learning a new sword technique these days and hasn't accompanied me down the mountain for shopping." Yu was taken aback and returning to the topic. She indeed hadn't seen Yin Wanzhou for several days. She didn't know what the male lead had been busy with lately. However, since being driven away by Elder Gu, he had seemingly vanished. "They're probably all busy with their own matters," Yu casually replied. "Lin Tian, what exactly is your destined weapon? Why not show it to us?" "It's not a weapon, it's my wife," Lin Tian corrected. Yu thought to herself how he had also picked up the bad habit of those sword cultivators, and going along with it said, "All right, let's see your wife." Some cultivators have a strong emotional attachment to their weapons, leading to the illusion that the weapon is the wife. For instance, Lin Tian. Lin Tian mysteriously summoned his weapon, and with a thud, a giant shield with a metallic sheen slammed onto the ground. "This is my wife." Shishing shield. He proudly patted it. Yu took a closer look. The shield was nearly half a person tall, entirely silver white, its edges engraved with intricate cloud and thunder patterns, and the center embedded with 7-star stones arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. "Wow. Handsome." "Wrong." Lin Tian tenderly caressed the giant shield, gazing lovingly at the flowing sheen on the shield's surface. "It's beautiful, truly beautiful." In Jushin displayed a somewhat disgusted expression, a crack appearing on her exquisitely beautiful face, and she quietly stepped back 2 paces to leave. Actually, Yu also wanted to find an opportunity to slip away, but she couldn't bear to leave the foolish Lin Tian alone here, so she had to pretend to be very busy looking around at the scenery. "Hey, wife." Lin Tian's wail was heard by a passing disciple, who turned back in shock. He saw Yu standing opposite Lin Tian, who had a deep expression on his face, still shouting "wife," and such, which immediately frightened the disciple into turning and escaping, hiding in a corner to pull out a small spirit mirror, opening the cave heaven quick view, and shakily sending out a bulletin. "Anonymous, I told you that the difficult rain rising to the sky was true, but you didn't believe it. You uncultured beings, come and take a look." Just 5 seconds after the bulletin was sent, someone responded, "Shui, Zhong Wang Yue, shut up." Yu was so furious in the pill room that he stomped his feet. He was really tired of these people babbling nonsense in the cave heaven quick view. Who in this world knew better than him about the matters between Yin Wanzhou and Yu? He had noticed them since they were little kids. Over the years, he had firmly stood by his stance. Taking a deep breath, he continued to type, "Shui Zhong Wang Yue, is that thing on your neck for showing off your height?" "Anonymous, which peak are you from?" We have no grievances or grudges. Why are you cursing at me as soon as you come up? Shui Zhong Wang Yue, fellow Taoist, I apologize. This is the first time I've seen someone making such a huge mess in the cave heaven quick view, so I couldn't help but be excited. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist, but can you hurry up and go away and shut up? Shui Zhong Wang Yue, where is the manager of the cave heaven quick view? Why hasn't this baseless bulletin been deleted yet? The bulletin hanging on the small spirit mirror was annoying, and Yu Wu angrily hit the alchemy furnace with his fist. He hated Yu and also hated Yin Wanzhou, but he was even more annoyed by these stupid people who babbled nonsense without understanding the situation. He didn't know who the manager of the cave heaven quick view was. Usually, when he casually posted a bulletin, it would be deleted in minutes, but now it was nowhere to be seen. Inside the Xingyang Hall, Helian Wenren put down his brush and looked up at the two people playing chess in the hall. Yu Feishuang placed a piece. The game is like a person. The greedy are easily trapped in dead ends. There are countless paths in chess. Some seek victory, some seek stability, while I only seek the return of a piece. Yin Wanzhou calmly stated as he gazed at the chessboard. Black and white pieces intertwined, hidden killing intent. The black piece at Yin Wanzhou's fingertip fell, sealing the last escape route for the white pieces. Sister, I've lost. Yu Feishuang furrowed her brow, and after a while finally spoke. Let's play again. Play again. Yin Wanzhou didn't understand what was wrong with this sister today. They had been playing chess since morning, and now it had already been 2 hours. Did they really need to continue? For some reason, he felt a somewhat aggressive aura from the chess game. Moreover, in recent days, Yu Feishuang had been seeking him out frequently for practice, from sword techniques to spellcasting, and now even chess was not spared. Each encounter carried a hint of scrutiny. Yin Wanzhou calmly glanced at the sky. Sister, the Lingzhou summit is approaching. I want to go back and prepare. At this moment, Helian Wenren spoke at the right time, his voice calm and unhurried. Feishuang Wanzhou, although this Lingzhou summit is for friendly exchanges, the outside world is different from within the sect. Recently, there have been frequent activities of demonic cultivators, so be extra cautious. Both of them sat up straight. Yes, master. Yu Feishuang was not participating in the Lingzhou summit event as her cultivation was too much higher. She had already participated in one before, and this time, she was mainly responsible for managing the competition. After leaving the Xingyang Hall, Yu Feishuang expressionlessly opened her small spirit mirror, as usual casually deleting the annoying bulletin in the cave heaven quick view. Delete, delete, delete. The corners of Yu Feishuang's mouth lifted slightly, and her mood improved a bit. As the hall door softly closed, the footsteps of the disciples gradually faded away, and the Xingyang Hall returned to silence, with only the incense burner's smoke swirling. When Helian Wenren stood up, his movement paused for a moment. Changsheng. He suddenly called out to the empty hall, a rare softness appearing on his lips. A loud click came from behind the bookshelf. Helian Wenren, what wind are you catching? Don't call me like that. Gu Changxing's face was filled with disdain as he casually leaned against the bookshelf, cutting straight to the point. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. I'm going to the Lingzhou summit this time. I don't trust the people from the Demon Valley. Helian Wenren raised his eyes, his silver-gray pupils gazing like a deep pool. In his eyes, whether the person before him had gray hair and a wrinkled face or this handsome appearance, now there was little difference. All right. He only replied with a single word. Soon the Lingzhou summit was about to commence. Songfeng sect and Zhuyun Gate had always been on good terms, and since the number of participating disciples for the Lingzhou summit was small, the two sects shared the same cloud vessel to travel to Tianyin Prefecture. In addition to the 5 contestants, there were also elders, team leaders, and logistics disciples accompanying them, along with some nearby small sects. Early in the morning, the massive cloud vessel was already waiting at the mountain gate. Tongxue, how do I look today? Duan Mingyu asked, fidgeting with his hair ornaments, trying to strike the most perfect pose against the edge of the cloud vessel. Tonke rolled his eyes and slipped away. As Yu stepped onto the deck of the cloud vessel, a deliberately affected cough came from behind him. Ahem. He didn't stop walking, and the cough grew more urgent and louder. Cough, 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 coughed. Yu turned around, intending to ask which fellow Taoist was suffering from consumption and needed treatment, only to see Duan Mingyu resplendent, as if he had just crawled out of a gold mine. He wore a gilded and emerald-studded crown, a robe embroidered with golden clouds, and even his belt was trimmed with gold. This outfit. Fellow Duan, are you going to perform opera? A question mark slowly emerged above Yu's head. Duan Mingyu looked aggrieved, his face wounded. Yu, didn't we agree last time that you would call me Mingyu? Mingyu. Yu nodded compliantly, then turned to ask, Brother Yin, which room are we staying in? Let's go inside first. Duan Mingyu raised his hand with a world-weary air, watching the two walk away, his golden fan waving desolately in his hand. His heart sank. His outfit could only be appreciated by others now. Wow, so flashy, my eyes hurt, Lin Tian said as he walked past, covering his eyes. Beside him, Yin Jushin crossed his arms and muttered with a frown. Where did this bumpkin come from? Ling Che also pulled Hua Luoji forward. Sis, let's go. This guy is so weird. Hua Luoji reached out to feel Ling Qi's forehead. Are you sure you want to go? This low fever has been going on for days. Dear sister, I'm really fine. Don't worry. A group of people hurried past. Duan Mingyu. The world isolated him, letting others mock him. Walking along the corridor, Yin Wanzhou spoke up abruptly. What have you been doing these past few days? Yu watching Lin Tian's wife. Yu waiting quietly for fortune to fall from the sky. Yin Wanzhou sighed helplessly. Earlier during your seclusion, Duan Mingyu sent you something which I've kept temporarily. Yu looked utterly incredulous. What could he possibly give me? Entering the bedroom, Yin Wanzhou took out a brocade box tied with a gold ribbon from his treasure pouch. Yu opened it cautiously, and inside lay a robe with a gradient of green and white. The collar was verdant green fading downward into a plain white, with silver thread embroidering lotus flowers at the cuffs. It was infused with advanced defensive spells visibly expensive. Wow. Yu lifted the robe and shook it, still puzzled. Why did he give me a robe? Yin Wanzhou looked down at him. Do you really not understand what this means? Yu shook his head blankly. Yin Wanzhou tapped the green collar with his fingertip. The green collar is my heart's longing. Why was he reciting poetry? Duan Mingyu has feelings for you. Yu nearly burst out laughing. What nonsense. No, it's just a whim of his. Brother Yin, how could you think that? Yu waved his hand dismissively. Duan Mingyu didn't have that level of cultural refinement. In the original setting, although Duan Mingyu followed the path of a dashing nobleman, giving spirit stones to this junior sister today, and gifting jewelry to that senior sister tomorrow, his flirtatious tactics were endless, yet he never truly cared for anyone. Thus the perpetual second-in-command had no actual romantic partner. Like Yin Wanzhou, he had a script without a couple, but with romantic interests. Only the former was passive, the latter active. This robe's material is quite good, but I can't accept it. He'll find an excuse to return it later. Yu closed the brocade box. Alright. By the way, brother Yin, where have you been these past few days? I feel like I haven't seen you for a while. He smiled naturally and innocently, his guileless demeanor softening Yin Wan's heart, dissipating much of the gloom that had settled in his mind. Only Yin Wanzhou himself knew that Yu's casual remark the other day, what if one day you're not by my side, had unsettled him for days. Not wanting his emotions to affect Yu, he had avoided him by practicing swordsmanship. Today Duan Mingyu gave a robe and recited poetry. Tomorrow someone else might offer treasures and show favor. The young master was wonderful, and anyone who saw him would feel joy. Their affection for him might also be a whim after all. Yu had never once mentioned the matter of liking, simply hiding it in his heart. He had selfish motives. He hadn't told Yu that Duan Mingyu had come to Zhuyun Gate several times for tea during his seclusion, and he had taken the liberty of withholding that gift until today. A sense of crisis gradually grew in Yin Wan's heart. Yu liked him now, but could this liking truly have no expiration date? Yet at this moment, he had neither the qualification nor the position to demand anything from Yu. At this thought, Yin Wan's chest tightened. But facing the person before him, he had no temper to vent, so he vented his frustration by tousling Yu's hair, messing up the soft black locks. What are you doing? Yu complained discontentedly, dodging his hair-ruining hand. Did you put away your tail? Yin Wanzhou fell silent again. Suddenly he leaned in from behind, lowering his head and burying it in the crook of Yu's neck. His warm, moist breath brushed against the skin, and he nuzzled downward. Yin Wanzhou said, "Don't move." His voice was a little hoarse. Yu froze, his heartbeat quickening, slightly unsure what the male lead was up to now. In the future. After a long pause, he closed his eyes, speaking with a hint of aggrieved reluctance, his voice very low. "Don't ever say things like, we'll be separated again." The voice sounded in his ear, and Yu's heart trembled slightly. Why would I be separated from you? The person behind him didn't answer, only stubbornly rubbed his forehead against the nape of his neck. The sensation of strands of hair brushing back and forth was ticklish. Yu racked his brain and finally remembered a casual remark he had made on the day of his seclusion. Ahem, was the male lead still holding a grudge? Good heavens, how long had it been? The male lead's insecurity made Yu both amused and sympathetic, involuntarily recalling the stubborn little cub, Yin Wanzhou, from childhood. But now that you've become senior brother Yin of Zhuyun Gate, why are you still so insecure? In the original story, Yin Wanzhou was extroverted, adept at networking, and had a wide circle of friends, a veritable charmer. Now, although he was still quite charming, there was no sign of his former social adeptness. Thinking of this, Yu suddenly realized a problem. Why hadn't those so-called good friends from the original story extended a helping hand when Yin Wanzhou fell from grace at the end? In the ending, it seemed only Duan Mingyu was still persistently searching for the male lead. What were the others? Yu was very ticklish. The breath of the person behind made him want to squirm away, but he restrained himself from pushing Yin Wanzhou aside. Instead, he reached out and affectionately ruffled the male lead's head. Don't overthink. Where could I go? I'm not leaving. I won't go anywhere. The promise was like a soothing balm. The tension in Yin Wan's shoulders visibly relaxed because this was exactly what he wanted. Just having yes words was enough. The restless beast in his heart quieted down. Wanzhou said nothing, deeply inhaling the scent of Yu, then carefully wrapped his arms around him. Then his breathing gradually steadied. Wanzhou had fallen asleep, standing up. Yu looked out the window in surprise. The cloud vessel had only just departed, and the sun hung high in the clear blue sky. But the weight on his neck was indeed growing heavier. Yu quickly supported him, dragged the suddenly fainted male lead over to the bed, and pushed him onto the brocade quilt. He was really asleep. What a big heart. Yu propped his chin on his hand and stared at him resentfully, then couldn't help but yawn. He sent a message to Lin Tian saying he wouldn't meet for a meal, then squeezed Wanzhou inward and carved out a spot for himself. Since the cloud vessel would be flying for most of the day, taking a nap seemed like a good idea. Outside the window, the sea of clouds churned, while inside the cabin only the sound of two gradually steadying breaths remained. Meanwhile, Duan Mingyu changed into a low-key yet elegant outfit and drifted over to Yu's room. He knocked on the door with polite restraint, intending to invite the little beauty out to admire the scenery. But after knocking for a long time, there was no response. Lin Tian walked out of the next room and asked casually, "What are you up to?" Ahem. Duan Mingyu, knowing that Lin Tian was also a disciple of Zhuyan Gate, fanned himself lightly and spoke shyly. "I'm looking for little Yu." Lin Tian recalled the message Yu had sent him not long ago, scratched his head, and said, "Those two are asleep. Come back later." With that, Lin Tian went off to eat. A cold wind blew past, leaving Duan Mingyu frozen in place, his expression nearly shattered, on the verge of fainting. Was this sleep a verb or a noun? Detecting fluctuations in the male protagonist's luck value, current luck value 300. Yu stared at the system pop up. Wait, I remember the male protagonist was 283 before, shouldn't it be 313 with the reward? What you don't know, host, is that a few days ago the male protagonist's luck value decreased by 13 points during the nighttime, and you might have missed the system notification. Yu almost spat blood. It was impossible to ignore this little unlucky fellow for even a day. 13 points. He counted on his fingers, gritting his teeth. The male protagonist wouldn't have encountered a ghost at midnight, right? The system hurriedly consoled him. Don't worry, host, a new reward has been unlocked. Do you want to take a look? Yu perked up a bit. Just as he was about to take a peek, Lin Tian bumped into him with his arm. Little divine doctor, it's time to go. This person was quite reckless, and Yu nearly got knocked over by a jab, leaving the matter of rewards for later. The Yunfang landed at the Tianyin Prefecture dock. The Lingzhou Summit is the grandest exchange event in the entire cultivation world, and the Tianyin Prefecture is also the most influential area in the Chaos Lingzhou. There are 5 major sects and 1 grand palace in the Chaos Lingzhou. The 5 sects are Zhurong sect, Songfeng sect, Yuming sect, Lingshu Valley, and Ming Xian Wuxiang sect, while the grand palace is the Jiushao Immortal Palace. The others had learned about the situation of other sects from Guchangshan. In previous Lingzhou summits, Zhurong sect's performance was always mediocre. Aside from Lui Weibai winning once when he was alive, and Yu Feishuang's team winning once, they mostly ranked at the bottom among the 5 major sects, with their best placements being 3rd or 4th. Lin Tian was dumbfounded. How can our Zhurong sect, at least one of the 5 major sects, be at the bottom in the Lingzhou summit? Guchangshan sighed. Actually, our disciples' strength isn't bad, they are just too rigid. The competition format is ever-changing, testing not only cultivation and agility, but also teamwork and adaptability, while Zhurong sect disciples have always adhered to rules and traditions, making them prone to setbacks. The winners of past Lingzhou summits were almost always those who possessed both wisdom and courage. It was difficult to win solely based on cultivation and brute strength. However, at that time, Lui Weibai relied on intelligence, while Yu Feishuang embodied courage, both being exceptionally formidable. Yu thought, Master, don't worry, this time your dragon has arrived. Looking up from the dock, the Jiushao Immortal Palace stood majestically atop the mountains, floating above the sea of clouds. This place absorbed the spiritual energy of the Tianshan Mountains, and from afar one could see the cluster of palaces of the Jiushao Immortal Palace, composed of several white jade pavilions bathed in countless rays of dawn light, making it seem ethereal. The most stunning sight was the inverted Jingming Lake beneath the palace. The clear waters reflected the entire palace, making it hard to distinguish which side was real. The bustling market of Tianyin Prefecture was closest to them. With the Lingzhou summit approaching, the streets were more vibrant than ever, filled with shops and stalls. From the sky to the ground, various spells created by cultivators adorned the space. Glowing fish illusions swam above the crowds, and when tea vendors lifted their lids, wispy, white mist formed into crane shapes, swirling and lingering. Light danced in the sky as countless flying artifacts zipped by, each in various shapes, including a jade lotus platform and a glass boat alongside unnamed artifacts. Someone scattered a handful of spirit flowers, and the crimson petals fluttered down, disintegrating upon touching the ground, blooming into delicate ripples of spiritual energy. Reaching out to catch a petal, Yu curiously looked up. In midair, a green light phoenix chariot broke through the clouds and rode the winds, with sheer curtains hanging around vaguely, revealing a graceful figure seated within. A passerby exclaimed, "That's the Qing of Fairy from the Jiuxiao Immortal Palace." Just as he was captivated, Yu sniffed the air, attracted by a sweet fragrance, and turned to see several children squatting by the roadside, using lightning talismans to blast spirit rice flowers. One must admit, city folks are indeed different. Just after passing the dock inspection, Yu felt someone approaching from behind. Turning around, he met a pair of round, glistening eyes. A girl with braided pigtails was nervously clutching a transmission stone. "Excuse me, are you disciples of the Tsongfeng sect?" Yu pointed ahead. "We are from Zhurong sect. The Tsongfeng sect just passed by." Speaking of which, Ming, you didn't take long to leave. She dashed out right after arriving at the dock, without giving me a chance to return the gift. One might think she was the one with the wind spirit root. Upon hearing that they were from Zhurong sect, the girl hesitated for a moment. After all, Zhurong sect was not a popular team in previous years. But she thought for a moment and turned around to wave. In an instant, 7 or 8 cultivators holding water mirrors and transmission stones swarmed around, and someone even formed a dazzling light spell that nearly blinded Yu. "Friends, welcome to Wanzhou Mirror Sky. I am your host, Jiang Jiran." The girl brought the transmission stone close to her lips, her voice instantly sweetening by 8 degrees. "Now interviewing one of the most anticipated teams in this Lingzhou summit, the representative team of Zhurong sect. Next, please say something or give a self-introduction." Jiang Jiran's eyes sparkled as the transmission stone hovered before the crowd. The sudden situation left everyone exchanging glances, none willing to step forward first. Seeing this, Yu leaned toward Yinzhuzin's ear and whispered devilishly, water mirror, who is the most beautiful living person in the world?" He certainly knew how to make someone instantly stand tall. Outside the water mirror, people from all corners of the world were watching the Wanzhou Mirror Sky. The screen shook slightly, and a slender black-clad girl appeared in the center. When her gaze swept across the camera, she raised her hand to brush her dark hair aside, her eyes filled with emotion, her lips curling into a smile, slightly turning her face to showcase the most perfect angle, embodying myriad charms that left viewers mesmerized. Zhurong sect, Yinzhu Xin. Next to her, another girl in a white and pink robe held her sword with one hand, helplessly turning back to smile at her friends, then faced the transmission stone, performing a powerful and standard cultivators salute, her every move exuding elegance and grace, capturing everyone's attention with her glances. Unfortunately, before everyone could indulge for long, a bronze-faced figure popped up. "I am Lin Tian." The robust body cultivator clumsily stepped back a bit, his face slightly flushed, revealing a set of white teeth, his half-long curly hair swaying with his head. "It doesn't matter if you can't remember my name. You'll see our names on the hero ranking in the future. Oh right, let me show you my treasure." And he was about to summon that precious big shield. Just then a green figure darted out and covered his mouth. The boy in green moved hurriedly, as if he stepped on the body cultivator's foot. Looking back at the transmission stone amidst the body cultivator's cry of pain, everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on his handsome face. The boy's eyes widened, his hand unconsciously rubbing his neck as he spoke softly, "Please support Zhurong sect." After speaking, he raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a blend of embarrassment and cuteness in his smile. Although Yu usually acted arrogantly, he actually had a bit of camera phobia and simply hid behind Yin Wanzhou. "Male protagonist, this moment of radiating charm is up to you." Jiang Jiran was momentarily stunned by Yu's smile, just as she wanted to pursue, the camera focused on the last tall figure of the sword cultivator. Yin Wanzhou was looking at the arrangement list, still responsible for arranging accommodations for other elders and disciples of Zhurong sect. He didn't notice the chaotic situation until he lifted his head from the jade slip, and Jiang Jiran took a sharp breath. What a sharp aura, what a handsome young man. This person's presence was so strong that Jiang Jiran felt inexplicably nervous, swallowing hard. "Who is this?" "Senior brother Yin. This is our senior brother Yin from Zhurong sect." Suddenly a disciple from Zhurong sect shouted from behind. Other logistics disciples proudly chimed in, their shouts like thunder. "Everyone remember to place your bets on Zhurong sect." At that moment, countless cultivators watching through the water mirror also began to discuss, their voices rising and falling, laden with unabashed disdain. "Not bad demeanor. Are they disciples of Zhurong sect? Tisk, just putting on a show. Apart from you, Feishuang, who else from Zhurong sect has any real talent in recent years?" Indeed, they ranked at the bottom last year, and the year before it. 3 years ago, it seemed they were even defeated by a lesser-known sect. "But that little disciple in green is so cute, I feel like supporting her." Good looks don't mean much. The Lingzhou summit is all about strength. If you ask me, the brother and sister duo from Yuming's sect truly have style. I heard they captured several Earth-level demon beasts. Some people directly switched the water mirror's view. Quick switch to the Lingshu Valley's base. I want to see the little doctor. Oh, little doctor. Isn't this better than watching these showpieces? The few people regarded as mere decorations were unaware of what was happening outside the water mirror. When they came to their senses, Jiang Ji ran off to interview the disciples of the Yuming sect, while more people surrounded them, blocking the dock, completely their eager demeanor a stark contrast to how they had behaved during the interview. Yu clicked her tongue, lamenting the harshness of the world. The Yuming sect is a rather mysterious sect where practitioners cultivate the 5 spirits beast control technique. The disciples of Yuming's sect were specially made beast pouches at their waists, each capable of holding 5 tamed demon beasts. The extent of a demon beast's power is linked to the state and cultivation level of its tamer. Yu found this sect setup to be rather dangerous. What if they casually added a phrase like "go" while summoning a demon beast? And what if there happened to be a demon beast named by Jiao in the cultivation world? Among the crowd, a pair of man and woman dressed in dark short garments were being interviewed. They looked strikingly similar, even having their tear moles symmetrically placed at the corners of their eyes. The young man used a silver hairpin to tie back his hair, while the young woman styled her hair into a bun with a silver pin. Yu speculated that they were the twin siblings mentioned in the original work, Lu Wuxia and Lu Wuchen. Outwardly radiant, little did they know that in the original plot these two were bona fide maniacs. Following the old trope of a beautiful confidant, the younger sister Lu Wuchen, known as the Little Demoness, had always harbored a deep disdain for men, but fell head over heels for Yan Wanzhou during the competition. Then there was the Little Demoness who loved the male lead so passionately that after being struck by the Tao Yao scatter, the first thought that crossed her mind was of the male lead. Later during the competition, she would sneak out in the middle of the night wearing only a thin garment to knock on the male lead's door, and after being rejected would kneel in the cold wind all night, only to be properly draped in her outer robe by Yan Wanzhou the next morning. Her brother Lu Wuxia was a true sister complex case. He loathed Yan Wanzhou for stealing his sister's heart, and despised Yan Wanzhou's lack of taste for daring to cruelly reject his undeniably adorable twin sister. In his mind, he imagined torturing Yan Wanzhou 100 times, and ultimately attempted to use dark arts to turn him into his sister's destined spirit pet, hoping to tame him like a demon beast and keep him in a beast pouch. His ideas were so outrageous that he ultimately failed in his schemes, getting severely beaten by the male lead and directly disqualified. Yu couldn't understand did the author set up such ultimate fools as rivals to ensure the male lead's victory. It was then that the sister realized that familial bonds were the most important, while men were fleeting clouds. In the end, as Yan Wanzhou faced a tragic fate, she even ruthlessly kicked him, aiding the forces of the Demon Valley in bullying the male lead. They were a pair of dragons and phoenixes among men. However, the current plot had already changed significantly. Even Hua Luoji could escape the role of a beautiful confidant. This pair of maniac twins might also be able to avoid their fate, as long as they were careful and kept the male lead from interacting with them. That is Lu Wuxia and Lu Wuchun from the Yuming sect. Yu suddenly appeared behind them without a sound. Third brother, why are you staring at them in a daze? Yu nearly jumped out of her skin. How did you get here? Yu pouted in dissatisfaction. I signed up to help with logistics, don't act so surprised. A Yin also stood nearby and greeted softly. Nice to see you again, you shitty. Seeing your brother, a Yin. Yu was far happier to see a Yin than Yu, immediately responding with enthusiasm. Sensing the changes in a Yan's cultivation, Yu exclaimed in surprise. It's been a while since we last met in Quanshui village, and you've advanced quite a bit. A Yin smiled shyly, squinting as he scratched the back of his head. I feel a bit embarrassed. At that time, I only entered the spiritual vein with a try-it-out mindset, and I never expected to actually find some good things. That's great. Yu genuinely rejoiced for him, patting a Yin on the shoulder. Yu yelled from behind. Hey, third brother, pay attention to me. I'm still here. At this moment, Yan Wanzhou, having arranged accommodations for the other disciples, approached and quietly asked, would you like to take a look around first or go back to rest? I'm fine with either, Yu replied. Lin Tian had been dragged off by Yin Zhu Xian and Hua Luoji to carry their shopping bags, and after Ge Lao got off the Yunfeng, he disappeared without a trace. Now, aside from wandering around with the male lead, there seemed to be nothing else to do. Yu suddenly shook her head, her eyes bright with intensity. You two are living together. One room. How many beds? Why are you asking this? Yu was baffled, completely unaware of what was going on in her mind, but saw Yu already pulling out a small spirit mirror, quickly swiping her fingers across it, her lips curling into a twisted smile. Cursed. Yu quickly grabbed Yan Wanzhou and left, warning Yu not to bully a Yin. Once they were far away, a Yin casually asked, I've heard that Yu shitty is your brother. How did you become so close with Yin Shixiao? Do you really want to know? Yu Wu asked in surprise. A Yin nodded. Do you have the courage to know everything? A Yin nodded again. You aren't some kind of spy trying to gather information about them, are you? Yu Wu shot him a glare. A Yin shook his head. Yu Wu replied. Yu Yu is my brother, and Yin Wanzhou is my future sister-in-law. When Yin Wanzhou was still a little brat, he was already willing to risk his life to save my brother. Others might not know, but I do. Better to pretend he didn't hear that A Yin did not have the courage to know everything. As Yin Wanzhou and Yu Yu walked towards the street, Lu Wuxia and Lu Wuchun had just finished their interview. The two groups brushed past each other, and Lu Wuchun paused, her nose twitching slightly. The twin siblings of the Yuming sect, the little healer from Lingshu Valley, the Zen practitioner from the Ming Xian Wuxiang sect. Even Duan Ming, yes, name came up frequently. However, when it came to a fox, Lu Wuxia stretched lazily, not taking it seriously. Just an illusion, right? The Lingzhou summit was the talk of the entire Tianyin prefecture, and as they walked down the street, various discussions about the participants floated by. The twin siblings of the Yuming sect, the little healer from Lingshu Valley, the Zen practitioner from the Ming Xian Wuxiang sect. Even Duan Ming, yes, name came up frequently. However, when it came to Zhu Yuan's sect, the tone of the passers-by subtly shifted. Yu Yu silently facepalmed. So it turns out that in the eyes of outsiders, they were just there to make up the numbers. The stereotype of being the bottom of the barrel was too heavy. They could only turn their anger into appetite. Boss, what is this dish? Wow, this is the heavenly dumpling. After eating it, you'll become a child of heaven. They'll have a whole order. It wasn't meat-filled, was it? No, it's a big spirit vegetable and pork. On the other side of the street, Lu Wuchun was bending down to play with the little demon beast on the vendor's stall when she suddenly caught a whiff of that elusive fox scent again. Lu Wuchun tilted her head. Was it another illusion? She curiously looked up, her gaze landing on the two figures not far away. A young man in red standing with his arms crossed, listening to a young man in blue laughing and saying something. Yu Yu was still complaining to Yin Wanzhou about the inferior quality of the fasting pills at the vendor's stall when her peripheral vision unexpectedly caught sight of that pair of siblings in the crowd. Her heart sank. Heavens! She certainly did not want the male lead to come into contact with the twins so soon. Yu Yu had only just noticed the surrounding scene. How did they end up at the spirit beast market? Yin Wanzhou seemed to sense something and was about to follow her line of sight when Yu Yu suddenly yanked him. Yin Wanzhou obediently lowered his head to look at her. Although he didn't understand what she was trying to do, he instinctively complied. The original plot exploded in Yu Yu's mind. She knew she absolutely could not let Yin Wanzhou and Lu Wuchun make eye contact, otherwise all the love at first sight and vows of eternal love from the plot would come rushing in. But seeing the twin siblings approaching them, she found it impossible to maintain control over the male lead. The two were only 10 steps away, and Yu Yu was sweating anxiously, her mind racing through various escape plans that wouldn't draw attention. Xiao Yu. Just as Yin Wanzhou opened his mouth, a warm body crashed into him. Yu Yu was on the verge of tears, closing her eyes and gritting her teeth, her hands gripping tightly around his waist, burying her head in his chest. A faint herbal scent wafted from the boy, leaving Yin Wanzhou stunned, his ears burning fiercely. Why so suddenly? All around them was a bustling street, and they were embracing in the most conspicuous spot. Ding! Detected fluctuation in male lead's luck value, current luck value 300,301, as if there were whispers around them. Yin Wanzhou, blushing, rubbed Yu Yu's head. Xiao Yu. This is outside, be good, let go for now. We'll go back in. What was he going to say? He couldn't articulate it. The person in his arms held on tighter, as if no amount of intimacy was enough. He certainly enjoyed the little master's embrace, but with so many people around, even if Xiao Yu liked him so much, it shouldn't. In the end, Yin Wanzhou chose to resign himself to fate. He ceased his resistance, letting Yu Yu do as he pleased, allowing the little creature to nuzzle and burrow in his embrace. Passers-by murmured among themselves, and Lu Wuxiao also noticed the two individuals who seemed oblivious to the crowd in the middle of the street. Disgusted by the sight, he dared not look closely and hurriedly pulled his younger sister away. Brother, why are you suddenly walking so fast? Let's go check the front first. Yu Yu buried his face against Yin Wanzhou's chest, counting down a few seconds in his mind, thinking the timing should be about right before reluctantly letting go. Once he confirmed that the two had walked far away, he breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. He had narrowly escaped a disaster. Close call. Though it was a bit awkward, luckily the male lead was reliable and didn't shove him away. What was that about just now? Yin Wanzhou's Adam's apple bobbed a few times before he could find his voice. Yu Yu was equally embarrassed and resorted to outright fabricating. I just suddenly had the urge to hug you. Is that not allowed? Ding. Detected fluctuation in male lead's luck value. Current luck value 301,302. Yin Wanzhou's expression went blank for a moment. The young master was so straightforward that it made him seem strange for being shy. Yin Wanzhou momentarily didn't know what to say. His breath and heartbeat were a mess, and his emotions surged turbulently. In the end, he could only nod numbly, accepting this excuse that felt like teasing. Ding. Detected fluctuation in male lead's luck value. Current luck value 302-303. The system's notification kept chiming, and Yu decided to read the Good Fortune Sutra 10 more times once back. Just as they turned the street corner, a shifty-eyed man with a mole on his lip suddenly blocked their path. Is this your first time in Tianyan Prefecture? Care to try our specialty? The man rubbed his hands together as he approached, winking and leering. Are you two fellow cultivators looking for a cauldron partner? At those words, both frowned. The Zhu sect forbade disciples from using cauldron partners for cultivation, and there was no such practice within the sect. Yin Wanzhou said coldly, not needed. With that, he pulled Yu away. The man persisted. Oh, just try it. Doubling your cultivation speed. Why not? The cauldron partners at our Lele Pavilion are affordable and come in many uses. The man, having seemingly fixated on them, followed behind, chattering incessantly like a walking advertisement. One dual cultivation session equals half a month of bitter training. And at Lele Pavilion, we even have those with special physiques. What the heck is this Lele Pavilion? Yu suppressed his anger repeatedly, the veins on his forehead twitching. Beating someone on the street would damage the sect's image. Endure. But the salesman's lecherous voice kept drilling into his ears. If you're not interested in women, I also have handsome young lads. Finally, Yu turned around, ready to say a few auspicious words, when the salesman suddenly stopped, his eyes wide as he looked them up and down. What the? You two are Dao companions. You've already cultivated together. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yu was thunderstruck, frozen in place. What utter nonsense, huh? They did have the soul seal of unity, but they had never dual cultivated. Okay. Don't spread rumors. People in this trade always have a bit of professional sensitivity, especially discerning certain auras. The man leaned in closer, as if to sense further. That is correct. We are Dao companions, so do not pester us any further. Yin Wanzhou expressionlessly placed his sword between them. Yu was full of questions. Wait, I ask you, male lead, what are you admitting to? The man stared at Yin Wanzhou for a moment. The young man was tall with a lean yet powerful waist, looked capable. No wonder he had such a beautiful Dao companion. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sorry, the man backed away with a sheepish laugh, then suddenly remembered something and called out behind them. Oh right, our shop also sells dual cultivation techniques. We have all kinds of unorthodox methods very beneficial for cultivation. Do you two need any Dante leaf and spatial artifacts for dual cultivation? Delightful little gadgets, come find me if you need anything. It wasn't until they had run 2 streets away that Yu released his hands from covering his ears and spoke hesitantly. Earlier, Yin Wanzhou. It was just the most effective way to refuse. Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. He couldn't comprehend the male lead's logic. Threatening with a sword flat out, denying it, or simply walking away were all options. Why did he have to choose the most embarrassingly over-the-top method? Previously, when he heard others gossiping about him and Yin Wanzhou, he could always laugh it off. But now, for some reason, his heart felt like it had a rabbit inside, thumping wildly and making him flustered. Yin Wanzhou caught sight of his furrowed brows from the corner of his eye, and an inexplicable tightness settled in his chest. He had thought, even if it was just an excuse, the young master would show a trace of delight. Yet he saw not a hint of joy on Yu's face. Instead, the young man looked worried, as if the sky were falling. After they left, the man was still muttering to himself. Their auras blend harmoniously, a match made in heaven. This is the manifestation of deep affection and passionate love. Their dual cultivation must be highly efficient. Truly enviable. Behind the man, Duan Mingyu, who happened to be passing by and eavesdropped on the entire conversation, took a weak breath. Duan Mingyu was about to faint again. After this commotion, neither of them had the mood to continue shopping. They decided to return to the courtyard where the Zhu sect disciples were staying. The Lingzhou Summit was jointly organized by the 5 major sects and the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace. Disciples of the 5 major sects could stay in the best lodgings located at the foot of the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace. The two flew on their swords. As soon as they entered the Zhu sect's lodging, they heard a commotion in the courtyard. Yu jumped off his flying sword. It was Duan Mingyu wailing like a banshee in the yard. Duan Mingyu, why are you at our sect's lodging? Yu asked in puzzlement. Duan Mingyu felt heartbroken just seeing Yu, let alone the ever-present Yin Wanzhou behind him. He wiped his nose, and tears then flopped onto Tong Kei's lap. Snot and tears smeared Tong Kei's leg. Tong Kei suppressed his anger and patted the pathetic lump. Stop messing around, okay? Don't make me slap you. Then Yu suddenly remembered that he hadn't returned the gift yet. He crouched down and poked Duan Mingyu. Thank you for the gift you gave me, but this Dharma robe is too precious. I feel unworthy of it. Yu held the brocade box in his hands, looking at him with curved eyes. Duan Mingyu stubbornly refused to take it back. You also helped me back in Quanshui village. It's just a reciprocal gift. There's no need to feel unworthy. His voice was muffled, carrying a trace of obstinacy. Yin Wanzhou, standing behind, lifted his eyelids and glanced at the two. Duan Mingyu, if you truly consider us friends, why not treat brother Yin and me to some of your sect's local delicacies another day, eh? With that, Yu shoved the brocade box into Duan Mingyu's hands. I also want very much to be friends with you. Duan Mingyu jerked his head up, meeting Yu's smiling eyes. They were sincere, beautiful. But at that moment, he suddenly realized this was a gentle refusal. Even in rejection, she made sure to emphasize Yin wants his presence. A gentle breeze stirred the youth's hair, his eyes both affectionate and detached. Duan Mingyu was stunned, his gaze shifting between Yu and Yin Wanzhou behind him. Those two had grown up together, always sharing an unbreakable bond. How could he compete? How could a sudden newcomer ever defeat a childhood friend? Suddenly, he leaped up, hastily grabbing Yin Wanzhou's sleeve and pulling him outward. Yin Wanzhou, spar with me, right now. Yin Wanzhou lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in thought, and for the first time allowed himself to be dragged out. Tong Kai sighed and massaged his forehead. He had long seen through Duan Mingyu's nature. Don't mind him. He's an extreme fool of a spirit root. His moods change faster than the summer weather. He's probably given up by now. A whim. Understandable. Yu nodded and sighed. Did you already realize Duan Mingyu had ulterior motives toward you? Tong Kai suddenly raised an eyebrow, showing some surprise. He had thought this little medicinal cultivator was an oblivious log. Duan Mingyu had been so obvious, sending money to his message record every few days, and now gifting an expensive Dharma robe. Of course Yu had noticed. He wasn't stupid. However, what Duan Mingyu felt toward him was probably just a competitive urge to surpass the male lead. Tong Kai squinted, sizing him up meaningfully. Then how come? He thought of someone, then looked at Yu's bewildered little face. The words died on his lips, and he suddenly laughed. Forget it, pretend I said nothing. Some things are lost on those involved, but clear to onlookers. Three extreme fools of spirit roots. The consequence of sparring was getting beaten. Duan Mingyu, with half his face swollen, lay across Tong's lap, whimpering. Tongchue, your legs are so hard. Tongchue, why is your entire body so stiff? Don't you eat normally? That bastard Yin Wanzhou, he's swollen my face. Whoa, he even snatched my little beauty. Tong Kai leaned sideways against the bed, his fist hovering 3 feet above Duan Mingyu's head, but in the end he held back and didn't strike. Snatch. She was never yours to begin with. Crack. Another knife stabbed into Duan Mingyu's heart. Give it up, there's nothing between them. Tong Kai frowned, taking a puff of medicinal smoke. Really? At these words, Duan Mingyu revived fully and scrambled up from his lap with renewed vigor. But whether there's something or not, it's not your turn. Duan Mingyu pouted, dejected, let out a sob, and sat on the floor, even the flamboyant gold ornaments on his head drooping lifelessly. Duan Mingyu, you don't even understand what like means, and how sincere are you? Why must you go and mess with others? Tong Kai said crossly. Do you have to compete with Yin Wanzhou over everything? Duan Mingyu opened his mouth to defend himself, but suddenly Tong Kai leaned in, lifting his chin with the other end of his tobacco pipe, raising an eyebrow slightly. He said, I'll say this bluntly. I think using innocent people as tools in a rivalry is the basest tactic. Duan Mingyu fell silent. He was all too aware of the weight of those words. Tong Kai rarely spoke to him in such a stern tone, and he understood exactly what that statement implied. Duan Mingyu didn't want to become someone like his father. The atmosphere grew heavy. Tongchue, knowing he had spoken too harshly, sighed and said, Sorry, I was too harsh. Those words seemed to trigger a switch. Duan Mingyu immediately replied, You should never apologize to me. Oh. Tong Kai glanced at him with a half smile. What if I were to do something to wrong you? Even then. Duan Mingyu bit his lip. Do as you please. Outside, the moonlight was deepening, occasionally punctuated by 2 muffled bird calls. The tobacco pipe was set down with a soft clink on the table. Duan Mingyu, so what if you can't be the number 1 in the world? Don't push yourself too hard. Tong Kai stretched lazily, seemingly casual. Sect leader Duan hasn't made a move against me for many years. You can afford to live a little more recklessly. Duan Mingyu lowered his head in silence, lost in thought. His face darkened, his gaze fixed on the golden thread at the tip of his boot. After a long while, wow. You're so mean. Who would have guessed that this guy would seize the chance to act up again, wrapping his arms around Tong's waist and looking up at him. Tong Kai spat out a single word, scram. Buy me new clothes and I'll forgive you. Tong Kai yawned and kicked him out. Elsewhere, Yu returned to his room and summoned the system. Little system, what's the reward for our 300 luck points? The system interface blinked cheerfully. Here it is, please open your exclusive gift box. Host Yu opened his hand. There was a small triangular object in his palm, seemingly a small artifact. What is this? Host, this is called the 9-turn Xuanji tent. It can automatically gather spiritual energy from 100 li radius, forming an absolutely private space. It can accommodate up to 2 people entering simultaneously. The more you listen, the stranger it sounded. Is it a spatial artifact? Xuanji tent. What is it specifically used for? The system hemmed and hawed a well. You know, host, depending on the level of rapport between two people, dual cultivation inside the 9-turn Xuanji tent can increase efficiency by 5 times. Thighs. Is a dual cultivation artifact. Yu Ye's hand trembled. He almost threw the artifact away. What the hell? Was he destined to be plagued by the term dual cultivation? Normally Yu knew he wouldn't take this thing seriously. Well, it must be because he had encountered nothing but strange events lately, making it easy to think dirty thoughts. After a moment, Yu steadied his breath. Yu, what do you mean by giving me this? Host, don't be angry. The rewards are all randomly generated. The system can't control it. The system whined in protest. Maybe it will come in handy later. Yu pressed his forehead and sighed, stuffing that damned dual cultivation artifact into the bottom of his treasure pouch. The system continued. Since the Lingzhou summit is a major event, tasks will be divided into main quests and segmented side quests. Ding. New main quest released. Please complete the original storyline. Assist the male leads team to reach the top of the Heavenly Prodigy list. Go on. Side quest 1. Avoid the male lead's troublesome romantic interests. X2. Hint Yueming sect Lingshu Valley. Side quest 2. Collect the male lead's opportunity point. X1. Hint favor of the 9 heavens Immortal Palace. Side quest 3. Assist the male lead in smoothly and perfectly advancing to Golden Core. Yu blinked at the suddenly unfolded quest panel. Just as he was about to ask, the system spoke. First, host, these side quests have no penalty if not completed, but completing them will reward generous luck points. It's recommended not to miss them. The quests aren't hard and are all related to the main storyline. Yu fell backward onto the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Avoiding troublesome romantic interests. He could understand the crazy sibling pair from Yueming sect, but what about Lingshu Valley? In the original story, Lingshu Valley was clearly a background sect with few scenes. How did the little medical immortal get marked as a troublesome romantic interest by the system? That can't be right. The title Little Medical Immortal sounds gentle and kind, as she couldn't be a villainess. Why would she be considered a troublesome romantic interest? Yu decided to take it step by step and stay vigilant. As for the quest related to opportunity points, it was essentially following the original plot, so it shouldn't be difficult. The last quest was also the one he worried about least, because the male lead advancing to Golden Core was a foregone conclusion. No need to fret. Slept peacefully, woke up listlessly. Early in the morning, all disciples participating in the Lingzhou summit gathered outside the 9 heavens Immortal Palace, listening to the procedures for the first competition of the summit. The disciples of cloud-chasing sect had no other merits. Their greatest strength was waking up early. Yu clearly lacked this strength, standing half asleep behind Wanzhou. Stand still. After saying this, he rested his forehead on the male lead's reliable back, closing his eyes to catch up on sleep like a salted fish. Lin Tian, look, monks from the Mind Clarity Formless sect. Why do they have hair? In Zhuxin. Though the Mind Clarity Formless sect practices Zen, they are not constrained by external appearances. You don't even know that. After a while, Lin Tian excitedly said again, hey, the people from Yueming sect are here too. They're dressed so dark. Zhuxin, just like you. In Zhuxin didn't want to entertain the fool. Oh, Lin Tian continued his fuss. I see disciples from Zongfeng sect. Wait, why is that Duan Mingyu's face a bit swollen? Hua Luoji looked over upon hearing this. Daoist Duan's face is indeed somewhat unusual. In Zhuxin muttered disdainfully. He's become so much uglier. Hua Luoji looked over upon hearing this. Daoist Duan's face is indeed somewhat unusual. In Zhuxin muttered disdainfully. He's become so much uglier. Yu still leaned on Yin Wanzhou's dependable back, sleeping soundly, until a thunderous roar of footsteps sounded, as if 100,000 giant bears were simultaneously stomping the ground, rapidly approaching from afar. Yu jolted awake, lifting his head dazedly. The disciples of Lingshu Valley are here, Yin Wanzhou said softly to him. Disciples from other sects were also excited. Wow. The little medical immortal is coming. Everyone wanted to see the legendary, beautiful little medical immortal. Lingshu Valley. Little medical immortal. Yu's mind was full of quests. He immediately sobered up, standing on tiptoe to search among the crowd for that little medical immortal whom the system had marked as a troublesome romantic interest, wanting to see just what kind of formidable figure it was. Rumble, rumble. He saw a group of burly men as massive as bears moving like a city wall, their muscles knotted, marching in orderly steps and lining up at the Lingshu Valley position. Their uniform white robes were stretched taut, as if muscles were about to burst out at any moment. The square fell into dead silence. Which one is the little medical immortal? Yu looked at Lin Tian in bewilderment. What is all this? If I'm not mistaken, before me are only the great healer immortal, the giant healer immortal, and the super healer immortal. I don't know. Lin Tian was utterly astounded. He subconsciously touched his own sturdy arm and suddenly felt in fear. But before this, the cultivators of the Lingxiu Valley he had imagined were gentle and lovely fairy sisters, or elegant and handsome senior brothers. What was the deal with this group of strong men who looked like they could beat several oxen to death? But before this, the cultivators of the Lingxiu Valley he had imagined were gentle and lovely fairy sisters, or elegant and handsome senior brothers. What was the deal with this group of strong men who looked like they could beat several oxen to death? As soon as these words were spoken, Yu was stunned dumb. Yu turned his head with difficulty to look at Wanzhou, and a terrifying image emerged in his mind. The male lead was pinned against the wall by one of the little healer immortals who said tenderly, "Little Wanzhou, turn around, don't speak, let me take care of you. No, 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 no. Don't imagine it." Yu was so frightened by his own delusion that his mouth could hardly close, all his hair stood on end, and he nearly lost control of his ears and tail popping out. He completely could not accept that among these 5 strong men one of them would fall in love with the male lead. Wanzhou noticed the young master's expression changing repeatedly and looked down at him in confusion. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Yu, I feel uncomfortable in my heart." The Lingzhou summit officially commenced. On the square before the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace, several pillars of golden light shot into the sky, transforming into a rain of spiritual energy falling from the sky. Colorful glowing lanterns drifted across the heavens, and the radiance from various spells interwove into a splendid scene in the air. On the viewing platform before the main hall, the elders and venerables of the 5 major sects took their seats, and on the highest jade platform, the palace master of the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace sat in the main seat, with the 5 sect leaders seated beside him. According to the system's inside information, Yu learned that this palace master already had 1 foot in the gate of immortality. He was currently sitting with his eyes closed in meditation, his body surrounded by ethereal immortal aura. Beneath the palace master seats were set for a man and a woman, both of whom were stewards of the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace. On the right was Qing, a fairy lady who had ridden the phoenix carriage and scattered flowers that day. On the left was another steward, Qing Yuan, Immortal Lord. Although they were nominally disciples of the palace master, they were actually his adopted son and daughter. In the original novel, Wanzhou shone brilliantly at the Lingzhou summit, and Qing Yuan, Immortal Lord, personally extended an olive branch to invite him to join the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace. Unexpectedly, the male lead simply cupped his hands in salute and politely declined, citing that he already had a master. According to the convention of the cultivation world, being favored by the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace was a great fortune. This refusal not only caused a stir among those present, but also made Qing Yuan, Immortal Lord, lose face. The exception came only once, and from then on this Immortal Lord never mentioned taking disciples again. Losing the support of the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace was one of the reasons for Wanzhou's later misfortunes. Therefore, the system's opportunity point side quest, the favor of the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace, should refer to Qing Yuan, Immortal Lord's olive branch. Next, the water of the mirror bright lake suddenly began to tremble, ripples spreading in circles, and then the center began to surge violently. As a jet of water shot into the sky, a wide and ancient stone platform rose from within the water curtain. The voice of the 9 Heavens Palace Master came from above. 5 spirits returned to positions. Martial demonstration began. Yu perked up a little. This plot also existed in the original work. It was the traditional segment of the Lingzhou Summit, where each sect sent core disciples to fully activate the martial demonstration formation with their sect's Dao arts. In simple terms, it was a performance-style skills-how contest by sect disciples. No need to fear embarrassment. The more splendid the Dao arts, the more skill effects, and the more magnificent the spiritual energy, the more it showcases the sect's foundation. With a sky-shaking tiger roar, Yu Chun of the Moon Shadow sect was the first to appear. A massive silvery white, Xianbing tiger leaped from the spirit beast pouch at her waist. Then Yu Chun suddenly sprang onto the tiger's back, lightly touched her toes, and stood gracefully atop it. As the Xianbing tiger charged toward the stone platform, Yu Chun leaped into midair, raised her whip, and cast a spell. The illusion transformed into countless spirit beast phantoms. Giant snowy owls, ice foxes, frost wolves, and other demon beasts galloped and roared in the sky, as if the entire 100 Beasts garden had been moved here. Then Yu Chun broke through the phantoms, cracked her whip, and one of the 5 spirit arrays lit up. Yu reached out his hand, wanting to touch the demon beast phantom that ran past him, and only felt a cool breath. The opening emotion was sufficiently charged, and the atmosphere immediately heated up. I heard that Yu Chun is naturally born with a mystic bone for beast taming. Truly formidable, someone remarked. Compared to the Moon Shadow sect, Lingxiu Valley was much more low-key. A burly little healer immortal steadily stepped onto the formation, summoned a medicine cauldron, and before the onlookers could react, suddenly struck the cauldron with a palm. The cauldron expanded several times, and emerald green spiritual energy burst out from within, exploding in the high sky, transforming into countless shimmering green specks that drifted down like a gentle rain lighting up the formation. The raindrops fell on the palm not wet, but instead turned into gentle spiritual energy that seeped into the meridians, instantly sweeping away all fatigue from the body. This rain feels so comfortable on the body, the people exclaimed in surprise. Gu Mingming's 100 herbs sweet dew is impressive, truly worthy of the return heaven jade bone. Yu almost stumbled. Wait, you're saying that burly little healer immortal is called Gu Mingming? That's the disciple sent by the mindlessness without form sect was unexpected, a small boy wearing an apricot yellow kasaya. With a clear and melodious bell sound, he held bells in both hands and gently shook them. The melody turned into solid form, tracing mysterious trajectories in the air. Visible ripples of spiritual energy spread out, attracting countless birds to circle overhead. Each sound of the Buddhist chant could cleanse the soul. The mindlessness without form sect indeed sent Qian Guangzhou. The natural Buddha bone is truly extraordinary. Yu no longer felt like complaining by now. Everyone present was a person of status. Does everyone have their own bone? Isn't this setting a bit repetitive? It gives one a feeling of wanting to eat ribs for dinner. The disciple representing the Hidden Blade sect was Duan Mingyu. The young master Duan's face had finally healed. A trademark roguish smile curled at the corner of his lips. He casually tossed aside his folding fan, placed a dragon-climbing silver spear behind his neck with both hands, and first confidently spun the spear in a flourish on the spot, lightning dancing on its tip. His movements were carefree and unrestrained, his purple-gold robes fluttering with each motion. His techniques carried a flowing, effortless grace. The spear tip left a condensed, unbroken golden trail in the air, finally outlining the four powerful characters, blades hidden under heaven. I didn't expect Duan Mingyu to be quite handsome when he's serious, Yu commented with his arms crossed. Blades hidden under heaven. Tisk, although the name of this move is unbearably cringeworthy, the effect was indeed top-notch. Duan Mingyu, this attention-seeker, was arrogant enough and really pulled off a big show. By the way, why has Duan Mingyu been changing clothes ever since he appeared? Is he playing Miracle Mingyu? Yan Wanzhou heard this and turned his head with an inscrutable expression. The young master leaned forward slightly, looking up, his eyes seeming to glow as he stared at Duan Mingyu, full of recognition and admiration. This expression was too familiar to Yan Wanzhou. In many past moments, Yu had looked at him with that same gaze. Yu turned back to smile at him. Brother, Yan, isn't it your turn to go up?